Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 1617 to Chapter 1670. Pooh. Pooh, pooh. Blood rained down and corpses fell to the ground. Shrill screams and terrified roars of despair interweaved together and shook the heavens and earth. The heavens and earth seemed to have fallen into eternal darkness. Blood was like scarlet ink that spread through the veil of night along with Xianxia's slaughter. This time, the 8 Territories Alliance army had mobilized their full strength. There were hundreds of peak stage sages. Some of them guarded the rear and sealed off the entire city. Some of them acted as the vanguard and launched attacks. Some of them stayed within the army and held the fort. Apart from that, there were countless true sages leading experts from various territories to attack the city of Dao protectors from different directions. But at this moment, the place where Xianxia stood had become the eye of the storm. Many peak stage sages charged forward in an attempt to suppress Xianxia with their absolute advantage in numbers. But it was destined to be futile. She was alone, holding the white bone spear. Her figure was bathed in the curtain of the eternal night. It was as if she had entered an uninhabited realm, and her momentum was unstoppable. Xiaohao, Zhao Jingxian, Old Toad, Lu, and the others wanted to help, but they realized that they couldn't participate in such a terrifying battle. It wasn't because there were too many enemies, but because Xianxia alone was like a natural chasm that stood before the city of Dao protectors. No one could surpass her. The most shocking thing was how terrifying those peak stage sages were. Each of them was like an overlord with monstrous might. However, in the eyes of Xianxia, they were like a group of moths that flew into a flame. So long as they approached her, they would be annihilated on the spot, and it was a straightforward and all-powerful attack. In just a short moment, over 30 peak stage sages had fallen. Their corpses and blood dyed the area before the city red. On the other hand, Xianxia was unharmed from the beginning until the end. She was alone, but she was invincible. How is this possible? How can she be so strong? Is this the true strength of a peak stage true sage? Countless exclamations of anger, fear, and disbelief rang out. Every single peak stage sage had ashen and unsightly expressions. Everyone, spread out and attack the city with all your might. Someone roared. The city of Dao protectors occupied a huge area. Since they couldn't break through Xianxia's line of defense, they could only spread out and focus on attacking the city. After all, no matter how strong he was still a single person. How could he possibly protect the entire city? As long as the city was conquered, the experts of the ancient desolation realm in the city were doomed to suffer a devastating blow. Rumble. In the next moment, the peerless sages that were charging towards him split up and headed towards different areas. The expressions of Xiaohao and the others couldn't help but change because of this. They realized that their enemies had disregarded everything and intended to destroy the city of Dao protectors with everything they had. Buzz at this moment, Xianxia suddenly stepped into the air. Her slender figure drew the light of eternal night between heaven and earth, and her aura also rose to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, one silhouette after another emerged from Xianxia's body. Each of them was bathed in the dark energy of the eternal night. Their numbers numbered in the hundreds and thousands, and they charged to different parts of the city of Dao protectors. With the eternal night as the guide, one turned into 1,000. That shocking scene immediately shocked everyone present. The most unbelievable thing was that each of the doppelgangers were extremely powerful. Although they were not as heaven-defying as the original, they were not any weaker than a peerless saint. Many cultivators from the 8 regions were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. What kind of Dao art is that? Some of the peerless sages exclaimed in shock. At a glance, there were hundreds and thousands of Xianxia's silhouettes bathed in the eternal night as they moved between heaven and earth. It was a terrifying scene. Even Xiaohao, Zhao Jingxian, and the Old Toad were in a daze. How could a peerless true saint have such incredible power? Boom, there was no suspense. The battle continued. However, the plan of the peerless sages of the 8 regions to attack the city of Dao protectors with all their might was completely shattered at this moment. No matter where they appeared, they would be stopped by Xianxia's doppelgangers. Thousands of Xianxia represented thousands of peerless sages. The huge number made the peerless sages of the 8 regions, who only had a few hundred in total, suddenly seem insufficient. Although the strength of the doppelgangers was not as terrifying as the original, they still had the upper hand since they outnumbered the peerless sages of the 8 regions. Great! Excited shouts burst out from the city of Dao protectors. Even peerless sages like Xiaohao and Ruo Wu felt their blood boiling with excitement. One person had miraculously defended the city. Let's attack together. All right. Kill. Zhao Jingxian, the old toad, Lu, and the others cooperated with Xia Ji and launched a counterattack from different directions of the city of Dao protectors. Rumble thunderous booms resounded between heaven and earth. Divine radiance swept out like a landslide and a tsunami. Those from the 8 regions who were not as strong as true Saint Juexiu did not dare to get close at all because they would be killed if they were affected. Xia Ji was still as calm as ever. She did not utter a single word from the beginning to the end, as if she had no emotions at all. Her original body held a white bone spear and walked around the battlefield. Anyone who was targeted by her would not be able to escape death. On the battlefield, blood splattered everywhere and the sounds of fighting shook the sky. The weather changed and the sky turned pale. It was no exaggeration to say that this was definitely the largest and most tragic war since the beginning of the 9-region battlefield. Even peerless sages could not escape the attack of death, let alone ordinary true saints. Whether it was in the ancient Desolation domain or the other 8 regions, a war of this scale was enough to shock the world. This was the 9-region battlefield. It was a battlefield that could affect the situation of the 9 regions and change the fate of a region. Killing was the eternal theme here. Scenes of blood flowing like rivers were common. It was the same during the first battle of the 9 regions. It was the same during the second battle of the 9 regions. This time, it was no exception. However, unlike the previous 2 battles of the 9 regions, this time, the ancient Desolation domain was rising through the hardships of blood and fire. They had the hope of winning the final victory. Originally, this strand of hope was very likely to be extinguished today. But with the arrival of Xia Ji, the situation of the entire battlefield changed. It was completely different from before. Rumbled a murderous aura was like a tide, the sound of Dao was like thunder, and the smell of blood filled the sky and the earth. It was as if the battle of ancient gods had reappeared in the world. Such a battle scene was enough to make a true saint feel hopeless. As time passed, the number of peerless sages in the 8 regions was decreasing at an alarming rate. Originally, the combat strength of peerless sages like Xiaohao, Zhao Jingxian, and Old Toad was already extraordinary. They had been suppressed before because the number of enemies was too large, and they had to protect the safety of the entire city. But now, it was different. The appearance of Xia Ji broke the siege and gave them the opportunity to take the initiative to attack. Kill. At this moment, whether it was Xiaohao, Ruo Wu, Zhao Jingxian, Old Toad, or Lu, they were all in high spirits and were no longer depressed. Kill. A roar that shook the sky came from everyone's chest, venting the hatred in their bones. The ancient Desolation domain had been bullied and suppressed for too long. Who would be willing to be slaughtered like livestock? Who could forget the shame, hatred, blood, and tears that countless sages had suffered on this battlefield during the previous 2 battles of the 9 regions? Kill. They killed until their blood flowed for thousands of miles and their corpses were scattered all over the mountains. In just a few minutes, the fighting spirit of the 8 regions alliance army completely collapsed. The peerless sages were the first to be killed. They could no longer bear the terror of death and fled. All of them were in a state of panic like stray dogs. Immediately after, the 8 regions alliance army in the distance had realized that the situation was bad. They were like a chaotic and noisy torrent of death that fled in all directions. Screams, shrill cries, and wails resounded through the world. On the huge battlefield, the army was defeated like a collapsing mountain, and everywhere the eye could see was a scene of utter defeat. We won. We actually won. Xiaohao's hair was disheveled, and his body was stained with blood. He stared blankly at this scene and watched his enemies flee for their lives. He seemed to be in a trance and still couldn't believe it. This time, the 8 regions alliance army had besieged the city of Dao Protector with all their might and set up an inescapable net. For the past few days, the entire ancient Desolation domain had been unable to eat or sleep in peace. Every single one of them felt like a rock was pressing down on their hearts, and they were almost unable to breathe. It was even to the extent that they were prepared to fight to the death today, but who would have thought? They actually won. Not only did they resolve the danger of the city of Tao Protector falling, but they also defeated the 8 Regions Alliance army and forced them to flee. We won. Ruo Wu, laughing at the heavens, Ye Chen, Mi Hingzhen, and the others had dazed expressions on their faces. Every single one of them seemed to be in a sorry state, and their clothes were completely dyed red with blood. However, the space between their brows was completely bright. Kill! Alu roared loudly and intended to pursue them. However, he was stopped by Zhao Jingxian because this wasn't the time to pursue their enemies. Ha ha ha! We won! Our ancient desolation domain won! Old Toad roared with laughter, and he laughed to the point tears were flowing from his eyes. This battle was too difficult, too horrifying, and too difficult. It was utterly impossible to describe the pain and suffering it was unless one experienced it themselves. Swish, at this moment, the eternal night that covered the sky seemed like a myriad of streams that had returned to their origin, and it converged towards Xiaxia. Moreover, her 1,000 clones had returned to her at this moment and fused into one. Even if she'd won, she still seemed to be so calm and didn't reveal any emotional fluctuations. It was like the intense battle and slaughter from before were insignificant. However, at this moment, the gazes of everyone had converged onto her slender figure, and their gazes carried admiration and gratitude. Everyone knew that the ancient desolation domain would be able to survive today, and the city of Tao Protector would be able to continue standing unharmed. Xiaoxi's contributions couldn't go unnoticed. It wasn't exaggerated to say that she'd turned the situation around by herself during this battle. She'd slaughtered her enemies like a hot knife through butter, and she'd swept through everything before her. She was like a peerless god of legend. How could anyone not feel grateful? And how could they not feel admiration and respect for her? However, Xiaoxi seemed as if she didn't notice at all. She just raised her head slightly and looked up at the sky. She who was bathed within the eternal night seemed as if she'd never fit into this world. The battle realm of the fairy realm. The broken fog mountain. Damn it, I finally found another treasure. The big black bird rubbed his golden claws excitedly, his eyes shining. It was a small mountain surrounded by a faint golden mist. It was only 100 feet high, with jagged rocks and plants that looked like they were made of gold. It was a beautiful sight. Lin Sun and the others stood in front of an ancient rock halfway up the mountain. In the crack of the rock, there was a blade of grass that was as straight as a sword. It was a foot high, as thick as a thumb, and as clear as gold. Its stem was covered with natural cloud patterns, and on both sides of the stem, there were 9 leaves that were as thin as cicadas' wings. Looking closely, the leaves were like a golden ladder, climbing up layer by layer. On the veins of each leaf, there was a golden flame jumping. 9-leaf golden spiritual grass. Every 1,000 years, 1 leaf will grow, and every 3,000 years, it will suffer a natural disaster. Only those who survive the disaster can continue to grow. This is a natural treasure, and it contains the power of the innate gold spiritual force. With a little refining, it can become a peerless flying sword with great lethality. The big black bird's face was full of joy. The most amazing thing is that this treasure can be used as a natural divine material, which is immeasurable for refining a natal holy weapon. This 9-leaf golden spiritual grass is already 9,000 years old, and it has gone through 3 heavenly disasters. It is the best time to pick it. Lin Sun started to work while listening. Just like the night sky jade vine, there was also a Tao pattern restrictive formation around the 9-leaf golden spiritual grass. The big black bird reminded him, "Kid, according to the original agreement, this 9-leaf golden spiritual grass should be given to me." Silver and Tian looked at him with disdain. With their master's character, how could he be greedy for something that belonged to him? This thieving bird was simply gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. It was disdainful. The big black bird ignored him directly. He had always been thick-skinned. At the same time, in a world far away from the fairy battle realm, on the peak of a majestic mountain surrounded by fairy energy, a flock of gold crows flapped their wings and flew in the sky, sprinkling down a magnificent golden light that covered the ancient buildings on the mountain in a layer of sacred golden light. Damn it! That shameless thief is obviously planning to capture all the treasures we've been nurturing in the fairy realm. At the peak of the mountain, Jiangheng gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. Her face was like beautiful jade, and her eyes were like clear springs. She wore a green dress and stood alone in the sea of clouds on the mountain peak. She was like an otherworldly fairy with peerless beauty. Even though she was angry at this moment, there was still a kind of astonishing beauty to her. In front of Jiangheng, an 8 trigrams plate made from a tortoise shell floated in the air, forming a screen of light. Lin Sun and the others were reflected in the light screen. This was the medicine guiding star plate, which was connected to the Taoist pattern restriction formation near the 9-leaf gold spiritual grass. Through this treasure, one could observe the growth of the 9-leaf gold spiritual grass. In the beginning, Jiangheng found the night sky jade vine being picked by Lin Sun when he was inspecting the divine medicine in the battlefield of flying immortals with this treasure. Junior sister Jiangheng, the fairy battle realm is related to the legendary Kunlun ruins. It's a strange secret plane. We can only open a void tunnel to it once every 100 years. Next to her, a white-robed man appeared out of thin air and said, "We've already used it once, which means we can't do it again." The white-robed man was thin and had his hands behind his back. His hair was gray, and his eyes were sharp like divine light. His whole body emitted a majestic and boundless aura. He was obviously very young and handsome. He did not have much vicissitudes of life on him, but his aura was even more terrifying than that of a peerless saint. Eldest senior brother, in the past few days, that little thief has already stolen the Futian cold blue flower, the phoenix plume 5-grain root, the mysterious light of earth wood, and several other innate divine treasures. Jiangheng was still indignant as he said, "In addition to that night sky jade vine and this 9-leaf gold spirit grass in front of us, almost all of the treasures that our Xuanji Dao sect has nurtured have been stolen by this little thief. Are we just going to watch?" The white-robed man who was addressed as eldest senior brother smiled. His eyes were deep and steamed with a frightening sharpness. He said, "Compared to the pagoda on this kid, these treasures are nothing. When the opportunity in the Kunlun ruins opens, I'll definitely make him spit out 10 times or 100 times what he took." His voice was clear like the ringing of morning bells and evening drums, but it revealed incomparable confidence. Jiangheng's eyes lit up. "That's right. This little thief has the flying immortal token. He'll definitely go to the Kunlun ruins in the future. At that time, I'll settle the score with him." "Right." Suddenly, Jiangheng thought of something and said, "Eldest senior brother, what's the origin of that little thief's pagoda? It's actually able to block the attack of the Great Sun Thunder Wheel?" The Great Sun Thunder Wheel was one of the ultimate treasures of the Xuanji Dao sect. It was born in the primordial chaos of the astral lightning world. Many years ago, in order to subdue this treasure, an emperor of the Xuanji Dao sect had personally taken action and directly refined the entire astral lightning world. Only then did he seize the opportunity to subdue this treasure and obtain it in one go. After that, because this treasure was extraordinarily powerful and contained the quintessence of the lightning Dao of a world, it naturally became one of the ultimate treasures of the Xuanji Dao sect. However, that pagoda had blocked the attack of the Great Sun Thunder Wheel and even caused eldest senior brother to personally take action. How could Jianheng not be curious? This pagoda has an extremely great origin. Countless years ago, it was already famous throughout the world and possessed unbelievable might. The white-robed man's eyes burned brightly as he said in a low voice, "However, I'm still not sure if it's the legendary pagoda." "You're not sure?" The white-robed man nodded while reminiscence suffused the space between his brows. "Yes, because a very long time ago, this pagoda vanished from the world during a great battle. That battle, a total of 6 emperor-level orthodoxies have been destroyed, and 19 worlds have fallen to the enemy's hands. Just the number of casualties alone is more than 30. Besides that, countless quasi-emperors, saint-kings, and great saints perished. That battle caused the entire starry sky to tremble and go silent." As he finished speaking, the space between the white-robed man's brows carried a wisp of shock. It was a period of darkness that could shock the ages. Destruction and slaughter affected countless worlds and living beings, and the heavy casualties were sufficient to be unforgettable. The Dao battle of the emperors during the primeval times? Jiangheng seemed to have thought of something, and he couldn't help but gasp. That battle was a battle between emperor-level experts, and it was a battle between numerous colossi and primeval sects that reigned supreme in the starry sky. That battle was also called the Dao Battle of the Emperors. "Eldest senior brother, you're saying that it's very likely that the pagoda appeared during the Dao Battle of the Emperors?" At this moment, Jiangheng felt shocked. The white-robed man nodded and said, "That's what I'm not sure about as well. After all, you know that after the Dao battle of the emperors came to an end, practically all the treasures that once shook the world were destroyed in the intense battle, and very few were able to remain intact and circulate out." Jiangheng couldn't help but ask, "What exactly is the name of that pagoda?" The white-robed man patted Jiangheng on the shoulder and said, "This pagoda involves a great deal, and the sect behind it was like a taboo during the primeval times. No one dared to speak rashly about it. I'll tell you when we head to the Kunlun ruins and capture that kid." Right at this moment, the tortoiseshell's 8 trigrams disc suddenly emanated a strange rumble, and then the scene that was originally revealed shattered and vanished along with it. Jiangheng's beautiful face darkened, and he gritted his teeth and said, "The 9-leaf gold spirit herb was taken by that little bastard as well." The white-robed man fell into deep thought. Other than that pagoda, why did the creation cauldron appear as well? When the Dao battle of the emperors took place during the primeval times, it was clear that the core of the 9 regions, the ancient wasteland world, had already been destroyed. Could it be that there's something else going on? Looks like I must capture that kid when the Kunlun ruins opens and properly interrogate him. Back then, the ancient wasteland world was the place where most martial emperors died. In the distant sky, a green flood dragon that was over 30 meters long suddenly flew over and called out, "True disciple Ji Qian, listen up." The white-robed man's expression turned solemn as he cupped his hands and bowed. Ji Qian, the number 1 true disciple of the Xuanji Dao sect, an all-powerful peerless great saint. In the 9 regions, he could establish a sect and be revered by countless people. However, at this moment, he had a respectful expression as he bowed as a disciple. The Xuanji Dao sect's deep foundation was evident from this. A few days later. The flying immortal battle realm. It's finally coming to an end. Kuan Xiaoyu, Xueqingyi, and Zhu Yingkong walked out of the underground cave they were hiding in. They looked up at the sky and felt a sense of relief. A golden crack appeared in the sky, and a strange and obscure power of order spread out from it. Today was the 10th day since the opening of the Flying Deity battlefield, and it was also the day that the Flying Deity battlefield would come to an end. "I wonder if the camp of the ancient wasteland realm has been destroyed," Kuan Xiaoyu murmured. "There won't be any accidents," Zhu Yingkong swore. With the pawns in the camp of the ancient wasteland realm working together, no matter how sturdy the city of Dao protectors that Lin Sun had built was, it would be useless. "I hope so," Xueqingyi sighed. "So what if they destroyed the camp of the 8 regions? If Lin Sun didn't die, he would become a great threat to the 8 regions in the future. It's time to leave." At the same time, Lin Sun raised his head in the broken fog mountain. His eyes were deep and bright. This trip to the Flying Deity battlefield could be considered a complete victory for him. If there were no accidents, the structure of the 9 regions battlefield was destined to be rewritten. After all, the top forces of the 8 regions had been almost wiped out. Only Kuan Xiaoyu, Xueqingyi, and Zhu Yingkong were left, and they were destined to not be able to cause any more trouble. The only thing Lin Sun was worried about was the safety of the camp of the ancient wasteland. Today is New Year's Eve. At 6 p.m., Goldfish found a golden red packet on the official WeChat account. 1,888 yuan in cash. Come and get it. Those who haven't added him opened WeChat, searched for the official account, and entered Xiaojinyu 233 to add him. In the sky, the power of the rules of order was rolling, and it was about to form a vortex passage. Lin Sun waited silently. In addition to killing enemies, he had also gained a lot from this trip to the battlefield of fairies. Now he had 8 fairies tokens with enough war merits and Taoist luck. In addition, the spoils of war obtained from killing enemies were even more amazing. All kinds of magic materials, treasures, and rare treasures were piled up like mountains, and their value was immeasurable, at least for a long time. Whether it was cultivation or refining holy treasures, he didn't have to worry about the shortage of materials. In addition, his progress in cultivation was also quite amazing. Especially after refining the night jade vine, 1 day of cultivation was equivalent to 100 days of cultivation, so Lin Sun's cultivation in the middle stage of True Sage was completely completed. It wouldn't be long before he could enter the late stage of True Sage. If this speed of cultivation was spread out, the whole world would be shocked. After all, the Nine Regions battlefield had only been opened for 2 years. In these 2 years, Lin Sun had smoothly stepped into the Saint Realm from the top of the King Realm to the top of the Saint Realm. Now, his cultivation had reached the peak of the middle stage of Saint Realm. This speed of cultivation was shocking. The most incredible thing was that Lin Sun didn't become stronger for the sake of becoming stronger. Every step he took was extremely solid, far surpassing his peers. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be almost invincible among his peers. Generally speaking, every step of the Saint Realm was extremely difficult. In the ancient Desolation Realm, people of the Saint Realm were rarely seen in the world. Why? It was very simple, because they were cultivating in seclusion. For these true sages, there were almost countless examples of people cultivating in seclusion for thousands of years in order to break through. Lin Sun's ability to become a saint in just 2 years and make breakthroughs in the Saint Realm had a lot to do with this trip to the Nine Regions battlefield. Only in the Nine Regions battlefield could there be enough opportunities for a top saint to transform quickly. If Lin Sun hadn't chosen to enter the Nine Regions battlefield but stayed in the ancient Desolation Realm, he probably wouldn't have been able to become a saint so quickly. Master, the secret realm of fairies is coming to an end. In this third battle of the Nine Regions, you should be able to bear the title of number 1 of the Nine Regions. Little Silver suddenly spoke up excitedly. I heard that in the previous 2 Nine Regions battles, the 2 fellows who became the number 1 in the Nine Regions became martial emperors in the following years. With your current strength, it won't be difficult for you to become an emperor in the future. Little Xianxia nodded in agreement. This time, in the Fairy Battle Realms competition, his master was unrivaled, and he was undeniably the strongest. The big black bird didn't seem to be convinced. It sneered and said, "Don't forget, I saved your master from a peerless great saint. I am the real number 1 in the Nine Regions." Little Silver immediately shouted, "Thief bird, do you dare to fight with my master to see who's better?" Lil Tian's expression became unfriendly. The big black bird rolled its eyes and glanced at Lin Sun, asking tentatively, "Boy, do you want to play?" Lin Sun smiled brightly and agreed happily, "Okay." The big black bird laughed dryly and said, "Forget it, forget it. The fairy battle realm is coming to an end. What's the point of fighting? I will take a step back and let's share the first place in the Nine Regions." Share the first place? That's too bad. It's better to compete with each other. As Lin Sun spoke, he took a step forward. But the big black bird, like a bird startled by the twang of a bowstring, dodged far away. Little Silver and Lil Tian couldn't help but sneer. It was obvious that the bird had a guilty conscience. Lin Sun stopped and didn't make a move. But the big black bird felt its cheeks burning, and it didn't mention the first place in the Nine Regions anymore. Buzz, soon, a huge vortex tunnel appeared in the sky. "Let's go." Without hesitation, Lin Sun took Little Silver, Lil Tian, and the big black bird and flew away. Ancient Wilderness World City of Tao Protectors. The battle had ended for several days. The battlefield full of blood and bones outside the city had been cleaned up. Now it was clean and tidy, without a speck of dust. Cheers and laughter could be heard in the city. Every expert of the ancient Desolation Realm looked relaxed and confident from the bottom of their hearts. The allied forces of the 8 regions had gone all out, but in the end they returned in failure, leaving a ground full of corpses and blood. It could be said that they had suffered heavy casualties. According to the statistics, there were more than 100 sages who had been killed. This was a heavy blow to the allied forces of the 8 regions. For a long time to come, it was destined that they would not be able to organize a force of a similar scale to attack again. The price that the ancient wilderness paid was the destruction of the formation of the 4 great 8 regions. Miraculously, there were no casualties. That Lady Xia Solstice is too powerful. She seems to be invincible. I suspect that even Senior Lin Sun is no match for her. What are you talking about? No matter how powerful Lady Xia Solstice is, she is Senior Lin's confidant. That's what I admire most about him. By the way, today is the end of the Battle of Flying Immortals. I wonder if Senior Lin can come back safely. Bah. Don't jinx it. In the city, similar discussions could be heard continuously. Who do you think Big Brother will greet first when he comes back? At the same time, Old Toad and Alu were hiding stealthily in the dark. Looking at the two figures standing on the city wall in the distance, they both had a strange feeling. The atmosphere was too subtle. On the city wall, Xia Solstice stood alone. Her slender figure was shrouded in the darkness of the eternal night, like a statue. Since the end of the battle a few days ago, she had been standing there quietly without saying a word. And Zhao Jingxian was also waiting there for some reason. Xia Solstice stood there, and so did she. She had no intention of leaving. Definitely, Alu was about to say something, but he suddenly realized that although the question seemed to be a simple greeting, it was actually not simple at all. No matter who he greeted first, it seemed that it would make the other person unhappy. Alu muttered, "We brothers can't help with this kind of thing. Big brother can only pray for himself. Look, Miss Jingxian is beautiful on the outside and intelligent on the inside. Her features are picturesque, and she's as elegant as a fairy. She's truly one of the most beautiful women in the world. What's rare is that she and Big Brother love each other, like a match made in heaven." Old Toad sighed ruefully. But at the same time, Miss Xia Solstice isn't bad at all. She's been living with Big Brother since a long time ago, and their relationship is extremely close. Furthermore, Alu, you've also seen Miss Xia Solstice's beauty. She's absolutely a peerless beauty that can bring calamity to a country, so beautiful that even the world pales in comparison. Big Brother dotes on her to the bone. Either one of these two girls is enough to make countless heroes bow down to them, but they just happen to be inextricably linked to Big Brother. Speaking up to this point, Old Toad looked conflicted and let out a long sigh. It's not easy to choose, it's really not easy to choose. Alu also sighed ruefully. Damn it, even we feel conflicted just looking at them, let alone Big Brother. He's definitely in even more pain. Old Toad chuckled. It's not that easy to enjoy the blessings of having two partners, especially Miss Jingxian and Miss Xia Solstice. Each one of them is a top-notch beauty in the world. How could they lower themselves to serve one man with others? The two of them conversed in a low murmur. On top of the city walls, the atmosphere was rather subtle. Xia Solstice stood there, the light of the eternal night shrouding her body. No one could see her face, making her appear mysterious and awe-inspiring. But as long as she stood there, she would always be the center of attention. Zhao Jingxian was dressed in a light purple dress. Her black hair fell over her shoulders and her face was unadorned. Her features were as elegant as a painting, her body was slender and graceful, and her skin was as fair as jade. Just by standing there casually, she exuded an air of nobility. This had something to do with the environment she had grown up in, and it was also inextricably linked to the true dragon blood flowing through her veins. The two of them had already stood there for several days. Anyone could discern that there was something off about the atmosphere between the two of them, so no matter if it was Xiaohao, Rua Wu, or laughing at the heavens and the others, all of them had chosen to retreat at the first possible moment. It was to the extent that only the two of them had been standing on the enormous city walls for the past few days. I just hope Lin Sun returns soon. Otherwise, I'm really worried that a conflict will arise between the two of them. Xiaohao sighed with emotion. He was drinking with laughing at the heavens, Ye Chen, and the others. Ye Chen smiled. Now that I think about it, Lin Sun has already become a saint, so it's time for him to choose a Dao companion. I just don't know who he likes the most. Laughing at the heavens said, if it was me, I would just keep anyone I like by my side. It wouldn't be so troublesome. Ye Chen instantly ridiculed. Why did I hear that you were bullied by a girl when you were young, and she forced you to run all over the place while naked? You were just short of crying for your parents. It was also from that time that you started clamoring about never touching a woman in your entire lifetime? Laughing at the heavens' face stiffened, and then he flared up with rage. I heard that a group of female cousins would hug and kiss you every single day when you were young, and that isn't all. Don't you feel ashamed that you've been fond of rouge since you were young? Ye Chen's face instantly darkened as well, and he gnashed his teeth. That's because I wasn't sensible when I was young. Laughing at the heavens gave tit for tat and refused to give in at all. So what if I ran all over the place while naked when I was young? Xiaohao sat at the side. He wanted to laugh yet didn't dare to, and it was to the point his face twitched. These two fellows were simply born to be enemies, and they would fight each other as soon as they met. Neither was willing to admit defeat to the other, and it was simply too extreme. We're back. Suddenly, Ruo Wu's delighted and pleasantly surprised voice resounded from outside the hall. At this moment, all the cultivators in the city of Dao Protectors noticed that an enormous vortex had suddenly appeared extremely far away in the sky. After that, a dazzling ray of light flashed out from within it, and then it swiftly transformed into a tall and slender figure in a moon-white robe that fluttered with the wind. He seemed otherworldly like a banished immortal. Surprisingly, it was Lin Sun, Xia Ji and Zhao Jingxian who'd been waiting on the city wall had practically simultaneously shot their gazes over. I misspelled a letter in the previous chapter, and it should be Xia Jinyu 233. Everyone, just open WeChat and search for the official account. Grab red packets at 6 p.m. tonight. Lin Sun was back. At this moment, the clamorous and bustling noise in the entire city of Dao Protectors had vanished, and it was deathly silent. Countless eyes looked at the distant sky where Lin Sun stood alone like a banished immortal. This young man had wreaked havoc in the Blood Demon realm and besieged an entire city by himself. He had rebuilt the city of Dao Protectors and wiped out the coalition army of the 7 territories by himself. He had also defeated hundreds of peerless sages by the Black Cliff Sea and defeated 3 peerless figures, including Xueqingyi, to create an opportunity for a group of peerless figures in the ancient Desolation realm to enter the Yuan magnetic secret realm. Over the past 2 years, his deeds had spread throughout the 9 territories battlefield. He was like the sun in the sky, shining like a legend. Now, he had returned from the fairy battlefield alive. It's good that he's back. At this moment, Xiaohao, Ruo Wu, and the other peerless sages were completely relieved. They felt extremely relaxed. At first, they were all worried that Lin Sun would be suppressed by the peerless figures from the 8 territories when he went to the fairy battlefield. He might even be killed. But fortunately, he was back. Safe and sound. However, when Xiaohao and the others were about to go to greet him, they all stopped and their expressions changed. Because it was not their turn to fight yet. Lin Sun felt a sense of relief when he returned and saw that the city of Dao Protector was completely intact. The city of Dao Protectors was still there after 10 days, which meant that the ancient Desolation realm was safe and sound. This was undoubtedly the best news, but soon, Lin Sun's eyes narrowed and his pupils widened little by little. He stared at the beautiful figure on the top of the city of Dao Protectors, almost unable to believe his eyes. Xia Ji, Lin Sun's heart trembled. Before the arrival of the peerless realm, Xia Ji floated away from the star chest sea and went to a dark portal like the eternal night. Then, she disappeared. Since then, Lin Sun had experienced 10 years of fighting in the peerless realm. Then, he returned to the mortal world and traveled all over the territory of the empire. Later, he went to the bloodthirsty battlefield and the mulberry forest. After returning to the ancient Desolation realm, he started his journey to the 9 territories battlefield. Until now, more than 10 years had passed. For more than 10 years, how could Lin not worry about Xia Ji, who had been missing for a long time? However, he did not expect to see the most familiar figure in his memory appear on the tall city wall that he had built with his own hands as soon as he returned from the fairy battlefield. This was undoubtedly a huge surprise, and it was even more delightful than a great victory. In this world, there was nothing more delightful than a reunion after a long separation. However, when Lin Sun was about to step closer, he suddenly found that the atmosphere seemed to be a little strange. Apart from Summer Solstice and Zhao Jingxian, there was no one else on the city wall. That didn't seem right. Given Old Toad, Alu, Xiaohao and Ruo Wu's perceptive abilities, they should have sensed him right away when he returned this time. Why hadn't he appeared yet? Big brother, Miss Xia Ji and Miss Jingxian are waiting for you. Take it easy. Suddenly, Old Toad's voice rang in Lin Sun's ears. Lin Sun couldn't help but inwardly gasp and feel his scalp tingle. Only then did he realize what was wrong with the situation. Back then, Xia Ji had said that if he wanted to marry a wife, he had to get through her first. Has there been a conflict between Xia Ji and Jingxian? Even though Lin Sun was now at the peak of the Saint realm, his heart was as firm as a rock, and he was used to great winds and waves. He still couldn't help but feel a headache at this time. But he didn't show any abnormality on his face. He smiled and walked towards the top of the city wall. At this moment, Old Toad, Alu, Xiaohao, laughing at the heavens, Yechen and others who were hiding in the dark all widened their eyes and felt worried for Lin Sun. Lin Sun, you're back. To everyone's surprise, Zhao Jingxian took the initiative to speak first. Her smile was bright and beautiful, and her red lips and white teeth were shining brilliantly. Her eyebrows were full of undisguised joy. Before Lin Sun could speak, Zhao Jingxian looked at Xianxia and said naturally, "Look, Xianxia is also here. I believe you must be very surprised and pleasantly surprised." Lin Sun nodded subconsciously, and then immediately cursed in his heart. However, after careful observation, he didn't find any trace of displeasure on Zhao Jingxuan's face, so he calmed down a little. At this time, Zhao Jingxian said with a smile, "Now that I see you back, I'm completely relieved. You guys talk. I haven't seen you for many years. I believe you must have a lot to talk about. I'll go back and have a rest first. In the evening, I'll call my friends to hold a dinner for you." As she said, she cast an encouraging look at Lin Sun, and then turned around and left. From beginning to end, he hadn't been sloppy at all. After he was done speaking beautifully, he turned around and left in a carefree and unrestrained manner. Old Toad, Ah Lu, and the others in the dark couldn't help but be amazed by his demeanor and bearing and couldn't help but feel admiration for him. Miss Jingxian's means were amazing. She didn't make a scene, nor did she fight tit for tat. Instead, she took the initiative to take a step back, which helped Lin Sun avoid a dilemma and preserved his dignity. She had a perfect sense of propriety, which was very beautiful. Even Ruo Wu, who was a woman, could not help but sigh in admiration. This Lady Zhao really has a beautiful and exquisite heart. A delicate situation that would have given any man a headache was resolved by her with just a few words. It was just like the spring breeze and rain, moistening everything silently. Lin Sun couldn't wait to give Zhao Jingxian a big hug in his heart. Such a private thing was watched by so many people. Once some disputes were found, it would be easy to make a joke. "You seem to be very happy?" Xiaji suddenly opened her mouth. Her voice was clear, clean, and sounded like the tinkling of nature. Lin Sun was stunned and couldn't help laughing. "How can I not be happy to see you?" As he spoke, he had already come to the top of the city wall. At a glance, he could see that Xiaji was no longer the young girl he had not seen for more than 10 years. She was slender and her waist was like a willow. Standing there, she had an outstanding bearing and was almost as tall as Lin Sun. "But I'm a little unhappy." Xiaji's voice was calm. She turned around and stared at Lin Sun with a pair of eyes as clean and bright as stars. She said seriously, "In addition to her, how many other women have you found over the years?" Lin Sun almost broke out in a cold sweat. He coughed and said, "Xiaji, it's not easy for us to meet again. Can we not talk about this now?" Xiaji nodded and said, "Yes, I never refuse your request. You once promised me that when you want to marry a wife, you must get my consent first." Lin Sun said, "Of course I remember this." Speaking of this, he couldn't help but feel helpless. He subconsciously raised his hand and wanted to rub Xiaji's head, which was a habit he had developed many years ago. But at this moment, he hesitated and his hand stopped in the air. Xiaji reached out and picked up his hand. She naturally put it on her head and said, "It's not that I don't agree to marry a wife for you. I don't care how many you want to marry. But I'm worried that you will gradually become a burden." There was a rare trace of depression in her clear voice. This made Lin Sun feel an inexplicable pain in his heart. He held Xiaji in his arms and took a deep breath. "No, it won't happen." Xiaji's body was slightly stiff, and then became soft and warm. She put her head close to Lin Sun's shoulder and murmured, "Since I woke up, my world was dark until I met you. Lin Sun, you can't leave me." Lin Sun hugged her more tightly. When he was in Feiyun village, Xiaji had murmured this sentence in her sleep. But he didn't realize until today that he had always been the irreplaceable one in Xiaji's heart. That night, a feast was held in the hall where Lin Sun lived. Like an impeccable hostess, Zhao Jingxian arranged every detail of the feast in an orderly manner. The place was filled with distinguished guests, and they toasted each other while laughing and chatting happily, and it drew out a beautiful scene under the night sky. It was also on this night that everything that had happened in the fairy battle realm was told by the big black bird, which caused many people to cheer loudly. One should enjoy life to the fullest. Don't let the wine cup be empty to the moon. In the Battle of Fairies, Lin Sun killed all the top figures of the 8 regions and returned with a great victory, becoming the real number one in the Battle of the Nine Regions. In front of the city of Tao protectors, the army of the 8 regions was defeated and returned in low spirits. The camp of the ancient desolation was safe from danger. The 2 battles had invisibly changed the pattern of the Battle of the Nine Regions. The 8 regions, which had lost all their top forces and suffered heavy casualties, could no longer threaten the camp of the ancient desolation from now on. At the end of the feast, Lin Sun made a decision. From tomorrow on, the camp of the ancient desolation would take the initiative to attack and would not stop until the 8 regions were destroyed. The night was as dark as ink. After the guests left, only Lin Sun, Xianxia, and Zhao Jingxian were left in the huge hall. Old Toad and Alu tactfully left with Little Silver and Little Tian. The big black bird didn't want to leave, saying that it wanted to discuss with Lin Sun about dividing the spoils. But it was directly taken away by Old Toad. No matter how loudly it shouted, it didn't work. This bird is too greedy. Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. At this time, Xianxia had eaten and drunk enough and fell asleep quietly as usual. Of course, she naturally occupied Lin Sun's bed, just like many years ago. Jingxian, you're not angry today, are you? Lin Sun looked at Zhao Jingxian. The two sat side by side on the steps in front of the eaves. The lamp swayed, sprinkling mottled light and shadow. Zhao Jingxian gently nestled her head on Lin Sun's shoulder and looked at the night sky in the distance. She said softly, "Don't worry. How can I be angry with Xianxia? She may be very powerful, but I feel that she has always been incompatible with this world and has a kind of unspeakable loneliness. I'm very happy that you are the only person she cares about. At least, she won't be lonely anymore." In the distance, there was a burst of bustling noise. The practitioners in the city were still gathering and celebrating. In the room, Xianxia slept soundly. Beside him was a beautiful woman who was as gentle as water. Sitting quietly, listening, watching and feeling, a silent smile gradually appeared on Lin Sun's lips. He hadn't been so happy for a long time. The calm and steady feeling of joy filled his heart like a full warm current. Lin Sun would never forget this moment for the rest of his life. The crescent moon shone over the 9 provinces. Some were happy while others were sad. While the camp of the ancient desolation was celebrating Lin Sun's victory, the camp of the 8 regions was gloomy. A few days ago, the defeat of the allied forces of the 8 regions was still vivid in their minds. A few days later, the bloody news of the Battle of the Fairies came back. For a moment, the camp of the 8 regions was restless. Everyone was terrified. Even when the 8 regions joined forces and went all out, they couldn't shake the city of Tao, protector of the ancient desolation. Now, even the leaders of the 8 regions were killed by Lin Sun alone. In the end, only Kuan Xiaoyu, Zhu Yingkong, and Shui Qingyi were lucky enough to survive. This was like a bolt from the blue. That Lin Sun, how could he be so powerful? Countless people were shocked. Lin Sun was simply an invincible demon. His hands were stained with blood, and he was so powerful that it almost made people despair. No. Qi Wushu, the prince of my clan, is so powerful. How could he die in the Battle of the Fairies? Some people couldn't accept the bad news and roared angrily. Qi Wushu, Lai Qian, Shi Pohe, Hua Hongxiao, Jian Qingchen. Each of them was a leader of a region. They were unparalleled and looked down on their peers. They were like suns, shining brightly and shining alone. But now, these peerless figures, who should have continued to shine in the future, had all died in Lin Sun's hands. This was undoubtedly too terrifying. It was enough to make anyone tremble in fear. It's over. The allied forces of the 8 regions attacked with all their strength, but they returned in failure with heavy casualties. Now, even the battle in the Battle of the Fairies has ended with a crushing defeat. Is the pattern of the Battle of the 9 regions really going to change? Many people's faces were deathly pale, and they were in a daze. In the previous 2 battles of the 9 regions, countless sages from the 8 regions had crushed the camp of the ancient desolation easily. How glorious was that? But now, was that glory going to be gone? Damn it. It's all that Lin Sun's fault. That damned bastard. If it weren't for him, how could those 2-legged sheep in the ancient desolation have today's strength? There were even more people who wanted to go crazy with hatred. When the realm of ancient desolation had first opened, they hadn't taken the realm of ancient desolation seriously at all. They had regarded the realm of ancient desolation as a two-legged sheep that they could trample, humiliate, and slaughter at will. As a matter of fact, the ancient desolation realm's camp was really weak at the beginning. They could only run around and hide. It was extremely difficult for them to survive. And all these changes started from Lin Sun. At first, he had been trapped in the blood demon world, but he had single-handedly slaughtered his way through the blood demon world, causing turmoil in the blood demon world. Everyone in the 8 regions remembered his name. Later on, he rebuilt the city of Dao Protectors and annihilated the allied forces of the 7 regions. Only then did the 8 regions start to pay attention to him and raise their guard. Because of this, Xianxia joined forces with a group of top sages to set up an inescapable net on the shore of the Black Cliff Sea to kill Lin Sun. But in the end, Xianxia and the others suffered a crushing defeat. The situation of the 9-region battlefield had also changed since then. Among the top figures of the ancient desolation realm who returned from the Yuan magnetic secret land, a group of real top sages appeared, which turned the situation of the ancient desolation realm around. It was also at this time that the 8 regions became truly vigilant. They all regarded Lin Sun as their #1 enemy, and almost gathered all their forces to kill him. Unfortunately, they had failed again. The battle of the fairy realm had failed, and the all-out attack of the allied forces of the 8 regions had also failed. At this point, Lin Sun had single-handedly thrown the 9-region battlefield into chaos and changed the situation of the 9 regions. And because of this, the 8 regions had also fallen into turmoil, defeated in the hands of an unknown woman. In the absolute Yin realm, Zhu Yingkong sat dejectedly on a chair, his eyes lost. When he heard the news of the allied forces of the 8 regions paying a visit, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Originally, he, Kuan Xiaoyu, and Xianxia had placed their hopes on him, thinking that as long as they could destroy the city of Dao Protectors of the ancient desolation realm, the allied forces of the 8 regions would still be invincible. Who would have thought that the allied forces of the 8 regions would also be defeated? Zhu Yingkong clenched his fists. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and his breathing was heavy. He looked like he was about to go berserk. "Brother!" Zhu Yingxue walked into the hall. "Scram! All of you, scram!" Zhu Yingkong roared. In the past, she was the one he doted on the most, but now, his eyes were like those of a ferocious beast, scaring Zhu Yingxue so much that she almost crawled out of the hall. "It's over, it's really over this time. If I had known this would happen, I would have listened to Xianxia and killed that little bastard at the beginning of his rise. Unfortunately, it's too late." Zhu Yingkong's body trembled with anger. "Gather all the forces in the city. Without my order, no one is allowed to take a step out of the city." In the northern underworld realm, Kuan Xiaoyu's face was ashen and cold to the extreme. He had also learned of the grievous news, and his heart was bleeding. Right now, he could only gather all the forces he had and prepare for the worst. "Fortunately, we have the city of Dao Protectors. This city was built with the blood, sweat, and tears of countless sages. I hope it can protect the northern underworld realm from destruction," Kuan Xiaoyu murmured in his heart with a wooden expression. He had a premonition that darkness would descend for a period of time. Blood demon world. Xianxia was drinking wine with a calm demeanor. He was neither happy nor sad, and no one could tell what he was thinking. However, the atmosphere in the hall was so oppressive that it was suffocating. The big shots standing in the hall were all anxious and fearful. After a long time, Xianxia put down his wine cup and sighed softly. "People don't recognize the cloud-soaring tree, and only when the clouds are high will the Tao be high. It's too late, it's all too late." His voice was bleak and lonely. "Young master," someone wanted to say something, but Xianxia waved his hand and interrupted him. "Listen to me, run as far as you can now. Perhaps, when the 9 regions battlefield comes to an end, you might have a chance to return to the blood demon ancient realm alive. Young master, the 8 regions are not powerless to fight again." Someone gritted his teeth and was unwilling to give up. Xianxia was not annoyed. He picked up his wine cup and carefully sipped it. After a while, he said, "When the nest is destroyed, everyone is in danger. They can't be relied on." At the end of his words, his voice was low, and there was a vague hatred that was suppressed to the extreme. "Even so, we still have the city of Dao Protectors," someone else said. No one was willing to give up and flee like stray dogs. "Haha. Xueqingyi revealed a mocking smile. No matter how strong this city is, can it compare to the city of Dao protectors of the ancient wasteland world that withstood the all-out attack of the 8 regions coalition army? Don't underestimate Lin Sun anymore. Those who underestimate him in the 9 regions battlefield are either dead, or like me, can only feel sorry for themselves. After a pause, he stood up and swept his gaze across the crowd. He waved his hand and said, "If you want to stay, then stay." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked out of the grand hall. His silhouette was bleak and had an indescribable sense of loneliness. "Young master, where are you going?" Someone cried out. "Where else can I go?" "Run." Ha 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 ha. Xueqingyi's figure disappeared outside the hall without looking back. His laughter was filled with indescribable mockery. No one knew whether he was laughing at himself or at others. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. The next morning, the vast universe arc floated in the sky above the city of Dao protectors in the ancient wasteland world. Lin Sun, Xia Ji, Xiaohao, Ruo Wu, Old Toad, Alu, laughing at the heavens, and other peerless sages gathered together. Countless experts of the ancient wasteland stood in the distance, watching from afar. They were here to send off the army. The atmosphere was solemn, and everyone's face was full of expectation. It had been 2 years. The ancient wasteland, which had been suppressed and invaded for a long time, was finally going to launch a counterattack and attack the 8 regions coalition. It was like a miracle. In the past years, it was almost impossible in the previous 2 battles of the 9 regions. But today, the impossible had finally happened. The shame of the sages would be washed away today. Xiaohao and the others were excited and their blood was boiling. It had not been easy. The blood and hatred of countless ancestors finally had a chance to be repaid with blood. It was time to wash away the shame that the ancient wasteland had suffered in the past. Lin Sun's black eyes were like lightning as he glanced at the crowd and gently spat out 2 words. "Let's go. Let's go. We will eat the flesh of our enemies and drink the blood of the 8 regions." Boom, the vast universe arc let out a roar. Under the gaze of countless people, it carried Lin Sun and the others through the clouds. "Victory!" Someone roared, and his voice shook the sky. "Victory! Victory!" In the huge city of Dao protectors, men and women, regardless of their cultivation, they all shouted at this moment with excitement and longing. The world was filled with thunderous shouts. Zhao Jingxian stood on the city wall and looked at the vast universe arc that was gradually disappearing in the horizon. She murmured in her heart, "There are many heroes in the ancient wasteland. Since ancient times, why should we be afraid of war? The blood of a man should be brave and heroic. His heart should be like iron. Let's try to mend the sky and crack it." Absolute in territory. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the vast universe arc rushed into the territory controlled by the ancient In territory unimpeded. On the treasured ship, Lin Sun closed his eyes and rested. He was as quiet as a stone statue. Xia Ji sat on one side, and the table was filled with all kinds of delicious food. She was eating one bite at a time with a tranquil look on her face. The speed of the vast universe arc was extremely fast. It moved forward in a straight line, and it actually didn't encounter any obstructions along the way. It wasn't long before a city appeared on the horizon in the distance. The city was huge and majestic, and it was completely suffused with the color of blood. It seemed extremely dazzling. This was the ancient In territory's city of Dao protectors. It was grand in scale, and its walls were tall and wide. Every single brick was poured with dark red blood and paved with ghastly white bones. It was the blood and bones of countless ancestors in the ancient Desolation territory. At this moment, Zhu Yingkong's expression was livid as he stood on the towering city of Dao protectors. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. He hadn't expected that Lin Sun would really come. Moreover, Lin Sun's first target was the ancient In territory. "Young master, that demon Lin is here." The expressions of many nearby changed drastically, and they felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. "Why are you panicking? We'll be invincible as long as we defend this city." Zhu Yingkong took a deep breath, and a wisp of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes. He said in a low voice, "Give the order to activate the city barrier formation. Goldfish will be visiting her relatives tomorrow. I've already used up all the drafts. Please forgive me if the updates in the next few days aren't stable. Buzz, following Zhu Yingkong's order, the enormous city of Dao protectors seemed to have come to life as a rain of Dao runes soared into the sky. The clouds exploded, and all directions trembled. A boundlessly terrifying Saint Dao restriction energy spread out from the city of Dao protectors. 36 divine moons soared into the sky and hung high in the sky. Each divine moon was perfect and transparent. Black and white intertwined, yin and yang complementing each other. This part of the world was filled with a wondrous aura of eternal night and day alternating with each other. Countless experts from the ancient Yin territory heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. This formation was called the Yin-Yang Divine Baleful Moon Formation. It had experienced 2 battles between the 9 regions, and it had enveloped the surroundings of the city of Dao protectors. It had stood towering for countless years until now. Moreover, it had been enhanced by a few tens of Dao marking grandmasters from the Serpent Dragon clan, and that was why it possessed its current might. Its strength and terror had long been engraved into the hearts of every expert in the ancient region of Extreme Yin. At this moment, Zhu Yingkong's expression also relaxed a lot. As the leader of the ancient Yin Extreme region and a descendant of the Illumination Dragon bloodline, he was well aware of the power of the restrictive formation in the city. It was not an exaggeration to say that as long as one hid in the city, even if a group of peerless sages attacked with all their might, they would not be able to shake the city at all. In the distance, the vast universe arc stopped in the void. Lin Sun and the others emerged from it, and they immediately saw this scene. Looks like they already knew that we would launch a counterattack, so they gathered all their forces in the city. Xiaohao's eyes were deep as he spoke in a low voice. This time, they were all peak saints, and there were only about 30 of them. It seemed like they were few in number, but in the 9 regions battlefield, they were all tyrannical figures. Especially Lin Sun and Xia Ji, they were almost invincible. If that's the case, we can destroy this city and kill them all. Old Toad's killing intent soared. The most important thing now is to break the formation. Ruo Wu and the others all looked at Lin Sun, who was the leader. Leave the matter of breaking the formation to me. Everyone, please be patient. Lin Sun said casually. He was observing the great city barrier formation that enveloped the sky above the city and making deductions. Lin Sun, do you really think you can ignore everyone just because you have won a few rounds? On top of the city wall, candles lit up the sky. The sound was like thunder, coming from afar. His expression was cold and frightening. I'm not afraid to tell you that this formation was set up by the predecessors of the Illumination Dragon lineage. You guys are destined to be unable to shake this formation at all. Until now, Zhu Yingkong still couldn't figure out why Lin Sun would go to the ancient Yin territories camp first. Did Lin Sun think that Zhu Yingkong was a pushover? Speaking of which, I still have to thank Brother Zhu. If it wasn't for you setting up the 1,000 Ghost Great Formation in the fairy battlefield, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to wipe out those fellows in one go. Lin Sun said absent-mindedly. He was trying to deduce the mysteries of this formation. Thank me? Zhu Yingkong was so enraged that he started laughing. His face turned ashen. Fine, I'll take your head as a token of my gratitude. How about it? It's not good to force someone against their will. Lin Sun said, however, I can spare your life this time. On the one hand, I want to express my gratitude, and on the other hand, I want to know something from you. Zhu Yingkong was startled. She suppressed the resentment and hatred in her heart and asked, what is it? Have you heard of Quasi-Emperor Ba Qi? Lin Sun asked. Zhu Yingkong's eyes narrowed. He seemed to have realized something and suddenly said, did you kill that man named Yun Qingbai? Lin Sun didn't deny it. At this time, Zhu Yingkong completely understood and said, no wonder. If Yun Qingbai didn't die, your ancient desolation realm would have been destroyed long ago. How could there be so many twists and turns? Xiaohao, Ruo Wu, and the others couldn't help but be surprised and confused. Since when did the people of the ancient Yin realm know Yun Qingbai's name? Yun Qingbai was a chess piece manipulated by others. His fate was beyond his control. The person who controlled him was a quasi-emperor called Ba Qi from the ancient Yin realm. Lin Sun explained to them. Only then did everyone understand. Thinking that Yun Qingbai was such a tragic figure, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Back in the day, the most dazzling figure in the entire ancient desolation realm was Yun Qingbai. His swordsmanship was unparalleled, and he was so brilliant that he led the world. Even as an opponent, they had to admit that Yun Qingbai was powerful and outstanding. Who would have thought that his life was so tragic, and the culprit of all this was from the ancient Ying realm? It seems that not only do you know Ba Qi, but you also seem to know what he did in the ancient Desolation realm. That's easy. After saying this, Lin Sun didn't say anything more. He began to deduce with all his heart and soul. A Saint Path Forbidden formation that covered the entire city naturally couldn't be broken so easily. However, Lin Sun didn't intend to break the formation. As long as he could rush into the formation, avoid the killing tribulation, and finally step into the city, it would be enough, but to his surprise, after half an hour, he still couldn't deduce a safe path. Lin Sun couldn't help but frown. Lin Sun, don't you know where to start? Ha ha ha, I'm afraid you're going to go back in disgrace this time. On the distant city wall, Zhu Yingkong laughed without fear. Beside him, the big shots of the ancient Ying realm who were originally nervous all let out a long sigh of relief and showed a relaxed expression. This kid surnamed Lin didn't seem to be as terrible as the rumors said. Get out of here. Don't make a fool of yourself. Someone even cried out. Old Toad and Alu couldn't help but look gloomy. These outland bastards were so arrogant when they got what they wanted. Don't worry, everyone. We will break the city today. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. However, when he was about to continue to deduce, Xianxia suddenly said, the formation is in front of us. Why bother? I'm underestimated by this girl again, Lin Sun smiled bitterly. From the beginning to the present, as long as he was accompanied by Xianxia, it seemed that he could never avoid being underestimated by her. Of course, this wasn't intentional. It was purely Xianxia's nature. Let me do it. Xianxia was obviously a little impatient. She suddenly stepped into the air. And her slender figure was bathed in the light of the eternal night, like a god coming from the darkness. Be careful. Lin Sun's heart tightened. When he was about to dissuade her, Old Toad spoke first. Elder brother, a few days ago, Xianxia easily broke the 9-level Saint Path Forbidden formation alone. Why not let her have a try? The others nodded. Lin Sun was stunned. He never expected that Xianxia's image in everyone's mind had reached such a high level. Suddenly, a curtain of night emerged in the clear sky, spreading like ink and covering the city of Tao in the distance. Xianxia strode through the sky with a pace that was neither fast nor slow, and she moved forward in a straight line. A bone spear had suddenly appeared in her right hand, and it was coiled with chilly starlight. The eternal night and the starlight set off Xianxia's mysteriousness. There was a kind of cold and deep aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Is it that mysterious woman? Zhu Yingkong's eyes narrowed, and his heart was filled with an indescribable chill. It's her, it's her. The faces of the other big shots nearby had already changed, and many of them turned pale. A few days ago, when the allied forces of the 8 regions attacked the ancient Desolation, they also participated in the battle and witnessed the horror of Xianxia with their own eyes. No wonder her aura is so strange and frightening. Zhu Yingkong took a deep breath and said, don't worry. With the Yin and Yang Earth Fiend formation, she is bound to break her head and bleed. Suddenly, Xianxia flashed in the distance, and she charged over explosively like a wisp of dark lightning. She was unbelievably swift. At the same time, she suddenly raised the white bone spear in her hand. It was like a god had raised a divine weapon that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The eternal night in the heavens and the earth rumbled deafeningly as it surged into the white bone spear. After that, a fierce slash, everyone felt the scene before their eyes change abruptly. The heavens and the earth were completely covered in darkness. It was like the eternal night had enveloped the world, and it revealed a strange feeling of deathly silence. It was boundlessly vast and empty. In this boundless darkness, an illusory figure silently appeared in the darkness. His figure was mighty and boundless, like a divine king in the eternal night. The city of Tao protectors before him only reached his knees, and it seemed extremely short. Bang! The figure in the darkness suddenly smashed his fist forward. In the sky above the city of Tao protectors, the 36 divine moons suddenly glowed, and they emanated blazing and gorgeous divine radiance as they resisted the attack. Rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth resounded, and the earth quaked. Dazzling light swept through the darkness and emanated terrifying fluctuations that seemed capable of destroying the world. At this instant, the bodies of Zhu Yingkong and the other experts from the ancient Yin territory trembled, and they felt the city of Tao protectors shake violently. After that, the darkness shattered and dispersed, and everyone's field of vision returned to normal. When they looked at the city of Tao protectors in the distance, besides shaking a little, it wasn't damaged at all. Even the grand formation that enveloped the city remained intact. Only the 36 divine moons grew even more dazzling, and they revolved in a profound trajectory in the sky. What a powerful grand formation! The expressions of Xiaohao, Old Toad, and the others changed slightly. How terrifying was Xiaoji's attack just now, but it was still blocked in the end. On the other hand, Zhu Yingkong and the others glanced at each other, and they were completely relieved and excited. They really did block it. Wait, where's that mysterious woman? Suddenly, Zhu Yingkong noticed that something was off. Xiaoji's figure couldn't be found in the heavens and the earth, and even her aura couldn't be found. Meanwhile, Xiaohao and the others noticed something unusual as well. Right, where did Xiaoji go? Over there. Lin Sun suddenly smiled, and he pointed into the distance. She's already entered the city. Everyone raised their heads and looked over, and they instantly revealed expressions of disbelief. On the city wall not far away from Zhu Yingkong and the others, there was originally nothing there, but it didn't take long for a figure to gradually walk out from the void. Surprisingly, it was Xiaoji. She had a slender figure, and she held a bone spear in her hand. She seemed extremely mysterious. The city wall was covered in a terrifying Saint Dao restriction formation, but it didn't react at all as if it hadn't noticed Xiaoji's existence at all. At the same time, Zhu Yingkong's expression changed drastically, and his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. He cried out involuntarily as if he'd seen a ghost. How is this possible? The city hadn't been breached and the formation hadn't been damaged, but the enemy had appeared out of thin air above the city wall like a ghost. The unbelievable scene made Zhu Yingkong and the others' hair stand on end. Even Xiaohao, Old Toad, and the others were dumbfounded. Was that even possible? Xiaoji, how did she do it? Only Lin Sun could tell that Xiaoji's previous attack was absolutely terrifying. It had shaken the entire city defense formation. However, it was all a pretense. Xiaoji's real goal wasn't to fight the formation head-on, but to take advantage of the situation to enter. However, even Lin Sun couldn't tell what kind of mysterious technique Xiaoji had used to appear so stealthily. Not only has my cultivation made successive breakthroughs over the years, but something unimaginable must have happened to Xiaoji as well. That's why her combat strength has become completely different from before. Lin Sun fell into deep thought. Even with his current insight, he couldn't see through Xiaoji's combat strength. That in itself was incredible. Whoosh! To everyone's surprise, Xiaoji didn't pay any attention to Zhu Yingkong and the others after she appeared at the top of the city wall. Her figure flashed and she flew into the city. The bigwigs on the city wall couldn't help but be startled. Shit, she's going to destroy the foundation of the formation. Zhu Yingkong's expression changed abruptly, and he roared, "Quick, stop her!" All of a sudden, everyone panicked and attacked without hesitation. If the foundation of the formation was destroyed, how could the city of Dao protectors defend itself? Quick, surround that woman. Kill. Don't let her get close to the foundation of the formation no matter what. Deafening roars resounded in the sky above the city of Dao protectors. The countless experts of the ancient Yin territory in the city were in an uproar. But to everyone's despair, all attempts to stop her were futile. Xiaoji's figure was like a dark flowing light. Not only was she extremely fast, but she also killed all the experts who got close to her in her path. No matter how high their cultivation was or how many of them there were, they couldn't stop her. If one looked down from the sky, they would be able to clearly see a bloody path swiftly extending through the city. Bathed in the darkness of the eternal night, Xiaoji was like a sharp knife that left a trail of blood along the way. Blood-curdling screams, furious roars, and terrified shouts began to resound throughout the city, stirring up the winds and clouds. Those experts who had gone to the ancient desolation world to attack the city of Dao protectors a few days ago felt extremely familiar with those bloody scenes, and they felt extremely terrified as well. A few days ago, it was precisely this mysterious woman who had come alone. She had broken through the 9 divine Tao formations and slaughtered the cultivators of the 8 regions. In her hands, peerless saints were like weeds, and they were easily eliminated. She was like the legendary invincible existence. Now, she had appeared once again. This time, she was in the city of Tao Protectors where the ancient Yin territories camp was located. The slaughter began, at the top of the city wall, when Zhu Yingkong saw the chaotic, bloody, and tragic scenes that were unfolding in the city. Her entire body stiffened, and she felt as if she had fallen into an icy pit. Before, he had learned that Xianxia was a mysterious figure with incomparably powerful combat power, even more terrible than Lin Sun. That being said, Zhu Yingkong was not afraid of her at all due to the sacred barrier protecting the city. However, he had never thought that this woman would be even more terrifying than he had imagined her to be. The Grand Formation was like an empty shell to her. The vast city of Tao Protectors was like an uninhabited land to her. How is this possible? How is this possible? Zhu Yingkong's eyes were dazed. The flames of war raged in the city, and the casualties were rising rapidly. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that without the Grand Formation to rely on, he actually could not muster the courage to fight against that mysterious woman, outside the city. Waves of shrill screams rang out incessantly from the city, and even Lin Sun could not help but be moved. Even he had not expected that Xianxia alone would possess the ability to break through the formation. When he looked at Old Toad, Alu, Xiaohao, and the others, they also had looks of amazement on their faces as if they were looking at a god. She's invincible in this realm. Lin Sun finally came to a conclusion. Moreover, Xianxia must have grasped an incredible and mysterious technique to be able to ignore the defensive power of the Grand Formation. Everyone, get ready. Once Miss Xianxia breaks the city's Grand Formation, we'll kill our way in and slaughter the entire city. Old Toad shouted, and his killing intent surged. The others were seething with killing intent as well. The 9-realm battlefield was filled with the blood, tears, shame, and hatred of countless ancestors of the ancient Desolation realm. Just look at the lofty and grand city of Tao Protector in the distance. How many ancestors' blood and bones were poured on it? Such humiliation and blood enmity should naturally be avenged. Bang! It wasn't long before the grand formation that covered the city of Tao Protector suddenly fluctuated violently, and the 36 divine moons that hung in the sky started to tremble and sway at this moment. Young master, that woman is too terrifying. We can't stop her at all. Anyone who gets close to her is dead. Young master, what should we do? That woman is destroying the foundation of the Grand Formation. Once the formation is gone, won't we be completely finished? Young master, chaotic voices resounded in Zhu Yingkong's ears like the buzzing of a myriad of annoying flies. It caused Zhu Yingkong's mind to be in disorder, and an indescribable rage arose in his heart. Enough! He suddenly raised his head and roared. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked ferocious and terrifying. Everyone shuddered and kept quiet out of fear. Zhu Yingkong took a few deep breaths and barely managed to suppress the anxiety and uneasiness in his heart. However, he didn't know what to say at this moment, and there was an indescribable frustration on his gloomy face. He was the leader of the ancient Yin territories camp, the Illumination Dragon Bloodline's imperial prince, and the 9 regions battlefield was supposed to be the stage for him to display his brilliance and make a name for himself. But now, he suddenly realized that the 9 regions battlefield was like a graveyard that was about to bury everything he had. A sense of frustration that he had never felt before surged into Zhu Yingkong's heart like a tide. He stood on the city wall and looked around with a blank mind. The 7 regions alliance army couldn't do it. The 8 regions alliance army couldn't do it. Even the top figures of the 8 regions alliance couldn't do it. Was the 9 regions battle really going to be reversed, and the ancient Desolation territories camp would win? When he thought of this, Lin Sun's figure suddenly appeared in Zhu Yingkong's mind. At the same time, his gaze fell on Lin Sun, who was in the distance. In an instant, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and his expression was ferocious. All the accumulated anger, uneasiness, and frustration in his heart erupted at this moment. Lin Sun, it's all your fault. It's all your fault, you bastard. He roared. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and his voice was so loud that it shook the mountains and rivers. It was filled with deep-rooted hatred and anger, causing the wind and clouds to tremble. Lin Sun's expression didn't change, and he said casually, "Look, this is the leader of a territory. When he loses his support and is in a desperate situation, he's no different from a shrew cursing on the street." Old Toad and the others couldn't help but laugh. Zhu Kong obviously couldn't bear the blow and was going crazy. Boom! Suddenly, the city shook violently, and the formation swayed. The fluctuations produced by the formation decreased sharply at an alarming rate, like a punctured balloon that was leaking air. "Brother, make a decision quickly," Xianxia said anxiously. "A decision?" Zhu Kong's body shook violently. He turned his head and saw that the city was filled with rivers of blood and smoke was everywhere. "Young lord, this city can't hold on any longer," a great figure said sorrowfully. The city of Dao protectors had survived 2 battles among the 9 territories, and it had stood tall for countless years. But now, it was about to be destroyed in their hands. This made their hearts bleed, and they were devastated. "Forget it. Give the order to retreat. Let's try to escape as many as we can." Zhu Kong waved his hand dejectedly as if he had lost all his strength. "Brother, what about you?" Xianxia was shocked. She felt that something was wrong. "This city is about to fall. How can I live on like this? If nothing unexpected happens, I, Zhu Kong, will become a sinner of the ancient territory for all eternity." Zhu Kong's expression was gloomy. "Even if I go back, I will be condemned by the whole world. I can bear such infamy, but our candle dragon bloodline can't." At this point, he patted Xianxia's shoulder with a gentle expression and said, "Sister, leave with them. I will bear the shame of this battle." "No, I want to go with you." Xianxia's eyes were red, and she sounded like she was about to cry. "Go." Zhu Kong waved his hand, and a peerless saint immediately stepped forward and took Xianxia away. She couldn't struggle no matter how hard she tried. "Xianxia, don't think about taking revenge for me in the future. That Lin Sun isn't someone you can go against. Don't do anything stupid," Zhu Kong warned with a calm expression. He watched his sister and the others leave before he withdrew his gaze, and his expression was filled with resolution. Bang! Right at this moment, along with an earth-shattering rumble, the 36 divine moons that hung in the sky exploded into pieces one by one, and they transformed into a multicolored rain of light that rained down. The formation was destroyed. The enormous city of Dao protectors was completely exposed to the heavens and the earth. Zhu Kong stood alone at the top of the city. His clothes and long hair fluttered in the wind, and his expression was calm. He seemed as if he hadn't noticed the destruction of the grand formation at all. Behind him, all the experts from the ancient territories camp fled in all directions like stray dogs. Every single one of them had panic on their faces, and the scene was extremely chaotic. None of them had expected that the city guarding formation would be destroyed so quickly, and it made every single one of them feel despair. For the sake of survival, they had no choice but to flee. Right in this extremely chaotic situation, Lin Sun's group appeared out of thin air. Every single one of them didn't conceal their killing intent at all. "Leave Zhu Kong to me. I'll leave the rest of the matters in the city to you." Lin Sun's black eyes were dark and cold as he gave the order. "Let's go." Without any hesitation, Old Toad, Alu, Xiaohao, Ruo Wu, laughing at the heavens, and the others split up and charged towards the city that belonged to the ancient territory. As for Lin Sun, he swiftly arrived at the top of the city, and his gaze locked onto Zhu Kong as he said, "It seems like you're going to fight to the death? Or perhaps, you're going to put your life on the line and take me down with you?" Zhu Kong's expression was stiff as he said, "Didn't you want to learn about Bachi from me? I also want to fight you. If I lose, I'll tell you." Lin Sun stared at Zhu Kong for a moment, then nodded and agreed, "Okay." Zhu Kong stepped into the air and stood in the void. At this moment, he seemed to have become another person. His eyes were cold like lightning, and his aura was roaring. The decadence all over his body was swept away as if he had completely let go of everything in his heart. A strange light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes. He noticed that Zhu Kong's state of mind had undergone a metamorphosis, making him completely different. This was a peerless figure. If it were any other ordinary powerhouse, they would have already collapsed and couldn't hold on after experiencing setbacks and setbacks. But Zhu Yingkong was able to temper his state of mind further under the heavy setbacks. This was undoubtedly not simple. Before, I was invincible among the younger generation of the ancient Ying realm. No one in the same generation could enter my eyes. Even after entering the 9 regions battlefield, only Kuan Xiaoyu and Jian Qingchen were worthy of my attention, Zhu Yingkong said calmly. Now, I completely understand that the real opponent is never others, but myself. Break the illusion of the heart and examine the heart. Fame is nothing to me. His voice was neither happy nor sad. Lin Sun floated above the void and said, I can only say that it's too late for you to understand. In the city in the distance, the sounds of fighting shook the sky. Scenes of bloody slaughter were playing out one after another. Under the joint attack of Xiao Hao and Old Toad, the powerhouses of the ancient Ying realm were almost unable to stop them. They were all frightened and fled in all directions. But all of this could no longer arouse Zhu Yingkong's emotions. He looked straight at Lin Sun and said, It's not too late. I can die without regrets if I learn the truth in the morning. After saying that, he spread out his body and fluttered his sleeves. With a clang, a black and white Taoist sword appeared in front of him. In an instant, his aura was extremely sharp. Go! The sound of the sword was like a tide, resounding through the 9 heavens. When the Taoist sword swept out, the everlasting night and the everlasting day alternated between heaven and earth, evolving into 2 kinds of sword qi, yin and yang, whistling out. The sword was divided into 2 forms, and black and white became mysterious. The power of the sword was great enough to split the mountains and rivers, and divide the clear and turbid boundaries. Lin Sun's figure didn't move at all. He flicked his finger. A beam of Taishan sword qi shot out, and with a bang, it split apart the black and white that filled the sky and sent the Wei sword flying. Zhu Yingkong's body swayed slightly. He took a deep breath and his body shone. Behind him, the phantom of a shining dragon appeared. Its eyes were as large as a lake, and they shone upon the myriad of worlds in the universe. Huh! Zhu Yingkong stepped forward, clasped his hands together, formed a sword seal, and fiercely stabbed forward. Boom! The Dao sword that had been blasted back rumbled, and it fused with the power of the shining dragon and shot out explosively. It was a simple sword, but it had an unstoppable edge. A strange light flashed in Lin Sun's eyes. He could tell that Zhu Yingkong had also stepped into the threshold of seeking his own cultivation method. This sword strike was amazing. Unfortunately, it was still not enough for him. Rise! Swoosh! The Taishan sword qi that filled the sky surged out and crisscrossed with each other, forming a formidable and grand sword formation. After that, a world-shaking collision resounded. The clouds in the sky collapsed, space fell into disorder, and the lofty and towering city walls below rumbled and collapsed. Puff! Zhu Yingkong's body trembled violently, and he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of scarlet blood. His eyes flickered, and a terrifying light burst out. He noticed that Lin Sun's strength had grown a lot stronger than when he was in the battle of flying immortals. You can't do it. Tell me the clues about Ba Qi, and I can give you a dignified death. Lin Sun put his hands behind his back. His figure was out of this world, and his sleeves were fluttering in the wind. He looked like a banished immortal with peerless elegance. Again! Zhu Yingkong suddenly shouted, and his long hair flew up. His eyes were deep and bright, and his body was glowing. The nearby void cracked and collapsed under the pressure of his aura. This time, he charged at Lin Sun with a Dao sword, like a burning light. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed. This guy was fighting with his life, he and his sword became one, and he put all his strength into this strike. The destructive aura made the world dim. Lin Sun didn't even think about it. He formed a sword with his fingers and stabbed straight out. Swish! A streak of sword qi swept out with an unparalleled momentum. It was a one-way trip. When the 2 streaks of sword qi collided, the world was suddenly crushed like a canvas. The unparalleled turbulence of sword qi swept across all directions. Wherever it passed, the earth cracked and the mountains collapsed. Half of the enormous city of Dao protectors had been forcefully destroyed. Puff! In the void, Zhu Yingkong was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Blood spurted from his mouth and nose, and there was a bloody hole in his chest. Lin Sun's figure just swayed a little, and his clothes fluttered. Zhu Yingkong steadied himself and coughed violently. With a complicated expression, he sighed, "How lucky the ancient desolation realm is to have you, Lin Sun. How sad the people of the 8 regions are." His hair was disheveled, his body was soaked in blood, and his face was pale and transparent. But his back was as straight as a spear. Lin Sun's eyes were cold. There was no joy, no sorrow, and no pity in them. The reason why he agreed to have a fair fight with Zhu Yingkong was not out of approval or appreciation, but to get the clues about Ba Qi. As for Zhu Yingkong, he might be a peerless figure, but he was not worthy of Lin Sun's attention and respect. Those who were not of the same race must have a different heart. This saying was absolutely true in the Battle of the 9 Regions. A long time ago, I heard from the seniors in my clan that the ancient Desolation Realm was the first overlord of the 9 regions. It was like a dominator, and the other 8 regions could only bow their heads and look up to it. Zhu Yingkong's eyes were in a trance, and he said softly, "Before this, I never believed it at all. Because, the ancient Desolation Realm is really too weak. It's like an ant under your feet. Would you care about its existence?" Speaking of this, he looked at Lin Sun again. "Even now, the ancient Desolation Realm is still too weak. Without you, the ancient Desolation Realm would definitely lose this time." His words were calm, and he was not venting his anger. He was just stating a fact. Yes, even if the ancient Desolation Realm won a great victory this time, in Zhu Yingkong's eyes, the ancient Desolation Realm was still far inferior to the other 8 regions. Lin Sun looked calm. "I just want to know the clues about Ba Qi." The corner of Zhu Yingkong's mouth twitched, and he showed a touch of self-mockery. "That's right, the winner takes all. Since we lost, we should admit it." Ba Qi, one of the founding elders of the Divine Sunlight Ancient sect in the ancient Ying territory, fought on the border battlefield all year round, and his cultivation was in the realm of Quasi-Emperor. This was Zhu Yingkong's answer. At the end of his words, a strange light flashed in Zhu Yingkong's eyes. "With your foundation, you can easily kill Ba Qi when you step into the realm of Quasi-Emperor in the future. But I'm worried that you can't bear the anger of the Divine Sunlight Ancient sect." "Oh?" Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Zhu Yingkong smiled. "I know you won't believe me, but you'll understand how terrifying the Divine Sunlight Ancient sect is in the future." Then, he looked up at the sky with a sad expression. After a long time, he looked at Lin Sun again, and his expression was emotionless. "It's not bad to be killed by you, Lin Sun." His voice became lower and lower, and in the end, there was no more sound. He stood upright in the void, his spine still straight, but the aura around him had been completely extinguished. Lin Sun looked at this scene, thought for a moment, and then waved his sleeve. Boom, an unfathomably deep pit cracked open on the ground. "As an enemy, you still have the strength of character. I said that I would give you a dignified death. Today, I will bury you here." As Lin Sun spoke, an invisible force spread out, carrying Zhu Yingkong's body into the pit. Then, he buried the pit, and built a simple grave in front of him, inscribed "Tomb of Zhu Yingkong." "Big brother, why do you still build a grave for your enemy?" Old Toad had returned at some point, looking puzzled. "This is the difference between us and the 8 regions," Lin Sun said casually. Lin Sun said casually, "And I promised him that I would give him a dignified death." He looked up into the distance. In the city of Dao Protectors, the battle was coming to an end. The city was full of signs of destruction, like a blood-soaked ruin. Before long, Ah Lu, Xiaohao, Ruo Wu and others returned one after another, each of them in high spirits and with a hearty look. The battle was over. In such a large city, except for some people who rushed to escape, the rest were all slaughtered. "Awesome! Awesome! That's what a man should do on the battlefield!" Ah Lu shouted. "The immortal cause is to kill. After this battle, the camp of Absolute in ancient region has been uprooted by us, and there is no possibility for it to rise again." Xiaohao said with a smile, and a sense of exaltation appeared on his face. While everyone was talking, they saw Lin Sun rise into the air and sit cross-legged in the sky. He looked solemn, and his body was bursting with infinite light. It was just like a Buddha coming to the world. Waves of grand Zen chanting with compassion gushed out of Lin Sun's mouth, and then resounded between heaven and earth. Pure lotus flowers condensed in the void and then slowly fell down. Every single lotus flower was crystalline like glass, and they were formed from pure Buddhist energy. They were like lamps of guidance that guided the souls of the departed back home. This was the method recorded in the great scripture of solitude, and it had the magic of delivering the dead from suffering. What is Brother Lin doing? Someone was puzzled. Big Brother said a long time ago that when we destroy the enemy's city, we should bring back the remains of our ancestors and bury them in peace. Old Toad took a deep breath, with a touch of respect on his face. Everyone's emotions were stirred up. Looking at the solemn figure sitting high in the clouds, they were all moved. For a time, the world was silent, and only the grand chanting of Buddha resounded. Countless pure lotus flowers like glass were floating in and out of the ruined city. On this day, Lin Sun led a group of strong people from the ancient Desolation realm to destroy the city of Tao protectors in the Absolute Yin realm, slaughtered tens of thousands of enemies, and defeated the camp of the Absolute Yin realm. After leaving the Absolute Yin realm, Lin Sun and his people did not return to the camp of the ancient Desolation realm, but directly went to the Blood Demon realm, which was adjacent to the Absolute Yin realm. That was the camp of the Blood Demon Ancient Region, Blood Demon World. For Lin Sun, it was like visiting an old place. When the 9 regions battlefield opened, he was moved to this place. It was also the underground palace in the depths of the God-refining forest, where Lin Sun became a saint. However, this time, not only did they not encounter any obstacles, they didn't even see the shadow of the enemy. When they arrived at the city of Tao protectors belonging to the Blood Demon Ancient Region, Lin Sun and the others were stunned. No one, the huge city was empty and cold. There wasn't even a fly, let alone a person. Damn, Xianxia left too decisively, didn't he? Alu was dumbfounded. He's the leader of a region. He actually ran away without fighting? Old Toad was stunned. Everyone was surprised and caught off guard. Only Lin Sun understood Xianxia. He knew how cautious he was, but he was also witty and resourceful. Only he would flee so decisively and without the slightest hesitation. He didn't care about his strength of character or dignity at all, and he deeply understood the path of being able to submit or stand tall. When he fled, he took the experts of the entire camp with him. His means are really amazing. Xiaohao sighed. Should we chase after him? Ruawu looked at Lin Sun. Forget it. It won't be too late to search for the enemy after we conquer the other territories one by one. Lin Sun thought for a while and finally gave up. The Blood Demon world was huge. If the enemy wanted to hide, it would take a lot of time and energy to find them. Not long after, Lin Sun used the same method to destroy the city of Tao protectors in the Blood Demon world and retrieve the remains of the ancestors of the ancient Desolation realm. On the same day, they left the Blood Demon world and embarked on a journey to the Skyfire world. Skyfire world. Everyone was in a state of panic. The 8 regions coalition army was defeated, and Lai Qian died in the fairy battlefield. Everything was like a storm, dealing a heavy blow to the Skyfire ancient region. The dragons were leaderless, and their vitality was greatly damaged. The enormous camp had long since fallen into chaos. When Lin Sun and the others arrived, the experts of the Skyfire ancient region tried to block them with the city defense formation. Who would have thought that Summer Solstice would appear and charge into the city, repeating what had happened in the ancient Yin Realms camp not long ago? Soon, the Great Array was broken, and the experts of the Heavenly Fire ancient region in the city were in chaos. After less than 30 minutes of fighting, the city was also trampled by Lin Sun and his team, and countless enemies were slaughtered on the spot. Fresh blood and corpses were strewn all over the ground. In the end, only a small portion of the Skyfire ancient region's experts were lucky enough to escape, but it was difficult for them to do anything. Big Brother, where are we going next? Alu looked at Lin Sun longingly. Continue to kill. Let's attack in one go and catch them off guard. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. He was very clearly aware that once the news of the ancient Yin territory, ancient Blood Devil territory, and ancient Skyfire territory being breached successively spread out, the other camps would definitely become extremely vigilant, and they would either take full precautions or flee. No matter what the situation was, it would hinder their actions. Therefore, if he could kill his way over before the news spread, then he would undoubtedly be able to achieve the best effect of catching them off guard. Where are we going? Everyone was excited. Even though they had been to 3 camps, they didn't feel tired at all. Moreover, on the way, they could rest in the vast universe arc, which was enough to adjust their physical strength at all times. Dongsang territory. Lin Sun spat out 3 words. In the northernmost realm. Fuyaoxi, in the city of Dao protectors. Kuan Xiaoyu was cultivating, and his cultivation was about to break through. If he could take the opportunity to enter the late stage of true sage realm before the danger came, he was absolutely confident that he could confront Lin Sun. Young master, bad news just came that the camp of the ancient Yin territory was breached, and the city was reduced to ruins. Even Zhu Yingkong was killed by Lin Sun. An old servant panicked and rushed into the hall where Kuan Xiaoyu was cultivating in seclusion. Swish, Kuan Xiaoyu suddenly opened his eyes, and his face changed slightly. When did this happen? It is speculated that it was 4 hours ago. The old servant said in a trembling voice. Just yesterday, the battle of the fairies had just ended. Today, the camp of the ancient Yin territory was breached by a group of experts led by Lin Sun, and even Zhu Yingkong was killed. This was too terrifying. It should be known that Jian Qingchen, Qi Wushu, Lai Qian, Shi Pohe, and Hua Hongxiao had died long ago. In the 9 regions battlefield, only Xueqingyi, Zhu Yingkong, and Kuan Xiaoyu were still alive. Compared to the other camps that had lost their leaders, the camp of the ancient Yin territory, where Zhu Yingkong was obviously stronger. But it just so happened that the camp of the ancient Yin territory was the first to be destroyed. Is Lin Sun impatient? Kuan Xiaoyu's face darkened. After returning from the battle of the fairies yesterday, he sensed that something was wrong with the situation. He speculated that Lin Sun would definitely take action and take the initiative to attack. Therefore, he did not hesitate to gather all the forces of the northern underworld ancient territory and be on full alert. But he did not expect that Lin Sun would attack just 1 day later. Zhu Yingkong is the imperial prince of the Candle Dragon bloodline. He is most proficient in the Tao of spiritual tattoos. With the power of the formation of the city of Tao protectors, he is not afraid of any invasion. But in the end, he was defeated. Doesn't this mean that the power of the sacred formation of the city of Tao protectors can't stop Lin Sun? Kuan Xiaoyu's expression was uncertain. He sensed that something was wrong. Originally, he hoped that the power of the city of Tao protectors could protect the powerhouses of the northern underworld ancient territory. But now it seemed that such a defense would not work. Young master, bad news. We just received news that the powerhouses of the Blood Demon ancient territory have fled. Their city was destroyed by Lin Sun, who rushed over later. Suddenly, another grey-robed middle-aged man hurried into the hall. Those words caused Kuan Xiaoyu's eyes to widen in disbelief. He asked subconsciously, what about Xueqingyi? Did he not resist? The grey-robed man shook his head and said, no. According to the scouts, Xueqingyi abandoned the city and fled last night. He also ordered the other powerhouses of the Blood Demon ancient territory to flee as well. Kuan Xiaoyu was stunned at first. Then, he slammed his palm on the table in front of him and cursed, damn Xueqingyi, he's a cowardly piece of trash. He doesn't even have any dignity left. How shameful. Kuan Xiaoyu could not be blamed for being exasperated. A leader like Xueqingyi had chosen to flee. Wasn't that equivalent to admitting defeat in the Battle of the 9 Territories? The most unbearable thing was that he was not ashamed of such a shameful thing. He even ordered the other powerhouses of the Blood Demon ancient territory to flee with him. He was simply too shameless. How can I be ranked among the 8 absolutes of green underworld with such trash in the past? How shameful, how shameful. Kuan Xiaoyu could no longer remain calm. The grievous news of Zhu Yingkong's death and the defeat of the ancient Yin territories camp had arrived. Then, the news of the Blood Demon ancient territories camp fleeing had spread. How could Kuan Xiaoyu sit still? After a long time, Kuan Xiaoyu gradually calmed down and said, the situation is getting more and more serious. Since that little bastard Lin Sun has decided to attack, he will definitely not give up. Keep a close eye on what's happening in the outside world. If there's any movement, inform me immediately. With that, he began to cultivate. He was about to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. He wanted to see if he could improve his strength before Lin Sun arrived. However, in less than 4 hours, news came and interrupted Kuan Xiaoyu's cultivation. Young master, the Heaven Fire ancient territories camp has also been defeated. Just like the Extreme Yin territory and Blood Demon ancient territory, the city of Dao protectors has been razed to the ground. What? Kuan Xiaoyu's heart trembled. The aura that he was cultivating suddenly became chaotic, and he almost coughed up blood. In less than 12 hours, 3 camps have been destroyed. Does Lin Sun intend to take this opportunity to wipe out all the camps in one fell swoop? Kuan Xiaoyu's face was full of disbelief. The power of the formation of each city of Dao protectors was enough to kill a great saint, but it seemed to be useless against Lin Sun. Moreover, Lin Sun's attack speed was too fast. His momentum was like a bolt of lightning, sweeping away all obstacles in his way. It was enough to terrify anyone. Pass down the order. The entire city is on alert. Everyone, get ready for battle. Kuan Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and gave the order. Yes. The subordinate received the order and left. Kuan Xiaoyu sat there alone, feeling uneasy. In the past, who among the 8 regions would take the ancient desolation seriously? But now, everything had been reversed. The experts of the ancient desolation, who were regarded as 2-legged sheep, were now like an unstoppable scourge, bearing its sharp fangs at the 8 regions. This was simply unimaginable in the previous battle of the 9 regions. Forget it. It's just a bloody battle with all my might. Kuan Xiaoyu took a deep breath, tried to adjust his mind, and continued to cultivate. However, there seemed to be no end to the bad news today. Less than 6 hours later, another news came: the East Mulberry ancient region has been conquered. The city has been reduced to ruins, and there are countless casualties. The moment Kuan Xiaoyu heard the news, he was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. He stood up and couldn't help but roar, "Why? Why is it like this?" In the past, the Battle of the 9 regions took at least 3 years to decide the outcome, but this time, only 2 years have passed. Several hours later, more news came. The Jiuli ancient region had been destroyed. At this point, Kuan Xiaoyu was no longer in the mood to cultivate. With his mind in a mess, he was worried that he would go berserk. Outside the main hall, the curtain of night was like water. It was already night. Kuan Xiaoyu felt depressed and his chest felt stuffy. He strode out of the hall, facing the cold wind, and looked at the dark night in the distance. Hearing the bad news from one territory after another, Kuan Xiaoyu hesitated. In the end, should they continue to persevere? Should he follow Xianxia and abandon the city and flee? The night was dark. The city of Dao protectors, where the northern Darkstar ancient territory was located, was brightly lit, but the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. No one spoke. Everyone's face was filled with nervousness, anxiety, and uneasiness. In the past, when they heard that the experts from the ancient desolation territory were invading, they would only treat it as a joke. But with the news of the annihilation of the Absolute Yin, Blood Devil, Heavenly Fire, and 9 realms, they only had one feeling: fear. In less than a day, Lin Sun led a group of experts to destroy the various camps. Such a thunderous attack was enough to make anyone panic. Right now, the experts from the northern Darkstar ancient territory could only pin their hopes on Kuan Xiaoyu. But no one knew how much Kuan Xiaoyu was struggling, suffocating, and suffering at the moment. The night was getting darker. Kuan Xiaoyu stood alone in front of the main hall, leaning against the railing. The cold wind blew, and the night was as dark as ink. Darkness was everywhere. After a long time, he sighed. It was difficult to seek the Tao, difficult to compete, and difficult to find the right path. He drew his sword and looked around at a loss. He raised his hand and gently patted the cold railing. An indescribable sense of loss and loneliness surged in Kuan Xiaoyu's heart. It was a pity that the wind and rain made a hero short of breath. "Young master." A gray-robed old man hurried over in the night with a solemn expression. "The Great Heaven Ancient Territories camp has also been destroyed. Lin Sun fought against tens of thousands of sword cultivators with his supreme sword Dao and didn't lose. The huge city of Dao protectors has been reduced to ruins." Kuan Xiaoyu's expression was blank. He suddenly understood Xianxia. He wasn't a coward, but he already knew that after the Flying Immortal battle ended, no one in the entire 9 regions battlefield would be a match for Lin Sun. Absolute Yin, Blood Devil, Heavenly Fire, Eastern Mulberry, 9 Li, Great Heaven. Now, only we and the Star Fiend ancient territory are left. Kuan Xiaoyu murmured. Kuan Xiaoyu muttered. He felt an indescribable feeling of depression fill his chest, and he wished for nothing more than to disregard everything and just walk away. "Young master, the leaders of the major forces in the city have come to greet you." Suddenly, someone hurried over to deliver the news. Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. His eyes flickered and he said after a while, "Let them come." Not long after, a group of men and women rushed over. All of them were the leaders of the major forces in the northern Darkstar ancient domain. However, every single one of them had a nervous and worried expression on their faces. "Let me guess. All of you wouldn't have come here at a time like this because you intend to defend the city of Dao protectors with me, right?" Xiaoyu's gaze swept across everyone. He already had a bad feeling about this. The expressions of everyone froze, and they were slightly embarrassed. "Young Master Xiaoyu, the current situation has reached an extremely critical moment. After our discussion, we all feel that we must make a decision." A white-haired, golden-robed old man spoke in a deep voice. The others nodded in agreement. "Oh, what do you want?" Xiaoyu's expression gradually turned cold. He'd already guessed some of the truth, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of sorrow in his heart. Lin Sun's momentum is like a rainbow as he swept through the 6 regions. In just a day, he destroyed the camp of the 6 regions. It can be concluded that it won't be long before the camp of the Star Fiend ancient region will be destroyed. At this moment, at the end of his words, the golden-robed old man seemed to be a little ashamed, and he couldn't say a word. Xiaoyu helped him to say, "You want to withdraw as soon as possible, avoid the sharp edge, and leave this city to save your lives?" Everyone lowered their heads and didn't dare to look into Xiaoyu's eyes, but it was obvious that they had tacitly agreed. The night was getting darker, and the cold wind was like a knife, piercingly cold. Xiaoyu suddenly felt an indescribable sense of powerlessness, and his heart was about to explode. He took a few deep breaths and said, "If I don't agree, what will you do?" Everyone was silent, and no one answered. This question was really difficult to answer. Seeing this, Xiaoyu quietly clenched his hands, and the blue veins on the back of his hands bulged. He was almost unable to control the anger in his heart. How shameful it was to retreat without a fight. Since ancient times, in all the previous battles between the 9 regions, when had the northern underworld ancient region ever experienced such a situation of being terrified and retreating without a fight? It was just Lin Sun leading a group of experts from the ancient desolation domain. They were scared out of their wits even before the army arrived. Xiaoyu was so angry that his hair almost stood on end. He wasn't Xianxia, and he wasn't willing to admit defeat like this. His pride and dignity couldn't bear such a humiliating thing. "Did you all decide like this?" After a long time, Xiaoyu managed to suppress the anger in his heart. His voice was squeezed out of his teeth, and it was bone-chilling. Everyone stiffened and looked at each other. In the end, they all answered in silence. Yes, that was what they had decided. Right now, the ancient desolation domain seemed to be invincible, and they had the momentum to sweep the 9 regions battlefield. Fighting against them was no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot, or an ant trying to shake a tree. No one was willing to die, and no one was willing to die in the 9 regions battlefield. Seeing this, Xiaoyu suddenly thought of Xianxia. The ancient Yin domain was the first camp to be flattened. At that time, Xianxia didn't choose to retreat, but chose to fight Lin Sun head-on. Why did he do that? Wasn't he afraid of death? No, it was his pride and dignity that wouldn't allow him to do that. Otherwise, he would become the biggest laughingstock of the ancient Yin domain, and be regarded as a sinner for all eternity. It's a pity that I don't have Xianxia's ability to make decisions, nor do I have Xianxia's will to die. I want to accept my fate, but I'm unwilling. I want to die, but I'm greedy for life, Xiaoyu muttered to himself in a daze. The atmosphere became more and more stifling. "Child Xiaoyu, time is of the essence. The enemy's army may arrive at the city at any time. The lives of tens of thousands of people in the city are in your hands. Please make a prompt decision." The golden-robed elder gritted his teeth and said. "Child Xiaoyu, please make a prompt decision." The others also spoke up. At this moment, Xiaoyu's heart was completely cold. He finally understood the meaning of this sentence. "Let's go, let's all go." Kuan Xiaoyu turned around and leaned against the railing, looking at the night sky in the distance. His heart was withered, and he was dispirited. The leaders of the major forces of the northern underworld domain seemed to be relieved. They all raised their heads and looked at Kuan Xiaoyu, who had his back to them. In the end, they didn't say anything and turned to leave. Everyone fled in the face of disaster. When everyone left, Kuan Xiaoyu's long hair suddenly turned snow-white under the night sky. There was only emptiness and frustration left in his eyes. He had cultivated for decades and was extremely talented. He believed that he wasn't inferior to anyone since ancient times, and he was even more outstanding than the ancients. In the end, he was stuck here alone. Darkness was imminent, and there was no one to talk to in the vast mountains and rivers. His heart was filled with hatred. Ah! Suddenly, Kuan Xiaoyu roared. His resentment, helplessness, and sorrow were like a landslide and a tsunami, venting in the night sky. The entire city was shocked. When they looked at the place where Kuan Xiaoyu stood, he was long gone. On this night, one of the Green Underworld 8 regions, the leader of the younger generation of the Northern Underworld domain, the prince of the Kuan race, Xiaohao, lost control of his emotions and left in a frenzy. Simply put, Kuan Xiaoyu had gone mad. On this night, the Northern Underworld city of Dao Protectors was filled with people fleeing in panic. Every single one of them was as terrified as a stray dog. They watched him build a tall building, they watched him entertain guests, and they watched him collapse. When dawn broke, the vast universe arc appeared in front of the Northern Underworld domain city of Dao Protectors. However, what he saw was an empty city, filled with desolation and desolation. Damn it, that Kuan Xiaoyu is so despicable. He fled without fighting just like Xianxia. The old toad was dumbfounded. The others were also in a daze. In a single day, they traveled to various parts of the 9 regions battlefield. They were like gods sweeping through the world, trampling through city after city and destroying territory after territory. They advanced triumphantly all the way, settling debts of gratitude and enmity quickly. This was absolutely impossible in the past. It was like a hot-blooded, heroic, and passionate dream that seemed so unreal. But now, it had happened one after another. Even when they broke through the ancient Star Fiend Domain's camp and arrived at the Northern Underworld Domain's camp, everyone was still in a daze. In just a single day, they swept through the 8 regions, destroyed cities, and annihilated enemies. They came like a bolt of lightning, and left like a clear ray of light. Something like this had never happened in the previous 2 battles of the 9 regions. There are only a few people in this world who aren't afraid of death. The higher one's position is, the more they are afraid of death. Xiaohao sighed. We really won? Ruowu was in a daze, as if she couldn't believe it. We won. The others nodded. They had trampled the 8 regions to avenge their ancestors. The blood and tears of countless ancestors had been repaid today. Laughing at the heavens laughed heroically. From today onward, the ancient desolation domain will reign supreme in the 9 regions battlefield. We won, we really won. Some people laughed with tears in their eyes. Tears didn't mean that they weren't strong. Only those who shed tears understood how hard it was to win this great victory. Lin Sun didn't say anything else. He rose into the air and sat cross-legged under the sky. His expression was tranquil and solemn as he chanted the method of salvation. The sky was clear, and the Buddha's aura was vast. Millions of lotuses that were as clear as glass covered the huge city. The atmosphere was solemn, and Lin Sun couldn't calm down either. Today, they had finally swept through the 8 regions and flattened the cities of Dao Protectors. How could Lin Sun not feel happy? A little great spirit was like a gust of wind from 1,000 miles away. Only those who had experienced the fierce battles in the 9 regions battlefield understood the significance of this great victory for the ancient desolation domain. In the past years, they had been humiliated, resentful, and bowed their heads. Today, they had finally won. In the field, only Xia stood there quietly. She wore a black robe, and the brim of her hat covered her face. The dark light of the eternal night bathed her body. So what if the ancient desolation domain had won? Lin Sun was the only person in her eyes. Apart from that, there was nothing else. On this day, Lin Sun led a group of strong cultivators of the ancient desolation domain to destroy the 8 regions battlefield, and achieved an unprecedented victory. Since ancient times, who had not seen this? Today, his achievements surpassed the ancients, tension and anxiety spread in the camp of the ancient Desolation Realm. A day had passed. All the experts of the ancient Desolation Realm were waiting in the city. They didn't know what had happened outside. Zhao Jingxian stood on the city wall. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her figure was slender and graceful. She was also waiting. The morning light sprinkled on her clear and beautiful face, giving her a soft and holy luster. As Zhao Jingxian saw the vast universe arc speeding towards them from the horizon, gradually becoming larger and larger in her field of vision, her originally tense heart gradually calmed down. Her beautiful eyes lit up with a dazzling light. They were back. An indescribable sense of relief, excitement, and joy surged in Zhao Jingxuan's heart like a tide, and a smile appeared on her face. That touch of flirtatiousness seemed especially bright and beautiful in the morning light. "They're back!" An excited exclamation sounded in the city of Dao protectors. Then, the whole city was boiling. Countless people craned their necks and couldn't help but cheer when they saw the vast universe arc pressing down on the clouds. On the vast universe arc, Lin Sun, Old Toad, Alu, Xiaohao, Ruo Wu, and the others looked at each other and smiled. On this day, the camp of the ancient Desolation Realm was in an uproar. The news of the 8 territories being wiped out shocked all the experts of the ancient Desolation Realm. "Ha ha ha, we won! The ancient Desolation Realm won the battle of the 9 territories." Someone laughed wildly and ran on the street, overjoyed. "All the hatred and shame from the ancient times have been wiped out today. This is great! This is great! Bring me some wine." Someone was so excited that his body trembled. Sob. "Senior brother, senior sister, if you knew this in the afterlife, you would die in peace." Someone sat on the ground and wept bitterly. He fought on the battlefield for a lifetime, and he defeated millions with his sword. Senior Lin's achievement will go down in history and be remembered by future generations. Someone sang passionately. This is the real demeanor of a leader. The pride of a territory, the backbone of a great world. Senior Lin is the only one who can do this. He turned the tide with his own strength and wiped out all the enemies in the 8 territories. There are 80,000 sages in the past and present, but only one person can do it. Countless voices echoed in the city for a long time. The discussion about Lin Sun was full of undisguised admiration, fanaticism and respect. Everyone knew that without Lin Sun, there would be no victory for the ancient Desolation Realm since the beginning of the Battle of the 9 Regions. "Didn't you see the Lord killing his way through 30,000 li, suppressing a city so that no one came out? Did you not see the 7 regions surrounding Gu City? Laughing and talking as they slaughtered the enemies, don't you see, in the great formation of the Black Cliff Sea, who can dominate? Don't you see, in the Battle of the Fairy Realms battle apex, the heroes are like stars falling like rain? Don't you see, Lin Sun had done too many amazing deeds, each of which was a miracle enough to amaze the world." This night, the hall where Lin Sun stayed was filled with constant laughter and toasts. How many times can one laugh in one's life? One must be drunk when they meet in a drinking contest. It was not until the wee hours of the morning that the guests and friends gradually dispersed. The courtyard was empty, and Xianxia sat quietly in front of the stone steps. The brim of the hat covering her face had been lifted, revealing a beautiful face that could make the world dim. Even Zhao Jingxian, when she inadvertently glimpsed this scene, showed a dull look, and a trace of shock arose in her heart. She was so beautiful, that kind of beauty, from inside to outside, was as exquisite as a perfect masterpiece from God, without a trace of flaw. She sat there casually, with bright eyes and white teeth, black eyebrows, quiet, ethereal and cold temperament. She wore a black robe with wide sleeves, which set off her white and tender skin. Looking at her, a sentence suddenly flashed in Zhao Jingxuan's mind: there is a beauty here, isolated from the world, whose first glance can topple a city, and a second glance can topple a country. Lin Sun's heart was beating violently. After more than 10 years, this girl had actually grown into a slim and graceful peerless beauty. "You talk, I'll go to have a rest first." After coming to her senses, Zhao Jingxian turned around and left. But when she returned to her room, her heart was quite unsettled. In the past, Xianxia was just a fresh, unique and beautiful girl. In Zhao Jingxuan's heart, she had always regarded her as a younger sister. But tonight, for the first time, she realized that Xianxia was no longer the former Xianxia. After many years, she became more and more beautiful. That kind of beauty made Zhao Jingshuan's heart tremble, amazed and shocked. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Zhao Jingxian wouldn't have believed that there was such a beautiful person in the world. As a woman, she couldn't help but feel ashamed of her inferiority. Fortunately, she has been covering her face, otherwise, which man in the world can fall for her? Sitting in front of the bed, Zhao Jingxian sighed with emotion in her heart. From beginning to end, she had never thought of competing with Xia Ji. Because she knew that in Lin Sun's heart, Xia Ji was just like a younger sister. From a long time ago, they had been relying on each other. But now, Zhao Jingxian was a little uncertain. Immediately, Zhao Jingxian couldn't help laughing. What was wrong with her? Was it because she cared too much about him? Well, as long as he doesn't betray me. After a long time, Zhao Jingxian murmured in her heart. In the courtyard, Lin Sun and Xia Ji sat side by side, just like when they were in Feiyun village. It suddenly occurred to Lin Sun that every time he was with Xia Ji, he would never feel any worry or have any distracting thoughts. It was as if they were the only two people left in the world. Lin Sun, I'm leaving. Suddenly, Xia Ji opened her mouth. Her voice was as clear, calm and sweet as ever. Leaving? Lin Sun was stunned. Xia Ji nodded and said, yes, these years, I have been fighting in the dark. In the battle, I perished and transformed. Only a few days ago did I have the power to leave the dark. I came to you this time because I could sense your breath. I'm very happy to see you safe and sound. Well, it's the first time I've been so happy in these years. Her voice, as clear as spring water, resounded in the night. Looking at Xia Ji's profile, Lin Sun suddenly felt an indescribable pity in his heart. What had she experienced in these years? Lin Sun was silent for a moment and said, where are you going this time? Xia Ji said, that's my battlefield alone. If I want to practice 9 turns of quietus, that's the only place where I can reach nirvana. Lin Sun took a deep breath and said, in fact, you don't have to go. With my current strength, I won't let you be wronged. He really didn't want Xia Ji to fight alone again. Xia Ji shook her head and said, after this transformation, I know some things, which are related to me and you. I must become very, very strong. Lin Sun frowned and vaguely felt that there was something wrong in Xia Ji's words, as if she had perceived some danger, which forced her to go all out to become stronger. And this danger was very likely to be related to him, not Xia Ji. What on earth is it? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. Xia Ji was silent for a moment and then said, the collapse of the sky and the collapse of the earth comes from behind. The fog blocks the way ahead. Thousands of killing tribulations come for you alone. Lin Sun's mind was like being struck by lightning. He instantly remembered that the old priest in the observatory had said similar words when he was in Ziyao Empire. However, there was no killing tribulations in the old priest's words. Did Xia Ji see any omen? You believe this? After a while, Lin Sun calmed down and said, everyone has to face all kinds of tribulations. If you want to continue to pursue the Tao, no matter who in the world, it is inevitable. Since you have chosen this path, you just need to face the difficulties. If you worry about these, you don't have to force yourself to do things you don't like. Xia Ji said without thinking, this kind of thing doesn't matter whether I like it or not. Since I know it, I must help you solve it. This is my destiny. Lin Sun frowned, destiny? I don't believe in this. Xia Ji asked in reply, but if there is no destiny, why can you and I meet? Why am I only willing to let you into my world out of all the worlds in the heavens? Besides, I am only willing to do what is good for you. I don't care about anything else. Looking at Xia Ji's serious look, Lin Sun was silent for a long time. Then he sighed and said, can you choose to stay for me? Xia Ji shook her head, no, Lin Sun, didn't you say that there is no real separation unless we are separated by life and death? I just leave temporarily. In the future, I will definitely stay with you forever. Lin Sun didn't know what to say for a while. Anger, but Xia Ji always did this for his own good. Happiness? Not at all. Lin Sun had become an invincible existence in the 9-region battlefield from a humble beginning to now. In the peerless saint realm, he could show disdain for all. But now, he found that there were some things that even he could do nothing about. For example, the problem of Xia Ji staying or leaving. Is it because I am not strong enough? Lin Sun murmured. Was the peerless saint realm not strong enough to stop and resolve the tribulation that Xianxia mentioned? Xianxia turned her face and stared at Lin Sun with eyes as clear as the stars in the sky. She said seriously, no, you are already very strong, but there are many things in this world that are always aimed at people like you. And what I am talking about is still far away from you. This is the best way, so that I have enough time to prepare the means to deal with it. At this point, Lin Sun completely understood that Xianxia's will could no longer be changed, which made him feel a sense of loss. How strong should he be that Xianxia didn't have to leave so decisively because of him, to become the king of saints, or the emperor realm? Suddenly, an unspeakable emotion surged in Lin Sun's heart. He turned around, looked into Xianxia's eyes, and said, one day, I will make you never leave, ever. Xianxia was stunned, and a smile appeared on her beautiful and flawless face. In the following days, Lin Sun and Xianxia left the city of Dao protectors and roamed the 9 regions battlefield. Traversing the mountains and rivers, strolling beneath the stars. Along the way, Lin Sun completely put aside all worldly affairs and took out all the delicious food, fun and interesting things he had collected over the years. But what made Lin Sun speechless was that Xianxia only liked to eat and had no interest in those fun and interesting treasures. Moreover, Xianxia's favorite food was meat, whether it was cooked, fried, pan-fried, roasted, braised, stewed, simmered. As long as it was meat, she wouldn't reject it. Lin couldn't help sighing with emotion. That it was a blessing to be able to eat. Xianxia had always been a woman of few words. She just accompanied Lin Sun quietly. Sometimes Lin Sun couldn't help but want to tease her, but she always looked at him as if he was a child. Every time this happened, Lin couldn't help but feel embarrassed, then speechless, and then burst into laughter. It seemed that only in front of Xianxia would he be so childish. A summer solstice, a pot of wine, a carefree and unfettered journey. How many people could be so happy? Unfortunately, good times were always short-lived. Half a month later, Xianxia finally had to leave. Lin Sun, wait for me. Just like when she left in the past, this time, Xianxia spoke seriously. Go, go. Lin Sun also thought it through. He took out his gourd and waved goodbye. Xianxia came up and threw herself into Lin Sun's arms. Her slender and delicate body was as soft as nephrite, and a cold and ethereal body fragrance filled the air. Lin took a deep breath and hugged Xianxia tightly, fearing that she would disappear the next moment. You can marry her, but you have to defeat me first. Xianxia suddenly opened her mouth, which made Lin Sun's body suddenly stiff and his face dull for a moment. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. She was, of course, Zhao Jingxian. But Lin didn't expect that Xianxia was still thinking about it. All right. After thinking for a moment, Lin Sun said heroically, how about giving it a try now? Xianxia raised her eyes and looked at Lin's eager look. Are you in such a hurry? Embarrassed, Lin said, next time then. Xianxia took 2 steps back, and a bone spear suddenly appeared in her palm. She stabbed it gently in the void and rushed to Lin Sun. It was simple and not fancy at all. But in Lin Sun's eyes, the spear was like the sharpest blade in the world, which could pierce through everything. No matter how he dodged, he couldn't avoid its sharpness. It felt as if the grand Tao had descended. The spear was the Tao, and the Tao was the spear. The Tao was omnipresent, and the spear was the same. Time seemed to have become incomparably long at this moment. Lin Sun's pupils contracted. The fighting instinct honed by years of fighting made him react in an instant. Retreat, but at this moment, everything in front of him disappeared. The Tao was gone and the spear was gone. In the distance, summer solstice stood alone, calm and composed. Lin Sun sighed softly. He had completely concluded that Xianxia was invincible in this realm. Even if they fought, he might have a chance to win, but the hope was not big. Summer solstice came over and asked, do you still want to try? This was not a show of strength, but it made Lin Sun smile bitterly and say, why should we fight at this time? Xianxia nodded and stepped forward. Suddenly, a mischievous smile appeared on her beautiful face and she said, Lin Sun, you are as lovely as Xiao. Who is Xiao? Lin Sun was stunned. In the next moment, he saw a fist-sized rabbit with light pink fur appear on Xianxia's shoulder. Its pair of black eyes were full of spirit. The rabbit curled its lips and grinned, showing a pair of crystal white rabbit teeth, which looked extremely funny. But Lin Sun's face almost darkened. Xianxia actually said that he was as lovely as a pink rabbit. If this was spread out, how would the heroes in the ancient Desolation territory think of him? But Xianxia smiled brightly and teased the pink rabbit on her shoulder, saying, "Look, Xiao is so lovely when he smiles." The pink rabbit opened its mouth cooperatively and laughed happily, making squeaking sounds and rolling around on Xianxia's shoulder like a pink fluffy ball. The beauty had the appearance of a young girl, and her figure was slender and elegant. She was so beautiful that she was like an otherworldly fairy, and it was very rare for her to reveal such a brilliant smile. It was also at this time that Lin Sun suddenly found that no matter how powerful and beautiful Xianxia was, there was still a pure and childlike character in her heart. However, she rarely showed it. For a moment, looking at the lively and beautiful Xianxia, Lin Sun was in a trance and his mood fluctuated. "Let's go." It didn't take long for Xianxia to leave. She was never a sloppy person. In the void, her figure went farther and farther. On her shoulder, the pink rabbit grinned and waved its little paws, saying goodbye to Lin Sun. Seeing this scene, Lin Sun couldn't help laughing and waved his hand. A dark void door appeared in the sky. Summer Solstice stepped into it and disappeared. That portal can ignore the power of the law of heaven and earth in the 9-region battlefield. What kind of place did Xianxia go to? Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep. He had seen this dark portal. When Xianxia left the star chassis, she also entered this portal. However, Lin Sun found at this moment that this dark portal was not simple. Xianxia left. For the camp of the ancient Desolation territory, there was no big movement except for some size. The 8 regions were conquered with countless casualties, but the camp of the ancient Desolation territory gained a large amount of spoils. After these spoils were sorted out and counted, they were distributed one by one. Even Zhao Jingxian and others, who didn't participate in the battle, got a share. Silver, Tian, and the big black bird also got something. Among them, Lin Sun gained the most, because the spoils that originally belonged to Xianxia were all given to him. Lin Sun was shocked when he counted the holy treasures he got. There were more than 400 of them, and there were many precious and rare holy treasures. In addition, there were a large number of magic materials, elixirs, rare treasures, secret books, minerals. There were countless of them. Next, there were only 2 things left for the camp of the ancient Desolation territory. One was to pursue and encircle the remaining enemy forces who fled to different places. As the saying goes, it is better to pursue a cornered enemy bravely than to seek fame. To deal with the enemy, they should be as cold as the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. With Xiaohao and Ruawu as the leaders, the overmatches of the camp of the ancient Desolation territory had begun to take action. The second thing was to find the opportunity to become a saint. There was still 1 year before the end of the Battle of the 9 Regions. During this year, there would be many mysterious secret realms coming to the battlefield, including some secret realms like prison and magnetism that had the opportunity to become a saint. In the camp of the ancient Desolation territory, there were still many overmatches who had the aptitude to become a saint but couldn't. This task was left to the big black bird, Old Toad, and Alu. Lin Sun, on the other hand, put aside everything and devoted his mind to building the city. The current city of Tao Protector might be powerful, but after the invasion of the 8-territory coalition army, Lin Sun realized that it was far from enough to make the city immortal in the future. 3 months later, the city of Tao Protector was renewed. The golden city wall glowed with vitality and communicated with the power of heaven and earth. It was like a sacred place in the legends. During these 3 months, Lin Sun had built a brand new holy formation based on the 4 ultimate and 8 defenses formation with a large number of magic materials. It was called the True Martial Formation of the Void. This formation could control the power of the void and transform it into the True Martial Prohibition. It could kill enemies from a distance of 8,000 feet. Its power was unpredictable. In this way, even if the enemy appeared at a distance of 8,000 feet, they would be attacked. This greatly made up for the shortcoming of the 4 ultimate and 8 defenses formation. Moreover, after the city was further repaired, it would become more and more solid under the nourishment of the power of the sacred formation. In short, a city was like a defensive holy treasure, and its quality would only become higher and higher when it was nurtured in the formation. After doing all this, Lin Sun put aside everything at hand and decided to create his own method before the Battle of the Nine Territories came to an end. It was also on this day that Lin Sun left the city of Tao Protector. The sky was blue, and white clouds were like cotton. Lin Sun sat cross-legged in front of a lake that was as green as a gem. He held a bamboo fishing rod and a green wine gourd beside him. He was fishing in a leisurely manner. A cool breeze blew, and the blue waves rippled. Above his head were white clouds, and the surroundings were quiet and beautiful. One day later, Lin Sun's mind was empty, and there were no thoughts in his mind. He was fishing alone on the blue lake, motionless. 3 days later, Lin Sun's aura had disappeared, and there was no trace of fluctuation. 7 days later, a bird with colorful wings flew over and landed on Lin Sun's shoulder. It was combing its feathers with its beak, but it didn't realize that it was standing on a living creature. 10 days later, Lin Sun opened his eyes, and his wrist holding the fishing rod shook slightly. Clatter! An amazing scene appeared. The vast lake, covering an area of thousands of acres, was caught by a hair-thin fishing line. The surface of the water slowly rose, and the entire lake soon appeared in midair. It was like a huge crystal, shining with a gorgeous luster under the sunlight. Inside the crystal, there were colorful gravel and rocks, swaying water plants, and schools of fish swimming back and forth in groups. The huge lake was caught in the air, but not a drop of water fell. The scenery of the lake was presented in the field of vision. Moreover, it gave people a feeling that the lake should be suspended in the void, and had an indescribable harmony with this side of the world. Lin Sun couldn't help but frown at this scene. Clatter! The next moment, the lake landed on the ground again, and all the strange phenomena disappeared. Holding the empty fishing rod, Lin Sun murmured, "A naked fish gets out of the abyss, and comes back to the world free and unfettered. A free heart is the essence of a transcendent state of mind. Unfortunately, no matter how transcendent the state of mind is, it's useless for me to create my own method. This method should be found in oneself." After that, Lin Sun stood up, put his hands behind his back, and stepped on the lake. If Lin Sun wanted to create his own method, he could have created a suitable method with his current understanding of the Saint realm. But it was very difficult to create the first and strongest method in the world. Lin Sun had never been a person who was willing to make do on the road of Tao. Since he wanted to do it, he should pursue the extreme perfection. Just like his pursuit of Tao, he forged the supreme Taoist foundation, cultivated the great way that no one had practiced since ancient times, and opened up a road that had never existed since ancient times. Only in this way could he be truly invincible on the road of Tao. Lin Sun would never have achieved what he had today if he didn't have such a desire to seek Tao. In the following time, Lin Sun wandered all the way between heaven and earth. Sometimes he practiced martial arts, sometimes he practiced, and sometimes he observed the landscape and the stars. Half a month passed like this. Unknowingly, Lin Sun had returned to the ancient wasteland world and appeared in front of the city of Tao. But he suddenly stopped and froze when he was 3 kilometers away from the city wall. During these past few days, his mind was immersed in his cultivation, and his entire body revealed a strange state of being in a trance while boundless fortune resided within it. He didn't know what day it was, and he didn't know where he was. He had forgotten everything in the world. It was also at this moment that he suddenly had an epiphany. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Lin Sun's mind was empty. Scenes of cultivation along the way emerged in his mind, and all kinds of inspirations and wonderful ideas emerged like spring water. A little divine light appeared in his mind, and the trance was left behind. "Hey, what is Brother Lin going to do?" On the city wall, Xianxia was a little surprised. "Establishing his own method." The big black bird flapped its wings and said slowly. It could see that Lin Sun's current state was quite mysterious, and it was a manifestation of an epiphany. Creating his own method and forging the path of invincibility in this realm? Xianxia was surprised. "In my opinion, this boy has a big plan. The method he seeks must be the first-class invincible method since ancient times. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to delay until now." The big black bird's eyes were deep. Only it understood how vast and boundless the universe was, and it was unknown how many peerless geniuses that could shock the ages had been born there. In comparison, they were the real God's favored ones. Some people's talent was the best in the world, and they were known as the Son of God. Once they became saints, they would be invincible and unparalleled. Some people's bloodlines were inherited from the ancient emperors. They were born with the emperor's blood flowing in their bodies, and their talent was far beyond that of others. There were some people who were born along with the fate of heaven and earth. They possessed wondrous Tao bodies and cultivated unmatched inheritances. Their divine force was matchless, and they roared through the wind and clouds. Some people, they were the true overlords of the universe. They were invincible figures amongst their peers, and they possessed great fortune and fortune that was sufficient to make the eyes of anyone go red with envy. Compared to them, it was enough to make countless people pale in comparison. As far as the blackbird was concerned, the path Lin Sun sought now was different from these geniuses. What he sought was unprecedented strength that crushed the ages. In ancient times, there were countless geniuses, who could become invincible among the world, and who of Son of Heaven. At the very least, the large blackbird knew that no matter if it was the primeval era, or the current era, there were people throughout the world who might be able to reign supreme for a period of time and look down upon all. However, it was almost impossible to make all the prodigies bow their heads. The big blackbird didn't know whether Lin Sun could achieve this, but it could see that what Lin Sun was seeking now was an almost impossible path. At the thought of this, the big blackbird couldn't help but sigh with emotion. What a freak! Isn't he afraid that the heavens will be jealous of his talent and cause him to meet a premature end? Boom! In the sky above Lin Sun's figure, a mighty and peerless divine Dharma emerged abruptly, and it performed punches under the sky, shaking the world, showing the scene of the sun and the moon sinking and all things collapsing. The terrifying fist energy drew upon the great force of Zhou Su, causing the weather in all directions to change. At this moment, all the experts in the city of Tao protectors were alarmed, and they thought it was an enemy attack. After all, the impetus of such an attack was too terrifying. But when they saw clearly that it was Lin Sun's Dharma image that was performing, all of them were dumbfounded, and their hearts trembled as they felt a kind of oppression that assaulted their faces. Even the peerless sages were secretly shocked. This fist technique was simply too powerful, causing them to feel a chill down their spines as they looked at it from afar. In next to no time, the divine Dharma image transformed into a true dragon. The true dragon's body was tens of thousands of meters long, and it stretched into the sky while countless blazing rays of the Tao descended from its body. Every single dragon scale was branded with mysterious and dense markings of the Tao. It moved gracefully in the sky, swallowed the sun, moon, wind, lightning, and threw the world into chaos. The terrifying pressure of the true dragon caused countless experts of the ancient desolation to almost suffocate. Only now did Xiaohao, Ruo Wu, and the other peak sages realize that Lin Sun was actually formidable to such an extent. After the true dragon, it was the 6 slashes of heavenly origin, the great divination finger, the Taishan sword Qi, the great scripture of tranquility. It was also at this moment that everyone realized that Lin Sun was performing techniques. Every single technique possessed earth-shattering might, and it was terrifying to the point that it was capable of causing the world to tremble and even sages to be unable to comprehend it. Because such techniques contained the energy of the grand Tao within them, and it was too shocking. If one's cultivation realm wasn't high enough, it would be utterly impossible to comprehend its profundities. However, there were also many experts that obtained a great deal of comprehension from observing it. But even more experts felt their vital energy and blood roil, and it was so uncomfortable that they almost coughed up blood. So, they didn't dare to force themselves to observe it any longer. Such techniques weren't something they could comprehend in detail. Time flowed by. In the end, the divine Dharma image in the sky above Lin Sun's figure grew more and more majestic, and its might grew more and more terrifying. It was like an immortal was performing, and it drew upon the power of the heavens and the earth while the sky was covered by the dazzling light of the Tao. Faintly, the sounds of sages chanting scriptures and fiend gods howling resounded, and numerous flowers of the grand Tao drifted down from the sky while divine radiance and auspicious light descended like rain. The shapeless and colorless sounds of the Tao, Sanskrit, Zen, immortal, divine, and scholarly struck the hearts of every single cultivator, and they rumbled and surged without end. Even if one closed one's ears and abandoned one's senses, such sounds would still surge in one's heart, and it caused one's mind to be in disorder while one's will was on the verge of being shaken and collapsing. Countless people were astounded and retreated successively. Even peak sages like Xiaohao and Ruo Wu had to circulate their strength in order to barely suppress the turbulence in their hearts. Moreover, there was a trace of shock on their faces. The art is connected with the Tao, and the Tao is in the body. The wonders of the Tao are like the ancient sages studying scriptures, and they resonate with the heavens and the earth and harmonize with the grand Tao. If one's strength is insufficient and comprehension isn't sufficient, forcing oneself to observe it is bound to cause harm instead. The big black bird's eyes shone as it murmured, and it was also amazed in its heart. In the end, the divine Dharma image that stood proudly between the heavens and the earth suddenly turned into a rain of light that covered the sky. Every rain of light was like a scripture, a string of Taoist texts, and they shone brilliantly between the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Lin Sun, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened his mouth and inhaled. It was like a whale swallowing water. Boom! Countless Taoist texts cast by the rain of light and pages of shining scriptures poured into Lin Sun's body like a myriad of streams returning to the origin. Pages of Tao poured into Lin Sun's body like a tide. Soon, everything returned to silence, and the world returned to its previous tranquility. Everyone watching from the top of the city wall couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. The scene just now was simply too shocking. At this time, in Lin Sun's body, the sound of Taoist scriptures resounded, as if the Taoist ancestor was preaching and the gods were performing. All kinds of Taoism power circulated in Lin Sun's body, surging in his internal organs, sea of qi, and even bones and skin. The aura on Lin Sun's body became more and more ancient and vast. He was like the incarnation of the Great Way, the source of all magic. His whole body was like a furnace of the Great Way, boiling and rumbling. Fuse. When his spirit, qi, and spirit reached an unprecedentedly perfect state, Lin Sun began to create the method without hesitation. Rumble, at that instant, it was like chaos had just been split open within his body. The various Tao technique inheritances transformed into dazzling scriptures of the Grand Tao, and they fused together with the energy of the Grand Tao in his body before finally transforming into a furnace. Heaven and earth as the furnace, creation as the work, yin and yang as the charcoal, and all living things as the copper. At this time, Lin Sun used himself as a furnace. He used the star-engulfing dome, true dragon, taiji, water and fire, undying, and other great Tao profundities as his tools. Essence, qi, and spirit were the charcoal. Using all his techniques as copper, with this as the foundation, one could contain 10,000 Taos in one body, develop 10,000 techniques in one furnace and create one's own technique. The Tao gave birth to one gave birth to two gave birth to three, and three gave birth to all things. If the myriad of grand Taos and techniques in the world were traced back to their source, then they would definitely return to the very beginning. These days, after a long period of exploration, deduction, and meditation, Lin Sun finally decided to create a method that could accommodate all Tao and develop all methods. At this moment, his body was like a furnace of the heavens and the earth, and it intended to refine his laws and Taos within it. In the years to come, the more Taos and techniques it refined, the more powerful the cauldron would be. However, it was easier said than done. How could it be a simple matter to contain 10,000 Taos and develop 10,000 techniques into one? Since the ancient times until now, there had never been such an inconceivable Tao art. But now, Lin Sun wanted to create it into his own method, which was equivalent to the Taoist scripture written by himself. The reason for this wasn't that Lin Sun was ambitious, but that he had too many inheritances. Cultivating at the same time would inevitably cause his strength to be mixed, and he couldn't concentrate on one. Now, the method Lin Sun created was to integrate all the mysteries of these methods into one. It was just like the secret of three Taos fusing into one, the essence is the only one. However, this was simply too difficult. For example, the profound sword scripture, void-shattering divination finger, no return, 9 clarity holy physique technique, and so on and so forth. Which one of them wasn't a top supreme inheritance in the world? Even Lin Sun hadn't completely grasped the mystery of it, and it was not easy to integrate these inheritances. But if he couldn't create an unprecedented method, couldn't cultivate a Tao that no one had ever pursued since ancient times, how could he stand out from the tens of thousands of geniuses? How could he suppress all his peers and claim to be invincible in this realm? If you want to establish the strongest land, you must seek the supreme technique. Boom! In his body, the spirit, qi, and spirit were burning fiercely like charcoal. All the great Tao had evolved into a furnace, and it was smelting all the techniques in his body. However, every technique was extremely obscure, and there would be terrible conflicts from time to time during the smelting process. A little carelessness would cause the furnace to be destroyed and the Tao to disappear, and the cultivator would suffer a backlash. Fortunately, this furnace was based on Lin Sun's talent, star engulfing sky. It itself had the magical power of swallowing everything and containing everything, so it could resolve many dangerous conflicts and backfire during smelting. Otherwise, the conflict between Tao and Tao was enough to cause any cultivator to suffer from qi deviation and die suddenly. It was no exaggeration to say that if Lin Sun didn't have star engulfing sky, it would be no different from courting death if he dared to do this. At this time, his mind was calm, his consciousness was clear, and he was completely immersed in creating his own method, completely forgetting himself. Time flew by, and half a month had passed in a hurry. During this period, Lin Sun sat cross-legged at a place of 30,000 meters outside the city, motionless like a clay sculpture. The cultivators in the city of Tao protectors were shocked and horrified at the beginning, but they gradually got used to such a scene. During this process, Zhao Jingxian, Silver, and Little Tian didn't go out. They had been guarding Lin Sun for fear that any movement would disturb him. Even Xiaohao, Ruo Wu, and the big black bird couldn't see anything, nor could they judge what kind of hardships and dangers Lin Sun had experienced to create his own method. 1 month later, Lin Sun was still motionless, and even the aura around him had completely disappeared. He was like a dead thing without life fluctuations. Only an invisible Tao lingered around him, proving that he was still in the strange state of creating his own method. The camp of the ancient desolation was completely used to this scene. Everyone was busy. Some were patrolling the battlefield of the 9 regions, and some were hunting the remaining forces of the 8 regions. Some were searching for secret realms that contained the opportunity to become a saint. 2 months later, Zhao Jingxian couldn't calm down after all. She said worriedly, "It's been so long. Why hasn't he done anything?" Little Silver and Little Tian looked at each other with furrowed brows. At this time, Lin Sun indeed didn't have any aura or movement. Even the invisible Tao lingering around him had become obscure like stagnant water. Why didn't anyone worry about him? The big black bird walked over from a distance, looked at Lin Sun's state, and said, "Wait and see. If you want to create a supreme method, you must go through the most difficult path. The longer it takes for this boy to create the method, the greater the harvest will be when he succeeds. Neither withered nor silent, neither dead nor alive, but muddled into chaos." It seemed to see something, and its eyes were full of surprise. 3 months later. He hasn't woken up yet? Even Xiaohao, Ruo Wu, laughing at the heavens, and Yichen couldn't help worrying. However, no one could see Lin Sun's state at the moment, and they were doomed to be of no help. There is less than half a year left before the end of the 9-region battlefield. If Big Brother continues to be like this, it will be a little troublesome. The old toad sighed. Wait and see. There's still time. Alu said in a low voice. During this period of time, the entire 9-region battlefield was calm, and nothing major happened. The remaining forces of the 8 regions were being eliminated bit by bit under the efforts of Xiaohao and the others, and in the camp of the ancient desolation, there were also some top sages. It could be said that there were continuous happy events. However, no matter how hard they searched, they still couldn't find the 2 leaders, Xueqingyi and Kuan Xiaoyu. This made many people feel a little regretful. Before they knew it, another 3 months had passed. Lin Sun was still silent like a clay statue, and even the invisible Tao rhyme lingering around him couldn't be found. Anyone who saw him would have the feeling that he was as empty as a void. Big Brother, he won't wake up again, will he? Alu couldn't calm down at all. Looking at Lin Sun's state at the moment, he looked like he had passed away in meditation. There was no aura, no vitality, his body was dry, and there was no breath at all. Bah! Jinx! The old toad slapped the back of Alu's head. How can a peerless figure like Big Brother pass away so silently? What's more, it's just creating his own cultivation method. It's not a problem for him. That being said, the old toad was also very nervous. Zhao Jingxian, Tian, and Silver were all very silent. During this period of time, they had been guarding Lin Sun. In terms of worry, they were more worried than anyone else. As time went by, the whole camp of the ancient desolation began to notice that Lin Sun's cultivation seemed to be particularly long this time. For a time, there was a lot of discussion. The more outstanding a person is, the easier it is to encounter the wrath of heaven on the road of seeking Tao. It's not an exaggeration to say that heaven is jealous of heroic talents. Senior Lin single-handedly suppressed the 8 regions to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads. His intelligence and foundation can be said to be top-notch in the world. For someone like him, the dangers he encountered in cultivation are definitely beyond imagination. Alas, this is the pursuit of Tao. Although Senior Lin is peerless and brilliant, the dangers he encountered in seeking Tao are destined to be more terrible than ordinary people. Such discussions began to appear in the camp of the ancient desolation, and they became more and more intense. They couldn't help but worry and feel nervous for Lin Sun. There is only 1 month left before the end of the 9-region battlefield. Why hasn't this guy woken up yet? Unless. On this day, the big black bird felt a little abnormal. But before it could finish its words, it suddenly stopped. Because at this time, Lin Sun, who had been sitting on the ground like a clay statue for 7 months, quietly opened his eyes. He woke up. The big black bird was so excited that it almost jumped up. Zhao Jingxian, Silver, and Tian, who had been guarding Lin Sun, also noticed it at the first time, and they were all refreshed. When they all looked at Lin Sun, they saw an invisible wave of power suddenly spread around Lin Sun's body. Boom! At this moment, the sky suddenly trembled, like the first thunder in spring. The sound surged through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, resounding in all directions. In the city, countless practitioners were stiff all over. They almost felt a kind of terrifying and boundless pressure, which spread like a tide. Many people's legs trembled, and they directly sat on the ground. Even the sages were shocked and almost coughed up blood. Top sages like Xiaohao, Rua Wu, Old Toad, and Ah Lu all gasped in unison as they felt a terrifying pressure on their souls. Swish! Almost at the same time, all eyes and divine awareness turned to the outside of the city, because that was where the terrible aura came from. After that, they noticed that the image of a furnace had suddenly appeared in midair. It towered into the clouds, and it was vast like the boundless universe. The surging Taoist light poured out from around the furnace, and hundreds of millions of rays of light fell down. The divine light was flowing, and the light was drifting. It was blazing and brilliant, showing a grand and sacred atmosphere. A furnace was suspended in the air like the sun in the sky. The sonorous voice of the great way stirred the world and knocked on everyone's heart. The world was filled with a sacred aura. The furnace was like the quintessence that ruled over the myriad of Taoists, and its surface was branded with numerous scriptures of the Grand Tao. The scriptures flowed lightly and transformed into a fist technique that possessed the might to shake the heavens and the earth, transformed into countless sword chi that whistled and surged, transformed into true dragons that roamed through space, transformed into, the furnace melted all Tao and Dharma in it. My God! What kind of Dharma is this? Countless exclamations of shock sounded at this moment. Top sages like Xiaohao, Rua Wu, Old Toad, and Alu all felt a terrible oppressive power, which made their bodies tense and extremely depressed. However, no matter how hard they tried to perceive the mystery of the furnace, it was of no use. On the contrary, because they forced themselves to respond, their souls suffered a heavy oppressive impact. At this time, Lin Sun stood up from the ground, bathed in the magnificent rain of Tao light. His tall figure was like a spear piercing the sky, showing a majestic momentum as if he was overlooking the world and the mountains and rivers. Everyone had a feeling that Lin Sun had changed. He had a real dominating demeanor, as if he was standing on the top of the mountain of the Holy Realm. He was the highest peak, unshakable and insurmountable, which made people feel small at first sight. Of course, this was only what the crowd felt. It was an instinctive reaction after their souls were shaken. Boom! Suddenly, a dark ink-like tribulation cloud emerged in the sky. It only covered an area of 10 acres, but it completely covered the sky above Lin Sun's head. Countless gorgeous bolts of tribulation lightning flowed and surged within it, and they flickered with a glow that was filled with a terrifying aura that seemed capable of destroying the world. When the law is formed, the tribulation is born. Is this because the law created is too terrifying, and has violated the forbidden power? Suddenly, the big black bird jumped and exclaimed. The hearts of the other experts went cold as well, and their hairs stood on end while they were terrified. The tribulation lightning was gorgeous and resplendent, beautiful to the point of causing one's heart to tremble, and terrifying to the point of practically causing one to feel despair. Only Lin Sun looked calm and his black eyes were clear, as if he had expected this scene. Hum with a thought, the cauldron floating in the void, as large as the great void, suddenly rotated and shone brightly. It was like a great abyss was circulating, and it caused space to warp, shatter, collapse, and explode. An unparalleled suction force was also released from the cauldron and soared into the sky. Boom, the tribulation clouds churned, and a bolt of tribulation lightning fell from the sky like a world-destroying spear, rushing towards the cauldron. A deafening rumble resounded. The furnace was struck to the point of swaying, causing a rain of light to spray out while the light of the Tao surged, and it almost disintegrated. This caused everyone's hearts to tighten, and they all held their breaths. The power of the tribulation thunder was too terrifying, but fortunately, it was aimed at Lin Sun's law. If it targeted cultivators, then the consequences were simply unimaginable. After this strike, the furnace stabilized once more, and compared to before, it emanated a dense and condensed aura. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep. He saw all these changes and couldn't help laughing. This disaster came at the right time. He could borrow the power of the lightning tribulation to further refine his cultivation technique. Boom, gorgeous lightning bolts started to pour down madly like a storm, and every single bolt of lightning carried a dangerous aura that seemed capable of destroying the world. When they descended together, the terrifying scene caused all the experts in the city of Tao protectors to have the feeling of collapsing and losing control. Bang! Bang, bang! The furnace that was bombarded by the lightning tribulation seemed as if it was struck by a myriad of hammers in an instant. A rain of light sprayed out while the light of the Tao swept out, and then it disintegrated in an instant. Just when everyone thought that Lin Sun's creation technique had failed, they saw that it wasn't long before the disintegrated furnace condensed once more. On the other hand, Lin Sun exerted all his strength beneath the heavenly tribulation. The furnace was his law. Being bombarded by the lightning tribulation was like an extremely ferocious battle, and Lin Sun had no choice but to go all out. For a time, the lightning tribulation surged mightily and surged down. Dense arcs of lightning rumbled, and it easily shattered the furnace. But every time it was destroyed, the furnace condensed once more, and every time it condensed, its aura became more condensed, more vigorous, and even more ancient and boundless. These unbelievable scenes caused the hearts of Xiaohao and the others to surge, and they were dumbstruck. Creating a law of Tao protector had triggered a lightning tribulation. This in itself seemed extremely inconceivable, and it was like an impossible legend. But now, the scene of Lin Sun's law protector fighting against the lightning tribulation was undoubtedly even more shocking. No one had expected that such an unimaginably terrifying thing existed in the world. Oh my God! It's amazing! The big black bird flapped its wings and shouted with indescribable excitement. A single law protector had triggered a heavenly tribulation, so how terrifying would the power of this law protector be? But besides the big black bird, everyone else was extremely nervous because the lightning tribulation was still surging, and it seemed as if it wouldn't stop until Lin Sun's law protector was destroyed. Lin Sun's situation had become extremely difficult. His face gradually turned pale, and it was obvious that the process of law protector was becoming strenuous. You must hold on. Zhao Jingxian quietly clenched her lily-white hands, and her clear eyes were filled with worry. Master will definitely overcome the lightning tribulation. Little Silver was cheering Lin Sun on. The others were also looking forward to it, watching nervously. Boom, as time went by, the power of the lightning tribulation became more and more terrifying, and it could even be described as crazy. The supreme and unparalleled aura of destruction made the scalp of everyone in the whole city numb, and it was extremely oppressive and horrifying. They were just watching. What kind of pressure did Lin Sun, who was standing under the lightning tribulation and confronting it head-on? No one could understand it. They could only see that Lin Sun's face was getting paler and paler, almost transparent, and his body staggered from time to time, as if he was about to collapse. Only his eyes were as firm as before. It's terrible, too terrible. Since ancient times, when creating a law protector, who has ever experienced such an incredible lightning tribulation? At this moment, the big black bird couldn't calm down and murmured, "If I didn't see it with my own eyes, how could I know that there is such a lightning tribulation in this world?" Yes, even the big black bird had never heard of this kind of lightning tribulation for Law Protector, let alone seen it. As for the others, they were destined to know nothing about it. All of this seemed to be world-shocking and inconceivable. Boom, the lightning tribulation became more and more intense, as if God was angry. In the end, Lin Sun couldn't help coughing up blood, and he was in a sorry state. Even Zhao Jingxian couldn't bear to watch it because it was too torturous. The others also changed their expressions. If they couldn't hold on, not only the Law Protector created by Lin Sun would be destroyed, but they themselves would also suffer unimaginable backfire. However, at this moment, Lin Sun suddenly let out a long roar, and his whole body merged with the stove. "Open!" A loud shout shook the heavens and the earth. The next moment, the stove and Lin Sun glowed together, and with a bang, a terrifying wave of power rushed out and swept across the sky. The lightning tribulation and lightning tribulation all over the sky were swept away, rumble the world shook, and all things were silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and they were shocked. One strike broke the lightning tribulation. High up in the sky, Lin Sun's tall figure stood, and a stove appeared around him. His matchless and invincible posture was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind, and they were destined to never forget it in this life. Because he was like a legend, a myth, no one knew how long it took for the turbulent world to calm down, and the horrible and oppressive lightning tribulation aura also faded like a tide. "It's done." The deathly silent atmosphere was broken by an excited cheer. Soon after, the huge city was like an exploding pot, completely boiling over. Countless people shouted and cheered excitedly. "Great, Senior Lin! Ha ha ha, today I can see such a rare event. Even if I leave the 9-region battlefield now, I will have no regrets." So domineering. Senior Lin is indeed the leader of the true Sage realm in the ancient Desolation realm. Even his lightning tribulation is so unique. At this time, Xiaohao, Ruo Wu, and Old Toad were also relieved. They looked at each other and couldn't help laughing, feeling happy for Lin Sun. Listening to the earth-shaking cheers, Zhao Jingxuan's tense heart gradually calmed down. She looked at Lin Sun's tall figure in the distant sky, and she couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth proudly. Her heart was full of joy and honor. "Little Tian, did you see that? Master never disappoints." Little Silver crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking proud. Little Tian fluttered his wings and nodded. He actually succeeded. If the ancient forces in the starry sky know about this, I'm afraid it will attract countless covetous eyes. Fortunately, we are in the 9-region battlefield, so we don't have to worry about similar dangers, the big black bird sighed with emotion. Even now, it couldn't calm down. Because the movement caused by Lin Sun's Dharma creation was too unusual, in the sky, Lin Sun took a deep breath. His black eyes were clear, and the chi around him gradually converged. The furnace shadow around him also disappeared. He stood in the void with his hands clasped behind his back, his heart full of joy. After 7 months of solitary development, he had finally attracted the lightning tribulation today. Melting all Tao, developing all Dharma, infinite power, can be named the Great Tao Furnace Scripture. Lin Sun murmured. At this moment, he had a wonderful feeling, as if he had opened a new door on the Great Tao cultivation. This door was his own Dharma. In the eyes of countless cultivators, this was establishing one's own Dharma and writing the Great Tao Scripture. It was the foundation for a saint to spread the Tao to the world and establish a foothold on the Great Tao. With this scripture and Dharma, not to mention establishing a sect, it was even enough to establish an orthodoxy and have the resources to compete with other orthodoxies. After a long time, Lin Sun restrained his thoughts and looked at the city of Tao protectors in the distance. There were countless faces there, and countless gazes were looking at him. His figure floated down and walked over. Seeing Lin Sun coming from afar, all the people standing in front of the city held their breath and felt a heavy pressure. They almost instinctively felt awe in their hearts. The tiger roared, and all beasts bowed down. The dragon soared to the sky, and all creatures looked up to him. At this time, Lin Sun gave people the feeling that he was an immortal floating down from the clouds. He was the ruler of the holiness. Even peerless sages like Xiaohao and Ruo Wu felt an invisible pressure, and they couldn't help but look surprised. Lin Sun, who had created his own method, was completely different from before. His every move was majestic. The deity statues that were enshrined in temples by the living beings of the mortal world would imperceptibly possess a solemn and dignified aura after experiencing years of burning incense and pious worship. Lin Sun, on the other hand, had undergone a transformation on the road of Tao, so his aura naturally changed. It was invisible and intangible, but it went straight to people's hearts. Lin Sun keenly noticed that everyone's expression was different. The next moment, with a thought of his mind, his temperament changed silently. He was simple and ordinary, like a divine object concealing itself. Almost instantly, the invisible oppressive aura that everyone felt disappeared without a trace. Looking at Lin Sun, his clothes fluttered in the wind, and his figure was tall and graceful, giving people a comfortable feeling of clarity and warmth, like the spring breeze and rain. Xiaohao and Ruo Wu were even more surprised when they saw this. He could move his qi at will, and he could be as majestic as a sage, or as simple as a mortal. They could only look at him and sigh. How strong was Lin Sun now? How terrifying was the method he created? No one could tell. But everyone knew that Lin Sun, who had created his own method, was invincible in the peerless saint realm. He was truly invincible. Lin Sun's success made the ancient desolation realm fall into a jubilation. Countless cultivators came to visit him that day. It was not until late at night that the visiting guests gradually dispersed. In the courtyard, Lin Sun, Old Toad, Alu, and the big black bird were drinking. The lights were dim, and the night was quiet. Big brother, the battle of the 9 regions is about to end. I'm sure that when we return, the cultivators in the ancient desolation domain will not believe that we won. Old Toad's drunken eyes blurred as it spoke. Countless wine jars were piled up on the ground nearby, scattered all over the place in a mess. Next to him, Alu chuckled and said, I'm more curious about which force in the realm of ancient desolation will dare to mess with you after we return. Hearing this, everyone could not help but burst into laughter. The significance of this great victory in the Battle of the 9 Regions was absolutely beyond imagination. It wasn't just to wash away the humiliation and hatred of countless ancestors, nor was it as simple as defeating all 8 regions. Most importantly, this victory was enough to change the situation of the realm of ancient desolation. What was the general trend? It was to wash away the decadence and decline of the past, and dare to change the sun and moon to a new day. This was the reason why the ancient desolation realm had the confidence to raise its head again. In the past, the ancient desolation realm had been suppressed by the other 8 realms for many years, and the experts of the ancient desolation realm had to bow their heads countless times. But now, it was different. Even though the ancient desolation realm was still far inferior to the other 8 realms in terms of overall strength, this great victory was enough to let all living beings in the ancient desolation realm see the hope of rising again and surpassing the other 8 realms. This was the impact of this great victory in the Battle of the 9 Regions, and everyone knew that if Lin Sun had not turned the tide, the ancient desolation realm would never have won the Battle of the 9 Regions. It was no exaggeration to say that without Lin Sun, the ancient desolation realm would have been destroyed many times. In short, no matter who participated in the Battle of the 9 Regions or not, as long as they were cultivators of the ancient desolation realm, they must be grateful to Lin Sun. Under such circumstances, when the Battle of the 9 Regions came to an end and they returned to the ancient desolation realm, if anyone dared to make life difficult for Lin Sun, that was simply courting death. There was no need for Lin Sun to do anything at all. Top sages such as Xiaohao, Ruo Wu, laughing at the heavens, Yechen, and Mi Hingzhen would be the first to stand up and help him. Humph, you're just top sages. Don't underestimate the heroes of the ancient desolation realm. Those ancient forces have old monsters of the great sage and king sage realm. The big black bird snorted coldly, as if it was giving orders. And on the front line of the ancient desolation realm, who knows how many strongmen of the quasi-emperor realm are fighting bloody battles. If you think you can do whatever you want just because you've won the Battle of the 9 Regions, you're very naive. Slap, the old toad slapped the back of the big black bird's head. He couldn't stand the bird's attitude of contempt for all living beings. The old toad scolded, you damned bird, you're such a killjoy. You're asking for a beating. The big black bird was exasperated. Damn it, I'm reminding you out of goodwill. How dare you hit me? Believe it or not, I'll kill you. The old toad was not afraid at all. He rolled up his sleeves and walked up. Come on, let's fight. Let's go outside the city. This time I'll teach you how to be humble. With a swoosh, the big black bird soared into the sky angrily. The old toad followed closely behind. Alu, who was eager to see the world in chaos, sprang to his feet and chased after the big black bird. Should we go and persuade him? Zhao Jingxian looked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun shook his head with a smile. No need. That bird is the most cunning and insidious. If he can't beat it, he'll run away immediately. As for the old toad, with Alu around, he certainly won't watch the big black bird bully him. He knew the nature and temper of these guys all too well. Master, Tian and I also want to watch the battle. Next to him, Little Silver was eager to go. Go on, go on. Lin Sun waved his hand. Soon, only Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian were left in the courtyard. The night sky was deep and a cool breeze was blowing. Perhaps it was because of the wine, but Zhao Jingxuan's starry eyes were blurred, and her clear and beautiful face was stained with a touch of red, making her look bright and beautiful. Resting her head on Lin Sun's shoulder, she said softly, We're about to return to the ancient Desolation realm. Time really flies. It had been 3 years since the opening of the Nine Regions battlefield. Lin Sun couldn't help sighing with emotion when he thought about everything he had experienced in the past 3 years. Cultivation was like a journey against the tide, and he was also a traveler. Even if he succeeded in his cultivation and could live as long as heaven and earth, he was destined to be unable to escape from the passage of time. Did Xie say anything about me when she left? Suddenly, Zhao Jingxian asked with a rare hint of nervousness in her voice. Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. Guess? Zhao Jingxian raised her head and glared at Lin Sun reproachfully. You're still in the mood to joke? She was slightly tipsy, her face flushed, and her starry eyes watery. Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned at such a close distance. He didn't hide his love, appreciation, and amazement at all. Zhao Jingxian lowered her head shyly. In the past, she would definitely change the topic and avoid Lin Sun's gaze. But at this time, perhaps because of the wine, she didn't know where she got the strength to meet Lin Sun's frank and passionate eyes. Looking at the familiar handsome face, her heart couldn't help but sway. Jingxian, sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Sun's voice was low, with an indecipherable meaning. Looking at the delicate and bright face that was within reach, he couldn't help lowering his head and kissing her red and moist lips. It was a wonderful touch. Zhao Jingxian was shy, and her white face was hot. She closed her eyes, and an indescribable feeling emerged from the bottom of her heart. She was nervous, perturbed, but also had a kind of indescribable comfort, joy, and expectation. She seemed to have lost all the strength to resist. She was at his mercy. Zhao Jingxuan's mind was filled with emotions. Suddenly, she thought of a saying, life and death are bound together. Hold your hand and grow old together. In the next moment, she felt her body lighten as she was carried up by a pair of strong arms, and her nervous feelings struck her heart like tidewater, causing her fine and long eyelashes that were like small fans to tremble, causing her clear and beautiful face to become even more alluring, and it was incomparably charming. Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. No matter what kind of temperament Jingxian was and how outstanding she was a woman after all. At this moment, she was inevitably shy and nervous. The next moment, he held the beautiful girl in his arms and walked into the room. Jingxian, let me serve you to bed tonight. In a daze, Lin Sun's low voice rang in Zhao Jingxuan's ears. Driven by strong emotions, she couldn't help opening her eyes and staring at the face close to her. Finally, she just vaguely uttered a hum in her lips, which was as low as a mosquito's buzz. At this moment, her face was crimson, and her body was limp. She only felt that she had lost all her strength. Lin Sun didn't talk nonsense anymore. He carried Zhao Jingxian to the bed, like holding a warm jade. The delicate fragrance from her plump and slender body made Lin Sun feel hot all over. He took off Zhao Jingxuan's clothes almost rudely, and then fell on the bed with her. Her black hair flowed like a waterfall beside the pillow. She was as beautiful as jade, and her body was as delicate as snow. The bed curtain was then pulled down. I wish I could be like the star and the moon, shining brightly every night. After a long time, Lin Sun didn't know how long it had been. He didn't enjoy himself to the fullest, but he was full of satisfaction and comfort. On the bed, Lin Sun held Zhao Jingxian, and a kind of joy, peace and fullness flowed in their hearts. Neither of them spoke, as if they were afraid to break the quiet atmosphere. It wasn't until dawn that Lin Sun opened his mouth and said with emotion, "So, this is the feeling." Zhao Jingxian was stunned at first, and then her pretty face blushed. She glared at him with shyness and annoyance and said, "It's already dawn. You're still thinking about it. Don't you feel ashamed?" Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. He kissed her forehead gently and said, "I'm very greedy. It's not enough for me to think about it for a lifetime." Zhao Jingxuan's starry eyes were blurred, and her heart trembled. Her delicate body was soft. She was in a trance again. On this night, when the golden wind and jade dew met, it was better than countless things in the world. When the sky was bright, Lin Sun walked out of the room refreshed. Looking around, he felt that the sky was clear and the wind was gentle, which made him feel relaxed and happy. The scenery was still the same, but when one's state of mind was different, the scenery would naturally be different. There was less than a month left before the end of the Nine Regions battlefield. Lin Sun intended to take this opportunity to accompany Zhao Jingxian. Last night, Zhao Jingxian said, "I know you can't let go of her. I don't ask you to marry her, nor do I covet the status. As long as you don't betray me, that's enough." Because of this sentence, Lin Sun was moved and felt a little guilty. Zhao Jingxian, the daughter of the emperor of Ziyao Empire, was one of the most beautiful women in the world. She had the blood of a real dragon flowing in her body. She was talented and beautiful like a fairy. If it was any other cultivator, then being able to obtain the company of such a beauty was already an extraordinary fortune. But now, Zhao Jingxian made such a concession. How could Lin Sun not feel ashamed? Even Lin Sun himself couldn't help but sigh with emotion that the beauty cared for him so much. If he didn't accompany Zhao Jingxian well, Lin Sun would feel that he was a sinner. In the following period of time, Lin Sun left the city of Tao protectors with Zhao Jingxian and traveled all over the Nine Regions battlefield. Boating on the lake, watching the clouds on the top of the mountain, walking on the waves in the blue sea, lying drunk on fireflies, overlooking the waterfall. Wasn't it nice to be free and unfettered? Occasionally, Lin Sun would pick Linglu divine grass, make tea with cloud rootless water, and drink with Zhao Jingxian among the flowers. They were half destined to cultivate and half destined to be a monarch. The battle of the Nine Regions, the pursuit of enemies, and the pursuit of Tao were all forgotten by them. The joy here was not worth mentioning to outsiders. Time passed, day and night. On this day, in a snow-white glacier, Lin Sun split a piece of ice to fetch water and boiled tea with a small red clay stove. Zhao Jingxian sat on one side with her arms around her knees, watching Lin Sun with a smile. Suddenly, a strange roar sounded in the sky, like the sound of the Great Way, spreading between the heaven and the earth. Almost at the same time, the ancient desolation token on Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian resonated and trembled. Coincidentally, the two of them stopped what they were doing and looked at each other. They both realized that it was time for the Nine Regions battlefield to come to an end. Looking at the tea that was about to boil on the small red clay stove, Lin Sun sighed softly. Time flies. No matter how happy he was, it was always short-lived. Are you unwilling to leave after tasting the marrow? Zhao Jingxuan's eyes were filled with tenderness. Lin Sun nodded. During this period of time, he had accompanied Zhao Jingxian on a leisurely tour. Naturally, he was reluctant to part with her. Let's go. There will be many more opportunities in the future. Zhao Jingxian took Lin Sun's hand and walked away. She was very satisfied with the company and fun these days. What's more, if a couple's feelings lasted for a long time, why would they stay together day and night? He couldn't help but be stunned when he returned to the city of Dao protectors. Because a stone stele that was a few meters tall had suddenly been erected before the grand and lofty golden city walls. The stone stele was inscribed with row after row of words that were like iron strokes and silver hooks in the writing of the Grand Dao. In the third battle of the Nine Regions, the leader of the ancient desolation, Saint Lin Sun, wielded unparalleled strength and led the Nine Regions battlefield. In the beginning, Saint Lin Sun slaughtered an entire city by himself. He was invincible. After that, he rebuilt the city of Tao Protectors, defeated the allied forces of the 7 regions, and conquered the Black Cliff Sea. He traveled through the 8 regions alone and slaughtered thousands of heroes with a single sword strike. The deeds that Lin Sun had done in the past 3 years were listed in detail. In a trance, Lin Sun recalled the scenes of the battles in the past 3 years. How magnificent! Only such a figure can be called a leader. Only such a hero can be called a sage. A monarch's heart is like the heavens, and his achievements are unprecedented. His strength is unparalleled, and no one can rival him. I set this stele here, and I hope that Saint Lin Sun's name will go down in history. May the future generations be wise. When he finished reading the stele, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel agitated and unable to calm down. He didn't expect that the ancient desolation camp would set up such a stele for him. Look at that. Zhao Jingxian looked into the distance. Lin Sun looked up and saw countless figures gathered on the city wall, and everyone was looking at him with a smile on their faces. Brother Lin, this stele of merit is a token of our appreciation. Each character was carved by a different practitioner. Only in this way can we show our respect. Xiao Hao said loudly. The others also nodded. Lin Sun couldn't help touching his nose and said with a wry smile, "Can I refuse?" "No." Everyone said in unison, and then they couldn't help laughing, their voices shaking the sky. Today, the 9 regions battlefield had come to an end. The practitioners in the city from different places of the ancient desolation would also leave today. However, they didn't know when they would be able to meet again, so they all gathered in front of the city at the same time. Just to say goodbye to Lin Sun together. Thank you very much, everyone. Lin Sun took a deep breath and cupped his hands. His voice resounded through the world. Blood Demon territory. In a remote place with barren mountains and unruly rivers, the sound of Tao resounded in the sky. Xianxia, who was hiding in the depths of a smelly quagmire, was startled and woke up from his dormancy. It's finally over. Ignoring the foul smell of the quagmire, Xianxia rushed out excitedly. Listening to the sound of Tao, he felt like he was listening to the most beautiful melody in the world. He stretched out his hands to the sky, closed his eyes, and showed an intoxicated expression. After hiding for almost a year, he finally saw the light of day again. For Xianxia, it was like opening a new path. After a long time, Xianxia's scarlet eyes revealed a bone-chilling hatred. He gritted his teeth and said, "Shame and failure aren't terrible. What's terrible is knowing shame without courage. Lin Sun, I'll let you be proud this time. I'll definitely pay you back in the future." Whoosh, the next moment, he disappeared into thin air. The North Underworld. In the depths of a vast and boundless ocean, a deranged figure was squatting on a piece of reef, crying and wailing. His hair was messy like grass, his clothes were ragged, his eyes were sunken, and his body was thin. He looked even more miserable than a beggar. But if Lin Sun was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was the leader of the North Underworld region, the young master of the imperial family Kuan Xiaoyu. Back then, he was so glorious and arrogant. He was like the sun in the sky, shining brightly and dominating the region. But now, he was in such a miserable state that he was neither human nor ghost. He was crazy and his mind was in chaos. When the sound of Tao resounded in the sky, Kuan Xiaoyu, who was squatting on the ground and sobbing, froze as if he was struck by lightning. His expression began to change. His eyes that had lost their focus started to focus bit by bit. After a long time, he suddenly stood up and roared at the sky, "I've been muddle-headed for dozens of years. Today, I finally know who I am." Every word was like the roar of a dragon, surging above the 9 heavens. His voice was full of relief and open-mindedness. "Lin Sun, just you wait. When I rise to the top, I will definitely avenge my past humiliation." Kuan Xiaoyu suddenly stepped into the air and his figure suddenly turned into a kuan that was tens of thousands of feet long. He crushed the void and swept away the wind and clouds. The ancient desolation world. In front of the city of Tao Protectors, countless cultivators of the ancient desolation domain were also moving. They took out the ancient desolation token and teleported away, disappearing from the 9 regions battlefield. "Senior Lin, we will leave first. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow forever. Senior Lin, we look forward to meeting you again in the ancient desolation domain." Senior Lin, there were many people who came to bid farewell to Lin Sun. Some were familiar, some were unfamiliar, some could call out their names, and some couldn't. But every one of them had respect and blessings from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Sun responded to them one by one, feeling emotional. Those who were alive could return to their homeland. As for the experts of the ancient desolation realm who were buried in this place, they were destined to stay silent for eternity. That was the cruelty of life and death. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer cultivators in the city. Brother Lin, farewell. Mi Hingzhen, Yi Mo, and the others came to bid farewell. Take care. Lin Sun smiled and cupped his hands. Lin Sun, after returning to the ancient desolation domain, you must come to the Big Dipper world. I'll treat you to the 10,000-year-old wine of the Ziwei Sacred Mountain. Yi Chen said loudly. Laughing at the heavens interrupted, don't. Come to my Breeze Valley. I'll take out the 7 treasures drunk in immortal wine and drink it with you. His words made Yi Chen glare angrily. Do you dare not go against me for once? Laughing at the heavens didn't back down and sneered, I just can't stand the sight of you. What's wrong with that? Well, the two of them were born to be at odds with each other again. Lin Sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he felt warm inside. These were friends, brothers who went through thick and thin together. Brother Lin, we're leaving too. Not long after, Xiaohao and Ruo Wu also came to bid farewell. Lin Sun talked with them and then watched them leave one by one. In the end, only Lin Sun, Zhao Jingxian, Old Toad, Alu, the Big Black Bird, Little Silver, and Little Tian were left. This was normal. When they first came to the 9-region battlefield, the strong in the ancient desolation domain came from different places. When they went back, they would naturally go back the way they came. It was destined that they would not go the same way. For example, Lin Sun and the others came through the portal of the Immortal Mountain. When they went back, they would inevitably return to the Immortal Mountain. Brother, let's go. Old Toad, Alu, and the others looked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun stood at the top of the city wall and looked around as if he wanted to engrave all this in his mind. After a while, he withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, and said firmly, let's go. A ray of light flowed, and then Lin Sun and the others vanished one by one. Only the enormous city of Tao Protector stood silently in the boundless heavens and the earth, and it was suffused with an eternal and divine aura. On this day, after 3 years of fierce battles, the battle of the 9-region battlefield came to an end. No one knew which camp they belonged to, but as long as they survived, they would leave today. The vast 9-region battlefield fell into silence again. No one knew how many years it would be before it opened again. At that time, the bright moon shone on the colorful clouds, ancient desolation, magic pavilion. In front of a quiet and ancient palace, Miao Xian put his hands behind his back and stared into the distance. He couldn't calm down. It had been 3 years since the opening of the 9 regions battlefield. If nothing unexpected happened, the battle of the 9 regions would come to an end today. But this time, could the realm of ancient desolation's camp change the situation of certain defeat and hold on until the end? Miao Xian couldn't see through it. In the first battle of the 9 regions, the ancient desolation suffered a crushing defeat. There were countless casualties, and only 1 in 1,000 could return alive. In the second battle of the 9 regions, the ancient desolation held on for less than half a year before being completely destroyed. In the end, only a few dozen people were lucky enough to survive. What will be the result this time? The more Miao Xian thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. This time, a group of real peerless figures emerged, but compared with the other 8 regions, the gap was still too wide. After a long silence, Miao Xian suddenly remembered what Mr. Shen said when he left 3 years ago. In the 9 regions battlefield, if there is a glimmer of hope to reverse the defeat of the ancient desolation, this glimmer of hope lies in Lin Sun. But, could Lin Sun really do it? Miao Xian had no confidence at all. The 9 regions battlefield was a cruel and terrifying place. It was simply impossible for a single person to turn the tides of the battle. Boom! At this moment, a grand sound suddenly sounded in the sky, and the power of the law of heaven and earth began to rumble in different areas of the ancient desolation. The battle of the 9 regions was over. Miao Xian suddenly raised his head, and his eyes burst with divine light, as if he could see through the mystery of the world. Almost at the same time, the ancient orthodoxies and ethnic forces in different areas of the ancient desolation all noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky at the first time. 3 years have passed. The Battle of the 9 Regions comes to an end today. This time, how will the Battle of the Ancient Desolation be? I hope you can come back alive. Don't let it be bad news. We have lost for too long and been humiliated for too long. If we lose again, it will be difficult for us to raise our heads in the future. Countless bigwigs, old monsters, and founding elders of the ancient sects couldn't help but feel nervous at this moment. Rumble in the vast ancient desolation realm, in the boundless territory, in different regions and cities, the majestic, vigorous, and boundless Tao sounds reverberated everywhere. Even ordinary cultivators were alarmed by this. All of them realized that the curtains to the competition between the 9 regions that had continued for 3 years had been drawn today. Can our ancient desolation realm win this time? Many people were nervous. The competition between the 9 regions was not only about the honor of the ancient desolation realm, but also whether the ancient desolation realm could survive for a long time. Who wouldn't pay attention? I'm not talking about winning, but at least don't lose too badly, many people sighed inwardly. Everyone knew that after 2 crushing defeats in the Battle of the 9 Territories and countless years of decline, it would be extremely difficult for the ancient desolation realm to win in the Battle of the 9 Territories. The Tao sound was still rumbling in the sky, like the horn sound of the end of the battlefield, making all living beings in the ancient desolation realm feel tangled, nervous, and perturbed. He was only waiting for one result. In different areas of the ancient desolation realm, figures began to appear in front of the portals leading to the 9-region battlefield. Xianxia Divine Mountain. It was located in the northern part of the Dongxing territory. At this moment, countless figures had gathered in front of the Xianxia Divine Mountain, which was tens of thousands of feet tall and covered in golden divine light. Almost all of those figures were big shots from the various ancient orthodoxies, including the Origin sect, the Sun Moon Hall, the Tai Daoist sect, and so on. At this moment, all of their eyes were fixed on the peak of the Xianxia Divine Mountain. There was a portal leading to the 9-region battlefield there. When the Tao sound rang in the sky, the portal also buzzed and slowly opened in the void. Then, one figure after another emerged from the teleportation portal. They're back. Great. As long as our disciples come back alive. For a moment, there was a burst of noise, and everyone was surprised, and excited. Because in the past, when the Battle of the 9 Territories ended, it was almost rare for cultivators to return alive from the 9-region battlefield. But now, the 3rd Battle of the 9 Territories had just ended, and so many figures had emerged. It was naturally surprising. How's the situation? An old man from the Sun Moon Hall couldn't help but ask. His voice was like thunder. All of a sudden, the bustling atmosphere fell silent. Old ancestor, we won. At this moment, Mi Hengzhen's figure walked out of the portal. When he heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. We won. The entire place was silent again. Countless old monsters almost couldn't believe their ears. Hengzhen, you mean, our ancient desolation camp won? The old man couldn't help but ask again. Mi Hengzhen took a deep breath and said, that's right. Our ancient desolation camp won. A year ago, we swept through the 8 regions and defeated all our enemies. Every word was like the sound of the Grand Tao, resounding through the heavens and smashing into the hearts of every big shot. They widened their eyes and looked at each other. It was as if they'd heard an impossible miracle, and they couldn't recover for a while. Swept through the 8 regions, defeated all enemies, this was simply too unbelievable. Hengzhen, I'll ask you again. Is this true? The old man was in a trance, and he still couldn't believe it. The experts who had just returned from the 9 regions battlefield like Mi Hengzhen couldn't help but laugh. Not only those big shots, but even they themselves felt like they were dreaming when they recalled everything they'd experienced in the 9 regions battlefield. Mi Hengzhen said with a firm expression, Old ancestor, there's no need to doubt it. We really won. In this battle of the 9 regions, our ancient desolation realm suppressed the other 8 regions and won a great victory. We really won. An old monster couldn't control his emotions. He cried out in excitement, and his eyes turned red. Quick, hurry up and tell me. I want to know how you all defeated those bastards from the 8 regions. This is something that has never happened before in history. One big shot was ecstatic. We won, we won. Ha ha ha. Our ancient desolation realm finally won a great victory. Someone laughed wildly, and tears streamed down his face. It wasn't easy, since ancient times, in the Battle of the 9 Regions, the ancient desolation realm had suffered a lot of humiliation and blood, and the accumulated anger and hatred were higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. Now, they finally got their revenge. For a moment, the entire mysterious brilliance divine mountain was filled with excitement and cheers, resounding through the sky. Such things also happened in different areas of the ancient desolation realm in front of different portals. When laughing at the heavens, Ye Chen, Rua Wu, Xianxia, Yu Jianming, Yi Mo, Ji Xingyao, and other experts returned to the ancient desolation realm. They also brought the good news and victory in the Battle of the 9 Regions. For a moment, the whole ancient desolation realm was in an uproar. When the news of this great victory spread like a hurricane, the details of this great victory were also spread. What? Lin Sun defeated all the enemies in the 8 regions alone? The ancient orthodoxies in the ancient desolation realm were the first to get the news. When they learned of Lin Sun's feats in the 9 regions battlefield, they were all shocked and lost their composure. How is this possible? How did he do it? Just one person, and yet he turned the tide and reversed the situation? Many exclamations sounded, and many big shots couldn't sit still and trembled. 3 years ago, before entering the 9 regions battlefield, the ancient desolation realm gave birth to 2 peerless sages, namely Xiaohao and Rua Wu. A man and a woman, like the sun and the moon in the sky, became the most eye-catching existence in the ancient desolation realm. At that time, Lin Sun had not yet become a sage, and he was still a peerless king in the 9 retribution of longevity realm. Although he was famous all over the world, for many ancient forces, he was still not a great existence. As the saying went, everyone under the sage was a nonentity, but after 3 years, everything about Lin Sun was completely different. He was not only a sage, but also an invincible cultivator in this realm. He was invincible in the 9 regions battlefield alone. This was undoubtedly incredible. Who could have thought of this? Who could have thought of this? Many big shots sighed with mixed feelings. Lin Sun, without any sect, was alone. When he rose from the ancient desolation realm, he had offended many great forces and set off many storms. Some people hated him, and some respected and admired him. But no matter what, he had never joined any orthodoxy since he rose. He had always been fighting alone. What was the big deal about one person? For those ancient orthodoxies and tribes, it was difficult for a person to achieve great things without a backer and force, but it was such a person who dominated the 9 regions battlefield, suppressed the camps of the 8 regions, and was regarded as the first person in the 9 regions battlefield. It was such a person who rebuilt the ancient desolation realm city of Tao protected all the strong cultivators of the ancient desolation realm, and finally turned the situation around and avenged the countless ancestors of the ancient desolation realm. It was also such a person who was a peerless sage, like a supreme sage, who won a great victory for the ancient desolation realm in the 9 regions battle. From now on, who dared to underestimate such a person? This favor is greater than the sky. No matter who, no matter which force, we have to accept it. Because without Lin Sun, there would be no ancient desolation realm today. Some old antiques were extremely excited and said in a sonorous voice. This view became the common understanding of many sects and forces. Yes, this time the ancient desolation realm won a great victory in the 9 regions battle because of Lin Sun's contribution. Such a supreme merit was enough to benefit all living beings, leave his name in history, and be remembered by future generations. In the future, we have to change our attitude towards Lin Sun. Many ancient orthodoxies also realized that the current Lin Sun was completely different from the past. He was already an overlord of the pinnacle saint realm. Even the 9 regions had to admit that he was the number 1 person in the 9 region battlefield. In the entire ancient wasteland, there was only one person in history. One person can rule an orthodoxy. Some old antiques in the Saint King realm sighed. Perhaps the current Lin Sun was only a true saint in the saint realm, but his future achievements were destined to surpass any saint realm existence in the world. Just the word pinnacle was enough to make the true saints of the ancient wasteland bow their heads. In the past, when this kid was regarded as a legend, I scoffed at him. But now, I have to admit it. Times have changed. The future ancient wasteland is destined to be the world of the pinnacle younger generation, and Lin Sun is undoubtedly a leading figure. Similar conversations continued to ferment. As time passed, the entire ancient wasteland knew of Lin Sun's feats in the Nine region battlefield. For a time, the world was shocked, and the world discussed the name Lin Sun, Divine Mystery Pavilion. Mr. Miao Xian laughed loudly. His laughter resounded through the sky, and he was indescribably happy. His tense heartstrings finally relaxed completely at this moment, and he had an unprecedented feeling of relaxation, excitement, and joy. Lin Sun, the number one person in the Nine region battlefield. Senior brother, you're right. The hope of changing the Nine region battlefield is only on this kid. Now, all of this has come true. Mr. Miao Xian had always given people a refined, gentle, and mellow demeanor, but now, he was unrestrained and laughed loudly. In the end, he even picked up a wine pot and drank wildly, shouting, "Servant, bring me a brush." Soon, a servant came forward respectfully and presented the spring and autumn brush and the book of history. Mr. Miao Xian sat on the ground and picked up the brush. After 3 years, the Nine region battle has come to an end. Lin Sun, this kid, single-handedly ruled the universe and suppressed the 8 regions. Line after line of words were like the brands of the Grand Tao, and they appeared on the thick and boundless book of history. This victory is the first of its kind in the history of the ancient wasteland domain, and the blood-hatred accumulated in the past and present. With this achievement alone, Lin Sun's name will be immortalized in the history of the ancient wasteland. Line by line, sentence by sentence, they were all written by Mr. Miao Xian in one go in the history book. In the end, Miao Xian used almost all his strength to end the speech with the words, "Lin Sun has made great contributions for 1,000 years, he finished writing." Mr. Miao Xian threw his head back and drank, laughing heartily. While the entire ancient desolation region was in an uproar, on the Undying God Mountain, Lin Sun, Zhao Jingxian, Old Toad, Alu, and the Big Black Bird were exchanging for Providence. 3 years ago, they had entered the Nine regions battlefield from this place. According to the spirit servant of the Undying God Mountain, the ancient desolate token worn by every expert had the ability to accumulate achievement points. The more enemies one killed, the more achievement points one could accumulate. As for achievement points, they could be exchanged for providence bestowed by the heavens. The Undying God Mountain was one of the blessed lands that had gathered the providence of the Great Tao since ancient times. It was covered with the true providence of the Great Tao. When Lin Sun participated in the Little Tycoon ranking, he had experienced the wondrous use of the providence of the Great Tao. It had immeasurable benefits for cultivation. Such an opportunity could not be wasted. I didn't expect you to do something that the ancients had never done before, and let the ancient wasteland domain obtain a great victory in the Nine regions battle. The spirit servant sighed. He was formed by the laws of the Undying God Mountain, so he did not have any emotional fluctuations. However, he was very clear that this great victory was an earth-shattering event. After sighing with emotion, the spirit servant was very happy. He pointed to the peak of the Undying God Mountain and said, "There is a Tao platform there. Sitting on it, you can exchange for the corresponding providence of the Great Tao in your ancient desolate token. Who will go first?" Before he finished speaking, the Big Black Bird rushed up with a whoosh and shouted, "Grandpa Bird will go first." Shameless! Old Toad and Alu both glared at him. The Big Black Bird did not care at all and squatted on the Tao platform. In an instant, a formless aura of the Great Tao spread out from the Undying God Mountain. One could clearly see with the naked eye that thousands of magnificent rays of auspicious light drifted out from the Tao platform, completely covering the Big Black Bird. This is the providence of the Great Tao? Lin Sun could not help but be moved. Providence had always been mysterious, indistinct and unfathomable. But now, the power of the Great Tao had turned into rays of auspicious light, ethereal and illusory like the light of ascension. When he carefully sensed it, he found that he could not sense anything. It seemed very mysterious. Everyone has providence. The more talented one is, the stronger their providence, and the greater their gains on the path of cultivation. As for those with poor providence, even if the opportunity is in front of them, they will not be able to grasp it. Even if they grasp it, they will not have the fortune to enjoy it. The spirit servant spoke and guided him. Some cultivators are people with inferior natural endowments. If they encounter an extraordinarily great fortuitous encounter, then it would be a calamity for them instead. The heavens are so unfair. Old Toad sighed. When has the heavens ever been fair? Alu said, when we cultivate the Tao, whether it's for longevity or for the power to transcend the mortal world, we've always been fighting against the heavens. We're just unwilling to accept our fate. Everyone knows that fate and luck have always been closely related. Lin Sun nodded secretly. What Old Toad and Alu said was true. Since ancient times, those who could achieve great success on the path of cultivation all had a kind of boldness and breadth of mind that fate does not depend on the heavens, but man can conquer the heavens. It was not an exaggeration to say that from a mortal to a saint, from a saint to an emperor. Every step of cultivation was also an act of defying the heavens and changing one's fate again and again. However, some people were born with providence and were born with extraordinary talents and extraordinary aptitude, while others were born with poor aptitude like rotten wood. This was the difference between fate and providence. The so-called all creatures in the world are born equal had always been an illusion. Those born saints, divine sons, fairies, and princes, could they be equal to the children of Feiyun village? The moment they were born, their fates were already completely different. Not long after, the big black bird walked down from the platform and swayed as if it was drunk. It was intoxicated and dizzy as it clicked its tongue and said, "This is fate. It gathers the mysteries of the world from the past to the present. It's indescribably profound." Thief bird, do you feel any change? Alu couldn't help but ask. The big black bird was stunned, and his eyes regained clarity. He said, I can't say, but I can feel that I seem to be closer to the great Tao of heaven and earth. There is a kind of comfortable feeling like a fish in water. Let me try. Old Toad couldn't help but rush over in a hurry. Soon, wisps of providence formed by the providence of the great Tao emerged and shrouded Old Toad's figure. Taking advantage of this time, Xianxia asked, Brother Sun, what are your plans after leaving the immortal God Mountain? The big black bird at the side immediately pricked up his ears. Now that the nine-region battlefield had come to an end, Lin Sun had also become a top saint who had created his own method. In the entire ancient wasteland region, even the existence of the great saint realm could no longer threaten Lin Sun. Unless the Saint King made a move, however, terrifying existences like the Saint King had either gone to the frontline battlefield of the ancient wasteland region or were in seclusion. Unless they encountered a life-and-death situation that involved the destruction of their sect, it was impossible for them to appear in the world. At such a time, what would Lin Sun do? Would he go to the Black Infernal Heavenly Dog Clan, the Heaven's Pivot Sacred Ground, the Earth Hidden Temple, the Sea Spirit Clan, and the Golden Crow Clan for revenge? The big black bird also wanted to know. One must know that when Lin Sun was in the ancient wasteland region, he had been suppressed by these great forces countless times, and had long formed an irreconcilable blood feud. Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, I plan to go to the Divine Secrets Pavilion. Divine Secrets Pavilion? Zhao Jingxian, the big black bird, and Alu were all stunned. Yes. Lin Sun nodded. Back at the murderous blood battlefield, he had promised the Golden Cicada youth something that involved the situation of the frontline battlefield. Now, it was time to do this. I thought that you would not be able to resist killing your way to the Earth-Hidden Temple to take revenge. So you are only going to the Divine Secrets Pavilion. Then I am relieved. The big black bird spoke as if relieved of a burden. Lin Sun asked back, if I really want to do this, are you going to stop me? The big black bird said without hesitation, I must stop you. That damn place is very dangerous. If you go there with your current strength, you may be caught. Even if those bald donkeys are merciful, they will definitely suppress you forever. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows, how dangerous is it? The big black bird hesitated and finally sighed softly, you should know very well how powerful Holy Monk Duji is, but in the end, didn't he also suffer? Lin Sun was surprised, didn't Holy Monk Duji suffer because he wanted to embark on a supreme road and violated the taboo tribulation? This is just one of the reasons. The big black bird seemed to be unwilling to say more and said vaguely, in a word, don't underestimate the Earth-Hidden Temple. It's true that you are invincible in the true sage realm, but if the Earth-Hidden Temple really uses its trump card, it can suppress you like a fly. In the end, it reminded Lin Sun, I'm not deliberately discouraging you. I just want to tell you that the Earth-Hidden Temple is different from other holy places. Those bald donkeys have someone in it. The big black bird stretched out its claws and pointed to the sky. The ancient path of stars? Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed. The big black bird tacitly agreed and let out a long sigh. Actually, for example, Kuan Xiaoyu, Xueqingyi, Jian Qingchen, and the other fellows you saw in the 9 regions battlefield, the forces behind them are quite related to some of the forces on the ancient path of stars. Of course, there is such a situation in the ancient wilderness, and the Earth-Hidden Temple is just one of them. Besides, as far as I know, the Divine Secrets Pavilion should also be related to a certain orthodoxy on the ancient path of stars. This was the first time that the big black bird had revealed so many secrets. Not long after, Old Toad walked down from the Dao platform. It also looked like it was drunk, its expression hazy and dazed. After a while, he sighed with intoxication, the luck of the Great Way is really wonderful and indescribable. I'll have a try. Alu couldn't help but walk up excitedly. Before long, Alu also staggered back, smacking his lips as if he was reminiscing. It feels like my heart has flown away and my bones are all soft. It's amazing. Lin Sun smiled and looked at Zhao Jingxian, you have a try, too. Zhao Jingxian nodded, stepped on the Taoist platform and sat on the ground. Big brother, when are we going to take revenge? Taking this opportunity, Old Toad asked excitedly, in those days, there were many enemies who bullied us. Now it's time to pay them back. Old Toad is right. Alu nodded hard. Lin Sun shook his head and said, not now. Wait for me to come back and then we can talk about revenge. How could he not want to take revenge immediately? It should be known that the spirit of insignificance Bao was still trapped in the nest of Golden Crow. In addition, before he entered the 9 regions battlefield back then, there were many old things that secretly attacked him in an attempt to kill him to prevent future troubles. For example, Fa Lin of the Earthly Scripture Temple, an elder of the Heaven-Reaching Sword sect, and an old man named Xiao Yao from the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land. These people were worried that he would grow up and become a big trouble after entering the 9-region battlefield, so they all tried to kill him. But in the end, all of them were unable to fulfill their wishes, and they were obstructed by the drunken sword senior who rode on the green donkey and carried the sword gourd, the white-haired beauty Lu Wutian, Yi Jiuxiao, Xiao Buguei, Wei Songyun, and the other experts of the older generation. All of this was arranged by Mr. Shen. According to Mr. Shen, this was hatred. If those enemies didn't take this opportunity to kill Lin Sun, there wouldn't be many chances in the future. Because at that time, Lin Sun was almost invincible under the Saint Realm. He had a strong foundation and superb talent. He alone could influence the world, which was enough to make those King Realm strongmen in the ancient Desolation territory desperate. Such a person, after entering the 9-region battlefield, was bound to become a saint. When Lin Sun returned from the 9 regions battlefield, it would be those ancient orthodoxies' turn to be restless. That was why those enemies who hated Lin Sun tried to kill Lin Sun at all costs. Unfortunately, they all failed in the end. Now, Lin Sun had returned to the ancient Desolation realm with monstrous power as the strongest in the 9 regions battlefield. Of course, he couldn't just let go of the old grudges from back then. Big brother wants to head to the Divine Secret Pavilion alone? Old Toad was stupefied. Lin Sun nodded without explaining anything. Because the ultimate goal of this trip was actually to the front line of the ancient Desolation realm, which belonged to the experts of the Emperor to be realm, it would be too dangerous to bring Old Toad and the others along. At this time, Zhao Jingxian also returned and happened to hear this. She couldn't help but ask, "You're not even bringing me along?" Lin Sun was speechless and said, "Just wait for me with Old Toad and Alu." As he spoke, he didn't wait for Zhao Jingxian to speak again before his figure flashed towards the platform and sat down cross-legged. Zhao Jingxian, Old Toad and Alu looked at each other and realized that no one could change Lin Sun's mind since he had made up his mind. As soon as he sat on the platform, Lin Sun had a wonderful feeling. His soul seemed to be immersed in the torrent of chaos, drifting with the current in a vast and mysterious realm. That was the power of the Great Way, but when he really calmed down and experienced it, he couldn't understand the mystery in it. It was too obscure and mysterious, chaotic and indescribable. Fate and fate had always been one, and the arrival of the Great Way's fate was enough to affect one's pursuit of Tao. And the change of fate would inevitably affect the direction of one's fate. However, no matter who it was, even if his cultivation was as high as the Emperor realm, it was difficult to get rid of the shackles of fate. It was possible to jump out of the mortal world, but it was destined to be an almost impossible thing to get rid of the karma and the entanglement of fate. Just like at this moment, Lin Sun couldn't understand the real mystery of the Great Way's fate at his current realm. But this didn't prevent him from obtaining this mysterious power. Moreover, the huge amount of achievement points accumulated in his ancient desolation token was enough to let him obtain the Great Way's fate far beyond his imagination. What? Sure enough, it didn't take long for the spiritual servant, who had been silently watching all this, to notice the abnormality. He couldn't help but be surprised. How many achievement points on earth has he accumulated? In his eyes, the power of the Great Way's fate that had gathered in the whole immortal mountain for countless years was now constantly flowing to Lin Sun like a flood bursting a dam. A lot, more than I can imagine. Old Toad, Alu, and the others looked strange. In the 3 years since the beginning of the Battle of the 9 Regions, the number of strongmen who had died in Lin Sun's hands was as numerous as the sand in the Ganges River, and now all these had turned into numerous achievement points, which became the weight for Lin Sun to obtain the Great Way's fate. You can't tell me? The spiritual servant was stunned and couldn't believe it. Senior, you don't know that the reason why the ancient desolation realm could win the Battle of the 9 Regions was almost entirely due to my elder brother, Old Toad couldn't help but explain. Knowing this, the spiritual servant was stunned. After a while, he sighed with emotion. No wonder, no wonder. But before long, the spiritual servant's face changed and he said, "Is this boy going to swallow all the Great Way's fate of the immortal mountain?" The spiritual servant was transformed by the power of rules of the immortal mountain. Only he could clearly perceive that nearly 40% of the Great Way's fate of the immortal mountain had been absorbed by Lin Sun alone, and this situation was still going on. When Lin Sun walked down from the platform, the spiritual servant's face turned green and he stared at Lin Sun with a murderous look. Lin Sun couldn't help but be shocked. Didn't he just obtain some Great Way's fate? He didn't know that more than half of the Great Way's fate of the immortal mountain had been accumulated over countless years had been swallowed by him. How could the spiritual servant not feel pain? Fortunately, the spiritual servant was only transformed by the power of rules. If he was the master of the immortal mountain, he would have already killed Lin Sun. Elder brother, what's the change? Old Toad couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but praise, "It's really amazing. In such a short time, my cultivation has advanced further. Now I have successfully entered the late stage of true sage realm." Old Toad, Alu, and Zhao Jingxian were all speechless. The big black bird couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "This is just the Great Way's fate. It affects one's own fate. Why did it make your cultivation advance further?" Lin Sun looked innocent. "How would I know? Maybe it's because of luck?" "Luck my ass." The big black bird had the urge to beat someone up. On the same day, Lin Sun and the others left the immortal mountain and returned to the Star Chest Sea. At this time, the entire ancient desolation was in a carnival. The victory of the Battle of the 9 Regions made all the cultivators in the world excited. There was no reason not to celebrate. This was an unprecedented event, but there were also some orthodoxies and forces who were depressed. Everyone felt suffocated. For example, the Heavens Pivot Holy Land, the Black Sea Tengu tribe, the Earth Treasury Temple, the Golden Crow tribe, the Sea Soul tribe, the Xuandu Taoism sect, the Beast Spiritual Mountain, and so on. These forces all had a blood feud with Lin Sun that could not be resolved. When they learned of Lin Sun's brilliant achievements in the 9 Regions battlefield, and when they learned that the young man, who they once regarded as a thorn in their side, had now become the #1 cultivator in the 9 Regions battlefield, how could they be happy? It's over. This guy has become a serious problem. Many people sighed and wailed. With his current reputation, if he wants to take revenge, it will be a disaster. There were also many people who were deeply worried. Damn it. How could this be? He is a nobody, but now he has become the savior of the entire ancient desolation? If I had known this, I would have killed him before he reached the sage realm, no matter what price I have to pay. Some people were even more resentful and furious. This guy is fierce and vengeful. Now that he has gained the upper hand, he will definitely not choose to endure it. I just don't know when he will choose to take action. Besides, I heard that in the 9 regions battlefield, almost all the young people in the ancient desolation who have reached the sage realm follow this guy's lead. If they know that this guy is going to attack us, how can those young people who have set foot on the top of the ancient desolation not help? Alas! Similar discussions resounded in every force that was hostile to Lin Sun. For a time, those forces were also gloomy and anxious. Lin Sun was completely different from before. Now, no matter in strength or reputation, he had become an existence that could threaten an orthodoxy. As for the opposing forces, who wouldn't be worried about this, from that day on, they even began to plan how to deal with Lin Sun if he really came to them. If Lin Sun was alone, it would not be terrible. But if all the young people who had set foot on the top of the sage realm in the 9 regions battlefield went to help Lin Sun, it would be troublesome. However, as time went by, Lin Sun's reputation was still spreading throughout the ancient desolation after a few days. But there was no news of him, as if he had disappeared from the world. No one knew where Lin Sun went after returning from the 9 regions battlefield. In the Divine Secret Pavilion. The front line is extremely dangerous. Even strong people in the quasi-emperor realm can die there. Do you really want to go? Miao Xian could not help but remind him. Just now, Lin Sun came to visit him in person, which surprised him. But when he learned the purpose of Lin Sun's visit, he could not stay calm at all. In the frontline battlefield of the ancient desolation. That was a dangerous place that could make even the sage king turn pale at the mention of it. Since ancient times, no one knew how many people in the quasi-emperor realm had been buried there. Lin Sun actually planned to go there alone. How could Miao Xian not be shocked? Miao Xian didn't ask why Lin Sun insisted on going to the front line of the ancient desolation. He just asked, "Do you have to go?" Lin Sun nodded. In the mulberry forest of the bloodthirsty battlefield, before the golden cicada young man left, he sealed a group of strong people in the quasi-emperor realm with a piece of divine ice leaf and told Lin Sun to take it to the front line. Now, Lin Sun believed that he had the foundation to go to the front line of the ancient desolation, so he did this as soon as he returned. Okay, I'll arrange it for you. Miao Xian agreed without hesitation. Lin Sun was already a peerless saint who had created his own method. Since he chose to do this, there must be a good reason, so there was no need to remind him. Thank you for your help. Lin Sun breathed a sigh of relief. It was not easy to go to the front line of the ancient desolation. It needed a special way to get there through a special void path. The Divine Secret Pavilion happened to have the way to get in and out of this void path. Miao Xian urged, "I will open the transmission formation for you one day later. When you arrive at the front line, you must go to my senior fellow apprentice as soon as possible. He will take care of you and you won't be in danger." Miao Xian's senior fellow apprentice was Mr. Shen, who had taught Lin Sun the way of stone carving, and his strength was unfathomable. It would be a good thing if Mr. Shen took care of him. Mr. Yin Huan and Child Ao are back. At this moment, a servant boy with his hair in 2 buns appeared outside the hall and reported respectfully. They are back? Invite them in. Miao Xian stood up and said to Lin Sun, "My young friend, I will introduce you to 2 talents from the starry ancient path. The other is Yin Huan, the current holy maiden of the Divine Mystery sect. She's ranked 9th on the Starry Sky Beauty list. A few years ago, she became a saint and created a technique called the Great Thousand Void Seal. She's quite famous among the younger generation of the Starry Sky Ancient Path. The other one is Ao Zhentian from the True Dragon tribe. This person is even more impressive. He is a pure-blooded descendant of the True Dragon and has an extremely shocking foundation. According to my observation, this person already has an invincible aura and will sooner or later enter the Starry Sky True Sage board." Lin Sun was shocked by these words. The fact that it came from the Starry Sky Ancient Path was already shocking enough. After all, to the entire ancient desolation realm, the Starry Sky Ancient Path was like a legendary world that stood above the heavens, at least as far as Lin Sun knew. In the ancient desolation realm, only those in the Emperor realm could cross the void and reach the Starry Sky Ancient Road. What surprised Lin even more was that the man and the woman from the Starry Sky Ancient Path were each more extraordinary than the other. Yin Huan had created her own cultivation method, and Ao Zhentian was a pure-blooded True Dragon descendant. Even in the ancient Desolation realm, they could be considered shocking and rare. Next, through Miao Xian's explanation, Lin Sun also learned some secrets. For example, only the most outstanding fairies and geniuses of the Starry Sky Ancient Path could be ranked on the Starry Sky Beauty list. Every single one of them was at least at the peak of the true divine realm. Not only that, these beautiful ladies on the Galaxy Ancient Path were peerless in terms of talent, foundation, appearance, and temperament. That was where the word absolutely gorgeous came from. For Yin Huan to be ranked 9th on the Starry Sky Beauty list, one could imagine how extraordinary she was. Of course, nothing was absolute. The world was so vast that it was not possible to have a list that could list all the extraordinary ladies in the world. However, one thing was certain. The women who were able to be ranked on this list were definitely not ordinary people. The divine secret sect that Yin Huan was from was not simple either. It was closely related to the divine secret pavilion in the ancient Desolation realm. If the divine secret pavilion was a branch, then the divine secret sect would be the main sect. As for the Starry Sky True Sage list, it was also known as the peak of the True Sage list. In the Starry Sky Ancient Path, only those who were invincible had the right to challenge this list. The importance of this list was even greater than the Starry Sky Beauty list. God knows how many forces on the Starry Sky Ancient Path paid attention to it. Anyone who could make it onto this list was regarded as the son of the Starry Sky. Ao Zhentian already had the foundation to challenge this list. Of course, he was not an ordinary person. However, to Lin Sun, all of this was just a novelty. He had never heard of such secrets before, so he was not shocked or moved. This was because he was already invincible in the true sage realm. In terms of mentality, he did not feel ashamed of his inferiority. The only thing that Lin Sun was curious about was why such a couple would come to the ancient Desolation realm and why they were here. As he was thinking, footsteps were heard outside the hall. A man and a woman walked in side by side. The man was tall and sturdy. He was wearing a bright yellow dragon robe with cloud patterns on his feet. His hair was long and there was a pair of inch-long dragon horns on his smooth forehead. As he took a step forward, a vast and boundless aura spread out, making him seem like the ruler of the world. He had the aura to swallow the 4 seas and the might to control the wind and clouds. Especially his pair of eyes, when he opened and closed, the divine light was like a blade, giving people a piercing and sharp feeling as if their throats were being cut open. Without a doubt, this person was Ao Zhentian, a pure-blooded descendant of the true dragon clan. Some people were clearly extraordinary, heaven-warping divine might, just like this Ao Zhentian. However, the woman beside him was not overshadowed by his elegance, and it was even to the extent that people would notice her at first glance. The reason was very simple. This woman was beautiful like a celestial being. She wore white clothes, and her black hair was like a waterfall that was casually tied by a red rope that hung down to her slender waist. She didn't have any makeup on her face, but her complexion was like the morning glow reflecting the snow, and her skin was like ice and bones were like jade. As she walked, strands of mist coiled around her like a dream, and it made her figure seem even more graceful like a celestial being. However, her eyes were too cold. They seemed calm, but in fact, they were indifferent to the extreme, and they gave off a feeling of being superior and unapproachable. Yin Huan, 7th Prince, you're back. Miao Xian greeted them with a smile. Greetings, Martial Uncle. Greetings, Senior. Yin Huan and Ao Zhentian saluted one after another, looking neither humble nor arrogant. Even if Miao Xian was a figure in the quasi-emperor realm, it was a common sight for them. Haha, it's good that you're back. Please take a seat, and then I'll introduce a friend to you. Miao Xian motioned them to sit down, and then arranged for a boy to serve tea. His attitude was quite enthusiastic. However, as soon as Ao Zhentian sat down, he said with a smile, Senior, when the matter is settled, I'll return to the Starry Sky Ancient Path, and I'm not in the mood to make friends. From the beginning to the end, he just glanced at Lin Sun and then ignored him. The pride hidden in his bones was revealed in this inadvertent sentence. Miao Xian's smile faded a lot, and he looked at Yin Huan. Yin Huan picked up the tea on the table and said, Martial Uncle, what Child Ao said is right. After all, we don't belong to the ancient Desolation domain. When this matter is settled, we'll return. It's meaningless to make friends now, and it's destined that we won't meet again in the future. As she said, she looked at Lin Sun sitting opposite her in the hall and said, "What do you think, Taoism pure?" Her voice was like the chirping of an oriole, gentle and pleasant, but both her expression and words were cold and arrogant. Lin Sun was curious and wanted to see the elegant demeanor of the talents on the starry sky ancient path, but when he saw this scene, he immediately lost interest. "You're right, we just met by chance, there's no need to force it," Lin Sun said. In this way, Yin Huan was slightly stunned. In her subconscious mind, she thought that Miao Xian introduced Lin Sun to her in order to promote him, and she only regarded him as an insignificant figure. She never thought that Miao Xian would be so indifferent. Immediately, she shook her head and stopped thinking about it. Over the years, she didn't know how many men had pursued her, and many of them were famous in the starry sky. But without exception, she rejected all of them. Now Lin Sun showed a kind of indifference, which she regarded as a kind of pretending, deliberately to arouse her interest. Unfortunately, she had seen this kind of trick many times. Ao Zhentian sneered and said with a playful smile, "It's fate that we meet by chance. If I meet someone I like, I don't mind getting to know him. Unfortunately, I'm not destined to be with you." At this point, the atmosphere in the hall was obviously subtle. As the host, how could Miao Xian not see that neither Yin Huan nor Ao Zhentian took Lin Sun seriously at all? He was too anxious to let Lin Sun make more friends, so that he could have more friendship when he went to the starry sky ancient path in the future. He never thought that it was self-defeating. When Miao Xian was about to explain something, Lin Sun said with a smile, "Senior, don't force it. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." With that, he stood up without any hesitation. In the past, the practitioners in the ancient Desolation territory looked down on the practitioners in the mortal world. Now, the practitioners in the ancient Desolation territory were also looked down upon by the people on the starry sky ancient path. This was actually very normal. There were too many similar things in cultivation and life. Even in the Empire, ordinary people in the Forbidden City looked down on ordinary people in other places. Lin Sun could understand it, but it didn't mean that he could accept it calmly. For Lin Sun's departure, Miao Xian sighed and didn't stop him. He told the boy to arrange a place for Lin Sun to rest. As for Ao Zhentian and Yin Huan, they didn't look at Lin Sun from beginning to end. Why should they care about him? "Martial uncle, we've got the news that the person child Ao is looking for is now with a practitioner named Lin Sun." In the hall, Yin Huan said directly, "Do you know where Lin Sun is now?" "Lin Sun?" Miao Xian was stunned and looked strange. At the same time, Lin Sun, who had just walked out of the hall, stopped and narrowed his eyes slightly. These two guys came to the ancient Desolation territory from the starry sky ancient path to find someone? In the hall, looking at Miao Xian's strange expression, Yin Huan couldn't help asking, "Uncle, do you know Lin Sun?" Miao Xian asked, "Haven't you heard of this name in the ancient wilderness these days?" Ao Zhentian suddenly said, "Is Lin Sun the one regarded as the first in the 9 regions battlefield?" Miao Xian nodded. Yin Huan and Ao Zhentian looked at each other and were surprised. It was really him. These days, when they visited the ancient wilderness, they heard the story of the victory in the battle of the 9 regions everywhere. Among them, the name Lin Sun was mentioned the most. How could Yin Huan and Ao Zhentian not have heard of it? But they never thought that this Lin Sun was that Lin Sun. So, this person is still a great figure. To be able to suppress the talents of the 8 regions by himself, he should at least have the foundation of the invincible true sage realm. Yin Huan became a little interested and thought about it. Although she came from the starry sky ancient path, she was not arrogant. She knew very well how unusual the title of the first in the 9 regions battlefield was. In the past 2 battles of the 9 regions, there had been 2 strong people who won the title of the first in the 9 regions battlefield, and in the following years, they all stepped into the Emperor realm. The Emperor realm was a terrible existence like a giant on the starry sky ancient path. Could Lin Sun also step into the Emperor realm in the future? It was hard to say. But it was certain that since he could become the first in the 9 regions battlefield, his foundation and aptitude must be enough for him to have the qualification to break through to the Emperor realm in the future. Ao Zhentian obviously also realized this and couldn't help but nod. "If so, this boy deserves our attention." Miao Xian couldn't help shaking his head with a wry smile. "Attention, you guys have completely ignored him just now. Miao Xian also knew how proud the strong on the starry sky ancient path was. They would not only have a sense of superiority when facing the ancient wilderness. Even when facing the strong in the other 8 regions, it was generally the same. Especially for the amazing figures like Yin Huan and Ao Zhentian, only those who were more dazzling and stronger than them could be taken seriously by them. As for those who were weaker than them, it was impossible to attract their attention. Unfortunately, their pattern, background, vision and cognition determined that they made mistakes in their treatment of Lin Sun. Immediately, Miao Xian realized a problem and asked, "Seventh Prince, are you sure the person you're looking for is beside Lin Sun?" At the same time, Lin Sun, who was standing outside the hall, also began to pay attention. He had already guessed something in his heart, but he just needed to confirm it. In the hall, Ao Zhentian said in a deep voice, "Yes, a few days ago, Miss Yin Huan and I went to the Holy Land of Spiritual Treasure and met a relative of my true dragon. From him, I learned that the person I was looking for was beside Lin Sun." "A relative?" Mr. Miao Xian was startled. Ao Zhentian said, "Yan Zhanqiu's mother's bloodline is somewhat related to our true dragon clan." Mr. Miao Xian suddenly understood and immediately asked, "Then who are you looking for?" Ao Zhentian didn't hide it and said directly, "She should be called Zhao Jingxian now. Her mother is a core member of the true dragon clan. According to seniority, she is my aunt, and Zhao Jingxian is my cousin." After a pause, he continued, "I came here to take my cousin back to the clan to participate in the gathering of dragons. My grandfather ordered that my cousin should also participate." The gathering of dragons, Miao Xian was surprised. "So, in your true dragon clan, there will be a descendant who can inherit the ancestral dragon blood?" Yin Huan said, "Yes, this matter has long been spread on the starry sky ancient path, and the one who can inherit the ancestral dragon blood is the 7th prince. Amazing, the gathering of dragons is held every tens of thousands of years. This is a grand event that can cause a sensation on the starry sky ancient path." Miao Xian exclaimed, "And if the 7th prince can inherit the ancestral dragon blood, he will sooner or later transform into the rare Taoist body of the ancestral dragon, and his future will be limitless." He didn't expect that Ao Zhentian's talent was so great. As a descendant of the true dragon clan, he had a unique and terrifying foundation, which was far superior to the descendants of most clans in the world. In the true dragon clan, there was only 1 in 10,000 descendants who could inherit the ancestral dragon blood, and even one could not be seen for a long time. Therefore, every time there was a strong person who could inherit the ancestral dragon blood, the ancestral dragon clan would hold a gathering of dragons, even on the starry sky ancient path. This was a shocking event. Because of this, Miao Xian couldn't help but exclaim. In the face of such praise, Ao Zhentian smiled reservedly, and there was a faint disdain between his eyebrows. But at this moment, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Lin's figure. He frowned and said, "Why are you back again?" Yin Huan was also stunned, and her eyes became extremely cold. Miao Xian just wanted to say something, but Lin Sun had gone straight to Ao Zhentian and said, "You said you want to take Jingxian away?" His voice was cold and his expression was calm, without any emotional fluctuation. But compared with the time in the hall just now, Lin Sun seemed to be a different person at this moment, with an invisible power pervading the air. Ao Zhentian was stunned at first, as if he couldn't believe that Lin Sun dared to speak to him so rudely. His eyes became cold. "This has nothing to do with you. I advise you to pay attention to what you say. This is the Divine Secret Pavilion. For the sake of Miao Xian, I won't argue with you. Otherwise, you would have been a dead man for such an attitude." As he spoke, a vast aura emerged from his body like a dragon's roar, and it pressed towards Lin Sun like a landslide and a tsunami. He sat on the ground, and Lin Sun seemed to be looking down on him when he spoke. This made his dignity difficult to tolerate, and he wanted to suppress Lin Sun to the ground, but when Ao Zhentian's power pressed towards Lin Sun, it disappeared without a trace like a clay ox entering the sea, and Lin Sun's figure didn't move at all. Ao Zhentian narrowed his eyes and laughed angrily. "Oh, I didn't expect that you have some ability." As he spoke, he intended to use his real strength, but Yin Huan stopped him and said, "7th prince, don't be impatient. I have something to ask him." As she said, she stood up. Like Ao Zhentian, she didn't want to talk to Lin Sun in the way of looking up. "You suddenly came back," called Jingxian, and questioned the 7th prince aggressively. If I'm not mistaken, you are Lin Sun. She was dressed in white, and her black hair was tied with a red string. She looked like a cold fairy on the top of an ice and snow mountain, but her words were still indifferent and her attitude was still arrogant. Miao Xian said, "Yes, this little friend is Lin Sun. Let's sit down and talk together." He intended to ease the atmosphere. But Ao Zhentian suddenly stood up, and his eyes burst with sharp light. He looked directly at Lin Sun. "It turns out that you are Lin Sun. Tell me where Zhao Jingxian is now, and I will let bygones be bygones and give you a generous reward. What do you think?" His words were filled with excitement, but there was also a hint of arrogance in his tone. Miao Xian thought it was bad. "Sure enough," Lin Sun said indifferently with cold eyes, "let bygones be bygones? Who do you think you are? How dare you say I'm wrong?" Ao Zhentian's face darkened, and his breath was terrible, like an angry dragon god. His tall figure exuded an oppressive power, which made the atmosphere in the hall suddenly oppressive and solemn. "Seventh Prince, you must bear it. We need this person's help now. Otherwise, if you want to bring back Zhao Jingxian this time, I'm afraid there will be many twists and turns." Yin Huan hurriedly transmitted her voice. "Humph, does he think he can be lawless after becoming the strongest in the 9 regions battlefield? In my opinion, we should directly suppress him, and I don't believe he won't bow his head." Ao Zhentian snorted coldly. Of course, he also transmitted his voice. "No, this is the ancient desolation realm after all, not the starry sky ancient path. Lin Sun is famous all over the world now, and his reputation is like the sun in the sky. Even my martial uncle Miao Xian will definitely protect him and not let us suppress him." Yin Huan calmly analyzed, and then she looked at Lin Sun and said, "My friend, we were negligent just now, please forgive us." Lin Sun said, "Friend? Haha." The sarcastic laughter made Yin Huan angry. She had already taken a step back, but this guy didn't appreciate it at all. Ao Zhentian's face also darkened. In his opinion, Lin Sun's action was to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Miao Xian smiled bitterly and had to say, "My young friend, it was just a small conflict before. For my sake, I hope you can bury the hatchet." Lin Sun said flatly, "There's no need to bury the hatchet. I'm not on the same side as them. But I'll say this, whoever wants to take Zhao Jingxian away must go through me first." After that, he stepped out of the hall. Ao Zhentian really came to take Zhao Jingxian away. No matter what his intention was, Lin Sun couldn't tolerate it. Unless Zhao Jingxian herself was willing, no one could force her to do so as long as he was here. What about the mysterious pavilion? What about the true dragon clan? Lin Sun had never been afraid of anyone since he started cultivating. Seeing Lin Sun being so ruthless, Ao Zhentian was completely furious and shouted, "Who do you think you are? You can come and go as you please? Stay here." Boom, he stretched out his hand. It was like a dragon claw stretching out of the clouds, covering the sky and covering the sun. It seemed that it could grasp the universe, the sun, and the moon in its palm. With the power of Miao Xian, it was enough to stop all this, but he couldn't help being angry at this moment. It was Ao Zhentian's fault first, and he had to ask Lin Sun for help. But his attitude was still so arrogant, and he even wanted to fight with Lin Sun. It was too much. "Then let me show you the power of the strong in the ancient desolation territory," Miao Xian thought in his heart. He didn't intervene. Just as the claw was about to cover Lin Sun, a golden tribulation rune suddenly rushed out from behind Lin Sun and turned into the phantom of the divine beast Bai Hu. With a rumble, it stepped on the air and collided with the claw. Yin Huan's expression did not change at all. As the top one in the 9 regions battlefield, it was reasonable for Lin Sun to be able to block Ao Zhentian's blow. Otherwise, he was just an undeserved reputation. But Ao Zhentian's eyes narrowed and he said angrily, "The profound meaning of the real dragon, you thief, how dare you cultivate the Tao of my clan?" What? Yin Huan was also surprised at this time. The Tao of the real dragon was the power of the real dragon. Lin Sun was obviously a human. How could he comprehend and master such a power of the real dragon? It was very abnormal. Lin Sun turned around and said indifferently, "The real dragon is just one of the Tao in the world. Why can't I cultivate it?" Ao Zhentian's handsome face was gloomy, and his eyes were full of killing intent. He said, I see, what you cultivate is the 9 transformations of the dragon. Only the 9 transformations of the dragon can enable you, a lowly thief, to steal the power of the real dragon. 9 transformations of the dragon, Yin Huan thought hard, but she couldn't figure out why there was such an inheritance in the world. Lowly? Thief? Theft? Lin Sun looked at Ao Zhentian with his hands behind his back and said, Do you really think I don't dare to slay the dragon? As he said, he took a step forward, and the aura around him suddenly turned into a furnace that smelted everything in the universe. The terrible power spread, making the void wail. Compared with the simple and calm appearance before, he was like a different person. Yin Huan's eyes narrowed. How strong? Slay the dragon? You're courting death. Ao Zhentian suddenly shouted. His figure was like a real dragon, and his aura covered the sky and the earth. Above his head, a starry sky appeared. A real dragon roamed in it, and its body stretched endlessly, crushing hundreds of millions of galaxies. Whoosh, he tore the void and pressed towards Lin Sun. The sharp finger force was covered with obscure Taoist scales, which seemed to be able to tear the sky and the earth and disturb the yin and yang. Just the aura it emitted was enough to make the top sages tremble. It was terrible. It gave people the feeling that they were fighting against a true dragon in the sky, and they were like ants, incomparably insignificant. This was a kind of spiritual intimidation. Lin Sun didn't look happy or sad. He didn't even look at them. In his heart, the furnace of the Great Way was reflected, smelting the essence of all Tao and developing the wonders of all methods. As he pressed his hand out, boom, in the void image of a furnace appeared. It was massive and immeasurable, possessing the power to suppress endless ages, undying and glorious might. Great Tao Furnace Scripture. This was also the first time that Lin Sun used it in a battle after he created his own method. In an instant, the force exerted by Ao Zhentian's claw was crushed into powder, and it caused deafening rumbling to resound. The furnace was vigorous as it continued to smash downwards. Upon closer inspection, the cauldron gave off a heavy and boundless feeling of essence as one. Inside the cauldron, all kinds of great Daos fused together, yin and yang rotated, taiji was born, water and fire complemented each other, hardness and softness were formed, undying true dragon swam in the middle of the abyss, and the mysteries of Starin were hidden inside the furnace. On the other hand, all sorts of obscure techniques were branded in the surroundings of the furnace. There were figures that shook the heavens and the earth executing fist techniques, a myriad of strands of sword chi that surged like an ocean, and just one furnace contained all the mysteries of the Great Way. However, only Lin Sun could understand the mysteries and scenes in it. In the eyes of others, there was only one kind of phenomenon in this furnace. Everything could be broken. Before Ao Zhentian could react, he was knocked away by the furnace of the Great Way. His body smashed hard on the wall of the hall, and blood spurted from his mouth and nose. His protective power was tumbling violently. If not, this blow alone was enough to make him unable to bear it. What kind of method was this? Yin Huan finally couldn't calm down. Her beautiful eyes changed, and she was shocked. The style of that single blow was full of countless mysteries, which made her feel an indescribable sense of amazement and shock just by watching it. Although Yin Huan recognized Lin Sun's identity as the first person in the 9 regions battlefield before, she didn't fear or attach importance to him because he ranked 9th on the beauty list of Starry Sky. But now, she found that she had underestimated the ancient Desolation Realm and Lin Sun in front of her. Wonderful. Miao Xian praised in his heart. Originally, when Lin Sun and Ao Zhentian fought, he was a little worried. After all, the latter came from the Starry Sky ancient path and was a direct descendant of the true dragon clan. But now it seemed that Lin Sun was not inferior at all, and even surpassed him. A pure-blood descendant of the true dragon is so weak. In the silence, Lin Sun said indifferently. In the distance, Ao Zhentian climbed up from the ground, and his strong figure was bathed in divine brilliance. Just from the surface, his injury was not serious. However, this strike made him feel humiliated. He had lost all face. On the Starry Sky ancient path, although Ao Zhentian was not invincible, he was also a famous dazzling figure, and he had long possessed the momentum of invincibility. But now, in this ancient desolation realm that he completely despised, he was knocked away by a blow. This was like a stick that made his dignity suffer a blow. Come again. Ao Zhentian shouted. He didn't lose his mind because of anger. On the contrary, after this blow, he didn't dare to underestimate Lin Sun anymore, and he had used his real power. Boom, he strode forward while numerous profound Tao marking diagrams appeared beneath his feet, and his entire body emanated blazing and resplendent light. Rising dragon in the sky. His body suddenly stretched out, and the clouds and mist rose, and the divine brilliance surged. He was like a true dragon riding on the clouds, with the momentum of swallowing the four seas. But before he got close, he was broken by a furnace phantom. His body staggered out, and his hair was disheveled, and his muscles and bones made an unbearable friction sound. This, Yin Huan opened her beautiful eyes wide in disbelief. She knew how terrible Ao Zhentian's strength was. If it was someone else of the same generation, it would be impossible for him to resist such a fierce attack. But in Lin Sun's hands, it seemed very weak. There is always someone stronger than you. There is always someone stronger than you. But Lin Sun's combat power is too powerful. The furnace of immortality can break all the rules. Miao Xian couldn't help but be moved. This is the character who wants to enter the Starry Sky True Sage list? Lin Sun said again. His words were full of sarcasm. Being defeated successively with a single strike caused Ao Zhentian to feel dizzy and furious, and it was simply more uncomfortable than being slapped twice. Come again. Ao Zhentian roared like an angry dragon. The pair of dragon horns on his head were full of obscure Taoist patterns, and his body was covered with dragon scales. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, he used the secret method of the true dragon. Every move he made had the unparalleled power to crush everything. But no matter how powerful his power was, Lin Sun could break it with one method, a furnace of the great Tao. It was simple, direct, and focused on one thing. It was wondrous to the extreme, and it was terrifying to the extreme. Bang! Bang! In a short period of time, Ao Zhentian was beaten down 7 or 8 times. From beginning to end, Ao Zhentian had no power to resist. Yin Huan was stunned, and her mind was in turmoil. How could Lin Sun be so powerful? On the Starry Sky Ancient Path, there was such a powerful sage, but it was extremely rare. As long as one rose, he would definitely enter the Starry Sky True Sage list and become an invincible figure in the Starry Sky. However, Yin Huan didn't expect that in this ancient desolation realm, he would meet such a peerless person. Come again. At this time, Ao Zhentian's hair was disheveled, his clothes were ragged, his body was cracked, and his mouth and nose were full of blood. His appearance was so miserable that it couldn't be described with words. You should know that if I wanted to kill you, I don't have to wait until now. If you don't know what's good for you, you deserve to die. Lin Sun said coldly. This was the Divine Secret Pavilion. Although Miao Xian didn't intervene before, he was sure that once he revealed his intention to kill Ao Zhentian, Miao Xian would definitely intervene. Sure enough, Miao Xian intervened. He put one hand on Ao Zhentian's shoulder and said, "Seventh Prince, enough is enough." Ao Zhentian's eyes were red with anger, but in the end, he took a few deep breaths to restrain his boiling anger, stared at Lin Sun for a while, and then left. Previously, he had almost lost all his face. How could he have the face to stay? He was not stupid, and naturally knew that if it wasn't for Miao Xian, Lin Sun would definitely dare to kill him without hesitation. Damn it! How could there be such a heaven-defying figure in this ancient desolation realm? Who taught him the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon? That's the taboo secret left by my ancestors. Ao Zhentian's heart was in turmoil. This time he suffered such a big blow that he was a little out of balance, and he needed to calm down. In the hall, the atmosphere became subtle as Ao Zhentian left. Yin Huan's pretty face was complicated, and the way she looked at Lin Sun also changed. Witnessing Ao Zhentian's repeated defeats also gave Yin Huan an unprecedented shock. She couldn't believe that such a figure was born in this ancient desolation realm, which completely subverted her previous understanding. If she had known that Lin Sun was such a great figure, she would not have ignored him as before. Unfortunately, it was too late to say this now. Lin Sun, it's not your fault, but you should be careful when you go to the Starry Sky Ancient Path in the future. Miao Xian reminded him by voice transmission. Lin Sun nodded to show that he understood. Even if the whole true dragon bloodline stood behind Xianxia, he would not be afraid and uneasy because of it. In fact, you misunderstood. Child Ao came here to take Miss Xianxia back to the true dragon bloodline. They are cousins and have a blood relationship. He will definitely not harm her. Yin Huan suddenly said, if possible, I still hope that you can be generous and help Child Ao once. As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Maybe you can take this opportunity to ease the relationship between you and Child Ao. Lin Sun said flatly, this is only Child Ao's idea. Unless Xianxia is willing to go back with him, no one can force her. Yin Huan sighed faintly. She didn't want to stay any longer, so she turned around and left the hall. In fact, a faint sense of regret surged in her heart, but she quickly erased it. She came from the starry sky ancient path, while Lin Sun might be talented and powerful, but since he was born in the ancient desolation realm, he might not be able to reach that vast world in the future. After all, not everyone in this world was qualified to go to the starry sky ancient path. P.S. Goldfish updated some content about Taishan Sword Emperor, Wu Yan Battle Emperor, and Star Obscurity Battle Emperor on the official WeChat account. You can open WeChat and search for Xiaojinyu 233. After adding him as your follower, you can check the history. In addition, Goldfish also explained the plot of criticizing Xianxia and Yin Huan on the official WeChat account. After all, the two of them were just a thread, and their purpose was to draw out Zhao Jingshuan's identity. In the hall, Miao Xian also sighed and said apologetically, my little friend, it's my fault this time. I didn't expect to cause such trouble. As he said, he bowed to Lin Sun. Miao Sun was a gentleman. Lin Sun hurriedly avoided Miao Xian and said, Senior, this is just a conflict between me and Xianxia. It has nothing to do with you. Miao Xian smiled and invited Lin Sun to sit down. Then he said, my little friend, can you listen to me about Xianxia? Lin Sun said, please go ahead. Miao Xian thought for a while and said, if you really care about Miss Xianxia, you can let her follow Xianxia back to the bloodline of the true dragon. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and was a little surprised. Putting aside the prejudice against Xianxia, if Miss Xianxia can participate in the gathering of dragons, her bloodline talent will definitely get unexpected benefits. Mr. Miao Xian explained, this will be extremely important to her future cultivation. After all, this 10,000 dragon immortal gathering is only held once every tens of thousands of years. However, not everyone in the true dragon bloodline is qualified to participate in it. As far as I know, it is impossible for those who are not the direct descendants of the true dragon to participate in such a grand event. And all the descendants of the true dragon who participate in such a grand event have the opportunity to get the ancestral blood. This is the bloodline power left by the ancestor of the true dragon at the beginning of the chaos. As long as you refine it, there will be a wonderful atavism transformation. Do you know what this means for the descendants of the true dragon? Before Lin Sun could answer, Miao Xian gently spat out 4 words from his lips, the qualification to be a great emperor. Lin Sun was shocked and gasped. He still couldn't believe it and said, just by refining a part of the power, one can have the qualification to become a great emperor. Miao Xian nodded and immediately said with a smile, of course it's not that easy to become a great emperor. However, it's already extremely great to have the qualification to become a great emperor. Some strong quasi-emperors can't have such qualification in their whole life. No wonder Miao Xian would make such a suggestion. The ancestral dragon blood alone was enough to make any descendant of the real dragon irresistible. The foundation of the true dragon bloodline is truly terrifying. He could not help but sigh. Mr. Miao Xian also sighed. True dragon, immortal phoenix, these are the legendary races of gods that are blessed by the heavens. No matter who it is, whether it is the starry sky ancient path or the entire 9 regions, no one can deny their power. Just like Xianxia. Even though he isn't a match for you now, his natural talent can be said to be heaven-defying. The myriad dragons and immortals meeting this time was held because of him. There's utterly no need to doubt that once he refines the energy of the ancestral dragon's true blood, he'll definitely be able to establish the true dragon Dao body and possess the foundation to become an emperor. Lin Sun pondered in silence for a long time and finally said, I need to ask Xianxia's opinion on this matter. If she is willing to go, I will never stop her. The meaning of his words was obvious. If Zhao Jingxian was unwilling, no one could take her away as long as Lin Sun was here. Mr. Miaoxian nodded. On the same day, Lin Sun wrote a letter and left his own imprint on it. He handed it to Mr. Miaoxian and sent it to the Star Chassis through the Divine Secret Pavilion. At the same time, Yin Huan was also talking to Ao Zhentin. Mr. Ao, we were too careless this time. In my opinion, even on the Starry Sky Ancient Path, Lin Sun's combat strength is enough to rank in the top 100 of the Starry Sky True Sage list. Yin Huan spoke in a low voice and comforted Ao Zhentin. However, he also has his shortcomings. If he doesn't have special methods, he's destined to be unable to enter the Starry Sky Ancient Path before becoming an emperor. After a pause, she continued, you also know that compared to the 9 regions, the Starry Sky Ancient Path is the true cultivation world. It's the source of all Tao, the origin of chaos, and the ancestral court of all orthodoxies in the heavens. Ancestral court, it was just 2 words, but the meaning it represented was enough to make any cultivator in the world tremble. You're right, but the more it's like this, the more it proves that I'm too useless. Ao Zhentin had recovered his calm at this moment, and he said bitterly, look at Lin Sun. He's only cultivating in the ancient desolation domain, yet he's able to easily defeat me. If he was allowed to cultivate in the Starry Sky Ancient Path from the beginning, wouldn't the resources and combat strength he possesses be even more terrifying? As he spoke up to hear, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. In the past, I only set my eyes on those blazing suns on the Starry Sky True Sage list, but now I realize that I'm too narrow-minded. Yin Huan couldn't help but be slightly worried. Would Ao Zhentin be too shocked, and his invincible belief in his mental state wavered? Yin Huan, don't worry. This defeat has completely sobered me up, and I won't be so muddle-headed in the future. Ao Zhentin took a deep breath, and his brows were filled with determination. Yin Huan felt much more relaxed when she saw this. The only thing I'm worried about now is how to bring my cousin's sister back to the clan. You know that it was my grandfather who gave the order to come to the ancient desolation domain this time. If I can't accomplish this, my grandfather will definitely blame me. Ao Zhentin let out a long sigh. Yin Huan thought for a moment and said, how about I plead with Marshal Uncle Miaoxian and ask him to help persuade Lin Sun? Ao Zhentin shook his head, no, I'll go and find her myself. Let Yin Huan choose to bow her head because of him, Ao Zhentin couldn't do that. On the same night, a letter was brought back to the Divine Secret Pavilion from Star Chassis. Lin opened the letter and saw only a line of words on it, your heart is also my heart. This matter is all up to you. Lin Sun read it and immediately understood. It seemed that Jingxian was also very interested in the ancestral dragon blood, but she valued his attitude more, so she let him make the decision. Immediately, Lin Sun found Miaoxian and said, Senior, can you please tell Ao Zhentin that I'll make a decision after I return from the front line? Miaoxian laughed heartily, sure. When Miaoxian brought these words to Ao Zhentin, the latter was stunned. What did this guy mean? Yin Huan immediately understood and said, what else could it mean? He definitely doesn't feel at ease with you taking Miss Jingxian away right now, but he doesn't want Miss Jingxian to miss the opportunity of the 10,000 Dragons Immortal Gathering, so he made such a decision. Ao Zhentin couldn't help but snort, does he think I will harm my cousin? Yin Huan shook her head and said, no, this only proves that the relationship between Lin Sun and Child Ao's cousin is not ordinary, and it is very likely that they have become Taoist companions. Ao Zhentin's pupil shrank and he said, doesn't she know that our descendants, whether male or female, must get the consent of the patriarch and the elders if they want to become Taoist companions with outsiders? Yin Huan thought of something and couldn't help sighing. Ao Zhentin quickly said, Yin Huan, there is no problem between us. When the gathering of dragons comes to an end, I will ask my father for instructions as soon as possible. Yin Huan nodded with shyness and tenderness in her eyes. If Lin Sun was here, he would not believe that Yin Huan, an aloof and cold beauty, had such a shy and tender side. For a moment, Ao Zhentin couldn't help being stunned. The beauty was picturesque, poetic, and mellow. It could be tasted, appreciated, and recalled. In the end, Ao Zhentin agreed to wait for a while. The next morning, in a secret realm located deep within the Divine Secret Pavilion, there was an ancient black altar. On one side of the altar stood a thin old man with sparse beard and hair. He wore a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat, like an old fisherman. When Miao Xian arrived with Lin Sun, he first bowed slightly to the old man in the straw raincoat and said, "This young friend is Lin Sun. He wants to go to the frontline battlefield. Sorry to trouble you, Elderine." The old fisherman glanced at Lin Sun and nodded. He didn't say a word more. Miao Xian said to Lin Sun, "This is Elderine. He will take you to the frontline battlefield along the way. Remember, no matter what happens along the way, you must listen to Elderine." Lin Sun nodded. Elder Yin's breath was very ordinary, and Lin Sun couldn't tell what cultivation he had. But the more ordinary he was, the more Lin Sun dared not to underestimate him. "When you arrive at the front line, please hand this letter to my senior brother, my young friend." Miao Xian took out a sealed jade slip and handed it to Lin Sun. Lin Sun carefully put it away and walked up to the ancient black altar with Elderine. Accompanied by a strange roar, Lin Sun and Elderine suddenly disappeared. Fortunately, Elderine is here. Otherwise, it's easy to have too many accidents just by moving in the void. Miao Xian let out a long breath. The scene in front of Lin Sun suddenly changed. Lin Sun suddenly had a feeling as if he was shuttling through countless colorful and broken worlds, and all the way there were strange and dazzling scenes. Beside him, Elderine was driving an old wooden boat, carrying Lin Sun shuttling in the void. Wisps of space turbulence turned into colorful ribbons, splashing around the wooden boat, magnificent and beautiful. But Lin Sun knew that once he was touched by those colorful ribbons, even if he was a peerless saint, he would be instantly smashed by the terrible power of space, because they were moving in the void. The power of space was the power of rules of order between nothingness. Along the way, Elderine stood at the bow of the boat, stooped, wearing a straw cape and a bamboo hat, like a fisherman, silently looking into the distance without saying a word. Seeing this, Lin Sun didn't disturb him and looked around calmly. It was said that on the frontline battlefield of the ancient Desolation realm, there was a great wall connecting heaven and earth. It was magnificent and vast, built by real stars. This city was also called Imperial Pass Long City. From ancient times to the present, it had blocked the invasion of countless foreign enemies and kept the peace of the ancient Desolation realm until now. Both the inside and outside of the vast city walls were tainted with an endless amount of blood. This was rarely circulated in the ancient Desolation realm. Lin Sun also learned some news about the frontline battlefield of the ancient Desolation realm from Miao Xian. Woo-woo, suddenly, a scarlet ocean appeared in front of the wooden boat. It was as thick as blood, and a strange sound came from the depths of the sea. In an instant, Lin Sun felt a tingling in his eardrums, his qi and blood were boiling, and he saw stars. He exerted all his strength to dissolve the terrible sound. It was also at this moment that he clearly saw a golden dermic conch floating within the blood-colored waves. It was crying, and its voice wailed as it shook the sea to the point it rose and fell. Waves struck the heavens, and even the void was thrown into disorder and shattered. "What's this?" Lin Sun was surprised. Then, as the sound of the golden conch spread, the sky exploded, the scarlet sea rolled back, and endless storms were stirred up. Lin Sun only felt that his body was trembling, his state of mind was in turmoil, and his cultivation showed signs of being reversed and disordered. He was so uncomfortable that he almost coughed up blood. He hurriedly concentrated his spirit and qi and ran his cultivation method. He was like a furnace in the sky, suppressing the ups and downs of the past and the present. Even so, he could barely resist the attack of the terrible sound wave. At this moment, Elderine, who stood in front of the wooden boat, opened his mouth. His voice was dry and hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. "This is a dermic conch left behind by an Emperor Realm Buddha. Blow the dermic conch and hit the dermic drum to display the might of the dermic Tao. The louder the dermic conch, the stronger the dermic power. This conch has long been damaged and fallen. Otherwise, in the hands of an Emperor Realm expert, it is enough to make the sky fall, the earth crack, the river of stars tremble, and all things perish." As soon as Elder Yin's voice sounded, Lin Sun felt relaxed, and the interference brought by the terrible sound wave disappeared without a trace. When he raised his eyes to look again, he noticed that the blood-red ocean was only an illusion, and even the golden shell was only a brand. For some unknown reason, its aura was still preserved even after experiencing the corrosion of countless years. What you saw just now was the remains of a battlefield in primitive times. It was sprinkled with Emperor Realm blood and turned into an ocean. However, after the passage of time, the battlefield has long disappeared, leaving only some aura to this day. Eldarine sighed softly. Lin Sun couldn't help but gasp. How could some dying aura cause such terrible oppression and interference to him? It was incredible and terrible. You did well just now, and the self-cultivation method you created is quite unique, but it lacks some real tempering. Eldarine didn't say anything else after that. From the beginning to the end, he turned his back to Lin Sun and never looked back, but he seemed to have a panoramic view of Lin's performance. The wooden ship crushed the void as it moved forward, flying through space. It looked old, but it was not afraid of the invasion of the power of space rules. Not long after, the blood-colored ocean disappeared, and the void was filled with darkness. It was as if they were shuttling through the endless night. Arriving here, the wooden boat slowed down significantly. This is the land of destruction. It's a land of nothingness left behind after a world plane is destroyed. Such a place is also the most dangerous. Eldarine spoke again. As if to prove his words true, in the next moment, numerous gorgeous beams of light suddenly soared up from the dark void. Shockingly, it was strand after strand of sword chi. They tore apart the darkness, tore apart the sky, illuminated eternally, and were filled with an eternal and peerless sharpness. At this moment, Eldarine finally moved. With a wave of his sleeve, the wooden boat quickly dodged, flashing endlessly far away, avoiding this land of sword chi. Even so, there was still a strand of sword chi that brushed past the wooden boat. In that instant, Lin Sun felt as if he was on the verge of death, as if he had fallen into an icy cave. This sword chi simply couldn't be found in this world. It was too terrifying, terrifying to the point that Lin Sun couldn't understand it at all. A very long time ago, this land of destruction had once taken the life of a sword emperor. After he died, the sword intent contained within his corpse was everlasting, and every time an external object approached it, it would surge out. Only when they were far away from that dangerous place did Eldarine speak. The sword emperor died here. Lin Sun was shocked again. The road to the Great Wall of Imperial Pass was filled with so many bloody, shocking, and terrifying things. This was something Lin Sun had never imagined before. If it wasn't for Eldarine leading the way, there was no need to even think about it. With his current cultivation, it would be impossible for him to take even a single step into this place. Eldarine suddenly said, I observed the method you created, it contains the profundities of sword Dao. This strand of sword chi was collected by me just now. Take it and study it. Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, a strand of 3-inch sword chi appeared in front of Lin Sun. It was sparkling and translucent, flickering with a peerless sharpness. Just looking at it made one's heart tremble. Without a doubt, this was the sword chi left behind by the fallen sword emperor. Many thanks, Senior. Lin Sun acted as if he had obtained a supreme treasure. Only, when he tried to seize it, this 3-inch sword chi seemed to be unyielding. With a light flash, it shattered Lin Sun's force. The sharpness of its sharpness almost injured Lin Sun. Eldarine seemed to be completely unaware of this and didn't pay any attention to it. Lin Sun took a deep breath and operated the Great Way Furnace method. The image of a furnace soared into the air, enveloping the 3-inch sword chi within. Bang bang bang, in an instant, the sword chi danced about chaotically, rampaging about and almost collapsing the furnace image. Lin Sun gritted his teeth and performed his own method with all his strength. Confronting the sword chi was like staging a thrilling battle. Just a moment later, Lin Sun looked solemn. This sword chi was so powerful that fighting against it was like fighting against a peerless swordsman. It was incredibly terrible. With Lin Sun's current combat strength, killing a peerless sage was no different from tearing a painting. But it was extremely difficult for him to fight against this 3-inch sword chi. After a long time, Lin Sun coughed up blood. However, at this time, the 3-inch sword chi suddenly exploded and turned into broken sword chi dust, which was smelted in the furnace. Without hesitation, Lin Sun sat cross-legged and meditated. In an instant, countless mysterious insights of sword Dao came into his mind, making him forget himself. At the bow, Eldarine showed a trace of surprise, but soon recovered. No one knew better than him that it was extremely difficult to subdue this sword chi, even for a great sage. But Lin Sun did it with the power of a true sage. Eldarine thought of Miao Xian's evaluation of Lin Sun. I haven't seen such a person for thousands of years. He's like a demon and an immortal. After a long time, Lin Sun, who was sitting cross-legged on the boat, suddenly opened his eyes and moved his mind. The image of a furnace floated up into appearance, and then it transformed into 33 layers of sword chi in the blink of an eye. Every single layer of sword chi converged 18,000 swords, and every single sword surged with sword insight. The sharp aura was brilliant and vast, and when it surged in space, it just happened to rise and fall like an ocean of sword insight. Clatter as Lin Sun ran the method, the ocean of sword chi began to develop various sword formations in the void, which were magnificent and formed a world of its own. Later, with a wave of swords, all the methods were absorbed into Lin Sun's body. The sword chi was formed. To practice Taishan Sword Sutra was to cultivate wisps of sword chi in each acupoint, so that they could quench sword light, gather sword chi, condense sword soul, and turn into sword spirit. Now, Lin Sun gathered all his Taishan sword chi into an immortal and sharp sword chi. While the quality of Taishan sword chi was upgraded, the power of Taishan sword chi also underwent a qualitative transformation, and Taishan sword chi was originally integrated into Lin Sun's Great Way Furnace Sutra, which improved the power of this sutra imperceptibly. All of this was the benefit that came from refining the 3-inch-long sword chi. Using the method of the ancients and replacing it with one's own method, this method is too amazing. I've never heard of it. At this moment, Eldarine spoke with a hint of seriousness in his voice. My young friend, when you practice in the future, you must not easily reveal your own method. Otherwise, it will be a disaster rather than a blessing. Lin Sun was shocked and nodded. Thank you for your advice, Eldarine. In the following period of time, the wooden boat traveled in the void, experiencing many strange and dangerous things on the way. Countless stars and meteorites fell from the chaotic starry sky, whistling down and sinking pieces of barren and withered world fragments. Terrible storms of the Great Way raged like the end of the world, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, crushing the sun and the moon in it. Broken emperor skeletons and corpses rushed up, emitting an aura that could make heaven and earth collapse. There were too many incredible and horrible scenes appeared, some of which were residual illusions, and some were real strange things. Along the way, Lin Sun was frightened from time to time and broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for Eldarine leading the way, Lin Sun would definitely turn around and retreat without hesitation. From the beginning to the end, he never thought that there would be such a terrible thing on the way to the front battlefield. Especially on one occasion, when they passed through an expanse of gray and hazy starry sky, an ethereal figure suddenly appeared. It stood towering between the heavens and the earth, and merely its aura penetrated the surroundings and caused countless stars to trickle down like rain. At that time, Lin Sun was completely shocked and stunned. There was no need for Eldarine to explain at all. He knew that it was the power of an emperor. Even if he had fallen for countless years, the remaining aura still had the power to crush the sky. The emperor was high. The more he looked up at it, the stronger he was. The more he studied it, the more he felt that it was the power of an emperor. The more people looked up at it, the more they felt it was lofty. The more they studied it, the more they felt it was infinite. They wanted to catch up, but they couldn't catch up with it no matter what. It was not an exaggeration to look up to the heavens, control the universe, and be the first of all saints. Although the road seemed long, for Lin Sun, it was like opening a new door, which made him realize many things, all of which were rare and precious experiences. Along the way, Eldarine occasionally gave some advice and explanations to Lin Sun. Although he didn't say much, Lin Sun always felt enlightened. Influenced by the improvement of his state of mind, vision, and experience, his cultivation became more stable and solid, and there were signs of approaching the consummation of the true sage realm. This was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. After returning from the 9 regions battlefield, Lin Sun's cultivation broke through to the late stage of true sage realm when he obtained the luck of the Great Way on the Immortal Mountain. Now, his cultivation showed signs of approaching the consummation. It could be imagined how much benefit the experience and insight along the way had brought to Lin Sun. The old wooden ship shuttled through the void. Eldarine was as silent as ever. But Lin Sun knew that Eldarine was definitely not inferior to Miao Xian, or even more powerful, because there were many dangers along the way, and there was no lack of breath left by some emperors, which could easily kill any saints. But Eldarine could always turn misfortune into blessing. How could an ordinary person do this? One day, when Lin Sun was deducing and practicing the Great Way's furnace scripture, he suddenly noticed that the wooden ship passed by a graveyard in the starry sky. Numerous tombs floated in the starry sky like meteors, and every single one of them emitted a strange and unfathomable aura. It was as if ancient fiend gods were buried within them. On one of the tombs, there was a blood mosquito, which was about 300 meters in size. Its body was as red as blood, as if it was made of divine gold, and it emitted a ghastly chill. Its eyes were like a pair of bloody lanterns, and there were 16 wings on its back. Each pair of wings was branded with dense and strange characters of the underworld, which were ferocious and treacherous. Looking from afar, one could feel a frightening and ferocious breath, as if they were looking at a peerless evil god. It was lying on a kind of tomb, and its sharp mouth was inserted into the tomb. Its 16 pairs of wings trembled slightly, as if it was absorbing some kind of power. It looked extremely strange. Underworld child, Lin Sun's black eyes shrank, and he almost couldn't believe his eyes. In the upper 9 realms of the domain of despair, Underworld child, an ancient freak who had been sleeping in the forbidden land of Styx, woke up and showed his disdainful power. Lin Sun had fought with it more than once, so he was very clear that its original body was the peerless 8-winged blood mosquito, which was born in the Styx. This kind of monster was born and raised by the earth, and it had incredible fierce talent. Moreover, its vitality was so strong that it was almost immortal. Lin Sun had fought with it several times and killed it completely several times. But every time, Underworld child came back to life with the help of the Emperor of Hell's melting pot. Until the last time he killed Underworld child, Lin Sun was very sure that his soul was completely shattered. But in the end, Underworld child's broken flesh and blood was saved by the mysterious Emperor of Hell's melting pot. At that time even Lin Sun was not sure whether he could be resurrected. Could the gigantic and ferocious blood mosquito in front of him be him? When Lin Sun wanted to take a closer look, the wooden boat had already passed through the starry graveyard and the blood mosquito could no longer be seen. But Lin Sun couldn't calm down. Back then, the dark child had 8 pairs of wings and had the cultivation of a king of the longevity tribulation realm. The blood mosquito they had seen before had 16 pairs of wings. If it really is the dark child, why would he appear here? That's a 16-winged nether river blood mosquito. The one who possesses such a bloodline talent should be an emperor from the underworld. As far as I know, the true form of the dark blood underworld emperor who went to the ancient path of the stars in the primordial era was such a ferocious creature. Eldarine spoke from the front of the wooden boat. He seemed to have noticed something wrong with Lin Sun's mood. Senior, do you know what the blood mosquito was doing just now? Lin Sun asked with a thought. A rare trace of disgust appeared in Elder Yin's voice. He said, absorbing the remnant souls and blood of ancient heroic spirits to cultivate, using this to promote one's own transformation. It's like a bloodthirsty mosquito, abhorrent by ghosts and gods. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel disgusted. Buried under the starry graveyard were the corpses of countless powerhouses. Yet the Nether River blood mosquito cultivated with the remnant souls and blood of these ancient corpses, which naturally made people feel uncomfortable. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the old wooden boat suddenly stopped in the void. Eldarine said, "The Great Wall of Imperial Pass, we've arrived." Lin Sun suddenly raised his head. Far away in the distance, a black line stretched across the heavens and the earth. It was so vast that it seemed to be boundlessly long. It was so huge that no one could see its height and distance. But looking carefully, one could tell that it was a great wall winding between heaven and earth. It was incomparably vast, incomparably majestic, covering the sky and earth. Just looking at it from afar made one feel insignificant, because this city was too vast. Around the city, there were stars revolving one after another, as if they were eternal. It had been like this since ancient times. Grand, magnificent, majestic, even the stars could only revolve around the city's surroundings. Just how massive was this? This city was built by a group of emperors gathering stars from outer space. It stretches between heaven and earth like an eternal wall, blocking outside enemies. Elder Yin's hoarse voice carried a deep sigh. The ancient wasteland's first heavenly moat, the place where venerable emperors stopped, these are definitely not empty words. Lin Sun's mind rose and fell. Since ancient times until now, this city had towered without decaying, like a heavenly moat, stopping all outside enemies. If this was the case, didn't this city lead to the other 8 regions' worlds? You can move out now. Eldarine said, when you return, just have Mr. Shen send you on your way. Lin Sun immediately became clear-headed. He bowed respectfully and said, many thanks to Senior for looking after me along the way. Eldarine nodded slightly. With a wave of his sleeve, a wave of formless force spread, wrapping around Lin Sun and bringing him away from the wooden boat. When he returned to his senses, Lin Sun already appeared in front of Imperial Pass Great Wall. When he turned around, Elder Yin's figure had long disappeared. Lin Sun shook his head. He didn't think too much about it and continued forward. The closer he got to this city, the more insignificant he felt, as if he was an ant gazing into the heavens. The disparity was too great. Moreover, as he got closer, Lin Sun felt a tremendous pressure, his mind even trembling. It was as if there were many emperor-level existences standing on top of Imperial Pass Great Wall, overlooking the world. This city really was too grand and majestic. When he got closer, it was full of scenes of heaven and earth being created. Chaotic mist pervaded the air, stars swirling about, it was incomparable. Lin Sun savored it for a bit, and then he immediately understood. This city was covered in unmatched restrictions, suffused with the aura of emperor level, dominating the world. This was Imperial Pass Great Wall, existing since time immemorial, dominating the front lines. Little kid, who sent you here? Simply messing around, do you want to die? Suddenly, a muffled thunderous shout sounded from that towering and enormous city. Boom, in the next moment, wind and thunder surged, the void and disorder. Not far from Lin Sun, a man in green armor with unkempt hair and beard suddenly appeared. He had a resolute face, his entire body exuding a terrifying iron-blooded aura. Around him, a rain of great Dao light surged like a waterfall. Just by standing there casually, Lin Sun felt suffocated, as if he was looking up at a great mountain. This was a quasi-emperor-level figure who had fought on the battlefield for a long time. Lin Sun instantly judged, immediately bowing and saying, Junior Lin Sun greets Senior. The resolute middle-aged man's eyes were brilliant, like divine swords shooting out. He swept his gaze over Lin Sun, and then said, I am this city's gatekeeper, Xianxia. Little kid, tell me, who sent you here? This is the frontlines battlefield, didn't your elders tell you that with your cultivation, coming here is purely courting death? Xianxia's words were extremely impolite. Lin Sun cupped his hands and said, this time, Junior borrowed the power of Divine Secret Pavilion to come here. My goal is to see Mr. Shen about something, I hope Senior can help me. When he heard the 3 words Divine Secret Pavilion, Xianxia's expression eased up quite a bit, but he still felt strange, saying, what matter, to have a junior like you come here? Aren't you afraid of encountering mishaps? Without waiting for Lin Sun's reply, he shook his head and said, forget it, since you have arrived safely. Then follow me into the city first. Mr. Shen is not here right now, but in another stronghold, planning a strategy to defend against the enemy. As he spoke, Xianxia waved his sleeves, rising into the air with Lin Sun. With a flash, they disappeared into thin air. The next moment, the two already appeared in Imperial Pass main city. This place was similarly vast and unimaginably vast. One could see giant star remains and meteorites floating in different areas, like giant islands in the void. Swish, as soon as they appeared, there were incomparably powerful and terrifying divine senses sweeping over, making Lin Sun's entire body stiffen, a chill running down his back. Without a doubt, these were the experts stationed in Imperial Pass main city. How do you feel? Xianxia grinned, his rough and resolute expression carrying a trace of ridicule. Those fellows stationed here all year round, there is not a single one whose cultivation is lower than the Saint King realm. Lin Sun's expression stiffened, and he sighed, the Great Wall of Imperial Pass really deserves its reputation. Did you hear that? The little guy also knows how powerful the front line of the border pass is. If you continue like this, you will scare him. Xianxia laughed loudly. Immediately, the terrifying thoughts that swept over all receded like the tide. Only then did Lin Sun feel a sense of relief. Just now, being locked on by so many terrifying thoughts, that feeling was not at all pleasant. Let's go, I will take you to Mr. Shen's living place first. Xianxia floated to the ground, leading Lin Sun forward. A golden light spread out, stepping on it at an extremely fast speed. Along the way, Lin Sun noticed that on the giant star remains floating in the void, There were some figures sitting cross-legged, silent, eyebrows, beards, and hair hanging down like waterfalls, their bodies covered in dust, who knew how many years they had been meditating. Suddenly, Lin Sun's eyes widened, he saw something. A fiery red bird opened its mouth and inhaled, swallowing a star, letting out a clear and melodious cry. Not long after, Lin Sun's heart shook again. He saw a dwarf-like short old man dragging a corpse that was tens of thousands of zhong tall, proudly treading on the air. The dwarf old man ran while shouting, "Big guy, look, look, this is my achievement today, a giant barbarian blood quasi-emperor." Lin Sun was dumbfounded, hunting quasi-emperors. This dwarf old man was actually so fierce. On the side, Xianxia snorted coldly, "Don't pay attention to this old thing, coming to the Great Wall of Imperial Pass for more than 7,000 years, killing less than 30 quasi-emperor enemies, can only be said to be weak." Lin Sun was directly speechless. An existence that could kill a quasi-emperor was actually described as weak. Suddenly, a wisp of sorrowful weeping sounded. In the distant area, chaotic chi pervaded, countless snow-white lightning flowing within. Vaguely, within the chaotic lightning, there was a slender white figure faintly visible, like a ghost immortal descending to the mortal world. Chaos filled the air, and snow-white lightning flashed silently. That sorrowful weeping voice came from the ghostly immortal-like white figure. Lin Sun's scalp was numb, and his state of mind was about to collapse. The cry, with a strange sad power, went straight to the mind, like a sudden cold arrow, trying to pierce the state of mind. "Let's go." Xianxia grabbed Lin Sun and took a detour. Until the strange chaotic scene could no longer be seen, Xianxia said with a complicated expression, "According to legend, it was a strand of the heroic spirit of a supreme existence in the primeval times. He was an emperor when he was still alive, and he possessed extraordinary accomplishments. His combat strength shook the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. He'd once slaughtered his way into the 8 regions by himself, and he slaughtered his enemies to the point all of them were terrified and their expressions changed at the mention of it. Although it was only a legend, it was still shocking. How unparalleled was his combat power to be able to run unhindered in the 8 regions? Unfortunately, in primitive times, the battle of emperors outside the imperial pass was unprecedentedly fierce. In the end, this emperor withered under the siege of the enemy due to physical exhaustion. When he died, his only regret was that he couldn't see his wife again. Now, his heroic spirit lingers here. Countless years have passed, but his heroic spirit hasn't been extinguished, and he still weeps with sorrow." Speaking of this, Xianxia sighed again. In primitive times, the battle was earth-shaking. The ancient Desolation region was besieged by the 8 regions. The emperor tried his best, but in the end, he couldn't avoid death. Whenever this matter was mentioned, people would sigh with regret. Lin Sun was in a daze, and his mind was in turmoil. After a long time, he murmured, "This senior is really a sentimental person." Alas, isn't that so? Since ancient times, love has only led to regret. Who would dare imagine that this was the strongest emperor of the Devil Dao during the primeval times? He was renowned for being cold and emotionless, and he was called the Heartless Devil Emperor. Xianxia sighed. Heartless Demon Emperor. Lin Sun firmly remembered this name. A demonic emperor, known for his ruthlessness and coldness, only regretted that he couldn't see his wife once before he died. Not long after, Xianxia led Lin Sun into a fairyland-like area. Here, immortal clouds were rising, ancient palaces were lined up, and thousands of divine lights fell from the sky, bright and gorgeous. Xianxia stopped in front of a bronze palace and said, "This is where Mr. Shun lives, you can just wait here." Lin asked, "Senior, when will Mr. Shun come back?" Xianxia thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. In recent years, the 8 territories have been invaded by foreign enemies, especially the 37th stronghold, Songhai Pass. The battle is the fiercest. Mr. Shen and the others are now stationed at Songhai Pass." Only after hearing Xianxia's explanation did Lin Sun learn that Imperial Pass Great Wall stretched on endlessly, crossing who knew how many void worlds. Therefore, it was also divided into 108 strongholds, and every stronghold had a pass. Just the distance between each pass was very likely to be a few worlds apart. If one wanted to cross over, they would have to rely on special teleportation arrays. For example, Songhai Pass was separated by dozens of passes from the Yang Pass where Lin Sun and the others were. The distance was unimaginably far. Only when something big enough to affect the frontline battle situation happens can the Emperor's breath beacon fire be ignited, and the news can be transmitted to every pass in an instant. Little guy, if your matter is not urgent, I advise you to wait. Emperor's breath beacon fire cannot be used indiscriminately, Xianxia said. Lin Sun thought for a while, then agreed. He came here only because he was entrusted by the Golden Cicada Youth to bring that ice and snow leaf. It was not a big deal. From this day on, Lin Sun stayed at Mr. Shen's residence in Yang Pass, waiting for Mr. Shen to return. Yang Pass was extremely large. It was called a stronghold of Imperial Pass Great Wall, but in fact, it was a continuous city, lying between three broken floating worlds. There were more than 30 quasi-emperors stationed here. In addition, there were hundreds of Saint Kings scattered here. When there was no battle, these old monsters who could shake the entire ancient desolation region with a stamp of their feet were either cultivating or doing their own things. Towards Lin Sun's arrival, even though there were quite a few curious gazes, as time went on, no one paid attention to this little fella anymore. Lin Sun was also happy to be idle. This was the first time he came to Imperial Pass Great Wall, so he would occasionally stroll around, looking at the great deeds of the ancients. However, most of the time, he was seizing the time to cultivate. Now, his chi refinement, body refinement, and spirit refinement, these three types of cultivation had long merged into one. His cultivation had also reached the consummate level of the true sage realm. The next step was the great sage realm. The great sage was precious in the word great. Great and immeasurable, formless and invisible, great sounds silent, from ancient times until now, regardless of what race, regardless of what language, all great characters were formed from one and person. This one was precisely the one that escaped from heaven's divination 50, this one that ran through the person body was great, implying that the great Tao was in the human heart. The great sage realm was when one's cultivation in the true sage realm transformed to a type of great Tao in the heart, one's body immeasurable state. Heaven and earth had great beauty without words, one's body had the great Tao and immeasurable, and now, Lin Sun was only a step away from this great sage realm. A single step was like ascending to the heavens, possessing immeasurable might. If one couldn't take that step, they could only remain in the true sage realm for the rest of their lives, unable to advance an inch. This was a threshold that was like a heavenly moat. For Lin Sun, the most pressing matter at hand was to research and ponder how to break through, how to reach the peak of the Tao path and become a great sage. However, he also knew that he couldn't be impatient. Seeking the true sage realm, every step was difficult. He had just reached the peak of the true sage realm 3 years ago. This type of cultivation speed could already be said to be world-shocking. Moreover, advancing to the next realm was definitely not something that could be achieved through diligent cultivation. He also needed the opportunity to comprehend the Tao, the opportunity to advance, and the great willpower to sharpen his body like grinding and sharpening. The bronze palace was grand and quiet. When one was inside, it was as if they were isolated from the world, making one completely unaware of the passage of time. That day, Lin Sun woke up from meditation. After calculating the time, half a month had already passed, but there was still no news of Mr. Shen, not returning. With a light sigh, Lin Sun stood up, walking towards the outside of the palace. The sky was dim, great stars rising and falling one after another. The shattered star remains turning into giant rocks that were like continents, floating in the void. Lin Sun walked forward. During these days, he had already familiarized himself with everything in Imperial Pass, not as restrained as he was in the beginning. Those old monsters stationed here almost didn't have the mind to pay attention to a small figure like him. In the distance, a wave of noisy laughter suddenly sounded. In this cold and austere Imperial Pass Great Wall, it was quite eye-catching. Lin Sun stared blankly, couldn't help but approach. In the distance, a verdant hill filled with a divine aura appeared, waterfalls and flowing springs, multicolored light swirling about. A group of figures were currently surrounding a piece of flat land in front of the verdant hill. There were men and women, old and young. Every single one of their auras had already been restrained, but even so, it still made one feel incomparably pressured. It was like a group of lions. Even if their claws and teeth were restrained, they were still lions after all. That kind of aura was enough to intimidate all beasts. This was a group of quasi-emperors in Yang Pass. There were also quite a few Saint Kings. In the place they surrounded, there were two people currently playing chess. One was an old man with an iron crown on his head, his figure as thin as a pine tree, his bearing like that of an immortal. He wore a black Taoist robe, his bearing calm. Lin Sun recognized the other party. He was called Xianxia, a quasi-emperor, a spirit tattoo grandmaster himself, a rather famous old monster in this Xiang Pass. He had already been stationed in Imperial Pass Great Wall for 8,000 years. On the other side of Xiaozi was Shun Ji, this rough and resolute-looking, heroic quasi-emperor figure, at this moment, was flushed red to the ears, scratching his ears and cheeks, as if he was suffering from constipation. His eyes were fixed on the chessboard on the ground, as if he had encountered a great problem. Xiaozi smiled slightly, as if victory was already in his grasp. The other quasi-emperors nearby had already begun to roar with laughter. Shun Ji, admit defeat. With your lousy chess skills, you still want to win against Xiaozi in the 9-palace chess? You're obviously looking for trouble. Hurry up, don't waste time, admit defeat, everyone will divide the bet. Those quasi-emperors were either ridiculing or ridiculing. Old Shun, can you do it? I bet 3 healing medicines on you, waiting for you to turn the tables and make a good profit. There were also people who were flustered and exasperated, looking anxious. This game of chess between Shun Ji and Xiaozi was also a gambling game, and those nearby old monsters were all involved. But it was obvious that there were many people betting on Xiaozi, and few people betting on Shun Ji. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but be speechless. Perhaps these old monsters had been fighting here for too long, and had been lonely for too long. It was just a game of chess, but they had actually treated it as a gambling game for fun. Lin Sun walked forward, and saw the so-called 9-palace chess. A 9-palace diagram refined from animal skin was spread out on the ground, and in each of the 9 palaces, there was a blank world. During the game of chess, it was in these blank worlds that a Dao pattern forbidden formation was laid out to determine the outcome of the game. For example, if it was Shun Ji who laid out the formation in the Palace of Qian, then Xiaozi would have to break the formation, and if he could not, then Shun Ji would win the game. Then, Xiaozi would lay out the formation in the Palace of Kuan, and Shun Ji would break the formation, and so on. The one who succeeded in breaking the formation would win the game. If he failed, it would mean that he had lost the game. On the 9-palace diagram, there were a total of 9 palaces, representing 9 blank worlds. During the game of chess, it would also be played 9 times, and the final result would be determined. This was the 9-palace chess. What they were competing on was actually the attainments of Dao patterns. Lin Sun saw that Shun Ji had lost 5 games in a row, and Xiaozi had not lost a single game. There was no need to continue, Shun Ji had already lost. However, according to the rules, if Shun Ji insisted on playing to the end, no one could stop him. Shun Ji's eyes were wide open, breathing heavily, staring at the 9-palace map without saying a word. In this game of chess, he had bet a quasi-emperor treasure seized from the battlefield. It was rare that it was intact and extremely rare. If he lost, this treasure would no longer belong to him. Old Shun, just admit defeat. I've already advised you countless times, this old fellow Ling Zhao's 9 profound divine marrow serum isn't that easy to win against. Mysterious divine marrow serum is a first-class treasure in the heavens. Although it is of little use to us quasi-emperors, it can play the magical effect of refining the Taoist foundation and tempering the state of mind in the great saint realm. Every drop is a priceless treasure. Old Shun, everyone knows that you want to seek a blessing for your grandson, but this kind of thing can't be forced. The nearby quasi-emperors began to persuade him. Senior, you really have no chance of winning this game. Lin Sun also couldn't help speaking. Shun Ji raised his head, glaring at him, and said angrily, Mother **Ker, it's not enough for you to see me make a fool of myself, you also come to persuade me to admit defeat, don't you have a conscience? Lin Sun was just about to say something, when Shun Ji let out a long sigh. Fine, I admit defeat, you old things can divide the bet. The quasi-emperors burst into laughter and began to divide the bet with Ling Xiao. And the old monsters who bet on Shun Ji all looked at each other in dismay, extremely depressed. Shun Ji frowned, don't look so sad, when I come back, I promise to kill Ling Xiao until he wets his pants and cries for his parents. Those old monsters all rolled their eyes, as if saying, whoever still believes in this lousy chess basket of yours is an idiot. Xianxia also looked embarrassed. Over the years, every time he played against Ling Xiao, he would lose completely, which really looked very humiliating. But, when Xianxia was about to leave, he suddenly heard a voice, I wonder if I can play a game with Senior. It was Lin Sun, who came straight to the opposite of Ling Xiao and asked with cupped hands. The old monsters who had divided up the spoils and were about to leave with joy were obviously stunned at this time. This kid actually wants to play chess with Ling Xiao, in this Imperial Pass Great Wall, who didn't know that Ling Xiaozi, this old fella, didn't have any other skills? Only in the Tao of Tao patterns could he surpass his peers, show disdain for all? Old Shun, you were the one who brought this kid into the city, right? A newborn calf is truly not afraid of a tiger. Haha, no matter what, his courage is commendable. Someone laughed, disapproving of this. Commendable courage? I think he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Someone frowned and said, you're already at the Saint Realm, yet you're still so rash and rash. You'll definitely cause a huge mess in the future. Forget it, who hasn't been young before? You old fellows can't lower yourselves to bicker with a junior. Someone tried to smooth things over. In short, although these old monsters were surprised and puzzled, they didn't show any malice. Old Shun, quickly bring this child away. It will not be too late for him to play with Ling Xiaozi after he becomes a quasi-emperor. Someone said with a smile. Xianxia was also stunned for a while, then immediately pointed to Lin Sun, shook his head and laughed, why are you making trouble at this time? Go, let's get out of here quickly, lest we be ridiculed by these old things. As he said, he was about to grab Lin Sun's shoulder. From beginning to end, Ling Xiaozi sat there cross-legged, smiling slightly, leisurely. With his identity, he wouldn't argue with a junior like Lin Sun. Senior, don't you want 9 mysterious divine marrow serum? But at this moment, Lin Sun's words made Xianxia's movement stop abruptly. He widened his eyes and said, boy, what did you say? Without thinking, Lin Sun said casually, I said, I can give it a try and help you win some 9 mysterious divine marrow serum. He was very interested in the 9 Palaces game and felt a sense of eagerness to hunt. After all, this was a kind of contest of Tao patterns, a way he had been exposed to since he was a child, and had long been integrated into his blood. Win? Xianxia almost couldn't believe his ears. If it weren't for Lin Sun's calm expression, he would have the impulse to flick his sleeves and leave. What a joke. Even he was no match for Ling Xiaozi. How could a junior like Lin Sun compete with Ling Xiaozi? It was no exaggeration to say that inside and outside the Great Wall of Imperial Pass, no one who could win Ling Xiaozi in the 9 Palaces game had yet to appear. The other old monsters nearby also had strange expressions, which was no different from Xianxia's feelings. If before, their evaluation of Lin Sun was that he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, now it was that he didn't know when to advance or retreat, and didn't know what was good for him. With the status of the people present, they naturally wouldn't embarrass a junior, but if this junior didn't know when to advance or retreat, it would be very unpleasant. Young man, are you sure you want to play? Someone couldn't help but ask. Lin Sun nodded, of course. Seeing this, many big shots couldn't help but frown. This kid really wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin. Then do you know that you have to pay a price to play against Ling Xiaozi? A beautiful and charming woman in violet clothes said in a soft voice, just like Xianxia, he just took out a treasure as a wager. If he wins, he can obtain the 9 profound divine marrow nectar, and if he loses, this treasure will belong to Ling Xiaozi. After a pause, the woman in purple said, I see that you are about the same age as my grandson, and your character is not bad. As an elder, I advise you not to be impulsive. It doesn't matter if you lose, but if you lose the treasure, it won't be worth it. Lin Sun cupped his hands and said, Senior, don't worry, I have a sense of propriety. Seeing this, the woman in purple immediately lost interest and stopped persuading him. Someone sneered and said, since you want to play chess, then take out a treasure and let everyone see if you have the qualifications to play chess with Ling Xiaozi. Lin Sun nodded painfully. He turned over his palm, and a divine medicine appeared. It was golden all over, with 8 leaves of different colors. Each leaf reflected a kind of vivid spiritual body, such as a red Kailan, a blue Pishio, a cyan Luan, and a purple Swani. A total of 8 kinds of spiritual images surrounded a golden ginseng. The light rain was drifting, and the medicinal fragrance was so strong that it seemed to penetrate people's marrow. 8 spirit ginseng. This medicine was picked by Lin Sun from the battlefield of flying immortals. Like night jade rattan, it was also a first-class natural treasure in the world. All of a sudden, all the old monsters showed different expressions, and their eyes lit up. What a treasure! With their cultivation and experience, they naturally judged in an instant that the rarity and preciousness of this medicine was absolutely not inferior to 9 mysterious divine marrow syrup. I didn't expect this kid to have such a treasure. Someone murmured in surprise. There were also people with fiery eyes who shouted, "Enough, enough! Ling Xiaozi, the treasures this brat took out are enough to play a game with you. I'll place my bet first. I'll bet on this 8 Spirit King ginseng." Other old monsters were also a little tempted. It was not that they didn't see the world, nor did they want to compete for the things of a younger generation. It was really that this treasure was too rare. Ling Xiaozi's eyes flashed, and he finally nodded slightly, "Okay." However, Shunji was very anxious and said, "Boy, don't. Once you lose this treasure, you can never get it back. Listen to me, don't play with these old monsters. They can't wait for you to lose this treasure." Lin Sun said with a smile, "Senior, it's just a divine medicine. What's more, we haven't played a game yet. How do you know I will lose?" Although the old monsters were quite enthusiastic about 8 Spirit Ginseng, they couldn't help frowning when they heard Lin Sun's words. This kid was really arrogant. At this time, Lin Sun had sat cross-legged on the ground, put 8 Spirit Ginseng aside, and looked at Ling Xiaozi calmly. "Senior, please enlighten me." Seeing this, Shunji sighed, knowing that he couldn't persuade this stubborn little guy. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Young man, if you have the heart to delve into the Tao of spirit runes, this old man can give you some pointers in your free time, lest you walk down the wrong path. But a chess match between the 9 palaces is different. Since it's a chess match, it should naturally be fair. This old man will definitely not show any mercy. Have you considered it clearly?" These words were like the demeanor of a master. Lin Sun didn't even think about it. He nodded and said, "Sure." Ling Xiaozi furrowed his brows and said with a light sigh, "Fine, this old man will bully the weak and accompany you in a game of chess." Wait for us to bet first." A quasi-emperor shouted, and then he took out a magic sword shining with immortal light. "I bet on Ling Xiaozi to win." Seeing this, other people also placed their bets, and almost all of them bet on Ling Xiaozi to win. "Alas, you really give me a headache," Shunji said with a sad face. Shunji frowned. Although he said so, he bet a treasure on Lin Sun. This made Lin Sun startled, but he smiled and said nothing more. "I also bet on this little friend to win." To everyone's surprise, the beautiful woman in purple also took out a treasure. "Take it as some encouragement for my little friend." Lin Sun cupped his hands, but remembered this kindness in his heart. Soon, there were many treasures piled up in the field, all of which were of extraordinary quality, shining brilliantly. How could the treasures taken out by quasi-emperors and king of sages be ordinary? If this scene was seen by other true saints, they would be dumbfounded. It could be called a big gamble. But for those old monsters present, it could only be said to be a small gamble to liven things up. What's more, they already had victory in their hearts. They thought that even if Ling Xiaozi went easy on Lin Sun, he would definitely make Lin Sun retreat and admit defeat. However, Lin Sun glanced at these treasures and said thoughtfully, "Seniors, I have a presumptuous request. If I win, I don't want these treasures, as long as you can impart to me the experience of breaking through to the great saint realm." Everyone was stunned at first, and then their expressions became more and more strange. This kid actually thought he could win. Hearing this, Ling Xiaozi couldn't help but snort coldly. At such a young age, Lin Sun was so arrogant. It was obvious that he didn't take himself seriously. "Okay, I promise you." A big shot promised with a hint of sarcasm, "I'd like to see how you will win." Others also agreed one after another. It was just some experience of breaking through to the great saint realm, which had nothing to do with inheritance, so they didn't mind taking it out. However, they didn't think that Lin Sun could really win. "Young friend, please." Ling Xiaozi's expression had already calmed down, and he had the demeanor of a grandmaster. Okay. Lin Sun nodded. After a moment's thought, he picked up a chess piece and placed it on the Qian Palace. This chess piece was called Mountain River Seed. It was refined with a secret method and contained profound principles. With a single thought, one could brand the Taoist forbidden formation he had conceived on it. As Lin Sun placed the chess piece, the blank world on the Qian Palace was suddenly covered by a Taoist forbidden formation. It seemed to be only the size of a fist, but in fact it could accommodate a large forbidden formation. This was the magical effect of the law of space. At the Saint King level, one could already grasp the power of the space field, and they could also refine mountains and rivers within the palm of their hands. For quasi-emperors, it was even less difficult to grasp the mysteries of space. This beast-hide 9 palace diagram was a spatial treasure. Small firmament forbidden formation. The old monsters present instantly recognized the formation Lin Sun had set up and couldn't help shaking their heads. This kind of forbidden formation was too ordinary. Forget about Xianxia, even if they made a move, they could easily break it. This boy is really young. Many people found it funny, and they became more and more certain that Lin Sun would lose. Boy, what kind of lousy chess piece is this? Xianxia was anxious. This formation was too ordinary, and simply too weak. It was completely a pipe dream to want to win against Xianxia with this kind of trick. Senior, a true gentleman does not speak when watching chess. Lin Sun was very calm and unperturbed. Xianxia glared at Lin Sun, and finally sighed helplessly. It was over. This time not only would he lose, but even this boy would lose the 8 spiritual treasure ginseng. It was a great disgrace. Xiaoxi's expression was calm, without any mockery or contempt. He picked up a chess piece, and with a single thought, the method to break the formation poured into the chess piece. When the chess piece fell, the formation Lin Sun had set up in the Qian Palace instantly collapsed and disappeared without a trace. Lin Sun lost the first game without any suspense. Xiaoxi said, "Young man, it's not too late to stop now." Lin Sun's expression was neither sad nor happy. He said, "The Tao is like a chess game. I am willing to be a pawn. Although I move slowly, I will not take a step back." Well said. The eyes of the peerlessly beautiful lady in purple clothes lit up as she blurted out. The other old monsters couldn't help but sneer. No matter how nice it sounded, it was useless. There was no lack of stubborn people in this world. Xiaoxi said no more. He picked up a piece and casually placed it on the Qian Palace. For a spiritual tattoo grandmaster like him, there were more than tens of thousands of formation maps hidden in his chest, and he could easily set up a strict formation. Reverse yin-yang revolving forbidden formation. The old monsters all recognized it and nodded secretly. This tactical matrix was not very difficult, but it was difficult to crack its mystery without the foundation of a spiritual tattoo master. Even if he knew every single detail of the formation, it would be futile. Once the array was formed, it would be ever-changing and would be completely under the control of the array creator. The higher the Tao pattern attainment of the array creator, the harder it would be to break the array. It was kind of Xiaoxi to set up this formation. He didn't mean to deliberately make things difficult for Lin Sun. Obviously, he wanted to make Lin Sun retreat with this formation. It's over. I have been defeated in front of this formation. This boy, Xianxia, couldn't bear to watch it. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Sun just thought for a moment, picked up a piece and casually knocked it down. Crack, the falling piece caused wind and rain, and the breaking of the formation shocked ghosts and gods. The reverse yin-yang revolving forbidden formation, which was favored by the old monsters, was broken in the twinkling of an eye. Many people couldn't help but exclaim and look at Lin Sun. No wonder this boy dared to be so arrogant. It turned out that he had some skills. Aha! Xianxia opened his mouth wide. He was also caught off guard. He really didn't expect that Lin Sun would break the formation of Xiaoxi so smoothly. Interesting. The beautiful lady in purple clothes had a strange look in her eyes. The second round, Lin Sun won. Xiaoxi was in a trance for a moment, but he soon recovered his calmness. With his deep eyes, he looked at Lin Sun meaningfully and said, "It seems that my little friend has come prepared. I underestimated you before. It's your kindness, senior." Lin Sun was neither arrogant nor impetuous, neither humble nor pushy. Xianxia withdrew his eyes and said, "It's your turn to set up the formation." He had decided to use his real power. As a grandmaster of spiritual tattoos, he had gone through many ups and downs to have today's prestige. Naturally, he wouldn't tolerate failure in a simple task. "Boy, this time you have to set up a powerful formation," Shunji couldn't help reminding him. Suddenly, some quasi-emperors were dissatisfied. "Old Shun, don't you know the rule of not talking when watching a chess game? If you shout again, don't blame me for coaxing you away." Shunji was embarrassed and immediately shut up. Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of all this. After thinking for a long time, he put down a piece. Buzz, a large formation evolved in the Gen Palace. Xiaozi looked at it for a moment and narrowed his eyes imperceptibly. This formation was a little mature. Even a grandmaster of Taoist tattoos couldn't set it up so mysteriously. "I didn't expect that this boy has such attainments in spiritual tattoos. He is a promising talent." Xiaozi sighed with emotion in his heart. His movements were not slow. He put down a piece and broke the formation in one go, showing the demeanor of a grandmaster of Taoist tattoos. The old monsters present couldn't help showing admiration. Xiaozi was worthy of being Xiaozi. He broke the formation as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The third round, Xiaozi won. Xiao didn't waste his breath. He picked up a piece right away and placed it at the position of the palace. Amidst a droning sound, a large-scale restriction formation that possessed a ghastly atmosphere and numerous variations surged into appearance, and it revealed various miraculous phenomena. "Good." The old monsters couldn't help but applaud in their hearts. This formation showed the real level of Xiaozi, which was wonderful beyond words. Shunji looked worried. Xiaozi, the old bastard, obviously used his real means and didn't intend to show mercy to Lin Sun. But Lin Sun was not in a hurry and looked calm. After looking at it carefully for a while, he smiled and put down a piece. Crack, the formation was broken. The old monsters present were all stunned and widened their eyes. This was Xiaozi's real means. Even a grandmaster of spiritual tattoos might not be able to break it. But now, it was broken just like this? Aha! Shunji couldn't hold it anymore and shouted again. His eyes changed to look at Lin Sun with a touch of joy, as if he had found a treasure. He didn't expect that this boy hid his strength so deeply. Since he could easily break the formation set by Xiaozi, he should at least have the attainments of a grandmaster of spiritual tattoos. At least, if Shunji encountered this formation, he would definitely not be able to do it. For a moment, there was a strange silence in the field. When everyone looked at Lin Sun, some subtle changes had taken place quietly. Previously, they subconsciously regarded Lin Sun as a junior who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They didn't despise or disdain him, but just thought that he was young and ignorant, and didn't know when to stop. But now, they suddenly realized that this young man, whom they regarded as a junior, actually had extraordinary attainments in the Tao of spiritual runes. At least he was much better than Shunji, the lousy chess player. However, in comparison, they still had absolute confidence in Xiaozi. Because inside and outside the Great Wall of Imperial Pass, who didn't know that Xiaozi's attainments in spiritual tattoos could be described as the best, Xiaozi couldn't help but be in a trance again. This time, he didn't hold back and used the forbidden formation he was best at, but it was still broken. This could only prove that the young man in front of him was not ordinary. Gathering his thoughts, Xiaozi secretly took a breath, and a touch of seriousness appeared between his eyebrows. Lin Sun's performance at this moment successfully aroused the fighting spirit in his heart, producing a fighting spirit that he hadn't felt for a long time. Being invincible, Taiji, was also very lonely. Now, there was finally someone worthy of a showdown. Many people acutely noticed the changes in Xiaozi's expression, and they couldn't help but take another look at Lin Sun. This kid was truly unexpected. Lin Sun seemed to be completely unaware of all of this, and his mind was completely concentrated on the game before him. If Xiaozi was said to have the fighting spirit of meeting his match, then Lin Sun was a type of thirst for victory after being delighted by the game. Since ancient times, there were all schools of thought contending for supremacy. Now, he wanted to use his own understanding of spiritual tattoos to compete with Xiaozi, In next to no time, Lin Sun placed a piece. A great formation appeared at the location of the Sun Palace, and it was obscure like mist, indistinct and unfathomable. This time, Ling Xiaozi deduced for the time for an entire incense stick to burn before he had a solemn expression as he picked up a piece and broke this formation. After that, Ling Xiaozi started to set up the formation. The scene was deathly silent. Everyone couldn't help but become nervous, and their minds were completely concentrated on the game. Everyone was able to discern that Ling Xiaozi was undoubtedly strong. But similarly, Lin Sun couldn't be underestimated. Right now, it was Shun Ji's heart that was the most complicated. There was apprehension, nervousness, excitement, astonishment, pleasant surprise, everything that should be present was present. When Lin Sun first came to Imperial Pass Great Wall, Shun Ji only treated him as a junior, but who would have thought that this type of junior would give him quite a few pleasant surprises today? But despite this being the case, he still couldn't help but feel nervous. Ling Xiaozi's strength was obvious to all, or else during these years, it would be impossible for him to lose time and time again. 2 hours later, Lin Sun broke through the formation Ling Xiaozi set up. The group of old monsters couldn't help but be moved. Up to this point, 6 games had already been played. Lin Sun won 3 and lost 3. Ling Xiaozi similarly won 3 and lost 3. It could be said that they were evenly matched, neither side giving way to the other. This type of thing already hadn't happened in Imperial Pass Great Wall for a long time. No one expected that today, a young junior could actually fight evenly with Ling Xiaozi. In that instant, everyone's attitude towards Lin Sun became more and more subtle. It was to the extent where there were even some old monsters whose hearts were shaken, becoming inwardly anxious. If Ling Xiaozi lost, didn't that prove that they had eyes but couldn't see, that they had eyes but couldn't see a gem? In the 7th game, Lin Sun set up the formation. Just setting up the formation took 6 hours of thinking and deducing, and only then did he finally make his move. During this process, the atmosphere also became more and more silent and oppressive. Even as Saint Kings and Quasi-Emperors, they couldn't help but feel their mouths go dry. This type of game was too hard to come by, too rarely seen. P.S. Due to everyone's great support, one more update will be made tonight. Find some time, Goldfish will make 4 updates, finishing off the last 2 updates owed. In the 7th game, the formation that Lin Sun set up made all the old monsters present look serious, and a trace of surprise appeared between their brows. Although they were quasi-emperors with extraordinary eyesight and experience, they were not grandmasters who were proficient in the Tao of spiritual inscriptions. When they saw this formation, they only felt that it was shrouded in mist, difficult to understand, and they could no longer see through its mysteries. Unless, they could personally walk into this formation and experience it. But this was a game of chess. And the formation was a fictitious thing derived from the chess pieces. It was destined that they could not step into it. This boy is so young, but he is already a real Tao tattoo master. At this moment, all the old monsters were sure that Lin Sun had reached the realm of Tao Tattoo Master in terms of spiritual inscriptions. This shocked them. Tao Tattoo Masters were divided into the realm of Master and Master. In the ancient Desolation domain, a Tao Tattoo Master was enough to be worshipped by an ancient orthodoxy. And among 1,000 Tao Tattoo Masters, there might not be one Tao Tattoo Master. Usually, the status of a Tao Tattoo Master was enough to make the leader of an orthodoxy treat them with respect. As for Tao Tattoo Masters, it could only be said that they were rare existences, and there were not many of them in the entire ancient Desolation domain. Ling Xiao, for example, had been stationed at the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass for thousands of years, helped repair countless large forbidden formations, and blocked countless invasions from foreign enemies. It could be said that Ling Xiao's battle strength might not be as strong as some quasi-emperors, but he was irreplaceable. Therefore, when Lin Sun said he wanted to play against Ling Xiao, these old monsters all felt that it was absurd, and thought that he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. But now, they were all speechless, shocked. A Tao Tattoo Master, even if he only had the cultivation of true Saint Realm, even if he was just a junior, was enough for them to attach importance and respect. Shun Ji also realized this, and his eyes lit up. If not for the rule of watching chess without speaking, he would have shouted excitedly. This feeling was like picking up a peerless treasure. Where did this little guy come from? And which family is he from? At this moment, the beautiful madam in purple couldn't help but say, such a young Dao tattoo master is too rare. Even I want to take him as my grandson-in-law. Shunji immediately came to his senses. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, I'm not too sure about that. I only know that I borrowed the power of the Divine Secret Pavilion to come and look for Mr. Shin. Madam in purple rolled her eyes and said flirtatiously, you're too careless. It's rare to see such an outstanding talent in the entire ancient desolation realm. You don't know anything about him. That's not right. After a pause, she said pensively, however, Divine Secret Pavilion was actually willing to expend so much effort to send this child to Imperial Pass battlefield. This child's identity is definitely extraordinary. Shunji was stunned for a moment and then understood. Imperial Pass battlefield, it wasn't that easy to arrive. Only during special times could one safely arrive here. At any other time, if they were to come rashly, just the dangers they would encounter along the way would be enough to kill a quasi-emperor. Meanwhile, this child could actually make Divine Secret Pavilion expend so much effort, sending him to Imperial Pass Great Wall at this type of time. This was obviously not ordinary. Whatever, regardless of the outcome of this match, I have to have a good chat with this child. I feel that he is a good match for my granddaughter. The purple-clothed beautiful woman was all smiles, looking at Lin Sun with a kind and amiable expression, like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked at him, the more pleasing she felt. Of course, with the purple-clothed beautiful woman's identity, if she really wanted Lin Sun to be her son-in-law, he could only be her grandson-in-law. There was no way around it, his seniority was too high. Time passed. Ling Xiao couldn't make a move even after a long time. His expression became more and more serious, his back also sitting more and more straight, completely not as carefree and leisurely as he was at the beginning. On the contrary, it was as if he was facing a great enemy. Everyone could see that Ling Xiao had encountered a difficult problem. This made the group of old monsters look at each other in dismay, all of them inevitably shocked. This kid was actually this powerful. Even if it was a spirit tattoo grandmaster, they might not be able to make Ling Xiao expend so much effort. No one knew that Zhu Yingkong, the prince of the Candle Dragon bloodline from the #1 spirit tattoo force in the 9 regions, had suffered a crushing defeat at Lin Sun's hands. No one knew that the spiritual tattoos Lin Sun practiced had nothing to do with the various spiritual tattoos inheritance in the ancient desolation territory. Because the spiritual tattoos were taught by Master Lu Boya. And Lu Boya came from the other side of the starry sky. In short, it wasn't that Lin Sun had the foundation to beat Ling Xiao in spiritual tattoos, but that the spiritual tattoos he practiced was too unusual. 3 days passed in a flash. For these old monsters, watching chess for 3 days was nothing at all. On this day, Ling Xiao, who had been lost in thought and frowned, suddenly brightened his eyes and said with a smile, I see. There was a look of relief after a sudden realization on his face. Then, he twirled a piece, made a move, and broke the formation, all in one go. With a snap, the grand formation above the Kuan Palace suddenly vanished into thin air. At this time, Lin Sun couldn't help admiring Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao in front of him was definitely the most exquisite and profound spiritual tattoo grandmaster he had ever seen. Lin Sun secretly marveled at the wonderful means he used to break the formation. The group of old monsters felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. The 7th game was won. Old Ginger was spicier than young Ginger. Ling Xiao deserved to be Ling Xiao. Shunji was on tenterhooks. There were only 2 games left. In the current situation, Ling Xiao had a slight upper hand and won 1 game for sure. He had already won 4 games. Lin Sun had to win the next game. Otherwise, there was no need to play the 9th game at all. He would definitely lose. Because if he lost the 8th game, Ling Xiao would win another game. He had already won 5 of the 9 games. Even if Lin Sun won the 9th game, he couldn't change the fact that he was bound to lose. Therefore, the 8th game was undoubtedly the most crucial for Lin Sun. My young friend, please take this. Ling Xiaozi took a deep breath and set up the Daoist pattern restriction array that he was most proud of based on deducing all his life. This was also the first time he used this formation in the 9 Palaces game. It could be imagined how much pressure Lin Sun brought him, which was equivalent to forcing him to use his most powerful means. Buzz, along with Ling Xiaozi's placement of the piece, a magnificent and vast grand formation appeared at the location of the Dui Palace. There was a burst of exclamation in the field, and the silent atmosphere became a little restless. Those old monsters all saw that the magic of this formation could be described as uncanny workmanship. Shun Ji was exasperated and scolded in his heart, "Ling Xiao, you old thing, it's just a game of chess. Why are you so aggressive? Don't you want to be an elder?" The beautiful madam in purple chuckled and transmitted her voice to Shun Ji, "You should be happy for this lad. If it is spread out that he can make Ling Xiao go all out like this, even if he loses in the end, it won't damage his reputation." Shun Ji was stunned and sighed. Of course, he also knew that even if Lin Sun lost, it was enough to change the attitude and views of all the old monsters present. However, how could Shun Ji be willing to see Lin Sun lose now that the game had gone on? He didn't care about the treasures, but he didn't want Lin Sun to lose. Lin Sun was still unaware of all this. When playing chess, the most taboo was to be distracted, especially at such a critical moment. At this moment, there was an indescribable excitement in his heart. It was as if his fighting spirit had been completely ignited. However, his mind was completely blank. His consciousness was unprecedentedly focused, and all his thoughts were focused on the 8th game of chess. The formation set by Ling Xiao was really strong. It was absolutely the most obscure, strict and wonderful Taoist forbidden formation that Lin Sun had ever encountered since he started his cultivation. It seemed to be natural and invulnerable. However, the more it was so, the more Lin Sun had a desire to conquer it. As time went by, Lin Sun remained motionless like a clay statue. Sometimes he frowned and sometimes he meditated, but he didn't show any disappointment or panic. This made Ling Xiao, who had been observing Lin Sun's expression, couldn't help sighing with emotion that the younger generation would surpass the older. At the beginning, he wanted to give Lin Sun some advice and even teach him a lesson so that he would retreat. Now it seemed that he was a little overconfident. The means Lin Sun had shown from the beginning to the present amazed Ling Xiao, and he didn't dare to treat Lin Sun as a junior anymore. However, the formation of the 8th game was not so easy to break. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao raised the corners of his mouth with an imperceptible disdain. 3 days later. Lin Sun frowned tightly. 5 days later. He was stunned and silent. A group of old monsters had been silent and watching. They gradually realized that Lin Sun had encountered a real tricky problem. Ling Xiao, the old guy, is really amazing in his attainments in spiritual tattoos. Many old monsters sighed with emotion. Of course, Lin Sun was not bad, and he was still extremely young with great potential. In the future, he wouldn't worry about not being able to surpass Ling Xiao. Shun Ji couldn't bear to watch it any longer. Deducing the formation consumed painstaking efforts. If one was obsessed with it, his state of mind would be damaged and he would easily be possessed by the devil. In Shun Ji's view, Lin Sun had proved himself and showed enough outstanding ability. There was no need to care about the temporary gains and losses. If you really can't do it, just give up. It's not shameful. However, when Shun Ji just wanted to say this, he saw Lin Sun, who had been sitting for many days like a clay statue, suddenly pick up a chess piece. In an instant, a group of old monsters who were waiting quietly all narrowed their eyes, and their hearts were in suspense. Ling Xiao was also stunned. Had this lad deduced a way to break the formation? From beginning to end, Lin Sun didn't stop moving. After picking up the chess piece, he naturally put it down without any hesitation. No regrets in putting a chess piece down. Crack, there was a crisp sound. But for a group of old monsters, it was no less than a sudden clap of thunder. Their bodies all trembled. Immediately, they saw that in the direction of the Dui Palace, the formation set by Ling Xiao was like layers of broken illusionary bubbles, collapsing and drifting, magnificent and colorful, and finally disappeared. Did he really succeed in breaking the formation? There was a dead silence in the field. Everyone was shocked. All the old monsters were shocked and dumbfounded. With their status, they had experienced many earth-shattering events in the world, but it was the first time for them to see such an incredible thing happen. A young man miraculously broke the formation that Ling Xiao was most proud and confident of. This was something that no one had expected before. It should be known that in the 8th game, Lin Sun sat and deduced for many days, frowning and in a daze. As a result, some old monsters who had been watching were even ready to persuade Lin Sun when he admitted defeat, so that he would not be hit too hard. After all, no one could bear to see such a young and outstanding Taoist tattoo master collapse. But now, Lin Sun casually made a move and broke the formation in the twinkling of an eye. For a moment, all the old monsters stared at Lin Sun as if he was a little monster. Aha! Ha 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 ha. Xianxia was dumbfounded at the beginning. His throat rolled, and he made a sound like a duck, unable to hide his shock. But immediately, he laughed wildly, his voice like thunder, surging and rolling. He won. In the 8th game, Lin Sun successfully broke the formation. This made Xianxia's tension, anxiety, and worry, which had been suppressed, suddenly burst out like a flood bursting a dam. He was so happy that he wanted to sing loudly. The beautiful madam in purple couldn't help but let out a long breath of turbid air. She patted her plump breasts with her white hand, and her rosy lips showed an intoxicating smile. She looked at Lin Sun with a kind of doting kindness. This boy was amazing. She was even slightly worried. Even though her granddaughter could be said to be talented, intelligent, and an outstanding beauty, would she be a match for this kid? At this time, Ling Xiao was stunned as if struck by lightning. His lips trembled slightly, and he wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. This was his trump card, which he had devoted all his efforts to. It could be said to be the highest achievement of his cultivation so far. But in the end, it was still broken. It was broken by an excessively young junior as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. There was no regret in making a move. Wind and thunder rose, ichthyosaur changed, and the sun and moon changed. The silent atmosphere was fermented in shock. After a long time, Ling Xiao looked at Lin Sun opposite him with a complicated expression and said, "Little friend, you are very talented. This old man admires you." It was just a few words, but the crowd was stirred again. In the path of spirit runes, Ling Xiaozi had attainments that were enough to make a group of quasi-emperors sigh in admiration, but now, he was in admiration for a junior. Obviously, in Ling Xiaozi's mind, Lin Sun was already an existence that could stand on equal footing with him. At this time, Lin Sun still looked calm and indifferent. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior, you flatter me." His countenance was slightly pale. These past few days of deduction and pondering had caused his mental strength to be greatly exhausted. Even though he was dealing with Dao marking formations, it was much more difficult than fighting his enemies. This caused Lin Sun to involuntarily sigh. Ling Xiaozi's attainments in spirit runes were definitely top-notch existences in the Grandmaster realm. It could be said to be the work of the gods and was marvelous to the peak. There's only one round left. Little friend, please set up the formation. Ling Xiaozi took a deep breath and said in a low voice. At present, 8 games had been played. He and Lin each won 4 games. Now there was only the 9th game left. If he could break Lin Sun's formation, he would win the final victory. If he couldn't, he would be defeated without a doubt. Ling Xiaozi, why don't you just let it go? You, one old and one young, are evenly matched. If this game can end in a draw, it can be said to be the best of both worlds and everyone will be happy. An old monster couldn't help speaking out. Yes, this boy just wants some experience of breaking through to the great sage realm. We will not be stingy to give it to him. Others also spoke out one after another. If Ling Xiaozi was defeated in the 9th game, it would be a big blow to his reputation after all. Similarly, if Lin Sun was defeated, it would not only hit his spirit, but also make Ling Xiaozi, as a senior, seem to be bullying the young. Xianxia also nodded surprisingly, yes, it's best if everyone is happy. Lin Sun looked at Ling Xiaozi. Ling Xiaozi refused without thinking, there is no seniority. Do you think that I, Ling Xiaozi, can't afford to win or lose? At the end of his words, there was a touch of disdain between his eyebrows. He looked at Lin Sun and said, little friend, if you regard me as a friend despite the difference in age, go all out in the 9th game and show your strongest means. No matter what the result of the game is, you and I both ask for no regrets. What do you think? Ask for no regrets. It could be seen how broad and open Ling Xiaozi's mind was. Lin Sun took a deep breath and said with a smile, it's better to be polite than to be polite. Ling Xiaozi laughed, for this reason, I will give some of the mysterious divine marrow syrup to old Shun after the game. Shunji was stunned and immediately said angrily, "If you had done this earlier, there wouldn't have been so many troubles. I think you were just looking for trouble and need to be taught a lesson." Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Of course, this was a harmless joke. Lin Sun began to set up the formation. He seemed to have planned it for a long time. Without thinking, he picked up a piece and pressed it on the position of the middle palace. Buzz, a Taoist restriction formation swiftly took shape. This formation was like a reflection of the starry sky. There were a myriad of stars flickering within it, and it revealed a boundless, mysterious, and vast atmosphere. All the old freaks restrained their smiles, and they held their breaths in concentration as they carefully observed it. Everyone knew that in this last game, no matter if it was Lin Sun who set up the formation or Ling Xiaozi who broke it, both of them would go all out. It was like a battle between experts, one attacking and the other defending. Whereas Lin Sun had already made a move. After observing for a long time, the brows of all the old freaks gradually furrowed, and the seriousness in their eyes grew denser and denser. The same feeling arose in their hearts. This formation was all-encompassing like a boundless sea of stars, and it was impossible to measure. When they looked at Ling Xiaozi again, he was already sitting upright and still. His eyes were suffused with divine light, and his body and mind were completely concentrated, causing him to have a dignified appearance. Along with the passage of time, the atmosphere in the field became more and more silent. It was like a reincarnation had been performed in the last game. This time, Ling Xiaozi was the same as Lin Sun who was breaking the 8th game, and he didn't move for a long time. 2 days later. His brows gradually furrowed. 5 days later. He picked up a chess piece, making everyone's breathing stop in response. However, in the end, Ling Xiaozi still couldn't make his move. His palm and fingers stroked the chess piece, entering a state of silence again. Time flowed on bit by bit. In the depths of a silent starry sky, who knew how far away from Imperial Pass Great Wall, there were tombs that quietly floated like meteors. On one of the tombs, an enormous blood mosquito that seemed to be made of blood and had 16 pairs of wings on its back suddenly let out a happy cry. Its 16 pairs of wings also began to tremble fiercely. Hung long, a wave of terrifying and vicious aura spread from this underworld river blood mosquito's body, making the ancient tombs nearby explode one after another. At the same time, the enormous blood mosquito had swiftly transformed into a thin and mighty figure that stood in the air like a peerless evil god. His blood-red hair fluttered about, his blood-red eyes like diamonds, his facial features like fine carved jade. Within his handsomeness was a wave of evil energy. Behind him, a scarlet-red cloak fluttered about in the void. Refining the blood of 1,000 saints, fusing with the remnant souls and wills of ancient heroic spirits has finally allowed my cultivation to reach an unrivaled level. The blood-robed young man released a sigh of satisfaction, his eyes like strange vortexes that flickered with terrifying light. Voila! Along with a thought from the blood-robed young man, a strange blood lotus platform that was formed from 36 blood-red wings appeared in his palm. It was covered in dense and strange underworld symbols, and bloody light scattered down like a waterfall, as if it was the source of the underworld river. After so many years, this underworld god lotus platform has finally been formed by me, the blood-robed young man muttered. In the end, he suddenly roared with laughter towards the sky, his head of blood-red hair fluttering about madly. From today onwards, I am unrivaled at the peak of the true saint realm. His excited, disdainful, and proud voice resounded in this silent starry sky. Meanwhile, the blood-robed young man's figure had long disappeared. Time passed, and the 9th game had already gone on for 10 days. In these 10 days, Ling Xiao didn't move at all, like a withered tree. However, now, his thin face was extremely serious, faintly suffused with a pale color. His eyes were filled with wisps of blood, all the old monsters' hearts were in suspense. No one dared to disturb Ling Xiao for fear of delaying his thoughts of breaking the formation. They couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If today's game was spread throughout the Great Wall of Imperial Pass and known by everyone else, they probably wouldn't dare to believe it. A young junior actually baffled Ling Xiao in a game of chess. Who dared to believe it? Regardless of the result of today's game, the attitude of all the old monsters present towards Lin Sun had undergone a tremendous change. The younger generation would surpass the older in time. Huff! Suddenly, Ling Xiao, who was like a withered tree, finally moved. He let out a long breath of impure air, and his eyes were suffused with unconcealable joy as he said, "I understand." Everyone's spirits were lifted. Meanwhile, Shunji's heart trembled. Ling Xiao, this old guy, actually comprehended a way to break the formation? Little friend, this old man won't be polite. Ling Xiao's entire being was in high spirits, confident and calm. Please. Even at this time, Lin Sun's expression still didn't change. Ling Xiao picked up a piece, lightly tapping it on the central palace. Immediately, a rain of light fluttered about. The formation Lin Sun set up collapsed and disappeared, no longer existing. When the old monsters saw this, they all simultaneously released a long sigh of relief, revealing pleasant surprise, gratification, and emotional expressions. This final game of chess looked simple and dull, but it was actually the most hair-raising. Fortunately, Ling Xiaozi won. Meanwhile, even though Shunji already understood that Lin Sun's display was sufficiently experienced and powerful, when he saw this scene, he still couldn't help but sigh inwardly, feeling a bit unwilling and frustrated. The beautiful purple-clothed madam couldn't help but sigh as well. Ling Xiao was Ling Xiao, he was superior in this game of chess. Little friend, thank you for letting me win. Ling Xiao spoke after taking a deep breath. He originally wanted to restrain the excitement and joy he felt, but in the end, he couldn't conceal it. There was a smile between his brows. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this game of chess was definitely the most troublesome one he had encountered in his entire life. This was especially the case when he successfully broke the formation. The feeling of joy and excitement he felt was also incomparable. This kid has such a calm temperament, Ling Xiaozi was surprised. Such a game made him, a quasi-emperor, feel uncontrollable, but Lin Sun didn't seem to care. Don't be discouraged, my young friend. It's amazing that you can fight with the old guy Ling Xiaozi to this point. Yes, although you lost this game, it's glorious. Come on, everyone, inscribe your experience in breaking through the great sage realm on the jade slips and give them to my young friend. Those old monsters spoke with kindness, worried that Lin Sun would be depressed after this defeat. Hey, little guy, cheer up. I absolutely believe that sooner or later, you can beat the old guy Ling Xiaozi. Shunji also comforted Lin Sun. Young people were all spirited, especially Lin Sun, who had reached the level of Tao Tattoo Grandmaster in spiritual tattoos. He must be unyielding and unyielding. But such people often couldn't withstand too much frustration and blow. Shunji was naturally worried that Lin Sun would lose his spirit because of this defeat. The beautiful madam in purple said softly with a murderous tone, "My young friend, do you want me to help you beat up Ling Xiaozi?" Ling Xiaozi stiffened and couldn't help smiling bitterly. Were these old fellows blaming him for bullying the weak? At this time, Lin Sun also smiled bitterly and said, "Seniors, in my opinion, the result of the 9th game hasn't been decided yet." Everyone was stunned, and they subconsciously thought that this kid wouldn't have suffered too great of a blow and couldn't endure it, right? This game of chess had clearly ended, and they had all seen it clearly. Ling Xiaozi was also stunned. He moved his eyes and looked at the 9 palace map again, but he didn't find anything wrong. The formation of the 9th game had been completely broken by him. Boy, it's just a momentary defeat. Don't be too paranoid. Shunji couldn't help saying, worried. Others also spoke. My young friend, if you're not convinced, I can explain some of the means I used to break the formation. It's not very clever, but it may give you some inspiration. Ling Xiaozi said softly. Through this game, he appreciated Lin Sun very much, as if he had met a confidant and regarded Lin Sun as a friend who could stand on equal footing with him. He couldn't bear to bring some bad influence to Lin Sun. Lin Sun smiled bitterly and said, "Seniors, please have a look." As he spoke, he snapped his fingers lightly. All the old freaks had doubtful expressions as they looked at the 9 palace diagram once more. After that, all of them suddenly opened their eyes wide as if they were struck by lightning. Starting from the Qian Palace, a strand of Taoist light flickered and dense runes rose, like a blossoming flower. It was extremely beautiful. Then, at the 4 positions of the Zhen Palace, the Sun Palace, the Kuan Palace, and the Central Palace, spiritual lights of Taoist patterns rose one after another and outlined the formation in their respective blank worlds. All of a sudden, Ling Xiaozi's smile froze. The joy and excitement in his heart vanished without a trace as he stared fixedly at this outrageous scene. The other old monsters were also dumbfounded. What was going on? F***ckme, Xianxia was so excited that he almost jumped up and directly cursed. This formation could actually be revived. Everyone could see that these 5 positions were the formations laid by Lin Sun, which had been broken by Ling Xiaozi one by one before. But now, they all appeared again. This was undoubtedly too inconceivable. Ling Xiaozi frowned and suddenly blurted out, "No, this isn't the original Taoist forbidden formation, but a brand new formation born from nirvana in destruction." Lin Sun sighed inwardly. Ling Xiaozi was worthy of being the #1 spiritual tattoo grandmaster of the Great Wall of Imperial Pass, seeing through the mystery at a glance. The reason why this scene appeared was because of the phrase nirvana in destruction. From the beginning of setting up the formation, Lin Sun realized that it was doomed to be impossible to win against a grandmaster like Ling Xiaozi in the 9 games. Therefore, he painstakingly found another way and prepared a backup plan when he laid the formation. For example, the first small firmament forbidden formation laid by him was looked down upon by the old monsters when he laid it out, thinking that this formation was too ordinary and ordinary. Of course, this formation was indeed very ordinary, but how could Lin Sun not know this? The reason why he laid this formation was not to win, but to prepare a backup plan. When the small firmament forbidden formation was broken, it would turn into a kind of original power that was needed for nirvana. Similarly, the Taoist forbidden formations laid in other positions were the same. In this way, at the final moment of victory or defeat, he could suddenly make a surprise attack and destroy the nirvana, thus achieving the goal of winning by surprise. Of course, all this was not over yet. Before the old monsters came back to their senses from the shock, they saw that in the 4 positions of Kim Palace, Zhen Palace, Li Palace and Dui Palace, there were also dense and gorgeous Taoist patterns emerging. The old monsters' eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets, and they were shocked into a trance. It should be known that these 4 positions were laid by Ling Xiaozi, and later were broken by Lin Sun one by one in the game. But now, Taoist forbidden formations also emerged. What was going on? Could it be that Lin Sun had a backup plan, and so did Ling Xiaozi? They looked at Ling Xiaozi. Ling Xiaozi shook his head bitterly. "I didn't prepare this. If I'm not mistaken, this is the foreshadowing and the backup plan left by Lin Sun when he broke the formation." As he said, he was in a trance again, and it was obvious that he was greatly shocked. At this time on the entire 9-palace diagram, a Taoist forbidden formation emerged in each of the 9 palaces. These 9 Taoist forbidden formations were in harmony with each other and actually integrated into a complete formation. When they saw this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. This level of attainment in spiritual inscriptions could simply be said to surpass the work of nature. It was extremely profound and indescribably wonderful. It turns out that the real killing move is hidden outside the game. I'm completely convinced. A quasi-emperor sighed with emotion. Who could have thought that there would be such a change after 9 games? Who could have thought that a young man should have such incredible means of spiritual tattoos? Before, they all thought that Lin Sun couldn't accept the defeat. Today, it's really an eye-opener for me. A quasi-emperor clicked his tongue in wonder. Xianxia, on the other hand, was ecstatic and laughed. Today's match was simply full of ups and downs and variations, and every single one of them was unexpected, causing it to be extremely satisfying. It's over. Now I'm only worried about whether my granddaughter can enter his eyes. The beautiful madam in purple supported her forehead with her hand and sighed. The other bigwigs also had looks of amazement on their faces. Everyone could see that Ling Xiaozi was actually defeated in the last game. He seemed to have succeeded in breaking the formation, but in fact, he didn't notice that the real means of Lin Sun's arrangement was actually the big formation that was now reflected. He didn't notice it and didn't break it, which meant that he was one move behind and fell short of success. Ling Xiaozi's expression was uncertain. He stared at the 9-palace diagram without saying a word. All of a sudden, a group of old monsters couldn't help but worry about Ling Xiaozi. This old guy had been famous for a long time, but now he was suppressed by a younger generation. Would he be unable to bear such a blow? Ling Xiaozi, take it easy. As the saying goes, the new generation excels the old generation. In the world, people today surpass the ancients. A temporary defeat is nothing. Someone had begun to console him. Xianxia even grinned and shouted, "Old thing, don't you think about how many times you've beaten me over the years? Have I ever been beaten by failure? Hearing this, Xiaozi seemed to come back to his senses and said angrily, in the spiritual tattoo field, you're nothing. As he said, he stood up, bowed and said, my young friend's talent is far better than mine. I admit my defeat. Senior, please don't flatter me. In this game, I can only say that I used some petty cleverness and laid out a plan from the very beginning. Lin Sun hurriedly got up to avoid it. He couldn't bear such a big bow. All the old monsters secretly praised him. Not arrogant in victory and not discouraged in defeat, this young man's demeanor was extraordinary. But Ling Xiaozi shook his head and said with a smile, boy, don't be modest. The game of Nine Palace is originally about the means of layout. You can control the whole situation, set up a killing move outside the game, and hide a shocking thunder in silence. It can be called a stroke of genius. How can I not be convinced? Alright, don't be modest anymore. If you're willing to bet, you must be willing to lose. Come, hand over all the stakes first. Shunji was in high spirits, shouting loudly. The old monsters almost rolled their eyes. This game wasn't won by you, old Shun, so what are you being so cocky for? However, with their status, even if Shunji didn't remind them, they wouldn't go back on their words. Soon, they handed over jade slips to Lin Sun. Inside each jade slip was a piece of experience and comprehension about breaking through to the Great Saint Realm. For others, it might not have any value. But for Lin Sun, who was currently pondering and seeking to break through to the Great Saint Realm, it could be called a priceless treasure. With these experiences and insights, it was enough for him to avoid many detours. By verifying with each other, he could also better understand how he should walk on the path of cultivation. Lin Sun thanked them one by one, feeling extremely gratified. This trip to Imperial Pass Great Wall really was the right decision. There were a group of old monsters stationed here, every one of them with shocking cultivation, like senior experts. Being able to obtain some cultivation comprehension from them was undoubtedly no different from obtaining a great fortune. Ling Xiaozi was also very straightforward, handing over a bottle of mysterious divine marrow serum to Lin Sun, and specially warning, little friend, after you step into the Great Saint Realm, you can use this treasure to temper your foundation, temper your state of mind. Remember, you absolutely cannot give it all to old Shun. Shunji said angrily, I wouldn't do such a despicable thing. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Lin Sun also laughed. The demeanor and bearing of these seniors made him rather impressed. At least, from the beginning to the end, they didn't reject or look down on him because he was a junior. Little friend, are you willing to drink a cup with this old woman? The extraordinarily beautiful madam in purple dress spoke with a smile, extending an invitation to Lin Sun. She was very interested in this junior. P.S. I'll listen to everyone and update before Lin agreed. Shunji shouted, okay, let's drink. Other old monsters also clamored for a drink, saying that although it was fun to play chess, it was not as good as drinking in the human world. Seeing this, Lin Sun readily agreed. Seeing this, the beautiful madam in purple couldn't help sighing in her heart. She had planned to take this opportunity to introduce her granddaughter to Lin Sun. Unexpectedly, it became a drinking party in the twinkling of an eye. Well, since you also want to drink, take out your precious wine. Shun, I remember that you have a jar of snow-surging river, which is 10,000 years old. It's time to take it out to entertain us. Madam in purple glanced at Shunji, who was stiff and forced a smile. He nodded with difficulty, yes, of course. And you, Ling Xiaozi, I remember that 1900 years ago, you once excavated a flask of divine wine from an ancient battlefield. It's said to be the personal treasure of a great emperor of the primordial era. Bring it along as well. Madam in purple glanced at Ling Xiaozi again. Ling Xiaozi smiled bitterly, of course. Others couldn't help laughing. Today was a good day. Don't be stingy. How can there be no delicious food in this drinking party? Old Chai, you are a famous glutton in the ancient desolation realm. You have eaten wild game from all over the world. This time, you have to show us your skills. Well, the drunken immortal chicken, which you are best at roasting, will do. And you, old Qin, you are the quasi-emperor of the Greenwood spirit race. Over the past few thousand years, you have collected countless rare and precious fruits. Take them out for everyone to taste. That's right, there must be the Star Lawn Green Peach and the Rosy Dawn Fire Date. All the old monsters named by Madame in Purple were stiff all over. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Well, this woman was obviously going to catch all their treasures in one fell swoop. Most formidable of it all was that Madame Ze was extremely familiar with it, and she seemed to know clearly what treasures someone possessed. It was an eye-opener for Lin Sun. Alas, you are so lucky this time. Shunji patted Lin Sun on the shoulder, sighed and laughed. Well, today we will show our powers to welcome our young friend Lin Sun. Ling Xiao waved his hand. Madame Ze said with a smile, then let's go to my Miluo Palace. None of you can escape. Today, not a single one of you can escape. However, just when everyone was about to make a move, a sound of something tearing through the air suddenly came from afar, and a ferocious, ghastly, and bloody smell spread out along with it. It's that kid from the Blood River Nether clan. One of the old monsters frowned. Looks like he has already created his own technique and returned from the Starry Sky graveyard. Someone was deep in thought. Humph, using the remnant blood and heroic spirits of our ancient ancestors to cultivate. That's no different from evil. Someone snorted coldly. Hee, who asked this guy to be a direct descendant of the Dark Blood Underworld Emperor? After being silent for tens of thousands of years, he has awakened today. Not only has he stepped onto the peak of the Tao, he has even become an outstanding figure among the peak true sages. No matter how much I hate him, I can't deny that he is not simple. Someone sneered. Lady Mu, this kid is obviously here for you. If I'm not wrong, he still hasn't given up on your granddaughter. Shunji said with a smile. Madame in Purple snorted coldly, a hint of disgust flashing across her face. She said, I will not betroth my granddaughter to this kind of person. While they were talking, a streak of blood light pierced through the air. This was the Imperial Pass Great City, and who knew how many old monsters occupied it? But this streak of blood light seemed very powerful. Only when it reached Shunji's side did it suddenly stop, revealing a slender and stalwart figure. He had blood-red eyes, blood-red hair, and a blood-red cloak. His handsome facial features carried a touch of evil. He stood there casually, like an evil god descending upon the world. Lin Sun's eyes suddenly narrowed, his expression strange. Underworld child, it was actually him. On the way to the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass, he had seen a huge blood mosquito with 16 pairs of wings, lying on a starry sky tomb to absorb the blood of ancient corpses. However, at that time, Lin Sun found it hard to believe that this would be the underworld child who died in the domain of death. And now, the other party had clearly come back to life. How could Lin Sun not be surprised? It seems that it is related to that smelting god pot. Lin Sun's eyes flickered. The underworld child who was killed by him was only left with a pile of minced meat, but it was taken away by the mysterious smelting god pot. This was probably the key to the underworld child's resurrection. In the void, as soon as underworld child arrived, he ignored the other old monsters present and looked directly at Madame in Purple. He cupped his hands and said, Senior, I have successfully created my own method and entered the invincible True Saint realm, so I came as soon as I could to tell you this news. Congratulations. Madame in Purple was expressionless, her words stiff. But Underworld Child didn't seem to care at all. He said with a smile, many years ago, Senior said that if I can step into the invincible True Saint realm, you will agree to betroth your granddaughter Luoli to me. Before he finished, he was interrupted by Madame in Purple. I only said that after reaching this step, you are qualified to come into contact with Luoli. I never said that Luoli must be betrothed to you. Luoli? Lin Sun couldn't help but be taken aback. Could it be that Miss Luoli from the Miluo Palace of the Earth Imperial Universe? At this moment, Underworld Child's face suddenly darkened. A hint of ruthlessness appeared between his brows. He said coldly, Senior, you are a quasi-emperor, a giant of a region. Are you going to go back on your words now? His words were overbearing and forceful. Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. Where did Underworld Child get the confidence to speak to a quasi-emperor like this? Looking at the expressions of the other old monsters, although they were all frowning, they didn't reprimand Underworld Child for going against his superior. It was as if they were afraid of something. Going back on my words? A cold light flashed in Madame in Purple's eyes. A formless and terrifying pressure suddenly spread out. Bang! Underworld child, who was standing in the void, was directly suppressed and staggered to the ground. Lin Sun sighed inwardly. This was a quasi-emperor. With a single thought, that kind of power was like the sky, like the abyss, terrifying beyond compare. Only then did Madame in Purple say, if you didn't have a good ancestor, would you dare to behave so atrociously in the Great Wall of Imperial Pass? There is no harm in me telling you, with your character, you still want to marry my granddaughter? Don't even think about it in this lifetime. Her voice carried disdain. Underworld child's face fell. In that case, Senior sees that I am easy to bully, so you really plan on going back on your words? Going back on my words? Madame in Purple suddenly revealed an intoxicating smile, saying, what? Don't tell me you want to threaten this old granny? Sure, I won't bully a junior like you. Go and call for people, I want to see what this butcher Gu Liangqiu dares to do to me. Her smile was charming, beautiful and moving. However, the nearby old monsters all knew that Madame Mu was angry. Underworld child was furious, but he could only endure it. In this great wall of Imperial Pass, there was indeed no one who dared provoke him. It was because there were quite a few old monsters who were subordinates of the Dark Blood Underworld Emperor. They naturally took great care of him, the Dark Blood Underworld Emperor's descendant. This was also why he had the confidence to face a quasi-emperor like Madame in Purple. However, this didn't mean that he could act out of control in this great wall. Little fella, don't you find it strange why this underworld child dares to act so arrogantly? It's quite simple, this great wall's number 1, Gu Liangqiu, is precisely the backer of this name. Shunji suddenly transmitted sound to Lin Sun. Gu Liangqiu's achievements in battle are glorious, he has always had great prestige. Because of him, in Imperial Pass Great Wall, no matter how underworld child, this junior, behaves, everyone will still tolerate him, not bickering with him. However, this time, Underworld child actually set his sights on Madame Mu's granddaughter. This is equivalent to crossing Madame Mu's bottom line. When he spoke up to hear, Shunji's voice carried a hint of disdain. If he sincerely wishes to marry her granddaughter, then that is one thing, but everyone knows that this brat has his eyes on Madame Mu's granddaughter's bloodline power. The power of the immortal phoenix bloodline is enough to make any Blood River underworld race drool with desire. When he heard this, only then did Lin Sun completely understand. He couldn't help but transmit sound to ask, Senior, that granddaughter of Madame Mu, is she that Luoli from Earth Imperial Realms Luo Luo? Shunji stared blankly, then laughed out loud. With a strange look in his eyes, he said, Brat, have you been eyeing her for a long time? Lin Sun smiled, declining to comment. Inwardly, he said, so, it really is Luo Li. Previously in the 9 Regions battlefield, Lin Sun had also met her, even drinking and chatting with her. That was a gentle, simple, and beautiful woman with exceptional grace. However, Lin Sun didn't expect that the purple-clothed beauty called Madame Mu was actually Luo Li's grandmother. Right now, Underworld child's expression was cloudy and uncertain, shaken by Madame Mu's domineering attitude. He felt like he was riding a tiger, unable to dismount, unable to advance or retreat. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that even if Gu Liangqiu came, he wouldn't shed all pretense of cordiality with Madame Mu because of him. But he was also unwilling to give up with his face ashen. For a moment, the situation was deadlocked like this. The group of old monsters couldn't help but reveal ruminating smiles. As a descendant of the Dark Blood Underworld Emperor, his talent might be unprecedented, but his conduct was too unbearable. Suddenly, Underworld child's eyes inadvertently glanced over, suddenly seeing a familiar figure. His entire being was stunned, crying out, Lin Sun? The old monsters here were all stunned. Underworld child and Lin Sun actually knew each other, however, soon afterwards, they sensed that something wasn't right. It was because Underworld child's expression immediately became sinister and excited, as if he encountered an unforgettable enemy, killing intent surging. Ha ha ha, who would have thought, truly never expected that after so many years, I would actually encounter a little bastard like you in Imperial Pass Great Wall. Could this be the will of heaven? Underworld child roared with laughter towards the sky. He was indeed extremely excited. During these years, he hid in Imperial Pass Great Wall, almost crazily cultivating and increasing his strength. Wasn't it all for the sake of getting revenge and erasing his humiliation, killing this great enemy Lin Sun who brought him endless humiliation and hatred? Now, He already established his own method, entering a brand new level from the peak of the true sage realm, becoming an unmatched existence. Coincidentally, it was precisely in this type of situation that Lin Sun appeared. This feeling was as if prey had delivered itself to his doorstep. The group of old monsters couldn't help but frown. They could tell that Lin Sun and Underworld Child not only knew each other, they were enemies. Lin Sun stood out, saying with a smile, "It can't be considered an offense, the two of us are old acquaintances. I thought I killed him several times, but in the end, he came back to life. His life is even harder than a stone in a latrine pit." Everyone stared blankly, their expressions strange. This was just too unexpected. They never expected a youngster like Lin Sun, who seemed aloof from worldly affairs, to have such dazzling battle accomplishments. This Underworld Child wasn't simple. No matter how much they loathed him, they couldn't deny that his background, talent, and strength were all top talents of the present world, shockingly powerful. But who would have thought that Underworld Child would be continuously killed by someone? In that instant, their eyes couldn't help but carry a hint of curiosity when they looked at Lin Sun. To be able to make even Ling Xiaozi stumble in the path of spirit tattoos, and then defeat Underworld Child, this was too extraordinary. This brat, just how many secrets were hidden on him? "Little bastard, you still dare to be so sharp-tongued even now, don't you know how the word death is written?" Underworld Child almost exploded from anger. Lin Sun's words were like sprinkling salt on his wounds, making both old and new grudges surge in his mind. The vicious killing intent around him also erupted. Hong, a terrifying streak of bloody light rushed into the heavens, stirring up the wind and clouds. That dense killing intent actually turned into a seemingly tangible blood-colored smoke signal. "What are you trying to do? This is Imperial Pass Great Wall, internal strife is forbidden here." Shunji's expression fell, berating. "This is between me and him, unrelated to everyone else. If you don't want to harm our harmony, it's best if you don't interfere. Otherwise, I promise that no one will have an easy time," Underworld Child said through clenched teeth. Saints also had times when they were angry. It wasn't because their mental states were bad, but rather because they had something to rely on. Just like the current Underworld Child. The old monsters were all displeased, finding Underworld Child more and more displeasing to the eye. Did he think that just because he had a great backer, he could look down on them? "I've let Senior see a joke. I can only blame myself for not completely killing this fella back then, allowing him to randomly bite like a mad dog." Lin Sun smiled, cupping his hands towards Shunji, Madame Mu, and the others. "However, what he said isn't wrong. This is a personal grudge between him and me. I hope to use this chance to completely settle it." His words were casual, but also carried a type of resolution. Everyone understood that it wasn't just Underworld Child who wanted to kill Lin Sun, but Lin Sun also wanted to use this chance to kill Underworld Child. "Ha ha ha, finish me off? Good, it couldn't be better. Everyone, listen up, it's this kid who's courting death." Underworld Child laughed loudly. His blood-red hair danced wildly, and his expression was awe-inspiring. If it weren't for the presence of so many old monsters, he would have attacked immediately instead of wasting his breath. "Brat, this is Imperial Pass Great Wall. Even if you have confidence in defeating Underworld Child, regardless of who it is, there is no way you can kill him. This is the rule. No matter who it is, they have to follow it." Shunji quickly warned Lin Sun. Lin Sun immediately frowned. It wasn't just the Dark Child. He had to care about the feelings of all the old freaks as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have endured until now. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. "Lin Sun, I just want to ask you, do you dare to fight with me?" Underworld Child shouted loudly, not hiding his killing intent at all. His eyes were scarlet and terrifying. He truly desired revenge too much. "Ridiculous." A quasi-emperor berated with a low voice, "What do you treat Imperial Pass Great Wall as? Do you believe that I won't suppress you right now and throw you into prison?" Underworld Child's expression changed continuously. After a while, he said with a cold snort, "I understand the rules. Just open the demonic god arena." Fighting in the demonic god arena can't be considered breaking the rules, right? Clearly, he was determined to fight. Everyone looked towards Lin Sun. The meaning was clear: as long as you don't agree, no matter how arrogant Underworld Child was, it would all be useless. Seniors, you have all seen it for yourself. If I don't agree, this mad dog will definitely bite people. Since that is the case, just let me deal with him. Lin Sun's expression was calm, his eyes cold. He similarly didn't want to miss this opportunity. Fine, Shunji, open the demonic god arena and let them fight. Madame Mu sighed lightly and instructed. Shunji nodded, suddenly rising into the air. With a wave of his sleeve, a violent ripple suddenly appeared in the void. After that, an extremely enormous arena floated up into appearance. It glowed brilliantly and emanated obscure and strange fluctuations of restrictions. This was the demonic god arena. Within Imperial Pass, if there were disputes that couldn't be mediated, they would choose to settle it in the demonic god arena. However, on the battlefield, life and death were not allowed. This was a rule established from the very beginning of Imperial Pass. Swish, Underworld Child didn't hesitate, immediately rushing into the demonic god arena. His figure stood there, his scarlet cape fluttering in the wind. His gaze was ice cold as he looked down at Lin Sun. Still not coming up to accept death? His voice was like thunder, exploding through the world. His unbridled and insolent attitude made all the old monsters feel extremely uncomfortable. This Underworld Child was simply lawless and out of control. Little friend, are you sure you want to fight him? Madame Mu was a bit worried. Even though Lin Sun had defeated Underworld Child before, that was in the past. The current Underworld Child was already different from the past. He couldn't before, and now, he still can't. After Lin Sun finished speaking, he stepped into the air and entered the demonic god arena. His expression was calm and composed, as if he was an otherworldly immortal. When the old monsters saw this, they no longer tried to dissuade him. Either way, with them overseeing things, it was impossible for death to happen. Only, they couldn't help but be a bit worried. During these years, Underworld Child had always been cultivating bitterly at Imperial Pass Great Wall. They all saw how powerful the current Underworld Child was. But as for Lin Sun's strength, they didn't understand at all. They could only see that he had similarly stepped into the peak of the Saint Realm, and that his foundation wasn't ordinary. Kill. In the demonic god arena, Underworld Child was about to attack almost immediately. He already couldn't restrain himself, his killing intent boiling to the extreme. Wait. But Lin Sun suddenly spoke. Underworld Child's figure froze, his expression ice cold as he said, "What, are you scared after walking onto the arena? After not seeing each other for so many years, has demon god Lin Sun's courage also shrunk?" Lin Sun smiled slightly. You should understand clearly that no matter who wins, there will be no life and death battle. This is obviously very displeasing. I have a suggestion. Before the battle, why don't we make a bet? Underworld Child's eyes flickered. All right. How could he not agree to such a good thing? Crash. Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and the Yuan killer sword that looked like a blood-colored Styx river and a blood-stained bronze shield appeared. Then, he said with a smile, if I lose, these two treasures will belong to you. If I win, you will hand over the refining god pot of the Underworld Emperor. How about that? Despicable. Underworld Child almost exploded with anger. The Yuan killer sword and the bronze shield were originally his treasures, but they had been taken away by Lin Sun in the domain of extinction. Now, Lin Sun shamelessly wanted to use them as a bet. How sinister was his intention? What he couldn't tolerate most was that this guy actually had his eyes on his refining god pot, which was his biggest trump card and reliance. The Yuan killer sword and the Blood River shield are the treasures that the Dark Blood Underworld Emperor carried with him before he stepped into the Emperor realm. I finally believe that Lin Sun once defeated Underworld Child. Shunji was instantly amused. The other old monsters also had strange expressions. Of course, it was impossible for them not to recognize the Yuan killer sword and the Blood River shield. What, you don't dare? Lin Sun's words were casual but full of disdain. The Dark Child suddenly took a few deep breaths before he flipped his palm, causing a completely pitch-black divine sword that seethed with terrifying black divine radiance to appear. Moreover, the howls and cries of fiend gods could be faintly heard from it, and it revealed the scene of a ghastly purgatory. He said coldly, how can the refining god pot of the underworld emperor be used as a bed at will? However, this sword is enough. The Avicii sword, Xianxia, Madame Mu, and the others were all moved. Like the Yuan killer sword, this sword was a primordial holy treasure. It was mysterious and terrible. It was said that it was born in the purgatory of the underworld, and its killing power was enough to frighten ghosts and gods. The souls of the enemies killed by this sword would be trapped in the purgatory of the sword for eternity, suffering endless torment and suffering. Similarly, the Avicii sword was also the sword of the dark blood underworld emperor. Lin Sun's eyes brightened, and he sighed inwardly. Underworld child had too many treasures, but for him, this guy was more like a treasure boy who could bring him some surprises every time. Okay, let's bet on this sword. Almost without hesitation, Lin Sun agreed happily. Humph, but I don't think it's enough. Underworld child said coldly, no matter who loses later, he must kneel down, kowtow, and slap himself. Do you dare to bet? Obviously, he also knew that with those old monsters here, it would be impossible for him to kill Lin Sun this time. But if he could trample Lin Sun under his feet and suffer endless humiliation, he could barely vent his anger. Are you sure? I'm a little worried that you won't admit it if you lose. Lin Sun's expression was calm. With so many people watching, do you think I will go back on my word? Underworld child's face was cold, and he gnashed his teeth with hatred. Before he finished speaking, he couldn't restrain the killing intent in his heart and attacked brazenly. His momentum was like a bloody gallop, and with a kind of ostentatious, raging, and unparalleled power, he broke through the shackles of the void and rushed over. Boom! In an instant, the world changed color and was covered by the terrible blood-red killing intent. At this time, Underworld child was like a peerless evil god coming out of the netherworld, with overwhelming momentum. In his palm, a blood-colored, glassy, resplendent seal whistled through the air, crushing the void. The eyes of the old monsters all shrank. What a powerful force! Was this the power of the peerless true sage who created his own method? Lin Sun didn't retreat or evade. His figure was ethereal and he pressed his palm lightly. Dong, a deafening collision sounded, the world roared, and the light of Tao surged. An amazing scene appeared. Lin Sun's palm force seemed simple and casual, but in an instant, it slapped away the blood-colored glazed seal that was about to break into the air. And Underworld child's figure, as if being pushed by a mountain, suddenly shook in the void and almost staggered back. What? Xianxia and Madame Mu were both surprised, with a strange look in their eyes. It was just the first confrontation, but it had such power. Didn't it mean that Lin Sun was not an ordinary peerless true sage? Madame Mu's granddaughter is Loka. My hand slipped. I didn't expect that you have reached the perfection of the saint realm. In the void, Ming child was surprised. Obviously, in these years, not only his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, but the strength of his enemy, Lin Sun, had also improved. Unfortunately, you are just SOSO. When the cold voice sounded, Ming child stretched out his body. Crack, a blood-colored lightning as thick as a tree trunk broke through the void. Almost instantly, Ming child moved again. Holding the blood-colored glass seal, he suddenly smashed it like an evil god. The glass seal was only the size of a fist, but when it appeared in the void, 36 layers of bloody purgatory emerged. In each layer of purgatory, there were thousands of ghostly figures roaring like gods and demons. In a trance, the world seemed to have come to the underworld. Great dark prison seal. An old monster gasped. This was a peerless treasure, containing 36 layers of purgatory, which had the terrifying power to suppress the world and refine the void. Rise. It was different from Ming child's fierce and violent attack. Lin Sun stood still and waved his sleeve. Layers of sword chi appeared in the void. Each layer of sword chi contained 18,000 swords, shining with cold light and as vast as a sea of swords. At this moment, the sky seemed to be covered with dense sword chi. 33 heavy swords. Go. As Lin Sun's mind moved, layers of sword chi swept out like an avalanche. Bang, bang. Bang, countless sword chi collided with the layers of purgatory. Lin Sun's sword chi was so overbearing that he had condensed the sword chi of a sword emperor not long ago. It was enough to make any top saint tremble. In a series of deafening explosions, the sword chi broke through the purgatory with irresistible force. Suppress. The great dark prison seal in Ming Child's palm suddenly shone. Layers of purgatory world evolved again, and the power was even stronger. Ghostly figures emerged, each with monstrous momentum, ferocious and terrible. Boom, the 33 layers of sword chi, which were originally irresistible, were finally blocked and collapsed, turning into a rain of light floating in the void. The group of old monsters revealed strange expressions. Even though it was only the beginning of the battle, the strength that the two of them revealed was so formidable that it broadened their horizons and surprised them. With the ancient treasure in hand, the Dark Child's ferocious aura was enough to suppress his peers. Lin Sun's sword chi was brilliant, like a vast sea rising in the air, layer upon layer, and the sword intent was like a tide. The power was so great that it changed the color of the world. However, this was only the beginning of the confrontation. When they truly attacked with their full strength, what kind of matchless and terrifying might would that be? This treasure is not bad. I want it. Suddenly, Lin Sun laughed and stepped forward. He looked like a real dragon soaring in the sky. At the same time, he punched out. Surging Saint Chi and World Principle strength fused together, causing this simple punch to give off a grandiose aura that seemed capable of shattering the world and causing yin and yang to fall into chaos. Even space was blasted apart, collapsing and cracking apart, and numerous horrifying rifts were torn open. Heaven-shaking fist, the Dark Child's scarlet eyes also turned serious at this moment. Only when they really fought did he deeply realize that this opponent that he hated to the bone now possessed such powerful combat power. In his heart, the original rage turned into calmness, and the Dark Child's killing intent soared. So what if Lin Sun was powerful? This time, he would make him kneel and slap his own face. The Dark Child took a deep breath, his expression cold and solemn. The great dark prison seal floated up from his hand. This treasure was made of blood glazed, the divine metal of the underworld. It contained 36 purgatory realms and was engraved with 3,600 Taoist patterns. It had been refined by the Dark Blood Emperor in the boundless blood well for 8,000 years. Since the Dark Child awakened from silence, he had refined this treasure day and night with his own blood essence. Now, its power was no longer the same as it was in the past. At this moment, as the Dark Child used his true power, the great dark prison seal suddenly shone brightly in the void, illuminating the universe. The 36 purgatory realms were like blood-colored worlds, sitting in the void between heaven and earth. For a moment, the Dark Child was surrounded and protected like the ruler of purgatory. This scene amazed all the old monsters present. They couldn't help but sigh that the Dark Child was indeed a direct descendant of the Dark Blood Emperor. Not only was his foundation terrifying, but even the treasures in his hands were extremely amazing. At this time, Lin Sun's fist had already broken through. Boom, the fist energy exploded, the energy surged, and the world shook. Lin Sun's fist energy was like a dragon python rushing into the 36 purgatory realms, colliding and rolling fiercely, setting off a blazing torrent of Taoist light. However, it was blocked in the end. It seems that you, Demon God Lin, are no longer as brave as you were in the past. The Dark Child laughed, his blood hair flying. The 36 purgatory realms, like a cage that sealed the sky and locked the earth, pressed down from the void, trying to trap Lin Sun in it and completely refine him. All the old monsters' eyelids twitched. Don't say this too early. Be careful not to slap yourself in the face. Lin Sun let out a long laugh, stepped in the air, and raised his fist again with the momentum of an ancient demon god. Boom! Boom! It was like a thunderclap in the battlefield of deities and demons. Lin Sun's fist energy swept across the void, whistling out, sinking the void and producing a deafening explosion. But no matter how fierce and domineering the fist energy was, it could not break through the 36 purgatory realms that were constantly pressing down. In the eyes of outsiders, Lin Sun seemed to be at a disadvantage. But the quasi-emperors present were very experienced. They could tell at a glance that with every punch Lin Sun threw out, the fist energy would produce a terrifying vibrating force, causing the 36 purgatory realms to also suffer an extremely terrifying impact. It seemed to be intact, but in fact, it was about to completely collapse. Sure enough, there was a change in the next moment. The ninth punch. Lin Sun shouted in the air. His fist force was primitive and simple, but it had the charm of simplicity and simplicity after washing away all the magnificence and magnificence. Even the powerful person who created the 9 strikes for shaking heaven would be amazed when he saw Lin Sun's punch. Lin Sun had already deduced the power and true essence of the heaven-shaking fist. Boom, Ming Child's 36 purgatory realms suddenly exploded. They were not crushed by the fist energy, but at this moment, all 36 purgatory realms collapsed and disappeared. The terrifying fist energy was like a raging wave striking the air, pressing toward Ming Child. This boy is actually so strong? Ming Child was finally moved, his eyes revealing shock. At this moment, he did not hesitate to activate the full power of the Great Dark Prison Seal. But no matter how he changed, Lin Sun's fist energy seemed to be unparalleled, breaking through the layers of killing, extremely strong. This made the group of old monsters dumbfounded. How could the young people of today be so fierce? It should be known that when they were in the true sage realm, they were far from having such unparalleled combat power. Bang! Finally, Lin Sun's fist landed on the Great Dark Prison Seal. In the roar, the void under Ming Child's feet directly exploded. And Ming Child staggered back from the shock, his chi and blood tumbling. When he looked at Lin Sun again, his eyes were filled with anger. This blow put him at a disadvantage, causing him to lose face. It seems that you have not made much progress these years. As Lin Sun spoke, his figure had already shifted, and he stretched out his hand to grab the Great Dark Prison Seal. You dare! Ming Child shouted, his killing intent boiling. This guy actually wanted to snatch the treasure, he clearly did not take him seriously at all. Boom, his figure surged with monstrous blood light as he charged up and fought fiercely with Lin Sun. For a time, in the battlefield of gods and demons, Dao sounds rolled, blood light surged, and fist energy surged, causing the sky to change color, the clouds to collapse, and the void to collapse. Many unbelievable scenes played out. There were gods and demons roaring, blood rain pouring, the sky collapsing, stars sinking, and the moon falling. The unimaginable battle scene was enough to shock the world. Back then, we were indeed not as good as them, Shunji sighed. The other old monsters also sighed, their emotions fluctuating. What surprised them the most was Lin Sun, because this was the first time they saw Lin Sun fight. His combat power was so strong that it completely overturned their original understanding. Only now did they realize that this kid was not just a peerless genius that possessed the ability of a grandmaster in the Tao of spirit tattoos. He himself was a peerless figure with shocking combat strength. If it was an ordinary battle between true saints, these old monsters would not even bother to watch it, nor would they have the mood to watch it. But the battle before them had completely drawn their attention, and they were deeply afraid of missing the slightest detail. Little friend Lin Sun is definitely not an ordinary figure. A figure like him is bound to not be a nobody, and even in the entire ancient desolation region, he can be called a peerless genius. Now I'm even more curious. What sort of past does he have? Madame Mu's beautiful eyes rippled with extraordinary splendor. I'm slightly worried that Ming Child has many secret treasures and trump cards. Shunji pondered deeply. Lin Sun's combat strength shocked him as well, but at the same time, he was clearly aware of how terrifying the resources of Ming Child, a descendant of the Dark Blood Emperor, were. In the battlefield of deities and demons, the battle grew fiercer and fiercer. In the end, the figures of Lin Sun and Ming Child could hardly be seen. All that could be seen was a clear light and a bloody light fighting. Every time they collided, it would bring up gales and lights that filled the sky. Fortunately, it was in the battlefield of deities and demons, otherwise the entire Imperial Pass city would have been destroyed into a complete mess. Bang! After another collision, the bloody figure retreated violently in the void. He was actually sent flying by Lin Sun's punch, and the nearby void was shattered. Ming Child, show me your true ability. Didn't you create your own method? Let me see it. With your current means, it's far from enough. Lin Sun stood upright in the void, his figure brilliant. His temperament was like that of a banished immortal, but his power was like that of a demon god. That kind of demeanor was simply beyond the imagination of the old monsters, leaving them speechless. You're courting death. Ming Child was furious. His face was terrifyingly cold. Even though he had been shaken back and seemed to be in a bit of a mess, he didn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries. All these years, I've swallowed my anger, put in great effort, and exhausted all kinds of good fortune. Finally, I've comprehended the true knowledge of my own method. It's called the Lotus Platform of Nether God, Ming Child said indifferently. Boom, blood-colored Taoist light burst out of Ming's slender body. He was like the master of this realm. His blood-colored hair was sprinkling with wisps of Taoist light. A lotus platform could be faintly seen beneath his feet. It was crimson-red like blood, and it was formed from layers of wings that were covered in dense and obscure netherworld markings. Standing on it, Ming's son was like a god. At this moment, the old monsters were shocked. What a powerful Taoist law! This was a method that led to the invincible true sage realm. It belonged to Ming's own law. Any true saint who could achieve this step was a peerless figure that could dazzle the world. Their battle prowess was terrifyingly strong, and it was not difficult for them to suppress a realm. At the same time, Lin Sun's black eyes flashed with surprise. Ming's son had never entered the nine-region battlefield, but he could become a sage at the peak and even create his own law. Such aptitude was much stronger than many of the 8 skills of green darkness. But soon, Lin Sun regained his composure. When it came to creating one's own law, in the current world and throughout the 9 regions, who had attracted the tribulation of law crossing because of creating one's own law? Almost none. Even if there was, it could never be Ming's son. Lin Sun could tell just by looking at the aura of Ming's son. 9 breaks of God of Underworld, star breaking. Ming's son stepped into the air. His whole body was like a blood-colored rainbow. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, he pressed out his palm. The palm print condensed into the shape of the lotus platform of God of Underworld, flowing with blood. It showed a terrible scene of thousands of stars collapsing and destroying Zhou Su. If one said, Ming's combat power could be regarded as the top of the absolute sage realm. Then at this moment, he had a kind of invincible momentum. His law was with him, and his Tao and appearance were in harmony with the power of heaven and earth. He was unimaginably powerful. This is getting interesting. Lin Sun's black hair floated, and his clothes fluttered. He punched out. This punch was ordinary, without any fist momentum. It was like a child's scribble. But when this punch was punched out, everyone had a feeling that they saw the Great Way appear and gather in this punch. The Great Way had no name, but the strong one was called Tao. Lin Sun's punch, however, showed a sense of completion, freedom, and mystery of primitive simplicity. Bang, there was a loud explosion. The blood-red palm print and fist collided, and it rumbled as it spread out in the Fiend God arena. It was like the sun was colliding, and it revealed the scene of destruction. Lin Sun's body shook slightly. He understood and said, "It seems that the self-cultivation method you created is just SOSO." He blocked it. The group of old monsters sucked in a breath of cold air. The youngsters nowadays were much more ferocious than they had been in the past. The might they displayed made them feel incredulous. Lin Sun, you're indeed a peerless figure. You've managed to cultivate 3 different Taoist paths at the same time. Now that you've reached the peak of the true saint realm, you've already cultivated to the level of truth awareness. Ordinary people wouldn't be your opponent. At this moment, the underworld child's expression was indifferent and calm. However, his gaze was even brighter. Unfortunately, you've met me. At best, you're nothing more than a whetstone. Today, I'll use you to temper myself. Rumble. At this moment, the dark child made his move again. His figure stretched out like an evil god. He stretched out his arms and formed an obscure palm print in the void. Suddenly, the power of the heavens seemed to be drawn, all boiling and surging, merging into the palm print. The underworld god lotus platform appeared, and its light was like the sun, illuminating the heavens. The second break of the underworld god, sun whirling. The palm pressed out, like the underworld god swinging up the sun, suppressing the world. This is the self-cultivation method. The fusion of the law and the Taoist path, the unity of the spirit and the will, is enough to release all the power that one possesses. It has the invincible momentum of I'm the top at the end of the Great Way. A quasi-emperor old monster sighed. Open. Lin Sun was not afraid at all. His momentum was like a real dragon, and his power was like a demon god. He moved through the void and raised his fist to kill. It was simple and direct. The fist force and the palm print collided, and finally collapsed in the void. The terrifying wave of destruction caused the Fiend God arena to shake violently. Thump, thump, thump. In the rain of light, Lin Sun's figure retreated a few steps, his clothes fluttering. In the eyes of outsiders, he was obviously at a disadvantage in such a confrontation. Many old monsters felt their hearts tighten. Third break, prison suppression. At this moment, the underworld child's power was boundless, and his entire body surged with a monstrous blood-red Taoist light. When his palm pressed out, it was like a prison of the heavens and the earth, and it intended to refine everything in the world. Lin Sun's expression was neither sad nor happy. The Saint Chi around his body surged like a raging wave, and he pointed out in the air and suddenly collided with the palm print that descended from the sky. Bang! Lin Sun's figure retreated explosively by 10 feet. On the other hand, the underworld child's momentum was like a rainbow. He pressed forward without the slightest hesitation, and his expression was filled with indifference and killing intent. Fourth break, Yin and Yang division. Fifth break, Five Elements disorder. Sixth break, Ghost and God execution. Seventh break, every time he struck out, the underworld god Lotus platform revealed a different might, and it developed a terrifying and peerless force that seemed to be able to strike the 9 heavens and sweep away all obstacles. This was the underworld child's self-cultivation method. With the underworld god Lotus platform as the source, he formed 9 great palm prints, and every strike contained boundless profundities. All the old monsters were dazzled by the sight of this. If it was said that Lin Sun had the strength to confront and suppress the underworld child earlier, then it was the complete opposite now. Just like at this moment, Lin Sun was in a completely passive position. He was firmly suppressed by the underworld child's self-cultivation method, and his figure was shaken back from time to time. Shunji, Madame Mu, and the others couldn't help but worry. After a moment, the underworld child's momentum was like a rainbow, and he suddenly let out a roar, 9th break, eternal death. Boom, this time, a palm print turned into a lotus platform that covered the sky and the earth, and it rumbled down from the void. The power of this strike was more than twice as strong as before. The expressions of many old monsters changed slightly, and they were ready to take action. Because this palm was too terrifying, and its power was so strong that the huge battlefield of gods and demons suddenly buzzed and trembled, but to everyone's surprise, Lin Sun didn't dodge, and there was not a trace of panic on his face. Instead, there was a touch of ridicule. Perhaps the self-cultivation method was the way to become invincible in this realm. But such methods were also divided into high and low levels. At least, after the previous confrontations, Lin Sun had completely understood that the self-cultivation method of the underworld child was indeed just SOSO. It should be known that in the previous battles, Lin Sun hadn't even utilized the profundities of the Great Tao Furnace scripture, and he'd already blocked the various attacks of the underworld child. In the blink of an eye, the underworld child's 9th break had already arrived, and its strength was extraordinary, and its aura of destruction threw space into disorder. Lin Sun didn't hold back any longer, and he struck out with another simple punch. However, compared to before, the concept and true essence of this punch were completely different. It was like a furnace of the heavens and the earth, and it could accommodate a myriad of techniques and Taos within it. Rumble! Rumble! Rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth resounded out. The battlefield of gods and demons was filled with scenes of chaos, unrest, and destruction. Countless torrents of light swept out, and merely the aftershock emitted was sufficient to annihilate any ordinary true saint. To the astonishment of all the old monsters, when the dust and smoke dispersed, Lin Sun, who they'd thought to be in a hopeless situation, was standing on the spot without the slightest injury. His figure was like a great furnace that lay across the ages, and he wasn't afraid of the assault of any wind. On the other side, the underworld child's figure seemed as if it was swept by a gale, and he staggered back in the void, and he was only barely able to stabilize his figure after moving over 30 m away. But his face was full of horror, and he said, "This is impossible." His voice was full of disbelief. Not long ago, he created his own method, and he believed that he had entered the threshold of invincibility among the absolute true saints. Looking at the whole world, he could be called the venerable in this realm. In fact, in the previous battle, it did make him extremely happy, and he suppressed Lin Sun to the point that he couldn't even lift his head, especially when he displayed the 9th break of Infernal God. He had already planned to defeat Lin Sun and force Lin Sun to kneel on the ground. But it was at this most powerful blow that he was most proud of that an accident happened. This unexpected blow made the underworld child a little confused. Not only him, but all the old monsters present had originally planned to rescue Lin Sun. They were worried that the underworld child's attack would be too heavy and cause Lin Sun to be injured or killed. But who would have thought that such a scene would play out? It seems that this is your strongest means. Well, today I'll give you a chance to see what a real self-cultivation method is. In the battlefield of gods and demons, Lin Sun's indifferent voice sounded. His words were earth-shattering. This kid had actually created his own method. Those old monsters were dumbfounded. The next moment, they saw Lin Sun stretch his body in the void. Clatter, there was a roar like a vast ocean in his body, and the chi all over his body seemed to be burning and boiling. His whole body showed a kind of abundant and irresistible momentum. Just like a furnace in the sky, it could suppress the past, the present and the future. As soon as the terrible power was released, the world was shrouded in a layer of great terror, and those old monsters trembled in their hearts. What method was this? How could his breath be so obscure and terrible? Looking at Lin Sun again, his figure appeared out of thin air, overlooking the mountains and rivers and controlling the universe. It was completely different from before. This kid has hidden his strength so deeply. Xianxia smacked his lips. The more it is like this, the better. It is not difficult to transcend the mortal and become a saint, but it is too difficult to go from a saint to a mortal. This kid can already do whatever he wants in the true saint realm. Madame Mu commented leisurely. At this time, the underworld child in the battlefield of gods and demons looked unprecedentedly solemn, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The change in Lin Sun's breath made him feel incomparably depressed. Almost out of instinct, he did not hesitate to use all his strength, as if he was desperate. Whoosh, Nether Child took a deep breath, and then his palm instantly shot out 9 palm prints. Every single palm print revealed a nether god lotus platform of varying profundities. As soon as the 9 palm prints came out, the world trembled and all the colors changed. The momentum of the whole world was so vast, but now it was controlled by the underworld child with his own strength. He poured all his attention into this blow. Condense! The underworld child shouted, and the 9 palm prints merged into one, turning into a shining blood-colored lotus throne. It looked like it was polished out of blood-colored jade, covered with dense underworld characters, magnificent and brilliant. Go! With a stir of his mind, the lotus throne suddenly seemed to have found a target to vent its anger on. It rose into the air and rushed towards Lin Sun. This was undoubtedly the underworld child's trump card, the strongest blow he had gathered all his strength. Its power was so great that it was enough to shock the world. Seeing this scene, everyone held their breath. There will be more updates tonight. In addition, be sure to add the WeChat account of Goldfish. Open WeChat, search for the account Xiaojinyu233, and add me. The void was turbulent and the sound was like thunder. A scarlet lotus throne of Nether God evolved into a palm print, but it set off a terrible Taoist light storm, raging in the divine battlefield. As soon as this move was made, all the old monsters could not remain calm. Was this the power that a true saint could possess? It was too shocking. Lin Sun looked neither sad nor happy, and punched out. In an instant, the boundless saint spirit roared out from his body, and endless divine light illuminated the sky. It was just like a great furnace, showing a scene of chaos. Boom, the sky and earth shook, and the sun and moon lost their light. It was visible to the naked eye that wherever Lin Sun's fist passed, there was nothing that could not be destroyed, unstoppable, and unmatched. How terrifying and heaven-defying Ming Child's strongest blow was, but in front of this punch, it was forcibly blasted away. Crack, the Nether God's lotus platform that was scarlet red like blood suddenly exploded apart like a piece of paper. Under the shocked gazes of all the old monsters, the power of this punch violently blasted Ming Zi's entire body away. With a puff, Ming Child's mouth and nose spurted blood, and the clothes on his chest were torn, revealing a dark blue armor with secret patterns. This should be an ancient treasure with amazing defensive power, but at this time, there was a fist mark on the armor, and there were signs of cracking. It could be foreseen that if it were not for this armor, Ming Child would have suffered more serious injuries this time. In other words, Lin Sun's punch not only defeated Ming Child's strongest blow, but also blasted him away and injured him. There was a dead silence in the field. Xianxia, Madame Mu, and the others were all in a trance. Although they were quasi-emperors with rich experience, when had they ever seen such an invincible battle at the peak? The invincible method that Ming Child had displayed before was already terrifying and unimaginable. Who would have thought that Lin Sun was even worse? My little friend Lin Sun is really amazing. Ming Child created his own method recently, and it is certain that Lin Sun should have entered this realm earlier. Compared to them, we were far too inferior back then. For a time, the old monster's mood fluctuated, some with emotion, some with amazement. Two members of the younger generation, one stronger than the other, and the other more vigorous and powerful than the other, caused their horizons to be broadened, and their inherent understanding of the past was on the verge of being overturned. Impossible. How can there be such a technique in this world? At this moment, the Ming Child's face was pale and hideous. His face was filled with disbelief. Lin Sun's strike was like a heavy hammer, smashing the pride and confidence in Ming Child's heart to the verge of collapse. He couldn't imagine that Lin Sun had already set foot on the road to the invincible realm of the true saint long before him, and the method he created was so terrifying. Ignorant. You created your own technique and only have your own invincible foundation. You want to be invincible among all the saints in the world? You're not qualified. Lin Sun's voice was indifferent and his black eyes were cold. As he spoke, he'd already moved through the air and launched a slaughter. Up until this point in the battle, he'd completely figured out the resources of the Dark Child, and there was no need to continue delaying this battle. Boom! Lin Sun's body was like a furnace, pointing to the sky and hitting the earth. Every blow had the power to melt all the Tao. Bull*T. Who do you think you are to have the qualifications? To teach me? The Dark Child was furious. He charged over. His might was still as terrifying as before. Only, what was different from before was that the situation had already been completely reversed. No matter how many techniques he used, how many Tao techniques he used, they were all crushed like bubbles. The feeling he gave others was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It was because right now, Lin Sun seemed like he was truly invincible. Every single move he made carried a great momentum that could suppress the ages. The furnace was like his body, its might able to suppress all enemies of this level from past to present. After 10 breaths of time, the Dark Child was suppressed to the point he couldn't even raise his head. He coughed out blood repeatedly, his face deathly pale, hair disheveled. 30 breaths of time later. Along with deafening explosions, the dark green armor that protected the Dark Child's body suddenly exploded, turning into fragments that shot out in all directions. During this process, Lin Sun pushed forward, his might piercing through the heavens. Those old monsters all looked at each other in dismay, gasping endlessly. Only now did they deeply realize how extraordinary this youngster sent to Imperial Pass by the Divine Secret Pavilion was. What was laughable was that in the beginning, they actually didn't pay attention to him, completely ignoring him. I'm going to fight you to the death. In the Devil God Arena, the disheveled Dark Child went completely mad. His eyes felt like they were splitting apart from rage, and he charged forward without any regard for anything else. Many years ago, in absolute nightmare domain, he suffered miserable defeats at Lin Sun's hands many times in succession. Every single time, his dignity was trampled on, he had no face left, he was humiliated to the extreme. If it wasn't for the god's melting pot, he would have died who knew how many times over. It was precisely because of this that during these years, he cultivated madly in Imperial Pass precisely for the sake of revenge. He wanted to recover all the dignity he lost and the face he lost. However, who would have expected that in this battle, even though he'd already created his own technique, he would still suffer setbacks time and time again. How could the Dark Child endure this? Clang, the pitch-black Avicii sword that surged with roiling demonic mist swept out. Sword energy surged, and a terrifying scene of purgatory appeared in all directions. Kill! The Dark Child roared, his expression savage and warped. This is my spoils of war, how can it be used by you? Hand it over. Lin Sun's words were casual. With a raise of his hand, the mysteries of the lower tyrant restriction spread through heaven and earth. With a so sound, the Avicii sword seemed to have been imprisoned, sucked into Lin Sun's palm, putting it away. The Dark Child was angered to the point he almost vomited blood. He suddenly released a long roar, like a mad evil god. The great dark prison seal appeared in his palm. Wang, the 36 levels of purgatory world condensed in the void, the atmosphere solemn. In just an instant, it was blasted apart by a single punch from Lin Sun, domineering to a ridiculous degree. "This seal isn't bad, hand it over as well." While laughing loudly, Lin Sun suddenly grabbed out. It was as if a true dragon reached out a giant claw from the clouds, releasing a terrifying and boundless devouring force. In that instant, the great dark prison seal was also taken away, its connection with the dark child severed, put away by Lin Sun. He walked through the void, his gaze as if he was staring at a money tree. He said with a smile, "Come, come, come. What other treasures do you have? Feel free to use them." Pooh, the dark child was so angry that he directly coughed up blood, his body trembling. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Lin Sun, you've gone too far. I want you dead." He waved his sleeve, and a blood-colored edict swept out. This edict was extremely strange. It was like gold but not gold, like jade. It was only half a foot long, and its surface was surging with dense blood-colored Taoist patterns that looked like earthworms. As soon as it appeared, a thick bloody aura that was enough to make detestable spread out, dyeing the void into an oppressive blood-colored color. Holy blood talisman. An old monster was shocked and shouted, "Little friend, hide." The other old monsters also turned pale. This decree was a taboo item of the Blood River Nether tribe. In order to refine such a decree, one needed the complete skin of a great sage, the heart blood of 3,000 sages, and the soul remnants of tens of thousands of ancient heroic spirits. The great saint's skin had the essence of big. After refining, it could turn into a blank edict. The heart blood of the saints and the remnant souls of ancient heroes were the source of power for drawing the edict. Such a treasure was completely an evil treasure that angered both gods and men. It was too bloody and cruel, and it wasn't tolerated by the people of the world. After the Dark Blood Nether Emperor headed to the ancient path in the starry sky, the method to refine this treasure was taken away, and it wasn't passed down. But no one had imagined that the Nether child would actually possess such a terrifying edict that could cause even saints to turn pale at the mention of it. Some old monsters couldn't restrain themselves from making a move. But right at this moment, Lin Sun suddenly withdrew a pagoda that seemed as if it was constructed from divine gold in a composed manner. The pagoda soared through the sky with a boundless and ancient aura, and strands of dark gold light shot out explosively like ropes. The great Tao Everlasting Pagoda, the blood-colored edict, didn't even have the chance to display its might before it was suppressed and sealed by layers of dark gold light, and then it was instantly taken into the great Tao Everlasting Pagoda. The Nether child was first stunned, and then his eyes opened wide in disbelief. After that, he flew into a rage, and he was furious to the point his hair stood on end and he was on the verge of going mad. The holy blood talisman was left behind by his ancestor, the Dark Blood Nether Emperor, and there was only one of it in the entire ancient Desolation region. It was impossible for there to be a second one in the future. Who would have imagined that it wouldn't even have the chance to release its might before it was taken away directly? All the old monsters felt dizzy. When the holy blood talisman appeared earlier, it shocked them, and they felt that the situation was serious. But in the blink of an eye, it was actually taken away by Lin Sun again. This seemed to be too unbelievable. The Nether child has numerous treasures in his possession, but it's very obvious that Lin Sun doesn't lack miraculous and unfathomable treasures. Just like that pagoda, its aura is mysterious, its atmosphere is magnificent, and its momentum is lofty. It's absolutely far from being comparable to a saint treasure in the world. I even suspect that it isn't a saint treasure at all. Ling Xiaozi's eyes flickered, and he was visibly moved. Anything else? Continue. In the divinity arena, Lin Sun smiled as he put away the pagoda, and he spoke as if he wished to continue. You, the Nether child was furious to the point he saw stars, and his face turned green. What does Lin Sun think I am? A boy of wealth? I remember that you still have a god-smelting gourd, right? Quickly take it out, or you'll have to kneel on the ground and slap your own face this time. Lin Sun smiled warmly, and he seemed to be earnestly instructing and advising Ling Xiaozi with kind words. All the old freaks had strange expressions. This kid Lin Sun looks modest, polite, and harmless, yet they never imagined that he would be so black-hearted. He obviously intended to take the Nether child as a fat sheep to be slaughtered. Lin Sun, you're courting death. Rumble. Suddenly, the Nether child's body expanded abruptly, and he transformed into a blood mosquito that was 300 meters in size and had 16 pairs of wings. A strand of monstrous ferocious aura suffused out along with it. This was the Nether Child's main body. Obviously, he'd been forced into a corner, and he disregarded everything to fight Lin Sun with his life. However, this sort of struggle was bound to be futile. In merely a short moment, under Lin Sun's ceaseless attacks, the enormous body of the Nether Child was beaten to the point of being dripping with blood and riddled with scars, and his lips frequently emitted cries of resentment, unwillingness, and misery. All the old freaks couldn't bear to continue watching such a miserable state, and they felt pained for the Nether Child. Why bother, if they knew this would happen, with all these old freaks present? How could they have allowed this battle to occur? But you, the Nether Child, just happened to be boundlessly arrogant and didn't listen at all. Now, it was no different from looking for a beating. Bang! In the end, Ming Child's body smashed fiercely into the hard ground of the battlefield of gods and demons. He let out a miserable cry, unable to get up again. His 16 pairs of wings were all broken, blood flowing out. His enormous body was riddled with holes, full of fist force, sword marks, and finger force. In the void, Lin Sun's black eyes were cold, full of ruthlessness. Swish, without hesitation, he rushed down. But halfway there, he was stopped by a vast and formless energy. It was Xianxia. He frowned and glared at Lin Sun, saying, "I know you want to kill him, but if you do this in Imperial Pass, do you know what it will bring to yourself?" Lin Sun was a bit unwilling at first, but when he heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Do I have to pay with my life?" "I won't go as far as paying with my life, but I can imprison you for 1,000 years. 1,000 years? Perhaps it won't take your life, but can you accept it?" Xianxia said quickly. He knew very well how precious time was for a young man like Lin Sun who could be said to be an unprecedented talent. Because they still had great potential, still had the chance to fight for the peak. Not to mention 1,000 years, even 100 years might miss too many opportunities. In the so-called struggle for the Great Tao, a single mistake might cause irreparable regret. "I understand." Lin Sun took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the killing intent in his heart. He naturally couldn't tolerate being imprisoned for 1,000 years. This was worse than killing him. That's it, he has already lost, and you have obtained a lot of benefits. When Xianxia finished speaking, a strange expression appeared on his face. Even though this guy didn't kill Ming Child, he had obtained a lot of good treasures. For example, the Avicii sword, Great Dark Prison Seal, and the Holy Blood Talisman. Lin Sun looked at Ming Child. At this moment, he had already returned to his human form, his body dripping with blood, his face pale. He lay on the ground, extremely miserable. "According to the bet, shouldn't you kneel and slap yourself?" Lin Sun spoke. Ming Child's body trembled, and he shouted angrily, "Kill me if you have the guts. You dare to bet, but you don't dare to admit it, haha." Lin Sun sneered and suddenly said, "Why don't you take out the refining god pot and I will let you go this time." Dark Child was angered to the point of vomiting blood. This damned scoundrel. Not only did he steal so many of his treasures, he is also obsessed with his god refining pot. Xianxia had a strange expression on his face, and he quickly transmitted his voice, "Young friend, you can't take the smelting god pot. The karma of this treasure is too great, and it was left behind by the Dark Blood Underworld Emperor. As long as the Dark Blood Underworld Emperor doesn't die, even if you take this treasure, it's impossible for you to use it." The Netherworld Emperor's smelting god pot, in Imperial Pass City, who didn't know how inconceivable this treasure was, but until now, no one dared to covet this treasure. The first reason was because there was Gu Liangxiu, Imperial Pass number 1 here, the second was because this god smelting pot was too troublesome. Once one was contaminated with karma, they wouldn't be able to shake it off for the rest of their lives. Really? Lin Sun was a little unwilling. The god smelting pot had saved the Dark Child many times, and it had also allowed the Dark Child to come back from the dead many times. Its power far exceeded one's imagination. If he could take it for himself, he might be able to save a few more lives. No. Xianxia shook his head resolutely. What a joke. If the god smelting pot was lost, not to mention the karma, Gu Liangxiu would definitely rush over as soon as he heard the news, and the consequences would be severe. Lin Sun, I will remember this enmity. In the future, I will return it 100-fold. The dark child stood up from the ground, his face full of resentment. Bang, Lin Sun kicked him away, and it was unknown how many of his bones were broken. He fell fiercely more than 30 meters away, putting on a posture of a dog eating shit. The dark child was so angry that he almost fainted, and his teeth were about to break. Lin Sun's voice was cold. It's already merciful that I didn't make you kneel on the ground and slap yourself. You still dare to threaten me? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? The dark child's body trembled violently, and he was ashamed, angry, and resentful to the extreme. In the end, without saying a word, he got up and rushed out of the Divine Devil arena. This time, he had lost a lot of face. Not only was he defeated, but he also lost all his face. How could he have the face to stay? Lin Sun wanted to stop him. Even if he couldn't kill the dark child, he could at least plunder some treasures from this guy. After all, this fellow was just like a boy who delivered treasures to everyone. However, he was stopped by Xianxia. Brat, stop. It's fine to offend the dark child, but at least you have to worry about the backer behind this guy. A long time ago, the Dark Blood Underworld Emperor also oversaw the Great Wall of Imperial Pass, serving the ancient Desolation region. His military exploits were matchless, and there are still many old monsters who remember his old friendships. For example, the number 1 of the Great Wall of Imperial Pass, Xianxia, is just one of them. Lin Sun's black eyes flickered, and he finally gave up. Thinking about it, the dark child was indeed a guy with great fortune. His identity was the direct descendant of the Dark Blood Underworld Emperor, and his talent and foundation were also astonishing. He even had countless treasures on him. Even though the Dark Blood Underworld Emperor had left for so long, there were still many old monsters in the present world who remembered old friendships and became the dark child's backer. Shrouded by these halos, it was enough to make the eyes of those geniuses of the world turn red with jealousy. Unfortunately, this guy ran into him. He deserved to be unlucky. Miluo Palace. This was Madame Mu's residence. It was a palace built in front of a lake, simple and elegant. When the battle between Lin Sun and the dark child ended, everyone gathered here. Shunji took out the 10,000-year-old wine, Surging Snow Stream, and Ling Xiaozi took out a jar of strong wine that originally belonged to martial emperors. The other old monsters took out all kinds of rare fruits, and some personally cooked delicious food. Everyone sat on the ground, tasting fine wine, eating delicacies, tasting fruits and vegetables, talking and laughing, like a group of old friends gathering, the atmosphere harmonious and comfortable. Lin Sun, as a junior, became the target of the old monsters drinking. Not long after, he became intoxicated. These wines were all rare fine wines of the present world, treasures of quasi-emperors. Not only was the wine strong, but it also contained astonishing medicinal power. Even with Lin Sun's cultivation, after drinking so much wine, he still felt a sense of fullness, as if he had overnourished himself. Apart from this, the dishes, fruits, and vegetables at the banquet were all rare treasures, containing abundant essence power. For example, the drunken immortal chicken was made from a heavenly spirit bird called the 7 Feathers 3 Wonder Chicken, along with hundreds of divine ingredients, and was braised in a special cauldron. Just the cauldron alone was a divine treasure of extraordinary quality, and the fire used for the braising was the green rainbow Dao fire, one of the 9 fires of heaven and earth. It was no exaggeration to say that the drunken immortal chicken was comparable to a supreme medicine, and of course, its taste was absolutely wonderful. Another example was the red dawn fire jujube and the star Luan green peach, known as the Saint Yuan treasure embryo, the value of which was enough to make a saint king covet it. All of these became food in Lin Sun's stomach. With his current cultivation, how could he possibly digest them? Before long, he felt as if he was floating with the wind, and all kinds of terrifying power began to ferment in his body. Madame Mu had originally planned to have a private chat with Lin Sun after the banquet and introduce her granddaughter to him. But seeing this situation, she could only give up. In the end, when the banquet was over, Shunji took Lin Sun to the bronze palace owned by Mr. Shen. Before he left, Shunji suddenly said, "Young brother, in my opinion, Nether Child will definitely not let the matter rest after suffering such a crushing defeat. Don't go around randomly in the near future. You just have to stay here and lie low for a while." Once Mr. Shen returns, everything will be easily resolved. Hearing this, Lin Sun sobered up a little and said, "Thank you for your advice, Senior Qian." Shen Ji sneered and waved his hand, saying, "You should cultivate early and refine the energy in your body. This banquet can be considered as a token of goodwill from the old fellows. They have brought out many good things, don't waste them." After saying that, he turned around and left. Lin Sun smiled and felt warm in his heart. He was naturally aware that no matter if it was the delicacies or precious fruits of the banquet, they were extremely valuable. This is the demeanor of a real master, Lin Sun sighed. Without delay, he walked into the main hall and began to meditate with his legs crossed, refining the power that was about to run amok in his body. Time passed and Lin Sun was soon immersed in deep cultivation. At the same time, the news about Lin Sun and Ling Xiaozi's victory in the Nine Palaces chess and Lin Sun's suppression of the Child of Hell in the battlefield of deities and demons spread like wildfire in the huge Yang Pass. When did such a peerless genius appear in the ancient Desolation region? Even Ling Xiaozi was defeated? Unbelievable. Haha, the Child of Hell has finally received his retribution. Ever since he came to the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass, relying on Gu Liangxiu as his backer, he has always been arrogant and doesn't put us in his eyes. Now that he has suffered a great defeat, won't he hide in shame? All the old monsters who heard the news were amazed and remembered Lin Sun's name. At the same time, most of the old monsters showed a gloating smile at the crushing defeat of the Child of Hell. In these years, the Child of Hell's arrogant and despotic attitude had offended many people. No one would like a junior to bare his fangs and brandish his claws at them. The Child of Hell is perverse and cruel. After suffering such a great humiliation, how could he swallow his anger? I just don't know what action he will take. Some people also realized that the situation was very likely to become serious. These things had nothing to do with Lin Sun for the time being. 2 days later, Lin Sun woke up from meditation, and his aura became more and more simple, ordinary. Just from the appearance, he didn't have any aura that a cultivator should have, and he was no different from an ordinary person. But the moment he opened his eyes, it was as if there were 2 bolts of lightning tearing the eternal night, tearing the void apart. His pupils were deep, reflecting the image of the great void abyss. An invisible power also spread in the empty and cold hall, making him look like a ruler. Although he was sitting cross-legged, there was a great power as if he was looking down on the mountains and rivers, overlooking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Absolute true sage great circle. At this point, Lin Sun couldn't make any further progress in this realm unless Lin Sun's mind moved, and the horrible power that covered the whole palace disappeared into his body like a tide. At this moment, he was plain and ordinary, like his true self after all the splendor had faded away, unadorned and natural. This trip to Imperial Pass Great Wall has allowed me to gain quite a bit, Lin sighed with emotion in his heart. All along the way here, he'd witnessed all sorts of unbelievable scenes, and it was as if he'd pushed open a completely new door, causing his mind to be broadened while his experience and knowledge obtained a sublimation. This kind of experience nourished his cultivation base, causing his cultivation base to faintly approach the perfected late true sage stage. Moreover, the 3-inch sword qi given to him by Elder Yin allowed him to integrate it into his Taishan sword qi and successfully condense the true sword will. This was also not a small gain. All the way until he arrived at Imperial Pass Great Wall, the 9 Palaces chess match allowed him to obtain the experiences and insights of attacking at the Great Sage Realm from a group of old monsters. Defeating the Dark Child would allow him to obtain the Avici Sword, the Great Dark Prison Seal, and the 10,000 Saints' Blood Spirit Talisman. At the banquet 2 days ago, a group of old monsters took out exotic fruits, immortal wine, and all kinds of delicious food, which provided the source of strength for Lin to reach the full closure this time. Thinking of this, how could Lin Sun not feel emotional? This was good fortune. If not for this trip to Imperial Pass Great Wall, there was no way his cultivation could have reached the consummate level in such a short amount of time. Similarly, it was impossible for him to obtain the insights and experience of those old monsters when they were trying to break through to the Great Saint Realm. Next, I need to prepare for the breakthrough to the Eminent Saint Realm. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun got rid of distractions and took out jade slips, which were the experiences of those old monsters when they tried to break through the Great Saint Realm. As the saying goes, when 3 people walk together, there will always be a teacher. The experiences and comprehensions of the ancients were like mirrors. They could be used as a reference, and they could also help him avoid going astray. For Lin Sun, only with these experiences could he draw inferences about other cases from one instance and comprehend by analogy, so as to achieve the purpose of opening up his own way of cultivation. Only by relying on past experiences could one open up their own future. This was the meaning of carrying on the past and opening up the future. From a very early time, Lin Sun had been pursuing a path different from that of the ancients and the current world. He prayed for the phrase, "My Tao is the only one in all the heavens." I wonder when Mr. Shen will return. This was Lin Sun's last thought before he started to practice. Next, he was completely immersed in meditation. The experiences and insights of a group of old monsters in breaking through to the Great Sage Realm were like different paths leading to the Great Sage Realm. Every single one of them was different, and the dangers and opportunities they experienced during their advancement were also completely different. This was an eye-opener for Lin Sun. He often had a feeling of being enlightened. Occasionally, he would frown and ponder, and he discarded some experiences and comprehensions that weren't suitable for him. He chose their essence and discarded the dregs. In this kind of meditation, Lin Sun was unaware of the passage of time, and his understanding of breaking through to the Great Saint Realm was constantly improving. Vaguely, he was about to touch the path he longed for. "Old Shun, is there still no news from Songhai Pass?" That day, Madame Mu, Shun Ji, Ling Xiaozi, and the others gathered together, discussing some matters regarding Imperial Pass Great Wall. Shun Ji shook his head and said, "No, it's been almost half a year. If there really is a big crisis, Mr. Shen, Gu Liangxiu, and the others will definitely light the Emperor's breath beacon fire and let us know immediately. I hope that everything is fine." Madame Mu muttered. Songhai Pass was an important stronghold of Imperial Pass Great Wall. Roughly half a year ago, the enemies of the 8 regions allied together, concentrating all of their forces in front of Songhai Pass, launching a great offensive. However, even now, there was no news that reached this Xiang Pass, leaving the old monsters completely ignorant of this battle. They couldn't help but feel worried. Don't worry, ever since Mr. Shen arrived at the front lines 3 years ago, he has displayed heaven and earth dominating talent, heaven and earth covering methods, slaughtering the enemies of the 8 regions until their heads bleed, sweeping away Imperial Pass Great Wall's depressing scene. Ling Xiaozi said with a sigh. Right now, in Imperial Pass Great Wall, who doesn't know that as long as Mr. Shen is there, the greater situation can be settled, the front lines can also be worry-free. Everyone couldn't help but nod, deeply agreeing with this. Mr. Shen came from the Divine Secret Pavilion. Regardless of whether it was intelligence, strategy, methods, or fighting strength, he could be considered a peak authority in the half-emperor realm, powerful to an inconceivable degree. There were rumors that Mr. Shen already had 1 foot in the threshold of emperor realm, could be called a half-step great emperor. I heard that ever since Mr. Shen arrived at Imperial Pass Great Wall, some of the decisions and strategies he made would often come into conflict with Gu Liangxiu. The two had previously argued many times because of this. Even now, they are still like fire and water. Suddenly, a half-emperor expert released a sigh. I also heard that Gu Liangxiu was originally the supreme figure in Imperial Pass Great Wall, regarded as Imperial Pass No. 1. Regardless of whether it was fighting strength or prestige, no one could compare to him. An old monster spoke up. However, following Mr. Shen's arrival, during these 3 years, Mr. Shen's prestige already vaguely seemed to be above Gu Liangxiu's. With Gu Liangxiu's pride, how could he tolerate being surpassed by Mr. Shen? Ling Xiaozi thought for a moment and said, "Everyone knows that Gu Liangxiu's combat strength is undoubtedly formidable, and his ability to kill decisively is extremely extraordinary. But his flaw is very obvious as well, and it's that he acts too arbitrarily. The greater Mr. Shen's prestige is, the more Gu Liangxiu will oppose him. This is just like how a mountain cannot contain 2 tigers. Sigh, I can only hope that the 2 of them do not completely shed all pretense of cordiality. Otherwise, for the entire front lines, it will definitely not be a good thing." Quite a few people sighed. "Right, old Shun, has little friend Lin Sun been cultivating these days?" Suddenly, Madame Mu asked. Quite a few old monsters revealed strange expressions. They all understood that what Madame Mu had been thinking about the most these days was to matchmake Lin Sun, to introduce her granddaughter to him. Correct. Xianxia nodded. Back then, I already warned him to lie low for a period of time to avoid that underworld child coming to find trouble with him. Now that I think about it, it's already been almost a month. I wonder if that brat is bored to death staying there alone. Madame Mu lightly bit her plump and moist red lips, sighing faintly. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. It was Madame Mu who was bored to death. Xianxia couldn't help but say, children have their own blessings. I advise you not to get involved. The fate of this world is not something you can force. You've been a bachelor for thousands of years. What the hell do you know about fate? I've long since seen through you. With your virtue, no matter how high your cultivation is, no woman will take a liking to you. Madame Mu rolled her eyes and sneered. Xianxia's face reddened as if he was angry from embarrassment. He shouted, so what if I'm a bachelor? What qualifications do you have to look down on me? Don't you know that on the path of cultivation, only a bachelor can wholeheartedly pursue the Tao, severing the threads of affection and not be confused by it? Arguing with a woman was bound to be a mistake from the very beginning. Madame Mu laughed at this, radiating with beauty and peerless charm. Her fighting strength was also incomparably astonishing. She unhurriedly said, Old bachelor, you're wrong. Have you forgotten the heartless demon emperor? How ruthless he was, but in his heart he had a wife whom he couldn't forget even in death. Is the heartless demon emperor inferior to you in the path of cultivation? She paused for a moment, and then said word by word, in my opinion, the reason you haven't grasped the opportunity to break through to the emperor realm for thousands of years is because you don't have anyone to love you. You don't know what love is, and you don't know what family happiness is. Xianxia's face turned red as if he had been struck by a violent blow. Everyone couldn't help laughing. Not giving Xianxia a chance to fight back, Madame Mu stood up and said with a smile, I'll go see my little friend Lin Sun. You guys talk. However, as soon as her voice fell, she suddenly raised her eyebrows and looked at the entrance of Yangguan. Almost at the same time, the group of old monsters also seemed to be aware of it and stood up. Boom! In the distance, the void rumbled as a bronze chariot exuding vicissitudes of life crushed the void and galloped over as if it had teleported. In front of the chariot, there were 4 black dragon lions with bodies as huge as mountains, hooves like iron pillars, manes fluttering with divine splendor. Each black dragon lion alone had a terrifying aura comparable to that of a saint king, but now, they could only play the role of pulling the chariot. Azure Dipper Chariot, this is Gu Lianxu's chariot. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. The other old monsters also felt their hearts tighten in an instant, realizing that something was wrong. And when they saw the 2 figures riding on the Azure Dipper Chariot, the group of old monsters completely understood and knew the problem. Because one of the figures was the child of hell, his expression was cold, and his long blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. A month ago, he was defeated and retreated, but now, he made a comeback. There was no need to ask, he was here for revenge. At the side of the dark child was a thin, mighty, and emaciated old man who wore a tall crown and a dark robe with wide sleeves, and had a cold and grim appearance. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and when his eyes opened and closed, the images of the sun rising and the moon setting, and the divine rainbow piercing through the sky were reflected, incomparably terrifying. Old Taoist Qiu, it's him, Ling Xiao was slightly surprised. Xianxia and the others secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't Gu Lianxu who came personally, otherwise, the situation would be serious. But even so, no one dared to be careless. Old Taoist Qiu was a powerhouse who had stepped into the realm of Quasi-Emperor 8,000 years ago. He had a cold temperament, cruel methods, and killed countless enemies. In the entire Great Wall of Imperial Pass, Old Taoist Qiu's combat strength could be ranked in the top 10. Now, the Child of Hell actually invited Old Taoist Qiu to come to Yang Pass, so it went without saying that he definitely came to take revenge on Lin Sun. Rumble, the Azure Dipper chariot rumbled and stopped in front of Xianxia and the others. On the chariot, Old Taoist Qiu's gaze was indifferent as he glanced at everyone and said, I presume everyone has already guessed the purpose of this poor Taoist's arrival. Here, this poor Taoist has something to say. No matter who it is, whoever dares to obstruct this poor Taoist's action today is this poor Taoist's enemy. His voice was cold, fierce, and peerlessly powerful. It surged through the heavens and the earth, causing the expressions of Xianxia and the others to change slightly. As expected, he came with ill intentions. On the Azure Dipper war chariot, old Daoist Qiu's attitude was unyielding. After a moment of silence, Ling Xiaozi said, "It is just a dispute between the younger generation. If old Daoist Qiu interferes, then it is a bit too much." Old Daoist Qiu said coldly, "I am not here to speak reason. If you all want to stop me, then don't blame this poor Daoist for being impolite." To put it simply, he didn't plan to speak reason at all when he came this time. Ling Xiaozi, Shun Ji, and the others' faces all fell. Meanwhile, Underworld Child who stood on the Azure Dipper war chariot laughed, laughing incomparably complacently. So what if he was a fox borrowing the tiger's might? As long as he could get revenge, who cared about these things? If you all have the ability, then why don't you try to borrow the tiger's might for me to see? Out of the way. Old Daoist Qiu's voice was ice cold. It was just these 2 words, but they were already oppressive. They were all quasi-emperors, but there were still differences in strength. For example, Gu Liangxu was known as Imperial Pass No. 1. Meanwhile, old Daoist Qiu's strength could rank in the top 10 of Imperial Pass, so his power was naturally not small. The expressions of the old monsters changed again. Old Daoist Qiu's attitude was more than unyielding, he didn't even place them in his eyes. Unreasonable, using power to bully others, right? Fine, if you want to take action, then this old one will play with you. Shunji was furious. Boom, as soon as his voice fell, old Daoist Qiu waved his sleeves. Heaven and earth shook, all things changing colors. An incomparable blade radiance swept out, hacking down from the sky. From start to finish, he didn't waste any words. "If you want to fight, then I'll help you." Amidst the deafening rumbling, Shunji's figure suddenly shook, and he staggered a few steps back. Every single step he took caused space to suddenly collapse. When he stabilized his figure, his expression already became pale. The power of a single blade was actually terrifying to this degree. The expressions of the old monsters all changed, realizing that this old Daoist Qiu was clearly determined to deal with Lin Sun, not even giving Shunji face. Again. Shunji's expression was ashen, about to rush up, but he was stopped by Ling Xiaozi, saying, "You are not his opponent, let me do it." Ling Xiaozi stepped out, his expression like an ancient well without ripples. He looked straight at old Daoist Qiu, saying expressionlessly, "Imperial Pass main city restricts internal strife, but if you, old Daoist Qiu, really don't care about anything, then I, Ling Xiaozi, will play with you." Old Taoist Qiu narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Ling Xiaozi, you should know that I'm not here to be your enemy. As long as you hand over Lin Sun, I'll leave immediately." Ling Xiaozi was Imperial Pass Great Wall's No. 1 Dao Pattern Grandmaster. During these years, he established endless contributions. Perhaps his fighting strength could only be considered ordinary, but he was an important character that couldn't be lost. Even Gu Liangchu had to be courteous to him. "In your dreams." Ling Zhao's attitude was unyielding, not backing down in the slightest. "Old man, are you trying to become enemies with us?" Dark Child couldn't bear to watch any longer, and he shouted loudly. This caused Shunji, Madame Mu, and the others' expressions to become unsightly. Did a junior think that just because he had old Daoist Qiu as a backer, he could speak rudely and go against his superiors? Old Daoist Qiu also couldn't help but frown, berating Dark Child. "Ling Xiaozi is Imperial Pass Great Wall's senior, his contribution's great, you cannot be disrespectful." After saying this, he looked towards Ling Xiaozi and said, "This time, I came under Sir Gu Liangchu's orders. If you, Ling Xiaozi, stand in my way, then it is the same as not giving Sir Gu Liangchu face." He produced a black jade tile. "If you don't believe me, you can take a look at this tile." When the tile shone, a tall figure appeared, dressed in hemp clothes, long hair scattering down, appearance simple and unyielding, eyes deep like a boundless sea. Ling Xiaozi and the others' eyes narrowed. This hemp-clothed man was precisely Imperial Pass Great Wall's No. 1, Gu Liangchu. Voila! As old Daoist Qiu put away the tile, Gu Liangchu's void figure also disappeared. Only, Ling Xiaozi and the others' expressions were already extremely overcast. For the sake of dealing with the younger generation, not only did old Daoist Qiu move out, even Gu Liangchu stood out. This was clearly bullying, the atmosphere was stifling. No one expected Gu Liangchu, the glorious imperial pass Great Walls #1, to actually bring out his own tile for this type of small matter. Ho ho. Mingzi sneered. All of this was within his expectation. He knew that with these old monsters here, even if old Daoist Chiu came out, it would be difficult to deal with Lin Sun. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to go through so much trouble to obtain a tile from Gu Liangchu, in order to frighten these old things, so that they wouldn't dare to protect Lin Sun again. Where is Lin Sun? Get out here. At this moment, old Daoist Chiu suddenly let out a loud shout. His voice was like the ninth heaven's thunder, surging in all directions, echoing endlessly in the huge sunshine. For a moment, the huge Yongguan was alarmed, and many old monsters stationed there were also alarmed. Ling Xiaozi said angrily, "Old Daoist Chiu, you have gone too far. Even if Gu Liangchu came in person, he wouldn't dare to be as presumptuous as you." The others were also furious, their faces as gloomy as water. But old Daoist Chiu said indifferently, "Everyone, I am just following orders. If I have offended you in any way, I will make it up to you in the future. Lin Sun, are you a coward? Get out here quickly." At the same time, Mingzi also roared, fearless, as if there was no one else around, not caring about the anger of Ling Xiaozi and the others at all. For a moment, more and more strong auras in Yongguan paid attention to this side. Old Daoist Chiu. Ling Xiaozi was completely furious. His beard and hair flew in the air as he pointed at old Daoist Chiu and said, "Today, with me here, I'd like to see who dares to harm little friend Lin Sun." Shunji and Madame Mu also nodded. They all understood the grievances between Mingzi and Lin Sun. It was completely a dispute between the younger generation. But old Daoist Chiu came here, regardless of face, wanting to deal with Lin Sun under their noses. How could they tolerate it? Old Daoist Chiu couldn't help but frown. He never thought that these old guys would be so insistent. As far as he knew, Lin Sun was only a junior who had just arrived at the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass, not a direct descendant of some great force, and had no relationship with Ling Xiaozi, Shun Ji, and the others. Originally, dealing with a junior like this was a trivial matter, but who would have thought that he would encounter so many obstructions? After a moment of silence, old Daoist Chiu said, "Everyone, don't worry. This time, this humble Daoist won't deal a fatal blow. As long as Lin Sun hands over the treasure he seized from Mingzi's hands and apologizes to Mingzi, this humble Daoist can let bygones be bygones." This was already his concession. However, Mingzi immediately became unhappy, saying, "I want Lin Sun dead. If he doesn't die, where will I put my face? Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." This humble Daoist didn't expect these old things to be so partial to a junior. If we shed all pretense of cordiality with them, today's matter will definitely be blown out of proportion. The consequences won't be good for anyone. Old Daoist Chiu quickly transmitted his voice. Mingzi's expression changed continuously. Only after a while did he grit his teeth and say, "Fine, I agree. However, I will definitely make Lin Sun kneel and apologize." Old Daoist Chiu immediately agreed. It was just making a junior kneel. With just a thought, he could suppress him to the ground. It was too simple. Meanwhile, when they heard old Daoist Chiu's proposal, Ling Xiaozi and the others became more and more annoyed. Handing over the spoils was one thing, but they even wanted Lin Sun to apologize. How could there be such a ridiculous thing in the world? Swish, just at this moment, a escaping light suddenly emerged in the distance and broke through the air. Looking carefully, it was the figure of Lin Sun. Just now, he was meditating in the palace, but he was awakened by old Daoist Chiu's voice. Immediately, he heard Mingzi's complacent and resentful shout, which made him realize in an instant. The revenge of the boy who delivers treasures had come. This was Yongguan, which was guarded by a group of old monsters, but Mingzi dared to shout so fearlessly. It could be sure that he must have something to rely on. Almost without any thinking, Lin Sun decided to take the initiative to attack. It was very simple. He wouldn't let Ling Xiaozi, Shun Ji, and the others be implicated because of this matter. After all, this was a grudge between him and Mingzi. As expected, before long, Lin Sun saw the Cyan Dipper chariot in the distance, as well as old Daoist Chiu and Mingzi standing proudly on the chariot. "Lin Sun, you finally dare to show up. The moment he saw Lin Sun, old and new hatred welled up in Mingzi's heart. His face became ferocious, and he shouted, "This time, no one in the world can save you. Young friend, how can you be so muddle-headed?" Seeing Lin Sun take the initiative to appear, Ling Xiaozi, Shun Ji, and Madame Mu immediately became anxious. If Lin Sun hid, these old monsters could still deal with this matter, but now, there was no room for maneuver. "Seniors, this matter arose because of me, so it should be settled by me," Lin Sun said with a calm smile. Lin Sun smiled calmly. "In addition, I'm very grateful for your kindness, but this time, I'd like to ask you to just stand by and watch." Everyone was stunned. Madame Mu was anxious and displeased. She said angrily, "Young friend, what do you think we are? If we let you be bullied in Yangguan, wouldn't it be a slap to our faces?" The others also nodded. Suddenly, old Daoist Chiu roared with laughter and said, "Everyone, don't think too highly of yourselves. Since this kid dared to stand out, then he can be considered to have taken responsibility. I naturally won't make things too difficult for him. As I said before, hand over the treasures and apologize to the Dark Child, and I can let bygones be bygones." Speaking of this, he locked his eyes on Lin Sun and said, "Young man, what do you say?" "Haha." Lin Sun revealed a cynical smile, "In my opinion, you two, the young one is nothing, and the old one is even less. If you want to leave here alive, you'd better restrain yourself, lest you cry for mercy when you are suppressed later." Shun Ji, Ling Xiao, and Madame Mu were all dumbfounded. Had this brat been forced into a corner and decided to throw caution to the wind, Mingzi was so angry that his face turned black and blue veins stood out on his forehead. He said to old Taoist Chiu, "Senior, as you can see, this little bastard doesn't repent even when death is at hand. If we don't kill him now, when will we? Indeed, he is rampant." Old Taoist Chiu's face was cold. Lin Sun's insubordination and almost cursing made him furious. For so many years, even ordinary quasi-emperors were respectful to him and dared not slight him, but now, a mere junior dared to openly challenge his dignity. He was clearly courting death. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from old Daoist Chiu's body. When a saint was angry, blood would flow like a river. Let alone a quasi-emperor? Once a quasi-emperor got angry, a wisp of his aura could collapse the sky and destroy the mountains and rivers. "How dare you?" At this moment, Shun Ji, Madame Mu, and others did not hesitate to activate their own power, releasing the power around them. Rumble, a group of quasi-emperors confronted each other with swords drawn. That scene was so horrible that the void nearby suddenly exploded into pieces. In Yangguan, there were many exclamations at this time. The old monsters who were secretly watching all this did not expect that the situation would become so tense at this moment. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. At that moment, he felt a strong killing intent. There was no doubt that old Chiu wanted to kill him. "Seniors, let me fight alone." Lin Sun suddenly stepped forward with a calm manner, and his eyes became more and more deep and cold. Shun Ji and others were speechless. Didn't this boy understand the situation? How could he be old Chiu's opponent alone? "Ha ha ha, don't you see that this boy is obviously going to atone for his crime with death, but you just want to stand in his way? Don't you think too much of yourself?" On the Cyan Dipper chariot, old Chiu looked up to the sky and laughed. Ling Xiaozi and others looked gloomy, but they still stood there firmly. This was Yangguan, where they were stationed. If they couldn't even protect Lin Sun, how could they face others? Seeing this, Lin Sun was moved and helpless. He couldn't help saying, "Seniors, I really don't want you to get involved in this matter. I will bear all the consequences alone." Shun Ji said angrily, "Little guy, I have never seen anyone like you to undermine me. Everyone is doing this for your own good." Old Chiu laughed again, "Look, you really think too much of yourself." Suddenly, a roar rang out. In front of the Cyan Dipper chariot, a black dragon lion suddenly rushed out like a black cloud, moving the void and pouncing on Lin Sun. His speed was fast, and his aura was ferocious. It was terrifying beyond imagination. Not good, the expressions of Shun Ji and others changed slightly. This black dragon lion was a natural variant. It had been subdued by Gu Liangxiu a long time ago and kept by his side for cultivation. Even though these ferocious creatures were only pulling carts, every single one of them possessed battle prowess comparable to Saint King's. They were extremely ferocious. Not to mention a true sage like Lin Sun, even a great sage would not be a match for the ink dragon lion beast. Evil creature, how dare you? Madame Mu cursed and was about to act. The situation was dangerous. Previously, their aura and target had been locked onto old Taoist Chiu. No one had expected that the ink dragon sure would suddenly attack. But before Lady Mu could do anything, an inconceivable scene unfolded. The ink dragon lion that pounced on Lin Sun fell to the ground with a thud in the air. It crawled on the ground, shivered, and whimpered in horror as if it was scared out of its wits. How was this a ferocious creature comparable to a Saint King? It was simply too unbearable. The atmosphere suddenly became strangely silent. Shunji, Madame Mu, Ling Xiaozi, and the others were all stunned. What was going on? On the Azure Dipper chariot, the smile on old Taoist Chiu's face froze, and his pupils constricted as if he had seen a ghost. This, Ming Child's eyes almost popped out. You're a ink dragon sure comparable to a Saint King. Why the hell are you acting like a sick cat? Then, everyone saw that a snow-white leaf had appeared in Lin Sun's palm. The leaf was round and translucent, flowing with a strange luster. A bronze ant the size of a sesame seed was lying on it. The bronze ant was so small and inconspicuous, but when the old monsters looked at it, their hearts trembled. What a terrifying aura! What kind of existence was this? For a moment, the atmosphere became even more silent. Everyone understood why the ink dragon sure, who was comparable to a Saint King, would be so frightened. It was all because the aura of the bronze ant was too terrifying. At this moment, Lin Sun said to the bronze ant as if he was lecturing his grandson, "Let's make it clear. I'll let you come out and get some fresh air. If you dare to be naughty, I'll seal you up forever." The bronze ant seemed to be furious, shaking its antennae. But in the end, it compromised and squeezed out a word from its lips, "Yes." Everyone was dumbfounded. How could such a terrifying bronze ant completely obey a junior like Lin Sun? Lin Sun smiled with satisfaction. With a flick of his fingertips, the snow-white leaf trembled. Boom, the bronze ant flew out. Its sesame seed body instantly grew to the size of a calf. Its whole body seemed to be made of divine gold, emitting a brilliant aura. In particular, its pair of sharp forelimbs were as frightening as the sharp blades of divine weapons. As the bronze ant revealed its true appearance, a cold and ruthless aura spread out, covering the heavens and earth, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. It seemed to be starving. As soon as it appeared, it opened its mouth and sucked in the ink dragon sure, who was crawling on the ground, and chewed hard. The sound of bones and flesh exploding came from those sharp teeth. Fresh blood flowed, causing the nearby old monsters to feel their hair stand on end. Vigorous bronze ant, this was actually a rare primordial variant that possessed inconceivable power. Damn it, Ming Child was stunned. His mind was in a daze, and he couldn't say a word. Old Taoist Chiu's face darkened, and he shouted angrily, "You're courting death." With a wave of his sleeve, a peerless blade aura descended from the sky like a waterfall falling from the 9 heavens, creating a vast expanse of whiteness. With a swoosh, the bronze ant disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, another ink dragon lion was bitten by the bronze ant, and it started chewing in large mouthfuls. The remaining 2 ink dragon lions were so frightened that they crawled on the ground, not daring to struggle at all. They were completely intimidated by the bronze ant. This made old Taoist Chiu flustered and exasperated, and he attacked without hesitation. A quasi-emperor expert who could be ranked in the top 10 of the Great Wall of Imperial Pass was naturally not to be underestimated. As old Taoist Chiu attacked, the space around him became chaotic, and it fell into a state of collapse and destruction. However, when these attacks landed on the bronze ant, they only produced clanging sounds and dazzling sparks. They couldn't break through the bronze ant's shell at all. During this process, the bronze ant ate the remaining 2 ink dragon lions one after another. Its mouth was full of blood, and its ferocious appearance made all the old monsters shudder with fear. Even Lin Sun couldn't help but gasp. Wasn't a quasi-emperor creature like the bronze ant that hibernated in the mulberry forest a little too ferocious? Was old Taoist Chiu too weak? No, it was because the bronze ant was too powerful. Evil creature. At this moment, old Taoist Chiu was so angry that his eyes were about to split, and even his eyes were red. This Azure Dipper war chariot belonged to Gu Liangxiu, and those 4 ink dragon lions were also raised by Gu Liangxiu. Now, they were all eaten, How was he going to explain this to Gu Liangxiu when he returned? As for Dark Child, his scalp had already gone numb from the bloody scenes that happened before him, and he almost pissed his pants. How could a bronze ant be so powerful? Old thing, I ignored you, and now you're getting angry? I haven't had my fill yet, so I'll use you to fill my stomach. The bronze ant that hadn't retaliated all this time looked at old Daoist Chiu with a pair of malevolent eyes, and its ruthless aura rushed into the sky. Boom, its figure was swift and violent, and its sharp forelimbs cut through the void. Like a ferocious god of the ages, it charged toward old Daoist Chiu. Shunji and the others were shocked by its unparalleled power. They finally realized that they had guessed wrong just now. Lin Sun didn't see through the situation, and he wasn't trying to be a hero. He was clearly fearless. With such a ferocious creature to rely on, there was no need for these old fellows to take action. A battle between quasi-emperors broke out. Old Daoist Chiu and the bronze ant had already fought their way to the ninth heaven. Every time they clashed, it was like a battle between gods, setting off a storm in all directions. Even with Lin Sun's current strength, he couldn't see the specific situation of the battle at all. After all, it was a battle between quasi-emperors, and the means and power used were not something he could understand at all. But he could still see that the bronze ant obviously had the upper hand. It attacked repeatedly, swiftly, ferociously, and domineeringly. On the contrary, old Daoist Chiu was in a disadvantageous position, and from time to time, he let out angry roars. Shunji, Madame Mu, Ling Xiaozi, and the other quasi-emperors were all watching the battle nervously. This was not a battle between the younger generation, but a fierce battle between peers. They were all dazzled and shocked. Old Daoist Chiu was a famous quasi-emperor in Imperial Pass, and his combat strength was obvious to all. Otherwise, Shunji wouldn't have been forced back by old Daoist Chiu with a single strike. But now, a bronze ant rushed out, and displayed a terrifying combat strength that was enough to firmly suppress old Daoist Chiu. This naturally made people tremble. Where did it come from? With its monstrous ferocious power, how could it obey Lin Sun? This was too inconceivable. At this moment, Lin Sun looked at Ming Child, and smiled slightly. It seems that it was you who called me to appear just now, treasure boy. Madame Mu couldn't help but giggle. This kid was too direct. What do you want to do? On the Azure Dipper chariot, Ming Child's body stiffened. A treasure trove is right in front of you. Tell me, if it was you, what would you do? Lin Sun walked over, smiling. He looked at Ming Child as if he was staring at a treasure trove, blazing and bright. Ming Child was so angry that his face turned green. He was shocked, angry, annoyed, and afraid. Right now, the 4 ink dragon lions had been eaten, and old Daoist Chiu was fighting with the bronze ant. He had no time to pay attention to anything else. How could Ming Child not be afraid? No matter how angry and annoyed he was, he didn't have the courage to fight Lin Sun again. The crushing defeat last time was still vivid in his mind. How could he look for trouble again? Run. Without hesitation, Ming Child turned and fled. That was straightforward and efficient. However, Lin Sun's figure had already flashed, appearing in front of him. His face was still smiling as he said, "This time, I can't let you leave." As he spoke, he attacked without hesitation, and didn't hold anything back. Boom, when he punched out, it was as if a furnace of the great Tao had appeared in the sky. It possessed an everlasting might that could suppress everything. Many people had cleverly guessed that the ice and snow leaf left behind by the golden cicada Great Emperor was one of Lin Sun's trump cards, but why was the bronze ant so powerful? If you don't kill a snake, you'll be harmed instead. This was vividly reflected by Ming Zi. Last time, due to the rules of Imperial Pass, Lin Sun spared his life. Only a month later, he made a comeback, and he even brought old Taoist Chiu, a quasi-emperor realm-old monster. If it wasn't for Lin Sun having many trump cards in his possession, the outcome today would be difficult to say. So this time, he didn't intend to let Ming Zi live at all. Ming Zi was greatly shocked, and he didn't hesitate to withdraw a brilliant green pearl. It shone brilliantly in the air, and then countless vines surged out madly from the pearl like countless intertwining pythons. Bang, but in merely the blink of an eye, those countless vines were crushed by the terrifying fist force, and the broken vines transformed into a roiling rain of light that scattered down. But strangely, this rain of light didn't dissipate, and it instead transformed into a green ocean that covered the heavens and the earth as it enveloped Lin Sun once more. Moreover, its might didn't decrease but increased instead, and it gave others a feeling that it was vast, boundless, and endless. This was the green ocean bead. Rumor had it that this treasure naturally contained the natural sources of green wood and black water. Not only could it be used for cultivation, it was also equipped with extremely miraculous means of attack. All right. Lin Sun's black eyes lit up as he suddenly stretched out his hand and tore it apart. Swish! The green ocean that covered the heavens and the earth was torn apart like a piece of cloth. Lin Sun immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Ming Zi's head. It was like a dragon's claw had stretched out from the clouds and enveloped the surroundings. Ming Zi's expression changed greatly, and he was shocked to the point his soul almost left his body. He didn't have the time to withdraw the green ocean bead at all, and blazing bloody light surged out explosively from his body as he instantly vanished on the spot. Escape method, everlasting blood concealment. Lin Sun's attack missed, but he took advantage of the opportunity to put away the green ocean bead. With a slight perception, he noticed the profundities of this treasure, and he couldn't help but praise in his heart. Ming Zi's eyesight really isn't bad, and none of the treasures he carries are ordinary. As he thought like this in his heart, his movements weren't slow at all. He swept out with his divine sense and suddenly punched towards the distant space. Bang! The space exploded like glass, and Ming Zi's figure staggered out from within. He seemed to not dare believe that he was discovered so easily by Lin Sun. At this moment, Lin Sun had already charged over, not giving the dark child a chance to catch his breath. This is too much. Dark Child roared furiously, his face warped and savage as he suddenly waved his hand, and a pair of flying daggers shot out explosively. This pair of flying daggers, one black and one white, were both slender and small, only 7 inches long and 2 fingers wide. The black flying dagger was engraved with the ancient word Grandine. The white flying dagger was engraved with Extreme Yang. As soon as they shot out explosively, the 2 flying sabers emitted clanging sounds while their killing intent shot into the sky, and they possessed the peerless spirit of slaughtering gods and dividing the pure and muddy. Yin and Yang flying blade. Lady Mu, who had been paying close attention to this match, was shocked. Lin Sun also felt a tingling sensation on his skin. He couldn't help but be moved. This pair of flying daggers was definitely a rare treasure. Whoosh! Whoosh! With no time to think, Lin Sun dodged the attack. A dark blade almost brushed his cheek and cut off a strand of his hair. On the other side, the dark white blade flashed and tore the clothes at Lin Sun's shoulder. A string of bright red blood blossomed, and a wound was torn open on his shoulder. This pair of flying daggers was so fast and sharp that Lin Sun exclaimed in admiration. What a good treasure! Though he had succeeded in one strike, Dark Child was not happy. He did not hesitate to put away this pair of treasures. He knew Lin Sun's character too well. This guy had always regarded himself as a treasure boy and was extremely despicable and shameless. How could he miss such a treasure in front of him? However, Lin Sun had already rushed out one step ahead. With a burst of loud laughter, he suddenly took out the Endless Way Tower. I'll take this pair of treasures. Boom, the dark golden light swept out all over the sky, enveloping everything. Dark Child roared angrily and tried his best to take back the treasures, but it was all in vain. The pair of flying daggers was wrapped up by the dark golden light and directly cut off from him. Then, they flew into Lin Sun's palm. When he saw this scene, Dark Child was so angry he coughed out blood. He saw stars before his eyes. The feeling of incomparable humiliation stimulated him to the point where he wanted to fight Lin Sun to the death. Something like this had happened more than once in the Absolute Summit domain. Not long ago, it happened again, and now, it was still happening. The humiliation and hatred he suffered time and time again battered Dark Child's mental state like a landslide and a tsunami, almost making him go crazy. Lin Sun didn't care about this and charged over again. This guy Dark Child's background was too rich. Every time, he could bring out a treasure that made his eyes light up. It was simply a pleasant surprise. In an instant, Dark Child's anger seemed to have been extinguished. He sensed extreme danger, as if the shadow of death was imminent. Ling Xiaozi, are you all just going to watch this little bastard commit murder in Imperial Paschang City? In the sky, old Taoist Chiu, who was beaten into a sorry state, released a furious roar. Boom! As soon as old Taoist Chiu's voice sounded, Lin Sun only felt a chill in his heart. His charging figure immediately stopped. With a flip of his palm, that snow-like leaf appeared again. Vaguely, a dark green flood dragon could be seen within. At the same time, the expressions of Xianxia, Madame Mu, and the others couldn't help but change. They immediately saw that old Taoist Chiu broke free from the battle, moved through the void, and charged towards Lin Sun. That speed was so fast that Xianxia and the others couldn't help but have no time to help. In reality, no one expected that old Taoist Chiu, who was in a disadvantageous position, could actually break free at this moment and directly target Lin Sun. Even if he could kill Lin Sun this time, he would inevitably expose a fatal flaw. The bronze ant would take advantage of this opportunity to kill him, and even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. This was undoubtedly a desperate method that would cause both sides to suffer. What was most unexpected was that the bronze ant didn't take action, and didn't even try to stop it. It seemed extremely abnormal. Could it be that this vicious creature was also eager to borrow old Taoist Chiu's hand to get rid of Lin Sun? This thought emerged in the minds of Xianxia, Ling Xiaozi, and the others, making their hearts suddenly tighten. Seeing that Lin Sun was already in an extremely urgent situation, a vast green dragon shadow suddenly rushed out from Lin Sun's palm, fiercely swinging its tail. Bang! Old Taoist Chiu came fast and left even faster. His body was directly whipped out, flying upside down in the void like a ball. In the process, blood sprayed from his mouth and nose, and his body trembled violently because of the pain. But before he could react, the bronze ant, who was already under the sky, had already brazenly rushed to him and took the opportunity to launch a fatal attack. Xianxia, Madame Mu, and the others were dumbfounded. This series of changes happened almost in the blink of an eye, but the danger of the process was enough to make anyone tremble. In front of Lin Sun, there was a huge green flood dragon with a length of 300 meters. Its body was winding like a mountain ridge. Its pair of cold eyes released a terrible power that made people's hearts palpitate. This was another creature whose power was not weaker than that of the bronze ant. Its strong breath made Xianxia and the others breathless. Originally, the appearance of a bronze ant shocked all the old monsters and made them feel incredible. But now, there was another green flood dragon with unfathomable strength. This made those old monsters unable to help but be in a trance, their minds shaken. How many years had it been? Even in the Great Wall of Imperial Pass, such an incredible thing rarely happened, and Ming Child was already completely dumbfounded. It was true that he had many treasures on him, but how could Lin Sun have so many inconceivable and terrifying things to help him? But at this moment, Lin Sun simply could not be bothered to pay attention to this. His eyes were cold as he stared at the bronze ant in the sky. Little ant, it seems that you were very disobedient just now. Do you feel ashamed to be controlled by a little true saint like me? Little ant, to a quasi-emperor with terrifying combat strength, this title undoubtedly carried a taste of humiliation. But the bronze ant could not care about this. It seemed to be a little flustered, saying, I definitely did not have such intentions. I was just careless before, it will definitely not happen again. Haha, dishonest. With your combat strength, killing that old thing is just a matter of a moment, so why did you delay until now? Isn't it because you wanted to find an opportunity to borrow a knife to kill this kid, so that you can escape from the restrictions set up by the golden cicada in one fell swoop? The green flood dragon sneered. It did not seem to mind exposing the bronze ant's true intentions. Lin Sun's face became more and more gloomy. The bronze ant flew into a rage and roared, Old worm, don't try to frame me. I can swear to the heavens that I have never had such disloyalty. Ridiculous, at our level, what oath is there to talk about? In this world, what oath can bind you and me? The green flood dragon sneered. Xianxia and the others were bewildered, somewhat unable to understand. Whether it was the bronze ant or the green flood dragon, although they obeyed Lin Sun's orders, they seemed to have other intentions. They were obviously not good people. The bronze ant still wanted to say something, but Lin Sun had already shouted resolutely, enough. Since you are not being honest, then get back. As he spoke, the ice and snow leaf in his palm suddenly suffused with a strange light, filled with a supreme and terrifying power, sweeping across the sky. No. The bronze ant was shocked, but before his voice died away, his body continued to shrink, and finally turned into a tiny ant like a sesame seed, and was resealed in the ice and snow leaf. At the same time, the green flood dragon, who had just appeared, was also anxious and roared, "My little friend, I just saved your life. Why do you do this to me?" But Lin Sun turned a deaf ear to it. Soon, the green flood dragon was also sealed. Golden cicada, wait and see. When I become an emperor, I will avenge you. The green flood dragon's unwilling and angry roar still resounded between heaven and earth. However, the atmosphere in the field had become extremely depressing. This sudden turn of events caused no one to be able to react in time. It was incredible that the two unimaginably horrible creatures could not resist Lin Sun at all. Who could believe it? Even old Taoist Chiu was in a trance for a while. Before, he was constantly injured and almost couldn't hold on. Unexpectedly, in a twinkling of an eye, the two great enemies disappeared. When he looked at Lin Sun again, there was unspeakable fear in his eyes. Where did this boy come from? How could he have such strange means? Immediately, his eyes fell on the ice and snow crystal leaf in Lin Sun's palm. Obviously, the reason of all this was in it. Add more to send, ask for monthly votes from my old friends. In addition, many children asked why the protagonist didn't directly use his big moves. The reason was very simple. The protagonist was also afraid of those quasi-emperors sealed in the ice and snow leaves. A single leaf could seal two horrible creatures in the quasi-emperor realm, leaving them at the mercy of it and without the strength to struggle. How terrible was this? A thought suddenly came to old Chiu's mind. A sovereign weapon, this ordinary-looking snowy leaf must be a monarch weapon. Otherwise, how could it possibly seal such a terrifying creature? And his eyes revealed a strong killing intent as he looked at Lin Sun. This time, he had completely offended Lin Sun. If he didn't take the opportunity to get rid of Lin Sun, he was bound to cause endless trouble in the future. Instead of this, it was better to take this opportunity to kill Lin Sun once and for all. Most importantly, he could also get the suspected emperor weapon, the ice leaf. At the same time, Ling Xiaozi, Shun Ji, Madame Mu, and others also noticed the extraordinariness of the ice leaf. Looking at old Chiu's expression, they all shouted in their hearts that it was not good. Now that the two horrible creatures had been sealed, even if they appeared again, how could they work for Lin Sun with their previous anger? Swish! Before anyone could react, old Chiu had moved through the void and appeared in front of Lin Sun like a ghost, pressing out his palm. The speed was so fast that it shocked the world. However, the next moment, he screamed as his right hand was directly cut off by a gorgeous sword chi. The sword chi even had a kind of shocking demonic feeling, and its sharpness was terrible. If old Chiu hadn't dodged in time and escaped far away, he would have been killed by this sword. There's more. Old Chiu's face changed dramatically, his hair disheveled and his face full of horror. Before, he had been injured by the bronze ants, and now his right hand was cut off. Although it healed in a flash, he was still suffering under the attack of the sword chi. What made him most frightened was that there was a demonic flower standing in front of Lin Sun. Its whole body was red like fire, its petals crystal clear and magnificent, and the light rain that drifted out turned into hundreds of millions of misty sword chi, mysterious and terrible. This, of course, was the thousand-feather sword flower, an ancient species raised by heaven and earth. It had become famous as early as the ancient times, and only needed an opportunity to enter the emperor realm. Back in the mulberry forest, Zhao Yuanji had said that the thousand-feather sword flower was one of the most terrifying creatures in the mulberry forest that could not be provoked. As soon as this flower appeared, it displayed a world-shaking divine might that engulfed everyone. Shun Ji, Madame Mu, and the others were speechless. There really was more. Moreover, based on its aura, the might of this demonic flower was obviously even stronger than the vigorous bronze ant and the dark green flood dragon. Moreover, such a terrifying existence was actually sealed within a tiny snowy leaf, and this was undoubtedly too shocking. You've seen what the ant and the longworm did just now. Do you know what to do now? Lin Sun broke the silence. His gaze was extremely cold. If it was said that he didn't have the intention to kill old Taoist Chiu in the beginning, then now, he couldn't tolerate this old thing continuing to live. I'm not as stupid as them. The thousand-feather sword flower opened its mouth and its voice was as loud as the cry of a sword. In an instant, its chi activity was like an avalanche, locking onto old Taoist Chiu in the distance. Dark child, let's go. Old Taoist Chio's expression changed drastically. He turned around and fled without hesitation. He didn't have time to escape with Dark Child, so he could only warn him. Hong, as a half-emperor, he had long familiarized himself with the spatial laws. With old Taoist Chio's strength, if he fled with all of his strength, there weren't many in Imperial Pass who could stop him. However, this time, something unexpected happened. A flower petal silently fluttered down in front of old Taoist Chio, gentle and beautiful, giving off a bewitching and indistinct feeling. However, in that instant, old Taoist Chio was so shocked his pupils dilated, even his soul almost leaving his body. His body that was shifting through the void suddenly went rigid. The flower petal quietly withered, but there were millions and millions of hazy sword energy that appeared, covering heaven and earth with heaven and earth power, drowning out heaven and earth. From the distance, it was as if a silver river of sword energy descended from the 9 heavens, covering the world. No. Within the sky full of sword energy, old Taoist Chio's figure could no longer be seen. However, his miserable, alarmed, and unwilling roar still resounded through the sky dome. Shunji, Ling Xiaozi, and Madame Mu all broke out in cold sweat, their hands and feet going cold. This scene was too horrifying. Old Taoist Chio was not an ordinary quasi-emperor, his battle prowess was enough to rank in the top 10 of Imperial Pass. However, right now, he was like a duckweed that drowned in a sea of sword energy. In the blink of an eye, he was suppressed and killed. Forget about struggling, he couldn't even block it. It couldn't be said to be a fox mourning the death of a rabbit, but right now, Shunji and the others all felt intimidated, their minds trembling. That bewitching sword flower, how could it be so terrifying? Could it be a half-step emperor? But right now, Lin Sun didn't have time to be shocked. The instant old Taoist Chio fled, he also locked his aura on Underworld Child, immediately launching a murderous attack. Who would have thought that Underworld Child would use some unknown method? His entire body would instantly become illusory, turning into strands of blood-colored mist and disappearing. How terrifying was Lin Sun's battle prowess, but he couldn't shatter those strands of gentle mist at all. He could only watch as Underworld Child disappeared before his eyes. Lin Sun, I will return. These were the words Underworld Child left behind before he left, carrying bone-deep hatred, anger, and coldness. Lin Sun's expression flickered. Even a quasi-emperor like old Taoist Chio had been killed, but a peerless saint like Underworld Child had escaped unscathed. This was undoubtedly inconceivable. But thinking about it carefully, Lin Sun vaguely guessed that Underworld Child's escape was related to the smelting god pot. Only a treasure that was boundlessly miraculous could possess such unimaginable might. Treasure boy, I really look forward to meeting you next time, Lin Sun smiled, no longer thinking about it. When he looked over, Shunji, Madame Mu, Ling Xiaozi, and the other old monsters all had strange expressions, unable to conceal the shock between their brows. Especially when they looked at Lin Sun, it was as if they were staring at a monster. Yes, a monster. In the game of 9 palaces, Lin Sun hit his killing move outside the game, making Ling Xiaozi, who had the reputation of the #1 Dao Tattoo Grandmaster of the Great Wall of Imperial Pass, sigh in admiration, admitting his inferiority. This made the old monsters realize that Lin Sun was a peerless genius who could surpass the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries in the field of spiritual tattoos, and his future was bound to be limitless. But after the battle with Underworld Child, they found that this kind of understanding was too one-sided. Lin Sun not only had a superb attainment in spiritual tattoos, but even his own combat power could be said to be against the natural order, peerless true saint realm, and also created his own method, firmly suppressing Underworld Child. Even in the entire ancient Desolation realm, throughout the ages, how many people could be on par with Lin Sun? From then on, in the eyes of the old monsters, Lin Sun was completely different. Therefore, when they learned that old Taoist Chio and Underworld Child came together for revenge, they did not hesitate to stand up for Lin Sun, but what made them all feel inconceivable was that from the beginning to the end, Lin Sun didn't need to intervene at all. He alone settled the crisis. Even the means Lin Sun showed made them palpitate and tremble. A spiritual tattoo grandmaster who suppressed Ling Xiaozi, a peerless true saint who suppressed Underworld Child with his own method, and the means to control a group of terrifying creatures to fight, all of this actually happened to Lin Sun alone. Who could remain calm? The entire Yangguan was silent at this moment. The old monsters who witnessed all of this in the dark were all silent, their hearts surging and tumbling, unable to calm down for a long time. In particular, the death of old Daoist Qiu brought them too much stimulation and shock. That was a quasi-emperor who had been stationed in the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass for countless years. In his lifetime, who knew how many enemies died tragically in his hands? But such a brilliant quasi-emperor was killed just like that. Was it Lin Sun's fault? Not really. Old Daoist Qiu came for revenge. He was arrogant and domineering, and he didn't put a junior like Lin Sun in his eyes at all. If he was wrong, then it was old Daoist Qiu who asked for it. However, when they thought that a figure like old Daoist Qiu died just like that, they couldn't help but feel a little pity and sigh. Little friend, you don't have to be on guard against me. I'm not the same as those idiots. Otherwise, I wouldn't listen to your order to kill that little thing. Thousand Feather Sword swayed, his whole body as red as sunset, glowing with a misty and magnificent luster. His voice was as sonorous as a sword, but when he talked to Lin Sun, he seemed quite gentle. Little thing? Lin Sun's eyes were filled with surprise. Old Daoist Qiu was such a powerful quasi-emperor, but in the mouth of Thousand Feather Sword, he became a little thing. Thousand Feather Sword said with undisguised disdain in his voice, in the ancient times 100,000 years ago, I had already reached the realm of quasi-emperor. I have been dormant in the mulberry forest for countless years, and only needed an opportunity to step into the realm of emperor. How could that little thing compare with me? He paused for a moment and sneered. Of course, perhaps you think I'm blowing my own trumpet. But even if we're comparing the time and age of this little fellow, when I was born, this little fellow's ancestor probably hadn't even appeared in the world. In the distance, Shun Ji, Ling Xiaozi, and others couldn't help blushing with shame when they heard this. They were regarded as old monsters by the people of the world, but it was clear that in front of a living fossil like Thousand Feather Sword, they were indeed a group of juniors. Although they were also quasi-emperors, the depth of cultivation and the level of combat power were like heaven and earth, simply incomparable. Even if not to mention this Thousand Feather Sword, like the bronze ants and green dragon that appeared before, they were obviously a group of extremely ancient and terrifying creatures. Little friend, I finally understand why Golden Cicada asked us to come here. Suddenly, there was a trace of strangeness in Thousand Feather Sword's voice, and even a rare excitement. In this magnificent ancient battlefield, there are many breaths left behind by real emperors. Each breath, for us, is comparable to a supreme good fortune. In the end, Thousand Feather Sword was even in a trance. It's ridiculous that the bronze ants and the green dragon still hate Golden Cicada. These fools don't know that Golden Cicada pointed us to a way closer to the Emperor realm. When Thousand Feather Sword Flower's voice sounded, this place became silent. Lin Sun found it hard to calm down. Imperial Pass Great Wall, from the ancient times until now, towering over the front lines, undying. Back then, Divine Secret Pavilion's Elder Een had said that this city was built by a group of emperors gathering stars from outer space. It stretched across heaven and earth, like an eternal natural moat barrier, defending against enemies. From ancient times until now, it had the illustrious reputation of ancient desolation's #1 natural moat, the place where emperors stopped. This city stretched on endlessly, full of scenes of creation. Chaotic energy pervaded the air, stars swirling about, just too majestic and majestic. When Lin Sun first arrived, he immediately sensed that this city was covered in unmatched restrictions, filled with the aura of an emperor, dominating the world. Only, Lin Sun didn't expect Thousand Feather Sword Flower to actually view this place as the great path of Yang Pass that was close to the Emperor realm, feeling excited and deeply moved because of this. The group of old monsters felt rather complicated inside. They had guarded this Imperial Pass Great Wall for who knew how many years, so they obviously knew that what Thousand Feather Sword Flower said wasn't wrong. This place indeed had the auras of many Emperor realm experts imprinted on it. It was just like in this Yang Pass, there was a forbidden area that was like primal chaos, silver lightning flickering within. A strand of the aura of Heartless Demon Emperor remained until now, still missing his wife to this day. Shun Ji, Ling Xiaozi, and the others had also wondered if they could figure out some profound mysteries that would be beneficial to cultivation from these Emperor realm auras, moreover tried more than once. But in the end, they all failed. It was to the extent where when someone tried to forcefully refine a strand of Emperor realm aura, it was as if they had violated a taboo power, directly dying on the spot, From then on, no one in Imperial Pass dared to have any ideas about Emperor Realm aura. And now, Thousand Feather Sword Flower clearly planned to do this. With its eyesight, could it be that it couldn't tell that these Emperor Realm auras weren't that easy to refine, or perhaps it had other methods? Right at this time, Thousand Feather Sword Flower gently shook its petals. A strand of a terrifying aura that was filled with the might of an Emperor Realm suddenly flashed out from extremely far away in the sky. It was merely a strand, yet when it appeared in this expanse of the heavens and the earth, it caused the figures of all the old freaks to stiffen while a chill ran down their spines. They felt as if a calamity was about to descend upon them, and they felt terrified and helpless. The ice leaf in Lin Sun's palm glowed with a strange luster. Suddenly, the horrible breath of the Emperor Realm was absorbed into his meridians. At the same time, Lin Sun only felt that there was a wisp of obscure, mysterious, and unimaginably horrible Emperor Realm aura in the ice leaf in his palm. Thousand Feather Sword Flower's voice carried a wisp of surprise when he saw this, and he spoke with excitement. See that? That's the key to approaching the Emperor Realm. Whoever can grasp it will be able to refine and comprehend the mysteries of the Emperor Realm. All the old monsters breathed heavily and looked at the ice leaf in Lin Sun's hand with blazing eyes. Some of the old eccentrics who had been secretly observing the situation were also visibly moved. Not only could an ice leaf seal a terrifying creature like the Thousand Feather Sword Flower, but it also possessed the miraculous ability to absorb the aura of an Emperor Realm expert. What kind of miraculous treasure was this? It was no wonder that Xianxia, Ling Xiao, and the others were shocked and moved. As a quasi-emperor who would not desire to ascend to the martial Emperor Realm one day, overlook the heavens, and stand above all saints, it was just that it was too difficult to become an emperor. In the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass, there were countless quasi-emperors stationed there, and there was no lack of amazing and tyrannical figures. But until now, no one had touched the door of the Emperor Realm. Therefore, when such an ice leaf appeared, for these old monsters, it was like seeing the hope of reaching the Emperor Realm. Who wouldn't be tempted? At this moment, Lin Sun's face changed slightly, staring coldly at the Thousand Feather Sword Flower. Are you also going to learn from that little ant, divert the trouble to someone else and kill with a borrowed knife? The Thousand Feather Sword Flower hurriedly explained, Little friend, with me here, who would dare to harm you? I was just too excited before, so I said some things I shouldn't have said. After a pause, it became murderous. If little friend is not assured, I will kill all the juniors here. The murderous aura shocked the world, and the nearby old monsters suddenly woke up, such as Madame Mu, Xianxia, Ling Xiao, and the others, all couldn't help showing a look of shame. Previously, they were also greedy and almost lost their reason. Well, you'd better go back. Lin Sun's expression was uncertain. Whether it was the bronze ant, the green flood dragon, or the Thousand Feather Sword Flower, none of them were easy to deal with. Their minds were treacherous and unpredictable, so Lin Sun had to guard against them. After all, these terrifying creatures were all existences used to become emperors, lacking in strength, means, and wisdom. If he completely believed their words, he might play himself to death. Unexpectedly, the Thousand Feather Sword Flower didn't resist or defend himself, but said in a gentle and serious tone, Well, it's normal for little friend to be vigilant. I will go back first. If there is something stupid to trouble you, or if you need other help, you can come to me. Swish! Before Lin Sun made a move, the Thousand Feather Sword Flower turned into a ray of colorful light and took the initiative to plunge into the ice leaf. Advanced by retreating, Lin Sun's expression was uncertain again. After a while, he took a deep breath and regained his composure. No matter what the Thousand Feather Sword Flower planned to do, when he saw Mr. Shen, he would hand over the ice leaf according to the advice of the Golden Cicada Youth. As for what would happen in the future, it had nothing to do with him. In short, for Lin Sun, the ice leaf was like a double-edged sword, and he didn't have the ability to control it at present. A little carelessness might cause him to be cut, so it was better to send this thing out as soon as possible. After putting away the ice leaf, Lin Sun wanted to say something, but when he saw the complicated expressions on the faces of Xianxia, Ling Xiaozi, Madame Mu, and others, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Seniors, I'm a little tired today. I'll go back and have a rest first. Lin Sun cupped his hands and said, Little friend. Madame Mu took a deep breath and said, What happened today is really incredible. I intend to light the Emperor's breath beacon fire and tell the news to Mr. Shen as soon as possible, so that he can take charge of the overall situation in person. What do you think? Lin Sun was stunned, and his heart was filled with warmth. The meaning of this sentence was self-evident. Today, old Qiu was dead, and so many things had happened. The most important thing was that everyone in Yangguan knew that Lin Sun had an unpredictable ice leaf in his hand. At this time, it was undoubtedly the most beneficial for Lin Sun to ask Mr. Shen to take charge of the overall situation. Thank you, Senior. Lin Sun saluted seriously. Madame Mu revealed a smile. Go and have a good rest. Also, be careful of those horrible creatures in your hands. Lin Sun nodded and hurried away. The mountain rain is coming, and the Imperial Pass is not peaceful? Ling Xiaozi let out a long sigh. In the bronze hall that originally belonged to Mr. Shen, Lin Sun sat cross-legged on the ground, staring at the ice leaf in front of him, lost in thought. Back in the mulberry forest, the golden cicada youth took away a group of quasi-emperors with supreme means. For example, the Emperor of Ziyou Empire, the Empress, Zhao Tailai, the Dean of Green Deer School, for example, Wu Jiucheng, Zhu Tianqing. There was also the blood-colored moth named Fei Lan, and the blood lotus ancestor riding a white bull and looking like a child. At the same time, there were also a group of quasi-emperors suppressed in this ice leaf, such as the thousand-feather sword flower, the green flood dragon, the bronze ant, and so on. Lin Sun still clearly remembered what the golden cicada youth had said before he left. If there is a chance in the future, take this thing to the frontline battlefield. At that time, if the quasi-emperors sealed in this leaf want to be completely freed, they can only atone for their crimes and fight for the ancient desolation region. At that time, Lin Sun agreed without hesitation. The reason was very simple. The golden cicada youth's action was for the entire ancient desolation region. That kind of broad-mindedness and boldness reminded Lin Sun of the Taishan Sword Emperor, Xianxia Holy Buddha, Battle Emperor Wuyang and other great figures of the primitive age. All of them were open-minded and had the heart to help the world. Only by atoning for their crimes can they be freed. Otherwise? Will they always be restricted by the ice leaf seal? If so, giving this treasure to Mr. Shen can be called a blessing and not a curse. After thinking for a long time, Lin Sun let out a long breath. Now, he just had to wait for Mr. Shen's return, Songhai Pass. This was regarded as one of the 3 most important strongholds of the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass. Several months ago, the forces of the 8 regions gathered together to launch an attack against the Songhai Pass. However, with Mr. Shen, Gu Liangxiu, and other quasi-emperors overseeing it, no matter how fierce the enemy's attacks were, they were all defeated outside the pass, unable to advance an inch. On this day, the beacon tower of the Songhai Pass suddenly lit up with an emperor's aura. Almost immediately, a piece of news reached Gu Liangxiu's hands. Old Taoist Qiu has been killed, the whereabouts of the underworld child are unknown, and the 4 inked dragon lions have also been killed. Lord Gu Liangxiu, please come to Yangguan quickly. When he finished reading the news, Gu Liangxiu's face suddenly darkened. A terrifying power spread out, startling the heavens. His figure was thin, and he wore linen clothes. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and his appearance was simple and firm. His eyes were as deep as the vast ocean. Old Taoist Qiu was powerful, and all these years, he had always worked hard for Gu Liangxiu. He could be said to be loyal and devoted, but now, he was killed. Moreover, this grievous news happened in the Imperial Pass. Gu Liangxiu stood up, and with an indifferent expression, he ordered, "Prepare the teleportation formation, I am going to Yangguan." His voice was calm, but there was a soaring killing intent spreading out. At the same time, a piece of news also reached Mr. Shen's hands. After reading it, he couldn't help but look strange. Old Taoist Qiu died in Yangguan. What was going on? Before this, Mr. Shen hadn't heard anything about it. But not long after, Mr. Shen inquired about the news. Only then did he know that this bloody incident was caused by a confrontation between the underworld child and Lin Sun. For a moment, Mr. Shen couldn't help but be stunned. After a while, he made a decision and said, "Give the order, I am going back to Yangguan." Inside Yangguan, the atmosphere was strange. Since Lin Sun arrived here, it could be said that no one cared about him, because the old monsters stationed here all regarded him as an insignificant junior. Who would care about him? It was even to the extent that very few people knew his name. It was not deliberate contempt, but that they really didn't care. But now, in the vast Yangguan, as long as one was not deaf, who didn't know Lin Sun's name, in the game of 9 palaces, Ling Xiaozi, as the first Taoist tattoo grandmaster of the Great Wall of Imperial Pass, admitted defeat in front of Lin Sun. In the battle with the Dark Child had lost all face and fled in defeat. The game of chess proved that although Lin Sun was a junior, he already had a foundation that no old monster could ignore. And in the game of chess, Lin Sun showed talent and combat strength, which proved that his pursuit of the Great Way was also unparalleled, and his future achievements were bound to be limitless. Who wouldn't care about such a junior? If that was all, it would not have shocked these old monsters in Yangguan too much, because as the king of sages or quasi-emperors, they didn't need to care too much about these things. No matter how amazing Lin Sun's talent and foundation were, in terms of realm, there was too much difference between them. Even if Lin Sun could achieve great achievements in the future, that was a matter of the future. But when old Taoist Qiu was killed, those old monsters in Yangguan could not remain calm at all. A junior, with the trump card in his hand, killed a quasi-emperor whose combat strength was enough to rank in the top 10 of Imperial Pass. Who dared to ignore it? Looking at the whole Yangguan, there was no one who could confront old Taoist Qiu. Even old Taoist Qiu was no match for Lin Sun, let alone them. Now that things had come to this, who dared to treat Lin Sun with the attitude of a senior master, especially when they noticed the magic and terror of the ice and snow leaf in Lin Sun's hand? The state of mind of those old monsters in Yangguan completely changed. There was greed, shock, and irrepressible desire. In Yangguan, perhaps Madame Mu, Shun Ji, Ling Xiaozi, and others would regard Lin Sun as a friend and would not do anything dirty. But the others might not be the same. All of this was because of the frost leaf in Lin Sun's hand. For those old monsters, it was like a fatal temptation that made them have an irresistible desire. Fortunately, perhaps it was because they were afraid of the terrifying might of the 1,000-feather sword flower that those old fellows in Yang Pass could only forcefully restrain the greed and desire in their hearts, and they didn't dare make a move rashly. But because of this, the atmosphere of the entire Yang Pass became strange and subtle. The best proof was that there were a lot of eyes outside the bronze hall where Lin Sun temporarily lived. There were also many old monsters who came to visit him for various reasons. Fortunately, all of these visits were blocked by Ling Xiaozi, Madame Mu, and the others. However, their hearts were still somewhat heavy. Today, Lin Sun was like a torch in the dark, attracting countless moths. If some fearless moths couldn't control the greed in their hearts and pounced forward recklessly, the consequences would be hard to say. At the same time, Shun Ji and the others were also worried whether Lin Sun would have the intention to kill them and use violence against violence after he noticed all this. In this case, it would undoubtedly be a disaster rather than a blessing for the entire Great Wall of the Imperial Pass. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. The hope of getting close to the road to emperor is enough to make any quasi-emperor go crazy. Ling Xiaozi sighed. He was all too clear about the value of the frost leaf in Lin Sun's hand. The existence of the quasi-emperor realm was not an otherworldly god. Most opportunities and treasures in this world would perhaps not attract their attention at all. But the frost leaf was an exception. Even Ling Xiaozi, Shun Ji, and Madame Mu couldn't help but care about such a treasure full of supreme temptation. Under such circumstances, the change in the atmosphere of the entire Yang Pass was not surprising. Right now, we can only wait for Mr. Shen to come back and take charge of the overall situation. Madame Mu sighed faintly. Although Lin Sun did not leave his house, he could keenly perceive all of this. Since the beginning of his cultivation, he had experienced countless dangerous things. How could he not know how much trouble the existence of the frost leaf would provoke? However, Lin Sun was not afraid. Even if he did not borrow the power of those terrifying creatures, he still had other trump cards in his hands, but he was not willing to waste them on such things. It was not worth it. However, in order to avoid trouble, Lin Sun could only live in seclusion for the time being, not going out at all to avoid the limelight. He spent all his time and energy on cultivation. The treacherous and subtle atmosphere of Yang Pass did not last long. On the third day after old Taoist Qiu was killed, the atmosphere in Yang Pass changed along with the rumbling of a teleportation formation. Because Gu Liangzu had come, it was unknown how many quasi-emperor experts were stationed on the Great Wall of Imperial Pass, but only Gu Liangzu alone could be called the number one on the Great Wall of Imperial Pass. His prestige and strength, no matter where he appeared, was bound to become the focus of attention. Obviously, this time Gu Liangzu came because of old Taoist Zhou's death, otherwise, with the war at Songhai Pass so tense, how could Gu Liangzu deign to come here? When Gu Liangzu walked out of the teleportation formation, many old monsters in Yang Pass were alarmed and came to greet him. For a time, Gu Liangzu's side was like the moon surrounded by stars, making him look like a ruler, incomparable power. Shun Ji, Ling Xiaozi, Madame Mu, and the others also came. When they saw this scene, their hearts all felt heavy. They did not expect that before Mr. Shen came, Gu Liangzu was the first to arrive. One could imagine how furious old Taoist Zhou's death made Gu Liangzu feel. Tell me everything that happened in Yang Pass recently. Gu Liangzu was dressed in hemp clothes, his long hair scattered, his figure tall and majestic, his face simple and firm. As soon as he arrived, he gave an order. His words were not forceful, but they gave people an overwhelming pressure. In addition, order that young man named Lin Sun to come see me. I will give him a quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, if he does not come, I will go see him myself. The scene immediately became restless. Many old monsters revealed a look of joy. Gu Liangzu's arrival was obviously to severely punish Lin Sun, the younger generation. There were also many people who were worried that Gu Liangzu would target Lin Sun as soon as he arrived. If a conflict broke out, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. Ling Xiaozi took a deep breath and said quickly, Shun, go with Madame Mu and tell him the news of Gu Liangzu's arrival. Be sure not to let him act impulsively. Also, don't let other old things approach. I am afraid that someone will take the opportunity to make trouble. Shun Ji and Madame Mu nodded in unison and were about to act immediately. But at this moment, Gu Liangzu's eyes swept over like lightning and he said in a deep voice, You stay here. No one can leave without my order. Shun Ji and the others all changed their faces. Obviously, Gu Liangzu was not ignorant of what happened in Yang Pass, but he came prepared. In his heart, he clearly regarded them as Lin Sun's accomplices. At the same time, Gu Liangzu ordered, Xingfeng, Nye Tu, you two go to inform Lin Sun. Remember, don't use force, lest others say that I bullied a younger generation. Immediately, two people stood out. One was sturdy and rough-looking, his muscles as if cast from bronze liquid, his body filled with a terrifying iron-blooded aura. The other was thin like a bamboo pole, like a weak scholar, waving an iron fan in his hand. The former was called Xingfeng, and the latter was called Nye Tuesday. They were both famous quasi-emperor generals under Gu Liangzu, each more terrifying than the other. Seeing this, Ling Xiaozi's expression changed again, and he couldn't help but say, Brother Gu, Lin Sun is just a junior, why do you need to make such a big fuss? Gu Liangzu glanced at him indifferently. Which junior in this world dares to kill a quasi-emperor? Ling Xiaozi, I respect you for making great contributions to the Great Wall of Imperial Pass these years, so don't make things difficult for me. Ling Xiaozi was about to say something, but Gu Liangzu waved his hand. Don't say anything else, otherwise don't blame me for not giving you face. His words were tough, leaving no room for negotiation. At this time, Xingfeng and Nye Tu had already begun to move, leaving the scene. When Ling Xiaozi saw this, his expression became gloomy and unsightly. If not for him wanting to avoid further conflict, how could he possibly pay attention to these trivial matters? Did they really think that Lin Sun was easy to bully just because he was a junior? Oh, that ice and snow leaf is really that miraculous? An old monster transmitted in a low voice. When Gu Liangzu heard this, he couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. Correct, that treasure is miraculous and unfathomable. If we can leave this treasure in the Great Wall of Imperial Pass, it will be able to display unimaginable effects in the future. Someone spoke, his gaze burning. This sentence immediately moved quite a few people. If the ice and snow leaf was left behind, then these old monsters would similarly have a chance to approach that path to becoming an emperor. Gu Liangzu's eyes flickered, sweeping his gaze over the others. Do you all also think this way? Many people nodded. A black-robed elder with a wizened face and graceful bearing even more directly spoke, saying, Sir Gu, in my opinion, if Lin Sun agrees to hand over this treasure, the mistakes he made before can be pardoned. Gu Liangxiu snorted coldly. What did old Qiu do wrong, yet he was cruelly killed by this child? Are we going to let this child off just because of a treasure? The black-robed elder hurriedly said, he can be spared from death, but he cannot escape punishment. We still hope to give this child a chance to redeem himself. When he hands over the treasure, we can imprison him for 1,000 years as punishment. The other old monsters also spoke one after another, treating Lin Sun as a junior who had made a great mistake but could still be forgiven. Of course, the premise of forgiveness was that he had to hand over the ice and snow leaf. Absurd. Seeing this scene, Shun Ji and Madame Mu were so angry that their chests heaved up and down, their expressions ugly. Ling Xiaozi couldn't control the anger in his heart, shouting, what crime did Lin Sun commit? How could he be regarded as a criminal by you all? Do you all really think that old Qiu's death was all Lin Sun's fault? For the sake of a treasure, you invert black and white, using such a dirty trick to deal with a junior, you all, don't you want your face anymore? His voice was like a clap of thunder, resounding through the entire place. Ling Xiaozi's words revealed the inner thoughts of those old monsters, making many people look gloomy. Ling Xiaozi, what do you think we are? Aren't we doing this for Lin Sun's good? Someone scolded. Humph, as far as we know, you and Lin Sun are not related at all, but now you defend him like this. Don't tell me that you want to win Lin Sun's favor and take the ice and snow leaf for yourself? Someone speculated coldly and maliciously. Alas, we are all fellow practitioners, why get angry over a junior? Ling Xiaozi, old Qiu was killed by this lad. Doesn't he need to pay some price? Some people tried to smooth things over, but their words were still aimed at Lin Sun. Seeing this, Ling Xiaozi was so angry that he trembled all over. For a chance to approach the Emperor realm, these old things didn't even care about their face. There's no need to say more. Can't you see that these guys have long been occupied by greed? Gu Liangxiu's arrival is just a chance for them to take action. Madame Mu said coldly, you can't dissuade such people at all. Ling Xiaozi sighed, full of disappointment. I'm just very disappointed. I didn't expect these old things to become like this because of a treasure. Madame Mu was silent. Knowing a person's face but not his heart, no, it was because of greed. At the same time, in front of the bronze hall where Lin Sun temporarily lived, Xingfeng and Nye Tu, two quasi-emperors, appeared out of thin air. Where is Lin Sun? Come out quickly, Lord Gu Liangxiu wants you to see him. Xingfeng's cold voice rumbled into the hall. Nye Tu smiled and said in a gentle voice, don't be afraid, little friend. We don't have any malicious intent. However, if you don't cooperate, Lord Gu will come to see you in a quarter of an hour. At that time, the consequences will be hard to say. In the hall, Lin Sun opened his eyes, his pupils as deep as an abyss. Gu Liangxiu had arrived before Mr. Shen, which made Lin Sun realize at once that old Qiu's death had angered Gu Liangxiu. I'm not free. Lin Sun refused without hesitation. Gu Liangxiu might be Imperial Pass number 1, possessing tremendous prestige and power, but what qualifications did he have to order him around? He even said that if he did not see him within 15 minutes, he would personally come to look for him. This was no different from a threat. What did he say? Xingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. He said he's not free. A cold light flickered in Nye Tu's eyes. This is the first time I've seen such an arrogant junior. 2 quasi-emperors came to invite him, but he was rejected. Haha, interesting. Damn it. He's clearly not accepting the face I gave him. With a gloomy face, Xingfeng was about to rush in and capture Lin Sun alive. Nye Tu stopped him. Don't forget, Sir Gu said not to use force. It won't be good to bully the weak. Xingfeng said angrily, if we just go back like this, then that is truly shameful. If we can't even invite a younger generation member, how are we supposed to establish ourselves in Imperial Pass Great Wall? Nye Tu waved the iron fan in his hand and sent a faint voice transmission. Don't forget, old Taoist Qiu was killed by this kid. Do you want to repeat his mistakes? Although he's a junior, his trump cards are not small. Xingfeng's expression didn't change. In the end, he cursed fiercely, damn it, in a quarter of an hour, I will torture this little bastard to death. With that, he and Nye Tu were about to leave. But at this time, Lin Sun's cold voice rang out in the hall. You want to leave just like that after spewing shit? What do you take me for? Lin Sun's figure walked out of the hall along with the voice, his eyes terrifyingly cold. What did you say? Killing intent surged in Xingfeng's eyes, and a terrifying power spread out. Spewing shit? Was this the attitude a junior should have? Lin Sun's expression was indifferent as he replied seriously, I said, your mouths are too smelly. Did you eat shit? You're courting death. Xingfeng was about to explode. He attacked without hesitation. Not good. Nietu's expression changed. At this time, a crimson flower that glowed with demonic light swept out. Millions of misty sword chi flowed on its translucent petals, making clanging sounds. Boom, Xingfeng's palm was so terrifying that it was enough to crush mountains and rivers. But it was smashed into pieces by misty sword chi halfway. The sword chi whistled past, and Xingfeng's right arm was smashed into pieces, turning into a mist of blood all over the sky. Xingfeng was in pain and looked horrified. What kind of horrible creature was this? Boom, thousand feather sword flower swept gently, and the overwhelming sword chi poured out, like a peerless sword god attacking with immeasurable power. Xingfeng was also a fierce character, comparable to old Taoist Qiu. Otherwise, Gu Liangxiu wouldn't have kept him by his side all the time. But under the attack of thousand feather sword flower, no matter how hard he tried, his defense was broken inch by inch, and his body was pierced by the boundless sword chi. Finally, with a loud bang, he was pressed to the ground by the sword chi. His flesh was badly mutilated, and his face was beyond recognition. It was extremely miserable. Nietu's face changed dramatically, and his hair stood on end. He could no longer keep calm and cried out involuntarily, this, clang. Clang. Clang, clang. The sound of the sword was like a mighty army, and the murderous spirit was monstrous. Without saying a word, thousand feather sword flower launched an attack on Nietu's day swish. Nietu fled without hesitation. Originally, they thought it was absolutely a piece of cake to invite a junior, and even if they were refused, they didn't use force. It was just because Xingfeng scolded him a little. In Nietu's view, this was normal. Couldn't he vent his dissatisfaction after being refused by a junior, but Nietu never expected that this young man, whom he regarded as a junior, would be so strong and domineering. He didn't put them, the emperor-to-be, in his eyes at all. This made Nietu angry at that time. If he hadn't been afraid of Lin Sun's trump card, he would have attacked him. But, when he saw that Xingfeng was suppressed in one fell swoop, Nietu was completely awakened, and finally realized that Lin's trump card was so terrifying. Therefore, when the thousand feather sword flowers attacked him again, Nietu didn't even think before fleeing. Unfortunately, even old Taoist Qiu couldn't escape, let alone Nietu's day accompanied by an earth-shaking roar. Nietu's figure was knocked out of the void. Before he could stand firm, he was submerged by the dense tide of sword chi. Rumble, the sword chi raged like a storm. In a flash, Nietu was also suppressed to the ground, his body covered with sword wounds. His flesh was badly mutilated, and his bones could be vaguely seen. Blood gathered on the ground to form a scarlet pool. Lin Sun watched all of this indifferently. He watched as the two quasi-emperors, who had been swaggering around and had their eyes on the top of their heads, were suppressed to the ground in a few breaths' time without the strength to struggle. However, he felt no pity for them. But, to his surprise, thousand feather sword flower didn't kill them this time. Otherwise, Xingfeng and Nietu would have been dead. Why did you keep them alive? Lin Sun asked. Thousand feather sword flower said, if you kill them, you will only be hated by others. It's better to keep them alive. As long as it can serve as a deterrent and prevent people from looking down on you, it's enough. Lin Sun smiled faintly, so, you are doing this for my own good? If you say that it's purely for little friend's sake, that's not entirely true. I just want little friend to appreciate my kindness. Thousand feather sword flower's tone was gentle and serious. The more you appreciate my kindness, the better it is for me. At least, even if you fear and guard against me, you can't kill me. Lin Sun sneered, with my current strength, do I dare to kill you, who is only one opportunity away from the emperor realm? Thousand feather sword flower sighed, you may not be able to, but the leaf left by golden cicada can. So, how can I do my best to help you? Lin Sun was very sure that this was the truth, but he didn't know what Thousand Feather Sword Flower was thinking. Why do I want you to kill these two people? Lin Sun suddenly asked. Thousand Feather Sword Flower said without hesitation, then kill them. They are just two useless little things. It doesn't matter if they die. Swish, as it spoke, it began to move. Its petals swayed, scattering misty sword chi. Wait. Lin Sun said. Sure enough, the Thousand Feather Sword Flower immediately withdrew without any hesitation or complaint. If they didn't see it with their own two eyes, no one would dare believe that such a terrifying being would so willingly and loyally listen to the orders of a junior. However, Lin Sun's expression was a bit uncertain. He really couldn't understand Thousand Feather Sword Flower's thoughts. This old monster was too obedient, never revealing the slightest abnormal behavior. On the ground, Xingfeng and Nietu were dying, their hearts drowned in fear, unable to speak at all, because the aura of Thousand Feather Sword Flower had been firmly suppressing them. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun looked at Thousand Feather Sword Flower and said, I don't care what intentions you have in your heart. It won't be long before I leave, and you and those guys sealed in the leaf will be left in the Great Wall of Imperial Pass. To tell you the truth, no matter how obedient you are to me now, it is impossible for you to get anything from me in the future. Thousand Feather Sword Flower smiled, I have already guessed it, but it doesn't matter. As long as you appreciate my kindness, it is enough. From beginning to end, there was no trace of disappointment or other emotions. Lin Sun couldn't help but wonder if he was too cautious and sensitive. For a moment, he couldn't help but fall into silence. Thousand Feather Sword Flower stood on one side, its petals sparkling and translucent, fiery red like sunset, flowing with misty sword chi, mysterious and strange. In the end, Lin Sun sighed. He couldn't figure it out, nor could he guess. Looking at Thousand Feather Sword Flower beside him, he suddenly asked curiously, speaking of which, you are already a quasi-emperor, why don't you show your human form? Is it disdain? Or is there another reason? Are you curious, little friend? Of course. As soon as Lin Sun's voice fell, Thousand Feather Sword Flower transformed into a woman in a red dress, with snow-white skin and black hair like a waterfall. As for adding more chapters, Goldfish thought about it and decided that she would add one chapter for every 1,000 followers. She would add one chapter for every 5,000 followers. She would add one chapter for every 5,000 followers. She would add one chapter on top of the normal updates. For example, adding 5 chapters would mean adding 5 chapters on top of 2 chapters for a total of 7 chapters. At present, the number of followers of Goldfish's WeChat official account is about 30,500. Those who haven't followed yet, please open WeChat and search for the official account Xiaojinyu233, and add your followers. Goldfish will take a screenshot of the data and post it in the book review section, as a guarantee of adding more chapters. My friends, if you want to see more chapters, then follow me. Many a little makes a mickle, and there will definitely be more chapters. Her red dress was like fire, her fine black hair like a waterfall. This was a peerlessly beautiful woman that was filled with a bewitching aura. Her skin was crystalline and snow-white like sheep fat, her beautiful eyes were suffused with strands of a dreamlike sheen, and her red dress fluttered in the wind, causing her figure to seem graceful and slender. Her beauty was undisguised, burning like flames. No matter who saw her, they would be stunned both physically and mentally. Meanwhile, her temperament was like the ice and snow of a cliff, cold and indistinct, giving others a feeling of being aloof, inviolable. Even though Lin Sun had seen many stunning beauties over the years, he couldn't help but be stunned. What was even more inconceivable was that this Thousand Feather Sword Flower who killed without batting an eye, was actually a woman. Little friend, you seem to be very surprised? The Thousand Feather Sword Flower red-dressed woman spoke, her voice gentle, tinkling and sweet-sounding, making her ice-cold and aloof temperament carry a warm spring-like aura. How can I not be surprised? I finally understand why I can't see through your thoughts. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the ocean, it really is not fake. Lin Sun sneered. He really didn't expect that the bewitching sword flower he was vigilant against, even to the extent where he didn't hide his emotions, was actually such a cold and otherworldly beautiful woman. Little friend, you will understand why I did this in the future. The red-dressed woman smiled, her cherry lips curling into a bright arc, her pearly white teeth sparkling. That smile seemed to be able to hook away one's soul. Lin Sun restrained his thoughts, looking into the distance, saying, "It's going to be a quarter of an hour soon." The red-dressed woman's fair fingers gently twirled a strand of hair, looking pensive. Yangguan was extremely large. Even though it was a stronghold of Imperial Pass, it was actually comparable to a world. Stars circulated nearby, all of them seeming rather unremarkable. Time passed bit by bit. Gu Liangxiu, who had been waiting here since he walked out of the teleportation formation, gradually had a layer of coldness between his brows. The atmosphere also became oppressive. This child is actually so rude. What kind of figures are fellow Taoist Xingfeng and Ye Tu? Can't they even invite a junior? Someone said coldly. Could there have been an accident? There were also people who were bewildered. Who could forget the bloody scene of old Xiao being killed? Although Lin Sun was a junior, who dared to treat him as a junior? Now that Lord Gu Liangxiu is here, would he still dare to commit murder? In my opinion, this kid clearly doesn't have the slightest thought of repentance. I suggest that we must punish him severely this time. For a time, many indignant voices sounded. This caused Gu Liangqiu's expression to become even more icy cold and indifferent. Ling Xiaozi was anxious in his heart. This time, if Lin completely offended Gu Liangxiu, the consequences would be, I'm afraid that even Mr. Shen wouldn't be able to handle it, right? Ling Xiaozi, you've seen it as well. I've already given him enough face and a chance, but it's very obvious that this little fellow doesn't plan on giving me face. Gu Liangqiu's words were stiff, and his eyes were suffused with a frightening light. Since that's the case, then I can only make a trip myself. As he spoke, he stepped forward and teleported away. The spirits of the other old freaks couldn't help but be refreshed when they saw this, and they followed closely behind him. Hurry up and stop them. We can't let any more killing happen. Ling Xiaozi was shocked. He was very clear that Lin Sun seemed to be easy to talk to, but in fact, he had a firm and unyielding character. It was impossible for him to lower his head to Gu Liangqiu. Let's go. Madame Mu, Shun Ji, and the others also couldn't stay any longer and moved one after another. They're here. In front of the bronze hall, the woman in red spoke. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her face was extremely beautiful. There was no trace of emotion on her face. As soon as she finished speaking, boom, in the distance, the void suddenly exploded and spread out like a tide. A majestic and imposing figure appeared out of thin air like a god. Dressed in linen, with long hair hanging loosely over his shoulders, an unsophisticated and firm face, and a pair of eyes as vast and deep as a turbulent ocean. It was Gu Liangqiu. In an instant, his gaze fell on Lin Sun, and his eyes revealed deep disdain. He was just a peak true saint. So what if he had created his own method? In front of him, he was still as weak as an ant. When his gaze fell on the woman in red beside Lin Sun, Gu Liangqiu's pupils suddenly shrank. His intuition told him that this woman was not to be trifled with. When he saw Xingfeng and Ye Tu suppressed on the ground and badly mutilated, Gu Liangqiu's face suddenly darkened. Divine light burst out of his eyes, and his heart was filled with rage. This time, he had specially told Lin Sun not to use force when he gave the order. But obviously, an accident had happened. Hua la la. Immediately after, the void trembled, and one old monster after another appeared in the field. Soon, there was a burst of exclamations. When these old monsters saw the miserable Xingfeng and Ye Tu suppressed on the ground, they couldn't help but change their expressions. Did Lin Sun really dare to be so ferocious to this extent? This was more than just not giving Gu Liangqiu any face. It was obvious that he didn't take Gu Liangqiu seriously at all, especially when Ling Xiaozi, Shun Ji, and Madame Mu saw this scene. Their hearts sank. The worst thing had inevitably happened. There was no need for any reason at all. Even if Lin Sun was in the right, Gu Liangqiu was destined not to let this matter go. However, what puzzled them was who the woman in red was. Could it be that she was also a terrifying existence sealed in the ice and snow leaf? Lin Sun, Lord Gu Liangqiu came here to take charge of the general situation, to quell the effects caused by old Qiu's death. But you, as a younger generation member, you act viciously and viciously, your methods cruel, aren't you a bit too savage? An old monster shouted angrily. Youngster, you have already made a great mistake. Listen to this old man's advice, hand over the ice and snow leaf, take the initiative to admit your guilt to Lord Gu. Otherwise, there might not be a place for you in Imperial Pass today. Another person's voice was cold. We didn't mean to make things difficult for a younger generation member like you, but look at what you have done. Old Qiu was killed by you, Xingfeng and Ye too, these two fellows were also seriously injured by you. Do you still have any Imperial Pass in your eyes? Do you still have any of us elders who guard the front lines for ancient Desolation region? Someone berated angrily. When he heard these accusations and reprimands, Lin Sun couldn't help but laugh, his gaze cold. When old Qiu came to deal with me, I didn't see any of you stand out to uphold justice. If that was the case, then it would be one thing, but you all actually want to fight for old Qiu's sake, see me as a sinner, don't you feel shameless? A single sentence made the faces of quite a few old monsters fall. I respect you all as seniors, guarding the front lines, indeed establishing great contributions for ancient Desolation region. However, if you all can't distinguish between right and wrong, wishing to suppress a younger generation like me, then I apologize, I will no longer treat you with the respect of seniors. Even though Lin Sun's voice was calm, it was powerful and resounding. A black-robed elder said coldly, "Are you sure you really want to refuse to repent, make life difficult for all of Imperial Pass? Even you all dare represent the entire Imperial Pass Great Wall?" Lin Sun sneered, not hiding his ridicule at all. While speaking, he saw Ling Xiaozi, Shun Ji, and Madame Mu all give him looks, clearly anxious and worried. Seniors, today's matters already have no leeway. These old things really think I don't know what they are thinking, it is nothing more than the ice and snow leaf in my hands. Since they don't want face, then I obviously won't give them face either. Lin Sun transmitted sound, informing Ling Xiaozi and the others of his attitude. In that instant, Ling Xiaozi and the others all sighed inwardly, feeling helpless and anxious. If today's matters became too big, then the consequences would definitely be severe. Suddenly, Gu Liangsu spoke coldly, his voice oppressing everyone present. "Youngster, old Taoist Qiu has guarded this place for 7,344 years, killing 61 quasi-emperors and outer emperors, even more so saving the lives of who knows how many fellow Taoists. This type of figure didn't die under the hands of the enemy, but was cruelly killed by a younger generation like you, yet you still believe that you are innocent, that you are not wrong?" Quite a few people revealed sentimental expressions, most likely feeling sympathy for the death of a rabbit. Gu Liangsu's eyes released divine radiance, his voice becoming increasingly cold and oppressive. "Also, Xingfeng and Ye too before you, in terms of what they have done for the ancient Desolation region, how can they be compared to a younger generation like you? Yet now, they have been seriously injured by you, suffering humiliation." This place was silent, not even Ling Xiaozi or Shun Ji able to refute this. It was because what Gu Liangsu said was the truth. Lin Sun sneered, "Just because one's contributions are great, one can be lawless, act unscrupulously? Just because one's contributions are great, one can suppress and humiliate me at will? What kind of bullshit reasoning is this?" Gu Liangsu's face suddenly fell. "Without us bleeding and sweating on the front lines, can a younger generation like you rise up safely in the ancient Desolation region? Not only are you ungrateful, but you are also so cold-blooded, selfish, and arrogant. What's the use of keeping you alive?" Lin Sun sneered, "Isn't it just a competition of contributions? Then I might as well tell you that in this battle of the 9 regions, I, Lin Sun, served the ancient Desolation region, suppressed the 8 regions, and helped the ancient Desolation region to finally turn the situation around and win an unprecedented victory, washing away the shame of our predecessors. Let me ask you, what qualifications do you have to compete with me for contributions?" Boom, as soon as Lin Sun's words fell, many old monsters showed a look of shock, as if they couldn't believe it. The ancient Desolation region won this battle of the 9 regions. Before this, they had never heard of such news. What shocked them even more was that according to Lin Sun's words, the victory of this battle of the 9 regions was inextricably related to his contributions. They even couldn't believe it for a while. After the shock, Shun Ji, Madame Mu, and Ling Xiaozi believed it immediately, because they knew very well how powerful Lin Sun's combat capability was among the peerless true saints. Such a young man, in the 9 regions battlefield, was definitely a peerless figure who could lead his group. Sensing the change in the atmosphere, Gu Liangsu's eyes also narrowed, and then he sneered. The ancient desolation region won the battle of the 9 regions. Of course, it's a great thing, but it's not destined to be your contribution alone. Young man, there should be a limit to boasting. Otherwise, if you are exposed, wouldn't you be slapping yourself in the face? Many old monsters' eyes flashed, and they couldn't help but nod. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but show a touch of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. These old monsters might have high realms and strong combat capability, but they didn't know the news of the Battle of the 9 regions at all, and wishfully thought that he was bragging. Who on earth was ignorant? At this moment, Lin Sun was still angry. Perhaps it was because from the very beginning, he greatly respected every expert stationed at the front lines, which was why after so many things happened, he was disappointed and angry. Because of Underworld Child, Old Qiu came aggressively, wanting to kill him at the slightest disagreement. Because of Old Qiu's death, Gu Liangxiu, the #1 expert of Imperial Pass, also came to denounce him, viewing him as a sinner. Because of an ice leaf, those old monsters became greedy and covetous, so they didn't care about right or wrong, pointing their spear at him. Because he was a junior, no one would believe his words, because Lin Sun already didn't feel like understanding, put himself in their shoes, and didn't feel like respecting them. Why could you talk about your glorious military achievements, talk about how much effort you put into the ancient desolation region, and do whatever you want? Simply laughable. I killed Old Qiu. Suddenly, the red-dressed woman spoke. Her eyes swept across everyone, her beautiful face carrying an ice-cold arrogance. Her voice was no longer as gentle as when she spoke to Lin Sun, but bone-chillingly cold. Guarding this place for more than 7,000 years, only killing 60 or so quasi-emperors. You are simply trash, your death is not to be regretted. His words were filled with undisguised contempt. The expressions of Gu Liangxiu and the others changed, darkening. Old Taoist Qiu was a famous master, but he was humiliated like a piece of trash. How could they not be angry? On the other hand, Shun Ji and the others instantly came to an understanding. It turned out that this gorgeous, and aloof woman in a red dress was surprisingly that strange sword flower. And these two on the ground, they couldn't even take a single strike from me. Even if they were humiliated, they deserved it. The red-dressed woman's words were not polite at all. Even though she was alone, she looked down on the heavens, looking down on everyone with arrogance. Her words shocked and angered many old monsters. Of course, they also guessed the red-dressed woman's identity, feeling restraining fear. Otherwise, they would have already taken action. You want to support this child? Gu Liangxiu said with an ice-cold expression. He already knew that this woman was definitely one of the terrifying existences sealed in the ice leaf. This made him even more uneasy. Was that ice leaf really so magical? Support? The red-clothed woman spoke casually. No, I'm just following orders. If that wasn't the case, then I wouldn't bother wasting my breath. If you annoy me, then I'll just kill you. The corners of many old monsters' lips twitched. Sure enough, whoever controlled the ice snow leaf could command the terrifying existence sealed within it. This caused them to drool with envy, shock, and fear. After a moment of silence, Gu Liangqiu looked at Lin Sun and said, I can give you a chance. After I know the news of the battle between the 9 regions, I can forgive you at my discretion. But the premise is that you must hand over the leaf in your hand first. Lin Sun sneered and laughed out of extreme anger. In the final analysis, it's just for the treasure. Do you deserve to forgive me? Killing intent flashed past Gu Liangqiu's eyes, his expression cold. I don't know how many experts are stationed in Imperial Pass Great Wall. Could it be that you think that just by relying on what you have, you can act without regard for law and natural morality? The meaning behind his words was clear. No matter how formidable a terrifying figure like the red-clothed woman was, how could she possibly stop the attacks of countless quasi-emperors? Lin Sun said coldly, at the very least, I know that in this Imperial Pass, there is no way you, Gu Liangqiu, can cover the sky with one hand. The many experts stationed here might not necessarily listen to your orders. I advise you not to think too highly of yourself. Boom! Gu Liangqiu was completely enraged. His long hair fluttered about, his aura shaking the world. Countless wisps of iron-blooded killing intent surged in his surroundings. The expressions of many old monsters nearby changed, their breathing suffocating. This was the power of Imperial Pass No. 1, Gu Liangchu looked towards the red-clothed woman and said, "I'll help you kill this child, let you completely free yourself from the situation of being controlled by others, how about it?" This sentence made the eyes of quite a few old monsters brighten. The red-clothed woman was controlled by the ice snow leaf in Lin Sun's hands. With her arrogance and terrifying power, how could she be willing? Only, what left them stunned and in disbelief was that when faced with this proposal, the red-clothed woman refused without even thinking. Heh, wishful thinking. Mockery were not concealed at all. Gu Liangchu's heart sank. This woman brought him quite a bit of pressure. If not for this, how could he have endured until now? "Kill these two," Lin Sun suddenly said. His eyes looked towards Xingfeng and Yetu on the ground, his voice cold and emotionless. Pooh. Pooh, the two quasi-emperors who were already firmly suppressed on the ground died on the spot with the red-clothed woman's will. Their souls were crushed to powder, their vitality completely gone. In an instant, the expressions of the old monsters here all changed. "You dare! Little thing, you are so cruel. This is simply unforgivable." Furious shouts resounded through heaven and earth. The wind and clouds changed color, the atmosphere became hostile, incomparably austere. The hearts of Shun Ji, Ling Xiaozi, and the others sunk to rock bottom. This time, it was equivalent to completely shedding all pretense of cordiality with Gu Liangchu. "Kill." Gu Liangchu's face was ashen, his voice coming out from the gaps of his teeth, killing intent surging through the world. Boom, he attacked without hesitation. As he pressed his palm forward, the heavens and earth shook. The murderous intent that filled the sky gathered in his palm and fiercely slapped towards the red-clothed woman. "Half-step Emperor realm, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant." The red-clothed woman's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Then, she also attacked. Wisps of misty sword chi appeared dreamily, like hazy misty rain sprinkling on the blue sky. It was magnificent to an extreme extent, causing one's heart to tremble. Bang, bang. Bang, Gu Liangchu's attack was crushed by the countless threads of sword chi, collapsing inch by inch. His expression changed slightly, and he did not hesitate to use his full strength as he shouted, "What are you waiting for? Kill." Immediately, killing intent flashed in the eyes of the old monsters as they locked onto Lin Sun. Everyone knew that as long as they killed Lin Sun and snatched the frost leaf from him, everything would be easily solved. Shameless! Ling Xiaozi, Shun Ji, Madame Mu, and the others could not restrain themselves any longer and attacked at the same time, killing those old monsters. Boom! 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 A chaotic battle between quasi-emperors broke out at this moment. For a moment, heaven and earth were turned upside down, the sun and moon lost their light, and the void exploded. Divine light, Taoist sound, treasure light, Taoist magic, completely submerged this area. How terrifying was a battle between quasi-emperors! That kind of power alone was enough to kill any true sage realm expert in an instant. If it were not for the supreme prohibition covering the Yang Pass and the aura of the Emperor realm, it would have suffered irreparable damage in an instant. If Lin Sun was involved in such a battle, he would be doomed, not to mention getting involved. Under normal circumstances, at such a close distance, even if Lin Sun dodged and escaped, he would not be able to escape the oppression of the power of quasi-emperors and would be affected in an instant. But this situation did not happen. Lin Sun stood there like an immovable rock, and no matter how the wind blew, it could not hurt him at all. Because in the palm of his hand there was an ice-clear leaf. The leaf was flowing with obscure and strange fluctuations, which were unfathomable, and all the power sweeping in all directions was dissolved. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold, and killing intent surged in his heart. The woman in red was fighting with Gu Liangchu, and a group of old monsters were trying their best to rush over to kill him. Shun Ji, Ling Xiaozi, and Madame Mu, with faces full of anger, were trying to stop all this. In the field, chaos and turbulence were everywhere, and the killing intent was overwhelming. The huge Yang Pass was caught in a fierce internal fight at this moment. The strong and boiling killing intent, like lava, broke out completely in Lin Sun's heart. "You asked for it." He suddenly raised his head, his black hair fluttering, and the ice leaf in his palm emitted amazing fluctuations. Boom, a bird with snow-white wings rushed out, its clear cry shaking the 9 heavens. "If you want to live, kill those old bastards." This is your only chance, Lin Sun said coldly. The snow-white bird's body suddenly burst out with an evil spirit, and it flapped its wings and soared into the sky like an incredible light. Puff, the next moment, a pair of giant claws tore off the arm of an old monster, who screamed. Buzz, the icy leaves emitted a strange fluctuation, and then an enormous black ape, a broken and blood-stained bronze spear, an enormous python that was covered in golden dragon scales, and a violet mink that was coiled with dazzling lightning bolts rushed out one after the other. In an instant, more than a dozen terrible creatures that had been dormant in the mulberry forest for countless years all appeared. The whole world was oppressed by the terrible power emerging from their bodies, wailing and trembling. Countless exclamations rang out in the field. Many old monsters had changed their faces in horror. No one had expected that the ice leaf in Lin Sun's hand could seal so many terrible creatures. It was like opening the gate of hell. Even Gu Liangxiu, who was fighting with the woman in red, felt a chill in his heart at this moment, and his face changed wildly. As far as he knew, the ice leaf in Lin Sun's hand only sealed a green jiao, a bronze ant, and a demonic flower. Moreover, both the green jiao and the bronze ant were disloyal to Lin Sun and very resistant to his control. But who would have thought, how could such a terrible thing happen? Shun Ji, Madame Mu, and the others were all shocked and thought that Lin Sun was obviously annoyed. He had completely ignored everything. Moreover, they did not expect that there were so many terrible creatures sealed in the magical treasure in Lin Sun's hand. However, just when they were about to dissuade him, Lin Sun had already uttered a word in a cold voice, "Kill." As if the ruler had issued a decree, the black giant ape, the golden dragon python, the purple marten, and the blood-stained spear, all the terrible creatures set out. The combat power of each of them was not inferior to that of the bronze ant and the green jiao. Each of them was an ancient creature that could become an emperor with only a great opportunity. No one knew how long they had been dormant in the world. When they attacked together, the scene could be imagined how terrible it would be. Boom, the world was completely chaotic. The sun and the moon lost their light, and the sky was dark. The terrible creatures were like cruel and cold gods of death, running amok in the field, thanks to 326724041 and Mr. Shen for their gifts. In addition, the current number of followers of this public account is 30,848. Another 500 followers will be added. Hong, the giant black ape moved through the air, its arms reaching out like pillars that supported the heavens. With a simple and crude swing and smash, a fist that was like a small mountain directly sent an old monster flying. His body directly exploded in midair, a rain of blood flying, body and spirit erased. Pa! Even a weak Saint King realm chicken dares participate in this type of confrontation? Truly an eyesore. The giant black ape spat out fiercely, its face full of malevolence and disdain. Chong, on the other side, the damaged and blood-stained bronze spear flashed and tore through the sky. The tip of the spear was suffused with a cold and terrifying jet-black light, and it reflected a strange and ghastly pale face with a strange bloody glow in its eyes. This spear was the most mysterious and unfathomable in the mulberry forest. Even though it was damaged, it seemed to possess intelligence, possessing a wave of terrifying willpower. Pung, in that instant, the heart-protecting mirror in front of an old monster exploded, his chest pierced through by a spear. His body was lifted up, releasing a miserable scream of alarm. At the same time, in other directions, the golden python dragon, snow-white profound bird and lightning sable all erupted with heaven-overflowing divine might, each more terrifying than the last, each more ferocious than the last. In reality, in the eyes of these terrifying creatures, they indeed didn't attach any importance to these old monsters stationed in Imperial Pass. One had to understand that as early as 100,000 years ago, they already hid in the mulberry forest, wholeheartedly wishing to seize the Emperor Ascension opportunity left behind by the 10,000 Tribulation Great Emperor. Meanwhile, the experts stationed in Imperial Pass Great Wall might have quite a few half-Emperor realm existences, but regardless of whether it was their backing or power, compared to these living fossils' terrifying creatures, they were completely insignificant. It was precisely as Thousand Feather Sword Flower said in the beginning, these Imperial Pass Great Wall experts were nothing more than a group of younger generation. Moreover, these old monsters weren't all half-Emperor realm experts, there were some Saint King realm experts as well, making them seem even more unbearable. Hong Long, the battlefield was chaotic and turbulent, Dao light pouring down like a sea, rumbling sounds like thunder from the 9 heavens. Heaven and earth were trembling, the void completely chaotic, all types of terrifying irregular scenes appearing one after another. There were gods and devils roaring, saints weeping blood, there were also stars sinking and moons falling, mountains and rivers collapsing. Such a terrifying scene could be said to be world-shocking, and if it were to erupt at any other place, then it would be sufficient to destroy an area of 5,000 kilometers and obliterate everything. After all, this was a battle between half-emperors, a group of old monsters from Imperial Pass Great Wall and a group of terrifying creatures from the mulberry forest. This type of battle was rarely seen even in Imperial Pass Great Wall. No. Damn it. Fight it out with them. Furious roars rang through the world. The expressions of every single Imperial Pass old monster were ashen and sinister, incomparably ugly. They had thought that with Gu Lianxu's help, Lin Sun would bow his head and hand over the ice leaf. Never had they thought that the situation would be so serious, merely a single leaf had actually sealed over 10 terrifying beings. This was simply like a bolt from the blue, and it caused those old freaks to be caught off guard. On the other hand, Gu Liangchu was obstructed by the woman in a red dress. Not to mention displaying his divine might, even escaping seemed to be extremely difficult. He was Imperial Pass number 1, fighting on the front lines until now. It was unknown just how many great enemies he killed, yet he still hadn't fallen. But now, he was obstructed by the woman in a red dress. However, this wasn't because Gu Liangchu was too weak. Back then, someone like old Daoist Qiu was also killed by the woman in a single strike. Gu Liangchu was able to fight against the woman in a red dress until now, so his combat strength could already be said to be terrifying. Unfortunately, a peak half-emperor like Gu Liangchu was still just one person in the end. The other half-emperors didn't have his ability. Kill. The giant black ape released a roar, the roar shattering the void, making heaven and earth tremble. It was terrifyingly ferocious, rampaging through the battlefield like a great demonic god. The other terrifying creatures weren't inferior in the slightest. Under such a massacre, 3 quasi-emperor experts died one after another in just a moment, and 7 saint kings were destroyed in body and soul like weeds. Between heaven and earth, the wind and clouds were gloomy, a rain of blood pouring down. When a saint died, there would still be sounds of mourning, blood covering the sky, let alone the fall of a half-emperor realm expert. High up in the sky, flowers of blood scattered down, withering in the void. There was a surging sound of the great Tao surging, like a song. In the distance, Lin Sun's black hair fluttered, his black eyes cold, his expression calm. He indeed didn't have the ability to participate in a battle of this level, and he couldn't even see the power used by those half-emperor realm experts. After all, the disparity in strength was too great. But all of this didn't matter. With the ice and snow leaf here, even if Gu Liangchu had 3 heads and 6 arms, he was still doomed to be powerless to reverse the situation. People can't live for their sins, greed causing mischief, this is the punishment. This time, Lin Sun was completely enraged. He was already being suppressed by others, how could he care about a flood that overflowed the heavens? Perhaps this battle would cause many old monsters to fall, and for the Great Wall of Imperial Pass, there would undoubtedly be heavy losses. But Lin Sun didn't care anymore, driven by greed. When these old monsters attacked him without hesitation, did they think of this kind of consequence? Did they consider the overall situation? Just because they were stationed here and had military merits, they could bully a junior? What a joke. In the beginning, if it wasn't for the overall situation, how could Lin Sun have endured until now? If it wasn't for this frontline battlefield, how could he have immediately come to the Great Wall of Imperial Pass after leaving the 9 regions battlefield? Originally, this ice and snow leaf was going to be gifted to Mr. Shen, to be left in the Great Wall of Imperial Pass. What was laughable was that these old things, for the sake of greed, didn't even care about their face, didn't even care about right and wrong. Lin Sun was furious, but even more so felt disappointment. He wholeheartedly served the ancient Desolation region camp, couldn't say that he helped the world, couldn't say that he worked hard for all living beings. But at the very least, he always used his own strength to contribute, to do some things for the ancient Desolation region. If not for this, in the 9 regions battlefield, how could he rebuild the city of Tao protectors, do everything he could to fight the 8 regions? If not for this, how could he agree to the Golden Cicada Youth's request without hesitation, bring the ice and snow leaf to the Great Wall of Imperial Pass? But now, what welcomed him, it was inverting black and white, wantonly. Suppressing, because of greed, not distinguishing right from wrong, wanting to kill and seize treasures. This was the source of Lin Sun's coldness, disappointment, and anger. It was just as he said before, in terms of contributions, he, Lin Sun, alone flattened the 8 regions, leading the ancient Desolation region to victory in the Battle of the 9 regions, among the heroes of the world, from past to present, who could compare to him, no one. It was because in the previous Battle of the 9 regions, the ancient Desolation region camp had always suffered crushing defeats, being suppressed, humiliated, trampled, unable to raise their heads, but now, a group of old monsters, relying on their hard work and contributions, could unscrupulously slander, suppress, order, and target him. This, how absurd, how laughable, boom, in the battlefield, the battle became more and more intense, blood pervading the air, killing intent shaking the world. There were constantly quasi-emperor old monsters dying. Their bodies were torn apart, their chests were pierced, their spirits were shattered, or their heads were directly twisted off. Bitter. Bloody. Cruel. Ghastly, Shunji, Madame Mu, and Ling Xiaozi had already withdrawn from the battlefield. They naturally couldn't help those terrifying creatures deal with Gu Liangxiu and the others. However, when they saw their comrades, who had once bathed in blood and fought together against foreign enemies, fall one after another before their eyes, they couldn't help but feel their hands and feet turn ice cold, their hearts sinking into an incomparably fierce struggle, suffering great torment. Could they blame Lin Sun for being too callous? No, from beginning to end, Lin Sun had always been the target of suppression. Otherwise, Shunji and the others wouldn't have acted together just now, helping Lin Sun stop those old monsters. Greed, it is simply like a devil in our hearts, harming others and ourselves. Ling Xiaozi sighed sorrowfully. Little friend, can you be lenient? Shunji couldn't bear it any longer. This boorish and heroic quasi-emperor, at this moment, his eyes were red, his voice carrying a kind of guilt, as well as a kind of pleading. This request was originally a bit excessive for Lin Sun, but Shunji really couldn't continue watching. The casualties were too heavy, it was still not a small blow to the Great Wall of Imperial Pass, even more so making the foreign enemies laugh at them. Little friend, please stop. Madame Mu also spoke anxiously. In the battlefield, apart from Gu Liangxiu who was still fighting fiercely with the woman in red, more than half of the other old monsters were already dead or injured, the few that remained were also bitterly struggling, about to be unable to hold on any longer. Lin Sun was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and asked, Seniors, do you think that I have done wrong? Shunji, Madame Mu, and the others all stared blankly, then immediately shook their heads, each of their expressions complicated, not daring to meet Lin Sun's gaze. This matter, of course, wasn't Lin Sun's fault. From beginning to end, he had never done anything wrong, always passively resisting. They really disappointed me. Lin Sun spoke again, his eyes looking at the distant Gu Liangxiu, his expression already calm. I really want to know, if the foreign enemies of the 8 regions take out an opportunity to become emperor, will these old monsters also choose to betray out of greed, side with the foreign enemies? Will they dare to destroy the Great Wall of Imperial Pass for the sake of becoming emperor? These words were earth-shattering, too striking, the expressions of Shunji and the others all changed, their hearts sinking to rock bottom. Even though Lin Sun's words were a type of hypothesis, after seeing the bloody scenes today, who wouldn't care? Indeed, even a piece of ice and snow leaf could make these old monsters go crazy, recklessly targeting a junior. If the foreign enemies also took out such an opportunity, these old monsters, who could restrain the greed in their hearts? However, out of respect for seniors, I can give them a chance. As he spoke, Lin Sun raised the ice and snow leaf in his hand, his eyes looking towards the battlefield. Enough, all of you can come back. Those terrifying creatures clearly didn't have enough, they didn't care how many quasi-emperors they killed, or how serious the impact it would bring to the Great Wall of Imperial Pass. But they didn't dare to disobey Lin Sun's words. Whoosh, that blood-soaked bronze spear was the first to withdraw, swiftly rushing into the ice and snow leaf. Immediately after, the golden python dragon, lightning sable, snow-white profound bird and the other terrifying creatures also returned one after another. From start to finish, they didn't encounter any obstructions. Because their opponents had long been slaughtered until their courage was about to burst, about to collapse, added one update in advance tonight. Thank you to Mr. Shen, Blue Feather Breeze and the others for their tips. The number of followers of the WeChat official account is currently 31033, when it breaks through 3200, I will continue to add updates. In the field, all the old monsters were scared out of their wits and on the verge of collapse. Witnessing those horrible creatures being put away by Lin Sun, these old monsters only had one feeling: they had survived a disaster. They breathed heavily and their expressions changed constantly. The greed in their hearts had long been replaced by fear, and they looked at Lin Sun with incomparable scruples and dread. So far, among the old monsters who participated in this action, 4 quasi-emperors had died, and 7 saint kings had their souls destroyed. The casualties could be said to be disastrous. No one doubted that if the battle continued, the casualties would only be greater. Shun Ji, Madame Mu, Ling Xiaozi, and the others felt relieved, gratified, grateful, and indescribable grief. Those dead old monsters did not die on the battlefield, but died in the internal strife because of their greed. It was really regrettable. However, no one expected that when the woman in red intended to stop and retreat, Gu Liangxiu would not let her go. Boom, his expression was livid, and he had a deranged bearing. He held a silver halberd in his hand, and he seemed like an enraged god of war as he pursued and attacked the red-clothed woman relentlessly. This made many people change their expressions. They realized that Gu Liangxiu was obviously unwilling to give up. He was extremely angry and did not intend to stop. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The woman in red's beautiful eyes flashed with a frightening cold light. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and around her, hundreds of millions of hazy sword chi flowed like a misty rain. In a flash, Gu Liangxiu's offensive was defeated, and he was suppressed by the woman in red. She walked in the void, her red robe rolling like waves of blood, and her sword chi flowing freely. She was like a magnificent and enchanting peerless sword master. Her aloof, cold, and fierce demeanor was enough to amaze the world. Lin Sun did not stop her. It didn't matter if Gu Liangxiu was risking his life out of anger or if he had other motives. Since he did not intend to retreat, how could Lin Sun take the initiative to ask for peace? Retreating before was already the bottom line of what he could tolerate. Otherwise, if it were not for Shun Ji, Madame Mu, and the others, he would not have chosen to stop today's battle. Boom, in the sky, Gu Liangxiu was already in a terrible situation. He was completely suppressed, and the boundless and hazy sword chi enveloped him, causing him to pale in comparison. Everyone could tell that even if it was Imperial Pass number 1 person, Gu Liangxiu, in a frontal clash, he was still clearly a bit inferior to that red-clothed woman. If this continued, Gu Liangxiu might very well die as well. Many people's hearts tightened. Lord Gu, since it has come to this, why do you still insist on killing? Shun Ji could not help but shout. Shut up. Gu Liangxiu's expression turned even more livid. His eyes were burning with rage. If he admitted defeat today, wouldn't it be equivalent to admitting that he was inferior? He, Gu Liangxiu, personally descended upon Yang Pass, wishing to punish a younger generation, yet in the end, he was dejected and depressed, returning in low spirits. If news of this got out, what face would he have left to establish himself in Imperial Pass? Brother Gu, what's the harm in each of us taking a step back? We're all members of the realm of ancient desolation. If we keep fighting like this, won't our enemies laugh at us? Ling Xiaozi also spoke, advising with kind words. All of you are afraid of that little thing. Could it be that you think I will be the same as all of you? Gu Liangxiu roared, and his expression became ferocious. These old things actually advised him to lower his head and admit defeat. They were simply evil. It's clearly your own fault, but for the sake of face, you would rather die than repent. There is no lack of such people in this world. Lin Sun sneered. Little thing, I'll teach you a lesson later. Gu Liangxiu's expression was grim. At this moment, he seemed to have completely gone mad, without any reason to speak. Enough. Gu Liangxiu, don't you feel ashamed? Suddenly, a loud shout sounded in the distance, like thunder, shaking the field, making many people tremble all over. They saw a thin man in a scholar's robe, with big sleeves fluttering, striding over from afar. His bearing was like a towering mountain, and his aura was as strong as the vast ocean. Mr. Shen. Shunji and other old monsters were all refreshed, as if they had found their backbone. At the same time, a strange light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes. Back then, Mr. Shen wore coarse linen clothes and had an ordinary temperament. In a short and ordinary shop, he taught Lin Sun the way of stone carving. Now that they met again, Lin Sun found that Mr. Shen's true style was so lofty and unparalleled. Ashamed? Haha, you old guy, you came to see me make a fool of myself, right? Since you came to the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass, have you ever taken me seriously? Now that I'm in trouble, it would be strange if you don't take the opportunity to hit me when I'm down. Gu Liangxiu laughed to the sky, but his expression was particularly ferocious. Mr. Shen's arrival not only didn't make him calm down or restrain himself, but also seemed to be stimulated, becoming more and more manic. Mr. Shen's eyes swept over the field, and he couldn't help but sigh, "Stop. Considering that we are on the same path, don't make things too difficult for me." On the same path, it meant that everyone was working for the ancient Desolation realm, and they were on the same path. Making things too difficult for you? During these 3 years, just how many times have you made things difficult for me? Gu Liangxiu became more and more furious, as if he was venting, no longer caring about anything else. This time, I only wanted to punish a younger generation, yet you personally jumped out to oppose me. Aren't you also targeting me? Mr. Shen was just about to say something, but Gu Liangxiu already roared, "There is no need to say anything else. Today, why don't we use this chance to completely settle things?" Hong, suddenly, his aura changed, a strand of blood energy rushing out from the crown of his head. Heavens! Cries of alarm sounded. That unremarkable strand of blood energy turned into a streak of scarlet multicolored light, piercing through the sky dome, making several of the stars in the skies above Emperor City fall, explode. Emperor Dao True Blood, this caused everyone to be stunned and shocked. All those who stepped into the Emperor realm were the most powerful existences under the heavens, enough to shock past and present, grasp unmatched might. Not to mention a strand, even a drop of Emperor Dao True Blood was filled with the might of the Emperor realm, and its secrets were sufficient to illuminate the heavens and crush all. However, it wasn't that easy to obtain Emperor Dao True Blood. Because it was branded with the true might of the Emperor realm, every single drop could be said to be a priceless treasure that was rarely seen in the world. Yet now, Gu Liangxiu had gone mad and fused the Emperor Dao True Blood into his body. Obviously, he intended to disregard everything and fight desperately. Damn it. The expression of the woman in red changed slightly while deep fear flashed through her beautiful eyes. The strength of the Emperor Dao True Blood was comparable to the might of a true Emperor Realm expert, and even a half-step Emperor Realm expert could only avoid it and not dare go head-on against it. Bang! In an instant, Gu Liangxiu's aura rose steadily, and it was simply like the arrival of a true Emperor Realm expert. It caused many old freaks to feel suffocated, and their hearts trembled as if they were ants that were targeted by a dragon in the sky. The invisible pressure was too terrifying. "Little bastard, I'll kill you first." Gu Liangxiu's voice rumbled and reverberated in all directions. He took a step forward, and an overwhelming and terrifying power swept towards Lin Sun. Normally, it was impossible for the woman in red to block it, and choosing to avoid it was the wisest decision. However, at this moment, she did not hesitate to attack with all her strength and stood in front of Gu Liangxiu. Buzz hundreds of millions of misty sword chi with a strange and magnificent luster spread out, covering the sky and covering the sun. The profound sword intent and the terrifying sword power pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. But in just an instant, it was smashed by Gu Liangxiu's palm. Countless sword chi exploded with a bang, and it couldn't stop Gu Liangxiu at all. Even the woman in red was sent flying by the force of this palm. She was like a lonely boat that was thrown away by stormy waves. The woman in red's expression changed greatly. In the field, exclamations rang out incessantly. Everyone was shocked and almost couldn't believe their eyes. At this moment, Gu Liangxiu was much stronger than before. A little great spirit can move 1,000 miles like a gust of wind. Mr. Shen had arrived with a solemn expression. He suddenly flicked his sleeve, and then a strand of great spirit that was like a cool breeze carried the might of the heavens and the earth, the might of the mountains and rivers, and the essence of the grand Tao whistled out. It was swift and unrestrained, and it was shapeless. "Move aside." Gu Liangxiu roared furiously as he swept his halberd horizontally, and it slashed through the world and carried the might to obliterate the world. Bang! Mr. Shen's full-forced strike was similarly easily swept away, and his figure staggered back from the impact while his expression couldn't help but change. On the other hand, Gu Liangxiu had seized this opportunity to launch his attack. He seemed to be furious, yet he'd actually made a decision a long time ago. The reason he'd disregarded everything and fought to the end was partly to maintain his dignity, but most importantly, it was to seize the icy snow leaf. He was already at the half-step Emperor realm, and he only lacked a critical factor to step foot into the threshold of the true Emperor realm. When he found out that the icy snow leaf could allow him to get close to the true path to the Emperor realm, he'd been determined to obtain it since a long time ago, and he couldn't afford to lose it, just like how those terrifying beings in the mulberry forest had bitterly endured for countless years for the sake of seizing the critical factor left behind by the Emperor realm. The more an expert like Gu Liangxiu who was infinitely close to the Emperor realm was, the more stubborn he was. It wasn't out of greed, but for the sake of pursuing the path to the Emperor realm. As for the obstructions he'd encounter along the way, it was bound to be impossible for him to shrink back. This was Gu Liangxiu's true thoughts. As for insanity and rage, they weren't sufficient to affect the mind and will of a figure like him. Yet now, he was about to succeed. After Lin Sun died, not only would he be able to seize the icy snow leaf, he'd even be able to take control of the woman in red and the other terrifying beings. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Die, you little bastard! As he shouted explosively, Gu Liangxiu didn't hesitate to strike a killing blow. Even if Lin Sun summoned all the terrifying beings within the icy snow leaf, it was bound to be impossible to resist the might of a half-step Emperor realm expert who'd activated the true Emperor realm blood. No matter if it was the woman in red or Mr. Shen, both of them had been pushed back. At this moment, it was already too late even if they wanted to stop Gu Liangxiu. As for the other old freaks, they'd been deterred by Gu Liangxiu's terrifying might a long time ago, and they were bound to be unable to stop all of this. At this instant, time seemed to have stopped, and it was dangerous to the extreme. Perhaps life and death would be decided in this instant. However, Lin Sun didn't retreat, nor did he turn pale with fright because of this, and it was even to the extent that he didn't reveal a trace of emotion. However, in his hand, there was a token that had appeared out of nowhere. This was a grey domino, very inconspicuous, but it was as heavy as an ancient sacred mountain. Lin Sun could only hold it in his palm by running his strength. Boom, there was no chance for Lin Sun to react at all. In fact, under the terrible pressure of Gu Liangxiu, he couldn't move at all. It felt like a piece of straw falling into the sea, about to be smashed to pieces. Shun Ji, Madame Mu, and Ling Xiaozi were all furious. Mr. Shen's face changed greatly, and his heart was in his throat. Even he didn't expect that Gu Liangxiu would be so fierce and desperate. Moreover, Gu Liangxiu possessed a heaven-defying treasure like the Emperor's true blood. This caught Mr. Shen off guard. The woman in red's body exuded monstrous killing intent, and her black hair danced wildly. Lin Sun had been speculating about her thoughts, but she had never really said it. If Lin Sun died, she would feel extremely regretful. Lin Sun was like a lamp that illuminated a dark room. If it was extinguished, then the whole room would fall into darkness. And she was this dark room. But just when everyone thought that Lin Sun couldn't escape this time, a wisp of obscure fluctuation quietly diffused from the domino in Lin Sun's palm. In an instant, the void seemed to be stagnant, and everything seemed to be frozen. The world fell into a strange state of stillness. It gave people the feeling that all things in the world and all the states of the world were frozen at this moment. Even Gu Liangxiu's omnipresent and extremely terrifying pressure couldn't be spared and froze there. Then, a skinny old man with a face full of wrinkles and a pair of triangular eyes appeared out of thin air. He was extremely dirty and sloppy. Boom, when his figure appeared, the strange state of stillness between heaven and earth suddenly collapsed, and everything returned to normal. But everyone felt it was inconceivable, because the appearance of the skinny and sloppy figure was too sudden. Well, the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass. Hee hee. Hee hee, it's been so long since I came here last time. The old man sighed, clasped his hands behind his back, and looked at the heroes around him as if they didn't exist. The most shocking thing was that the terrifying pressure belonging to Gu Liangxiu, no matter how it attacked, collapsed and disappeared as soon as it reached the place where the old man stood. Snow melts into water, clay oxen disappears into the sea, Nothing more than this figure was Du So, who lived in seclusion in the star-embracing sleeping moon game of the Xiao Empire in the mortal world. In an instant, Gu Lianxu's pupils constricted. This old thing was obviously not a living being. It was merely a strand of wool brand. Moreover, his aura couldn't be detected at all, as if it had been abandoned by the Grand Tao. But it just so happened that such a wool brand was like a natural chasm that lay across the ages, and it was impossible to shake. This, Shun Ji, Madame Mu, Ling Xiaozi, and the others were all stupefied, almost not daring to believe what they were seeing. It was already a dangerous moment of life and death, yet such an inconceivable thing had actually occurred. For a moment, they were unable to react. So this kid still has a trump card. Mr. Shen's eyes lit up. Only then did he feel relieved. However, when he thought of the thrilling scene just now, even he felt a lingering fear. Indeed, Golden Cicada was right. No matter how weak the successor of Fengsuan Mountain is now, it's impossible for him to meet with such a calamity, the red-clothed woman muttered in her heart, and extraordinary splendor rippled within her dreamy and beautiful eyes. As for the other old monsters present, they were all dumbfounded. Another unforeseen event had occurred. How many trump cards and secrets did that kid have? At the same time, Lin Sun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When he was in the mortal world, Du So had given him a token for fear that he could use it to save his life when he encountered an unbeatable opponent in the bloodthirsty battlefield. According to Du So, this domino token could devour everything below the Emperor realm, and should not be used easily unless it was a life-or-death situation. The reason was very simple, because this token could only be used once. However, after entering the bloodthirsty battlefield, all the dangers Lin Sun encountered along the way were easily solved by Du So he didn't have a chance to use this token until now. But now, it finally came in handy. Tut-tut, no wonder you asked me to come out. I'm suppressed by a half-step emperor when I'm just a Saint Realm expert. This situation is really too dangerous. At this time, Du So stood in the void, squinting his triangular eyes, glanced at the audience, and finally fell on Gu Liangxiu. With a kind of disdain, he sneered, speaking of which, this half-step emperor realm is too shameless. Doesn't he feel ashamed to fight a little kid in person? Gu Liangxiu's face darkened, and he said coldly, fellow Taoism, you're in the way. The opportunity was fleeting. How could he be willing to give up just like that? He had fought for a chance with the real blood of Emperor Realm with great difficulty, he had sacrificed everything and offended everyone. At this time, there was no turning back. At this time, even if there was a Buddha in front of him, he would not hesitate to kill him with all his strength. In fact, as soon as Du So spoke, Gu Liangxiu had already attacked. Boom, a silver halberd swept across the sky, like a silver dragon soaring in the sky, accompanied by a deafening sound. Just looking at it from afar, many old monsters were terrified, but facing such a terrible attack, Du So took out a dirty and greasy spoon and smashed it down casually. His action was so skillful as if he was cooking. Clang, a deafening explosion sounded. What made everyone dumbfounded was that the silver halberd buzzed and almost flew out of his hand. Gu Liangxiu's entire body shook, and he suddenly staggered back a few steps. His face was filled with shock. Was this the power that a wisp of willpower could possess? This sloppy old man, could it be that he's a true emperor? All the old monsters, including Mr. Shen and the woman in red, felt dizzy at this moment. Using a spoon, he forced back a quasi-emperor expert who had refined the power of the emperor blood. This scene was extremely strange, even Lin Sun could not help but click his tongue. How could this grumpy strange old man be so fierce? You haven't become an emperor yet, so your struggle is futile. The real blood of Emperor Realm you borrowed is treacherous, sinister, and tyrannical. If I'm not wrong, it should be a wisp of real blood left behind by the Dark Blood Emperor when he first became an emperor. If it was the real blood left behind by an Emperor Realm expert who had reached the no form and no power stage, perhaps it would be of interest to me. The Du So sneered, and his wrinkled, skinny face was filled with undisguised contempt. It was just a few words, but to the old monsters present, it was no less than earth-shattering, and they were completely stunned. How could he identify so many secrets through the aura of a wisp of real blood? Moreover, what was the no form and no power of the Emperor Realm? All of this seemed to indicate that the Du So was very likely a real emperor, and it was very likely that he knew the Dark Blood Emperor. Otherwise, how could he know so much? one should know that this was only a wisp of his willpower. If his true body was here, how terrifying would it be? You're just a wisp of willpower, how dare you boast shamelessly? Boom, Gu Liangxiu attacked again, and his aura became even more terrifying. A wisp of blood-red light swept out from the top of his head, and it was as if the power of the Emperor realm filled the air, intimidating the universe. He brandished the halberd and charged forward. Stubbornness has turned you into a demon, and you've pinned your hopes of becoming an emperor on an illusory external object. How ridiculous! The Duso sneered, and his movements were not slow. He suddenly took a step forward. Dong, the world trembled, and a formless and terrifying force swept out, covering Gu Liangxiu's entire body. At the same time, the Duso stepped forward, picked up the ladle, and smashed it down. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds rang out, and an unbelievable scene appeared. With every smash of the ladle, the power around Gu Liangxiu's body would disperse a little, and his figure would collapse and shrink a little. When his power was completely smashed and disintegrated, his figure was actually beaten until it was only 3 inches in size, and like a grasshopper, he was trapped within the ladle. No matter how he roared and howled, he could not escape from the ladle. For a moment, the whole place was silent. The old monsters all gasped and swallowed with difficulty. What kind of terrifying existence was this? A top expert of the Great Wall of Imperial Pass, who even borrowed the power of the real blood, did not even have the power to struggle in front of him. This was undoubtedly too unimaginable. And what was his relationship with Lin Sun? Even Lin Sun himself couldn't help but twitch his lips. The old guy, Duso, was just a strand of will imprint, yet he was already so powerful. Then how terrifying was his true cultivation? Inexplicably, Lin Sun thought of the words of the bloodthirsty King Zhao Tai. This old guy is the only old monster who abandoned the Great Way and cultivated alone. Don't be fooled by his lack of cultivation. In this lower world, no one can kill him. In short, Duso's path was definitely related to abandoning the Great Way and cultivating alone, so it was no wonder that no one could see through his cultivation. Because he had long abandoned the Great Way that everyone pursued, the whole place was silent. Only Gu Liangxiu, who was trapped in the ladle, was still roaring, his voice full of anger, unwillingness, and fear. It was as if even he did not expect that he would be defeated so miserably. The Duso thought for a moment, then sighed, killing you is easy, but keeping you alive is difficult. Fine, seeing that this is the Great Wall of Imperial Pass, I will act according to the rules of the Great Wall of Imperial Pass, and suppress you for 10,000 years first. Boom, the ladle in his hand shook, and with a grab, Gu Liangxiu was squeezed into a bead. Around the bead, there was an obscure Taoist light. Then, as if sensing something, Duso suddenly cried out in surprise, a strand of heartless demon emperors is still here? This cold-killing god whose hands are stained with blood is really infatuated. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and Gu Liangxiu, who was suppressed into a bead, suddenly broke through the air and disappeared in the vast Great Wall of Imperial Pass. Without a doubt, Gu Liangxiu was completely suppressed. This made many people sigh inwardly. The number 1 of the Great Wall of Imperial Pass had fallen to this point. How could they not sigh with emotion? Tomorrow, Goldfish will publish an analysis of the orthodoxy of Mind Mountain and some minor spoilers on the public account. Only Lin Sun frowned. In his opinion, Gu Liangxiu must be killed. Although this person was the number 1 on the Great Wall of Imperial Pass, he was narrow-minded, obstinate, and self-opinionated. In order to seize the treasure, his methods were even more crude and despicable. If Lin Sun didn't have a trump card in his hand this time, there was only one consequence left for him, death. Under such circumstances, Lin Sun was certainly not willing to let Gu Liangxiu go. At this moment, Duso turned around with a trace of loneliness on his face. He sighed softly, "Kid, it's not that I don't want to help you kill, but the rules of the Great Wall of Imperial Pass are not broken even by me. I can't make an exception this time, or else, it's no different from slapping my own face. But you can rest assured that in the next 10,000 years, that guy will suffer endless torment. This is actually more painful than killing him. Death can end all troubles, but sometimes living is more painful than death." All the old monsters were silent. Duso's words were equivalent to putting Gu Liangxiu on trial. What awaited Gu Liangxiu was 10,000 years of suppression and torment. For an expert who was infinitely close to the Emperor realm, 10,000 years was really too long. He would miss too much. What a pity. Using your trump card can only bring you this result. If I knew this earlier, I would have kept it for later. Lin Sun could only accept it. Do So burst into laughter and snorted coldly. Didn't I remind you back then that this token is only used to scare people? Then, he seemed to realize something and glanced at Lin Sun in surprise. Didn't this mean that Lin Sun still had other means to resolve the dangerous situation just now even if he didn't borrow his strength? There's not much time. I'll take this opportunity to remind you that if you go to the starry ancient path in the future, you must be careful of the dark blood underworld emperor. When he was young, he was a ruthless person who would do anything. Even after becoming an emperor, he is full of evil tricks. If you are targeted by him, whether you are an ant or a great emperor, he will definitely take revenge with all his strength, Do So warned Lin Sun secretly. His figure gradually blurred. When his voice disappeared, his figure also disappeared in the void like a wisp of smoke, completely disappearing. The domino in Lin Sun's hand also completely shattered with a crisp crack. Lin Sun couldn't help feeling lost. What kind of existence was the lower world where Xiao Empire was? There was the ruins of End that was one of the 4 great Dao ruins, the Dao Burial Sea Tomb, the mysterious and unfathomable mulberry forest, and mysterious and terrifying seniors like the solitary old man and the old priest of the Star Observatory. Even his mother Luo Qingxuan and Master Lu didn't show up in the ancient Desolation realm or the other 8 realms when they came from the other side of the starry sky. What kind of mysteries were hidden within? Lin Sun was stunned and kept silent. The other old freaks present here felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, and their entire bodies felt relaxed. Previously, be it Gu Liangxiu or Do So, both of them exerted a heavy pressure on them, making them feel uncomfortable. Now, he could finally relax. However, everyone had a complicated expression on their faces. Shun Ji, Madame Mu, Ling Xiaozi, and others were shocked by Lin Sun's secrets. There were so many secrets that they couldn't figure them out. Those old freaks who had been suppressed by the group of terrifying creatures all had expressions of deep fear. Gu Liangxiu was the number 1 on the Great Wall of Imperial Pass, and he even used his emperor's true blood, but in the end, he was still defeated and suppressed for 10,000 years. The woman in red smiled quietly. She knew that her choice was correct. The eternal darkness was illuminated by a single lamp. She didn't say much, turning into a fiery red 1,000-feather sword flower, rushing into the ice and snow leaf in Lin Sun's palm. Mr. Shen took a deep breath, and with a smile, he walked towards Lin Sun. Little friend, long time no see. In the main hall, Lin Sun and Mr. Shen sat on the ground. The crowd had already dispersed, but after experiencing an unimaginable and soul-stirring bloody battle, everyone needed to calm down. Mr. Shen remained silent for a long time, and then smiled slightly. This time, the fault is not on you. Even if you broke the rules of the Great Wall of Imperial Pass, it is pardonable, so you don't need to feel any pressure. Lin Sun said with a sigh, it can't be considered pressure, just that I am a bit disappointed inside. I really can't understand why someone like Gu Liangxiu can be regarded as the number 1 on the Great Wall of Imperial Pass. Mr. Shen said, it's quite simple. The first is that he already stepped into the half-step emperor realm, his fighting strength exceptional. The second is that he is experienced, also lived the longest. You should understand clearly that this is the front lines, even quasi-emperors have times when they fall. Just in these 10,000 years, a total of 377 quasi-emperors have fallen. The casualties can be said to be disastrous. Among those who died, there is no lack of those stronger than Gu Liangxiu, but the only one who survived until now is Gu Liangxiu. When he spoke up to hear, Mr. Shen thought for a bit, and then continued, being able to live until now isn't as simple as luck, there is also the ability to match it. Lin Sun didn't comment on this, nor did he continue on this topic. Instead, he brought out a letter that Mr. Miao Xian had him bring, handing it to Mr. Shen. After reading the letter, Mr. Shen's eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance, as if in disbelief, but also incomparably gratified. He stood up, bowed and said, thank you, my little friend. Lin Sun was caught off guard, hurriedly got up and said, why do you say that, senior? Mr. Shen smiled and said, if it weren't for this letter, I wouldn't know that in this battle of 9 regions, our ancient desolation camp has won an unprecedented victory, and my little friend, you are now the first person in the battlefield of 9 regions." His voice was full of admiration and emotion. This was indeed an unprecedented victory, and anyone who heard of it would feel their emotions surge and their blood vessels surge. "This is not the work of this junior alone," Lin Sun said. Mr. Shen laughed freely. Don't be modest. Miao Xian is in charge of the spring and autumn brush and the book of eternal history. He definitely doesn't dare to boast. He has already told me everything in the letter. How could he not know that this great victory in the Battle of 9 Regions is entirely due to you?" Speaking up to here, a hint of decisiveness flashed between his brows. This matter must be made clear to everyone in Imperial Pass, Old Taoist Chiu, Gu Liangqiu, including Underworld Child, how serious the mistakes they have made are. Mr. Shen then asked, "Right, why did you insist on coming to this frontline battlefield this time? Miao Xian even warned me to take care of you." Lin Sun took out the ice and snow leaf, saying, "A senior asked me to bring this." As he spoke, he told Mr. Shen about the Golden Cicada Youth's instructions one by one. After Mr. Shen understood all of this, he couldn't help but be moved. After staring blankly for a long time, he said coldly, "This Gu Liangqiu almost ruined Imperial Pass great matter." Now, Lin Sun completely relaxed. He had already done what needed to be done, finally not letting down the Golden Cicada Youth's instructions. That day, the beacon towers of every stronghold on Imperial Pass Great Wall all burned with the flames of Emperor's breath at the same time. At the same time, some news spread as well. Imperial Pass Great Wall's number 1 Gu Liangqiu committed a heaven-overflowing mistake, suppressed for 10,000 years. In the Battle of 9 Regions, Ancient Desolation region obtained an unprecedented great victory. The peak saint of the younger generation, Lin Sun, has been conferred the title of 9 Regions Battlefield's number 1. Mr. Shen has given the order to fully capture Underworld Child. The peak saint Lin Sun has brought the great emperor's gift. If nothing unexpected happens, the situation of the front lines will be changed. Every single piece of news was like thunder from the 9 heavens. When these news immediately spread, all of Imperial Pass Great Wall was completely shaken. It was unknown just how many old monsters were shocked, crying out in alarm. It was unknown just how many people felt regret for Gu Liangqiu. However, regardless, from this day forth, everyone remembered and named Lin Sun. Even though he was only at the peak of the sacred realm, he created many miracles, a pride of heaven of this generation that surpassed past and present. Gu Liangqiu, that old thing, is simply trash. In the depths of a chaotic starry sky extremely far from Imperial Pass Great Wall, Underworld Child was currently fleeing in panic. The moment he learned that he was wanted, he ran without any hesitation, not daring to stay for even a moment longer. Imperial Pass number 1, yet you can't do anything to a little trash. Why don't you just cut your own throat and commit suicide? Underworld Child was so angry his face was ashen and sinister. In reality, he felt a type of indescribable sorrow inside. Each time he encountered Lin Sun, there would definitely be a great disaster descending on his head. Could it be that this bastard was his natural nemesis? When he thought of Lin Sun, Underworld Child felt so much hatred that his teeth were about to shatter. This bastard actually treated him like a treasure delivery boy. This was simply intolerable. Lin Sun, just you wait. The next time we meet, I will definitely pull out your tendons and skin you alive, throw you into the god smelting pot, make it so that you will never be able to live, never be able to die. Underworld Child roared inwardly. Imperial Pass Great Wall was in an uproar, but none of this had anything to do with Lin Sun. Little friend, look. This was above a city wall. Even though it was called a city wall, it was actually who knew how many zhang tall, reaching straight into the clouds. As far as the eye could see, it was a boundless expanse. Mr. Shen pointed into the distance and said, "That is outside Imperial Pass Great Wall, a bloody land formed from countless shattered worlds. From the archaic times until now, this has always been the battlefield of the ancient Desolation region and the enemies of the 8 regions. In these endless years, it is unknown just how many worlds have been shattered, even more so how many creatures have been buried here." Lin Sun stood at the side, doing his best to look over. He only saw a desolate, damaged, and chaotic scene. There were collapsed mountains and rivers, broken continents, floating world fragments, void cracks. Just looking at it made him feel a chill. rather than calling that a battlefield, it was better to call it a boundless graveyard, burying all things, burying the world, burying all creatures. Only half-emperor level figures could move about within. If other cultivators came, forget about participating in the slaughter. Even if they entered the battlefield, they might immediately suffer disaster. This was the scene outside Imperial Pass Great Wall City. It gave one a stifling, cold, and despairing feeling. Mr. Shen's clothes fluttered about, his voice heavy. Standing at the top of the city wall, Lin Sun felt like he was standing on the clouds, overlooking the chaotic and turbulent battlefield that was still going on since ancient times. Compared to the frontline battlefield, the Nine Regions battlefield was undoubtedly too inferior. You have been to the Nine Regions battlefield, so you should know very well that in the other 8 regions, the path of Ju Di has never been cut off, and the frontline battlefield is no exception. Mr. Shen's expression was complicated. Among the enemies of the 8 regions, there are many Ju Di quasi-emperors, each of whose combat strength far surpasses our generation. In a head-on battle, even Gu Liangxiu is destined not to be a match for any Ju Di quasi-emperor. Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed, and he instantly understood. The situation of these old monsters stationed at the frontline battlefield was actually no different from when they were in the Nine Regions battlefield. The only difference was that on the frontline battlefield, there was the Great Wall of Imperial Pass, which was known as the first natural mode of ancient desolation, where venerable emperors stopped. Sure enough, the next moment, Mr. Shen said, "The reason why we can be stationed until now, blocking the great enemies outside, is entirely because of the power of the Great Wall of Imperial Pass. Otherwise, what else?" Mr. Shen didn't say. But Lin Sun knew very well that without the Great Wall of Imperial Pass, the ancient desolation region would have long been breached many years ago. I told you all this just to let you understand that there are only a few people like Gu Liangxiu. Whether it is in the past or now, our ancient desolation region never lacks heroes who care about the world, who are willing to sacrifice for billions of people. There is never a lack of people like you, like me. Speaking of this, Mr. Shen couldn't help but smile happily. Lin Sun also smiled, thinking of Taishan Sword Emperor, Battle Emperor Wuyong, Xingjia Buddha, and also the Golden Cicada Youth. Yes, the ancient desolation region never lacked true heroes. From this day on, Mr. Shen brought Lin Sun along the Great Wall of Imperial Pass, passing through one stronghold after another. Every time they passed a place, Mr. Shen would explain to Lin Sun the heroes who had been stationed in this city, explaining their great deeds and achievements that were enough to stun the ages. Along the way, Lin Sun's horizons and experience also increased along with this, also becoming more and more aware of the significance of Imperial Pass Great Wall. If it was written in the annals of history, then this ancient city that lay across the front lines of the battlefield would be a moving historical record that could shock both ancient and modern times. Countless distinguished figures fought bravely while bathed in blood, and innumerable peerless heroes galloped through the battlefield and died heroically. They were legends one after another, undying stars, their hot blood and heroic souls cast in every corner of Imperial Pass Great Wall. Who hasn't died since ancient times? Leave a loyal heart to shine in history. If he hadn't come here, he wouldn't have known how many ancestors had sacrificed their blood and lives for the survival of the ancient desolation realm. In the end, Lin Sun couldn't help but have a desire in his heart. One day, I will definitely wipe out all disasters, make everything outside of Imperial Pass Great Wall the territory of my ancient desolate region. One day, Mr. Shen took Lin back to Yangguan. He pointed at Lin's heart and asked seriously, "Little friend, how do you feel now?" Lin Sun was stunned. When he was about to say something, Mr. Shen smiled and shook his head. "It's good that you know it." Know what? Lin Sun thought of what he had seen and heard these days. Finally, he understood and nodded. "Thank you for your teaching, senior." Along the way, Mr. Shen didn't give him any guidance in cultivation, nor did he tell him any truth, but he imperceptibly made him understand what a strong man should have. The great sage realm takes the meaning of great and immeasurable. There is great beauty in heaven and earth without words, and there is great Tao in the heart. Mr. Shen said softly, "This great is not only limited to the profound cultivation, but also a kind of great in the state of mind, vision and experience. Only in this way can all rivers flow into the sea and all streams return to the origin. Only in this way can one break through the great and immeasurable in the great sage realm." Boom, Lin Sun felt as if he had been hit on the head. He seemed to have found the answer vaguely at this moment, which he had been seeking and exploring for a long time in his heart. The elephant is invisible, the great sound is silent, the great beauty is silent. The mystery of the great sage realm lies in the word great. Little friend, look. Mr. Shen said and waved his sleeve. Lin Sun only felt that the scene in front of him suddenly changed. A long winding and undulating dragon appeared, stretching endlessly, vast and boundless. Is this the entire Great Wall of Imperial Pass? Lin Sun was surprised. Immediately afterwards, the scene in front of him changed again. The winding and undulating Great Wall of Imperial Pass suddenly seemed to shrink countless times, turning into the size of a foot. However, if one looked carefully, one would still be able to sense that it was lofty, boundless, and vast. Is the Great Wall of Imperial Pass becoming smaller? No, it is you who have become big. Mr. Shen's words resounded in his ears, making Lin Sun's body stiffen. In the eyes of ants, we are unattainable giants, but in the eyes of divine dragons, we are no different from ants. Why? The pattern of all things is just the way of size. In the great sage realm, what we comprehend is the essence of size at will. I am immeasurable. If we don't have the foundation of great and immeasurable, how can we control the power to cover the sky and earth? How can we play with the sun, moon, and stars in the palm of our hands? If your heart is bigger than the sky, your strength can surpass the sky, cover the sky, and look down on all the heavens. Mr. Shen's voice carried a kind of shock that went straight to the heart, like the sonorous voice of the Great Way, making Lin Sun's consciousness in a trance. His heart seemed to break the eggshell, and all kinds of insights emerged like spring water. Until Mr. Shen left, he was unaware that there seemed to be a voice ringing inside and outside his body, big. 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 His body and skin were trembling, and his heart seemed to fall into chaos. He forgot the sky, the earth and the people, and didn't feel the passage of time. Mr. Shen stood on one side, breathing slightly. There was some sweat between his eyebrows and the tips of his hair, and his face was a little pale. As early as when he saw Lin Sun, Mr. Shen saw that Lin Sun had entered the great completion of true sage realm and was about to face the test of breaking through to the great sage realm. Perhaps it was out of a kind of compensation, or because Lin Sun brought the ice and snow leaf, which gave the Great Wall of Imperial Pass a chance to change the past situation. These days, Mr. Shen took Lin Sun to travel all the way, seemingly to broaden his horizons and enhance his experience. In fact, the ultimate purpose of doing all this was to guide Lin Sun to comprehend the essence of big. Including when he explained the essence of big to Lin Sun just now, Mr. Shen even spent a lot of effort and consumed his own cultivation to present a kind of big charm to Lin Sun as much as possible. The so-called Tao couldn't be passed on lightly was not because of selfishness, but because this Tao was invisible. If one's realm was not high enough, it was impossible to comprehend. Even if it was recorded in words and language, without that bit of Tao charm, it was destined to be impossible to comprehend. However, this also made Mr. Shen pay a great price. This was tantamount to forcibly expounding the essence of Tao. What he consumed was not only his effort, but also his own cultivation. If others knew this, they would definitely think that Mr. Shen was crazy. Because forcibly expounding the essence of Tao was tantamount to violating a taboo, and the cultivation consumed might not even be recovered in a lifetime. However, Mr. Shen didn't explain to Lin Sun, and just did it naturally. Especially when he saw Lin Sun fall into a state of epiphany, he was even happier and gratified than Lin Sun. This was the demeanor and breadth of mind of Mr. Shen of Divine Machine Pavilion. It could also be seen how much care and recognition he gave to Lin Sun, this junior. 3 days later. Lin Sun woke up from that muddle-headed state like waking up from a dream. When he opened his eyes and looked at the whole world again, it seemed to be completely different. There was an additional indescribable, yet real feeling. The mountains and rivers are still the same, and the universe has not changed, but my heart is different, Lin Sun murmured. On one side, Mr. Shen nodded cheerfully, yes, now you only need an opportunity to break the realm and become a great sage. In just 3 days, Lin Sun was able to comprehend the essence of greatness, which amazed him and made him feel more and more happy. With such an outstanding person in the ancient Desolation region, there was no need to worry about not being able to rise above the 8 regions and recreate the glory of the primitive times. Thank you, Senior. Lin Sun took a deep breath and bowed to Mr. Shen. Since he started his cultivation, he had been exploring and pondering on the path of Tao by himself. There were few opportunities like today to listen to teachings and comprehend the Tao. At the same time, he knew that Mr. Shen must have paid a lot of unknown effort and price for his epiphany this time. How could Lin Sun not be moved and grateful? Lin Sun had decided to leave, and Mr. Shen readily agreed. But before leaving, Thousand Feathers Sword Flower suddenly took the initiative to speak. Her red dress was like fire, gorgeous and refined, and her temperament was like ice and snow. My little friend, I don't know when we will meet again after this farewell. You can rest assured that I have no evil thoughts from beginning to end. I only have a small request. Speaking of this, the woman in red, who was powerful enough to suppress Gu Liangxiu, showed a rare trace of expectation and nervousness. She was like a nervous girl. Request? Lin Sun was surprised. Yes. The red-clothed woman took a deep breath and said in a low voice, before I sought the Tao, I was only a plant demon that no one cared about, and I didn't possess intelligence. I encountered danger once and was on the verge of losing my life to a ferocious beast. It was a senior that saved me and helped me develop intelligence, passed down profound techniques to me, and guided me in my cultivation. Only then did I possess the strength to seek the Tao. But later, no matter how I searched, I could never see this senior again. Until now, I still can't repay this senior's kindness, which became a big regret in my heart. So I want to, Lin Sun said, do you want me to help you find this benefactor? The woman in red nodded. She had a sad expression on her face as she said, that senior is extremely powerful. Even though I have cultivated for so long and have the foundation to become an emperor, every time I think of that senior, I still feel that it will be difficult for me to catch up to him. Lin Sun was shocked. Thousand Feathers Sword Flower already had the foundation to become an emperor, but she said that she couldn't catch up with the senior. How high was the cultivation of that senior? Today's public analysis of the orthodoxy of Mount Mind and Heart has received a strong response from everyone. Tomorrow, Goldfish will analyze and process all the clues about Mount Mind and Heart so that everyone can see how mysterious the sect behind Lin Sun is. After calming down, Lin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Why are you so sure that I can find the senior you mentioned? A strange look appeared on the woman's face, because Golden Cicada once told me that you came from Mind Mountain. Mind Mountain, Lin Sun's black eyes flashed and he said, go on. It was not surprising that Golden Cicada could see that Lin Sun was related to Mind Mountain, but why did he tell Thousand Feather Flower? The woman in red took a deep breath again, as if trying to calm herself down. Then she said with a solemn look, the senior who taught me Taoism came from Mind Mountain. His Taoist name is Xianxia, and he is the 19th successor of Mind Mountain. He should be your senior fellow apprentice. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. The senior who enlightened Thousand Feather Flower and taught her Taoism should be his 19th senior fellow apprentice. Now Thousand Feather Flower already had the foundation to become an emperor. How high was the cultivation of his 19th senior fellow apprentice? Senior brother Xiankong said that since I've obtained the Grand Tao Endless Pagoda and that Tao hymn, it's equivalent to obtaining the acknowledgement of the Master of Mount Innerheart and being ranked 50th. But the crux is that I've only met senior brother Xiankong up until now. Not to mention the Master of Mount Innerheart, I don't even know exactly where Mount Innerheart is. Lin Sun was lost in thought for a while. Xiankong was Xiankong Ghost King. It was Xiankong Ghost King who told Lin Sun some things about Mind Mountain in the City of Vain Deaths in the absolute domain of Buddha Earth. However, Lin Sun seldom came into contact with things related to Mountain of Mind and Heart in these years of cultivation. So when he suddenly heard about the matter related to Xianxia, he couldn't help but feel a little unprepared. But obviously, the woman in red had recognized him as the junior fellow apprentice of Xianxia, the successor of Mind Mountain. What do you want me to do after I find Xianxia? After a long time, Lin Sun asked. Whether he admitted it or not, he had an inseparable relationship with Mind Mountain. For example, the Tower of Tao in his hand was an important weapon of Mind Mountain. For example, the Battle Saint technique he practiced was one of the 9 techniques of Feng and Siyuan Mountain. The woman in red took out a bamboo sword only 7 inches long and 1 finger wide. The bamboo sword had turned yellow and was full of antiquity. It was engraved with 2 ancient characters, listen to snow. The woman in red held the sword with a trace of devotion and said seriously, I want to return this sword to Xianxia. Xianxia once said that if we meet again someday, this sword will be a token. Listen to Snow Bamboo Sword. The woman in red was actually very reluctant. She still clearly remembered that 160,000 years ago, she was still a weak, small, and mindless plant demon. Timid, cowardly, lonely, and helpless. She for many years. On a night, when the rain, the sky, down, and down, the xt, snow, the thing would happen. Just like that, many years passed. On a stormy night, what she was most worried about still happened. Lin, the mountain, the Lin, the have, had to say, many, She didn't even have the time to dodge before the python demon targeted her. Up until now, she could still remember how despaired, frustrated, and helpless she felt at that moment. It was like the shadow of death had enveloped her. There was great terror between life and death. At that time, she swore that if anyone was able to save her this time, then she would use her life to repay that person's kindness, and she would never regret it. The python demon seemed to have heard the voice in her heart. Or perhaps it was because the python demon's aura was too arrogant and ferocious, it drew the attention of a cultivator that passed by. It was a man in a scholar's robe with wide sleeves, a high hat, and a wide belt. He held a book in his hand, and he seemed like a scholar as he walked over amidst the pouring rain and surging lightning. His bearing was upright and unrestrained, and his gaze was warm and clear. At that instant, she suddenly felt that all the despair, helplessness, and frustration in her heart had vanished. It was like she'd seen a wisp of sunlight that tore through the pouring rain and illuminated the eternal night, and it brought along indescribable warmth and light. After that, the python demon was pinched in his hand, and then he shook his head and said with a smile, "How can you step onto the righteous path of a demon cultivator with a ferocious nature? I advise you to keep a little bit of intelligence in your heart so that you'll have a chance to attain the Tao." The python demon transformed into human form and knelt down and kowtowed 3 times, and it seemed to be expressing the kindness of being enlightened, and then it vanished beneath the veil of the night. The young man squatted down and looked at her with a gentle gaze as he said, "You're truly pitiable, little flower. What's rare is that even though you don't have intelligence, you have a heart towards the Tao. Never mind, since I've seen you, then I'll open your intelligence and pass down the Tao to you so that you won't have to be afraid in the future." That voice was like a flowing stream that seeped into her heart, and it was something that she was unable to forget for her entire lifetime. Up until now, she still firmly believed that it was the warmest voice she'd ever heard in her entire lifetime. After that, the young man left. Before he left, he withdrew a piece of ordinary bamboo, cut it into a sword, and inscribed the word Snow's Lament on it. This bamboo sword, Snow's Lament, had become the thing that the red-clothed woman cared about the most in the boundless years of the past, and she treasured it like a part of her heart. Later on, she found out that the warm, upright, and unrestrained young man in scholar's robe was the 19th disciple of Mount Heart, Shuya. Staring at the red-clothed woman for a moment, Lin Sun didn't refuse in the end. He took the bamboo sword, looked at it for a moment, and said, "I can't guarantee whether I can see the 19th senior fellow apprentice in the future, but as long as I see him, I will definitely hand this thing over to him." The red-clothed woman said excitedly, "That's good, that's good." Today, she was already a peak existence. Under the Emperor realm. Her foundation and strength were strong enough to make all living beings in the world tremble. But at this time, she was as excited and joyful as a young girl. "My little friend, my name is Ling Yu. I will definitely repay your kindness in the future." The red-clothed woman took a deep breath, restrained her inner excitement, and said seriously. Lin Sun said, "I don't ask you to repay me. I just hope that you won't cause any trouble during the period of time you stay in the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass." The red-clothed woman named Ling Yu nodded without hesitation. On this day, Mr. Shen saw Lin Sun off. Before leaving, he couldn't help asking, "My little friend, what's your plan after going back?" Lin Sun's heart moved, and he said, "Senior, do you think I will encounter any danger when I go to Sunset Tang Valley with my current strength?" He planned to rescue the spirit of the insignificant Bao. However, Sunset Tang Valley was the nest of Golden Crow, so Lin Sun didn't dare to despise it. Mr. Shen's expression was complicated. He probably guessed that Lin Sun's trip was destined to have nothing to do with visiting, and it was very likely to be for revenge. After thinking for a bit, Mr. Shen said, the Golden Crow Bloodline's half-emperor realm experts are also currently serving in Imperial Pass Great Wall. However, according to my speculations, Setting Sun Tang Valley definitely has a Saint King overseeing it. With your current strength, unless you step into the peak of the Great Sage Realm, you might not have to fear the Golden Crow Bloodline. Lin Sun's black eyes flickered, and he nodded. My little friend, although Golden Crow is notorious, it is also a force that can't be ignored in the ancient Desolation territory. There have been several emperors from this clan, and now they are all cultivating on the Starry Sky ancient path. If you fight against them, before Mr. Shen finished, Lin Sun said with a smile, Senior, don't worry. I'm just going to rescue a friend suppressed in Sunset Tang Valley. Mr. Shen sighed inwardly. How could he not know that with the fierceness and insolence of Golden Crow, how could they obediently hand over Lin Sun's friend? However, he couldn't persuade Lin Sun on this matter. Before long, a teleportation formation was opened in Yang Pass. Not only Mr. Shen came to see Lin Sun off, but also Shun Ji, Madame Mu, Ling Xiaozi, and other old monsters. The woman in red, Ling Yu, was also there. Seniors, farewell. Lin Sun stood in the formation and bowed. Boy, take care. If you have a chance in the future, come and see us more often. My little friend, let's play chess again next time we meet. Shun Ji, Madame Mu, Ling Xiaozi, and the others all spoke with a smile. Buzz with a strange fluctuation, Lin Sun's figure suddenly disappeared from the formation. For a moment, everyone's mood fluctuated. Lin Sun had only arrived at the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass for less than 3 months, but he had brought them too many surprises and shocks. Everyone knew that such a young man, as long as he didn't encounter any mishaps, his future achievements on the road of Tao were destined to be above theirs. Don't worry about not knowing friends on the road ahead. Who in the world doesn't know you? Mr. Shen said slowly with his hands behind his back. On this day, Lin Sun, whose name had long shaken the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass, set foot on the journey back to the ancient Desolation region. There were even some who secretly rejoiced, as if they had sent away a god of plague, because ever since Lin Sun arrived at the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass, there had been too much bloodshed and turmoil. Old Taoist Qiu and other quasi-emperors were killed, and even Gu Liangxu was suppressed for 10,000 years. All of this was too terrifying. Yet now, this junior that was like a god of plague had finally left, and it actually caused many old fellows to feel as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. It was as if they let Lin Sun stay any longer, he would definitely stir up a great disaster. Ancient Desolation region, Divine Secret Pavilion. Buzz with a strange fluctuation, Lin Sun's figure appeared on an altar in a secret realm of the Divine Secret Pavilion. Lin Sun immediately saw Elder Yin, who was wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat, sitting cross-legged in the distance with his eyes closed. Greetings, Senior. Lin Sun walked down the altar and said respectfully. This trip to the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass allowed him to witness the glory of many quasi-emperors. With such a comparison, he became more and more aware of how unfathomable this Elder Yin's cultivation was. He was definitely an extraordinary existence. Elder Yin didn't make a sound, his expression dull like a clay statue, without the slightest reaction. Lin Sun didn't find this strange. He didn't say anything else, turning around and walking into the distance. When his figure disappeared, Elder Yin, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, sighed inwardly, this child's path is full of killing and tribulations. I wonder how much more tempering he will have to go through in the future before he can rise to become an emperor, stepping on a path that has never been seen since ancient times. End of chapter 1670. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.